So can we go live, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah. So within a 10
Yes.
seconds. Yeah. So ma'am, it's 3, 2, 1. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Good morning. This is Ira Sahai. I'm a D-Life certified metabolic health coach, the chief operating officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited. And I'll begin my session quickly as we have been facing some technical glitches. So I will introduce our chief guest for today, Mr. Rizwan Khan. Uh, oh, just one second. ITRC has pioneered, he's heading the ITRC. So I'll introduce the entire, profile of what ITRC is. Established in 1999, ITRC has pioneered skill development training and vocational education. Over the past 25 years, it has trained more than 300,000 candidates across diverse sectors. ITRC has collaborated with various central ministries such as the Ministry of Rural Development, Urban Development, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and the Ministry of MSME, besides working with more than 10 state governments in India. Beyond India, ITRC has expanded its footprints internationally too, establishing training centers in many, many countries. Recognized as the best skill development enterprise by CSI in 2016, ITRC successfully implemented several flagship skill development programs of the Government of India, as well as the CSR projects for organizations like PFCI and Bosch India. The organization is led by CA Rizwan Khan, the founder and chairman of the ITRC group. Welcome, Rizwan sir. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you, Ira? And
I'm
thank
good.
you.
And yeah, very, very thankful that you could take time out from your very busy schedule, sir, and you could attend the session because we wanted people to know about the attainability, validity, and the credibility of the course. And since you're heading the ITRC and you are the representative of, the government of India in short, as I could say, and we will talk about, what ITRC means, what NSDC means. So welcome to the third Metabolic Health Conference, sir.
My pleasure to be in such a healthy environment.
Yeah. Please tell us briefly about the NSDC program, its origin, and the philosophy behind the need very quickly so that we can come on to the course.
See, NSDC is basically a nodal agency of Government of India, which takes care of the entire skills ecosystem in India for government, for CSR and other activities also. It's basically a part of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. This ministry has been made specially, it's a new ministry made by the Modi's government. So it takes care of the entire skill ecosystem, design, development of the program, the market-led programs, basically, for the sustainable livelihood of the people, citizens of India.
Yeah. So, anything that you wanted to say?
No.
Okay. I'll carry on with more questions that I have quickly about the course. How does the certification through NSDC approved courses differ from the regular diploma courses? Now, D-Life Low Carb Nutrition and Metabolic Health course is a diploma course. How is it different, and what is the relevance of NSDC Skill India Diploma?
Yeah, very nice question, Ira. Actually, in India, there are two systems of education. One is the formal education, which we go into schooling and the college, university, right? Now, skilling is a parallel, which basically is industry driven, the market driven. Okay. And the courses of skill development training and diplomas and courses or certification courses and the formal education, the basic difference is that the formal education is being taken care by the academic side, academicians only. And skill development is taken care by the industry experts, right? Who is having the exposure of that industry in that particular sector. Okay. For example, D-Life Metabolic Health Diploma is basically designed and developed by D-Life, which itself is over a decade old organization, had worked in so many areas in this particular sector. So this is the basic difference. It is led by the industry, and other diplomas are basically made by the academician, the universities, basically, or the colleges. That is the basic difference.
Sir, you're the chief of the ITRC, and a very important question that I am going to ask, which keeps coming through people who are interested in the course, through people who don't have any idea of the course also. Because we are technical partners of the ITRC for D-Life's low-carb nutrition and metabolic health diploma course, how difficult it is to get NSDC approval as compared to certificate courses, the diploma versus certificate course. What happens usually is the mentality of people who are, semi-literate, I would say, or not well versed with the NSDC and ITRC format, and therefore the Government of India format, and how they accrue diploma. So can you tell us what diploma versus certification means? Is it so easy to get diploma? How is it?
And nothing is easy in government. It's a very robust system, as you know. And just to give a background of what skill ecosystem is, what NSDC and what government is doing. Uh, it's the Skill India mission. There are two basic big missions of government of India, and especially the vision of the Mr. Modi. That is Skill India and Make in India. So uh, PMO is being watching very carefully and takes care of the things in the government. So it's a very robust system. Everything goes. Uh, just to give an example, that for a short-term course is little bit easier. It's not, I will not say easy word, but it's not so difficult to for a approval of a certificate course. But for diploma course, it's a robust system. The curriculum, the design, who has designed this particular program, what are the background of those people, uh, the trainers, they also undergo a eKYC, and everything in the government is basically validated. So the curriculum is vetted by the industry experts, the NSDC, okay? And once then they ask them so many questions, then we have to clarify those things. The duration is seen, the curriculum, the pedagogy, how we are going to deliver that thing, okay? What are the outcomes? Because whole ecosystem of skilling is based on outcome. It's an outcome-based training. That what is the outcome ultimately? Okay. For example, D-Life course diploma is basically you become a metabolic coach, right? That is the outcome, which ultimately helps the whole healthcare system in India. So it's very difficult. It's a tough process, and not only it's a one-time process, it has been monitored on daily basis. Everything is through eKYC. Without Aadhaar authentication, a candidate itself cannot enroll in this course. And the trainers also get enrolled because by through an eKYC process. So it's a robust system. It's a tough system. If anybody is taking very easily, it's I must say that good luck to them. But it's tough, definitely.
Sir, that brings me to a very relevant question that I'm sure should be out there in the public domain to establish what D-Life is to ITRC or to NSDC Partner, and therefore to the Government of India. Why is there no other course in this segment even till now? I mean, you are the person who's seeing so many courses and skilling people on behalf of the Government of India. Why is there no other course in this segment even till now?
Very interesting question. Yes, definitely. I haven't heard about this any course. At least I don't. In my 25 years of experience, I have not heard about such course. It's see every program. And I said earlier, that it's a market-driven program, right? NSDC takes care of the market-driven things. Now there are some unique features in the D-Life diploma, right? Basically, it promotes the self-employment. It takes care of the health, especially the diabetic health, the metabolic health, right? And it has been designed by people who have been into this sector. They have been working on this since decades. So it's not an overnight thing which happens. Most of the people think that, okay, kya hai, what if we can do it ourselves also. But it takes a lot of pain. It takes a lot of uh, experience and strategies to derive to that particular program, get it approved. And I have seen the curriculum of D-Life, and I must say one of the best, because we have been running other programs also. But D-Life Metabolic Health Diploma is manifold. It has so many unique features. You can keep on talking about that features, but since the time constraint is there for me also and you also, so it's because of the experience and the practical exposure of the people behind this particular program, which has made this unique.
Yeah, and just to add to that, sir, because I keep hearing from every Tom, Dick, and Harry that we are writing a course or we have written a course. You name them, and people have written the course in the kitchen, in the washroom, and whatever, what have you. So I am just wondering if writing the course is so easy, then you might as well go to the NSDC, ITRC, NSDC partner, and get it approved through the government of India. Yeah, am I correct in this perception?
It's not so easy, as I told you earlier, that it's not so easy.
Yeah, so maybe
Writing
that's why
courses,
they didn't go to you.
yeah, definitely, because it's a technical thing, right? And copying and pasting and using AI is a simple thing. People think that they can do it very easily, but it's not so simple. It's not so simple, I will tell you. There is no overnight success in any of this. Is a skilling program. This is not a normal program that to government of India certifying it through a QR code. Government of India, I must tell you one information I would like to give you. The government has signed so many MOUs with the other countries, many countries. And recently you have seen that India has established an International Skills Center also in Gurgaon. So it's not national, it's an international thing. So the credibility of the government also is at stake, right? So it's not like that anybody can come and write something and take the help of AI or something and just go to the NHC and the NHC will approve that. It's not so simple.
Yeah, as I understand, sir, there is a whole lot of process of screening and vetting and verifying the credentials of the people who have created the course. And not only that, at the end of the day, as you said, what outcome is it achieving? That there's a whole tool and process to, I think, measure that as well. And therefore, maybe because of that, or other courses, who claim to have a course, they may not have gone to NSDC or to ITRC because they were not sure. I mean, maybe they were sure that it would not be approved, you know.
Yeah. And
So,
it's a review process. It's a continuous review process. Just not like just a one-time activity. Just you write a course and get it approved. It's not like that. It's monitored, it's controlled, it's reviewed very frequently.
hmm. Sir, regarding the legal tenability of the of the course in India, its credibility, we keep saying that we are the only legally tenable course in India in this space. Is that correct? Can you please help the audience understand the of or the what should I say, significance of saying this when we say we are the only legally tenable course in India?
I haven't seen any course in this sector, basically. So I must say that from my side, it is the only course which I have seen. It's so robust and takes care of the metabolic health. Um, so legal tenability, I say it's if anything is monitored by the PMO, it's a ministry altogether, a different ministry. Creating one ministry is a huge task. Okay, so only two ministries were added to in India. That was one of the Ministry of I think uh, Ganga, and second was Ministry of Skill Development. So it's a serious thing. The government is very serious because we are competing with the global world, right? So legal tenability, everything is on portal, everything is digital. Right from the enrollment to the certification is digital. The QR code will lead to the Government of India's website. Okay. So I think D-Life course is a unique course, and in my view, it's the only course which is there in this particular sector. And
And therefore, is it correct to say that we are the only legally tenable course in India
yeah,
in
yeah,
this
I can say that. I can very well say that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And one last question, sir. What would be the, according to you, because you are the face of the government for, for this course, what would be the outcome for someone if they try to tarnish or question the credibility of this course in India, or question NSDC partner or ITRC, and even vaguely if they refer to and it comes to a conclusion that it was referred to the D-Life course or to ITRC or to NSDC, what can be the repercussions?
Very harsh. civil as well as criminal, both, because you're questioning the government. If you're questioning the certification, if you're questioning the course which is approved by the government, very harsh. And NSDC is very, very proactive in this. You can go and see on the site, they publish the names of the people, and then publish the name of the institutions or the organizations who are faking any kind of thing, who are targeting or questioning such issues, and they post on all their social media, and they take very harsh action. There is a complete legal cell, a very robust cell in NSDC who takes care of that. So, and ITRC also takes very harsh action on that thing. We are a 25 years old organization, and we are one of the topmost NSDC partner. So even D-Life can take the action in that. Civil as well. I will again reiterate it, that civil as well as criminal, both, because you are questioning something which is legal, and you can go and check if anything has there is a QR code, right? Enrollment is through eKYC. The trainer's identity is in the public domain. It is also, certification is coming digitally. There is nothing physical of nothing is physical. The enrollment, the assessment, the certification, all processed through Government of India portal. So anybody questions these process or approvals, God help them.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I would quickly like to call Anup Singh, who is the founder of D-Life and also the creator of this course. Anup, would you please come online and, thank Mr. Rizwan Khan? Please spotlight Anup.
Net, yeah.
Yeah, we are back.
Okay. So good morning and thank you, Mr. Rizwan, for taking time out. And it was a very, I would say, crisp discussion, to the point. And I would say the last statement that you made, that is very, very, in place. That if anybody tries to question the operations of the government or ITRC or D-Life by way of, any, I would say, trying to tarnish basically the image, then both civil and criminal legal actions
Both.
can be taken by all three parties.
Yes.
So thank you very much. And
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And this is Ira Sahai signing off. I am a D-Life certified metabolic health coach, India's only legally tenable course in this space. Thank you so much, Mr. Rizwan Khan. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Please get in, Dr. Rupal. Welcome, Dr. Rupal.
Hello, thank you.
Very good morning, everybody. I am Asmita, a certified metabolic health practitioner from DLife.in, India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Rupal Dalal to the audience today morning. Let me just quickly take you through the introduction. D-Life was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and the recipient of Icons of India Award. Anup is the pioneer of the low-carb movement in India, with his path-breaking protocol of 100 gram carbs per day maximum, given by him in 2012. That made not only lchf but remission of even type 2 diabetes possible for Indian vegetarians. In 2021, D-Life launched its Diploma course, which is the only course approved under NSDC Partner, the Government of India, in this segment, and the only course with the global biggest 144 hours of CPD Hrs credit. Anup Singh, along with Shashikant Iyengar, is the co-organizer of this Metabolic Health Conference today. I am honored to introduce Dr. Rupal Dalal as a steadfast advocate of children's health and nutrition at this Metabolic Health Conference hosted by DLife.in. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Dalal's journey exemplifies her relentless pursuit of knowledge and unwavering dedication. She earned her bachelor's degree in medicine and surgery from Topiwala National Medical College and VYL Nair Hospital in Mumbai, where she also completed clinical clerkship. She then expanded her medical expertise in the United States, gaining invaluable experience at Cook County Children's Hospital and Columbus Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. Currently, Dr. Dalal is Adjunct Associate Professor in the Department of Tara at IIT Bombay, where she mentors UNICEF Fellows on various nutrition projects. She also provides pediatric urgent care at Santa Clara Valley Medical Hospital in San Jose, USA. She has also collaborated with various state and district governments to develop screening protocols for severely malnourished children as well as mother healthcare projects. Please join me in welcoming a visionary, a healer, and an inspiration to all of us, Dr. Rupal Dalal. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
As a medical doctor, ma'am, can you share more about your work at IIT Bombay, including the areas of your study and projects that you undertake?
So actually, I'm trained in US. I was trained more in terms of emergency urgent issues in pediatrics, children, right? When I moved back to India in 2006, I started rotating in one of the charitable hospital in Mumbai, and what I saw that many of these children were dying of diarrhea and pneumonia. This is in Mumbai, okay? And it was kind of very sad because in US we don't see children dying of such diseases like diarrhea, pneumonia, and there was no proper infrastructure to save these children. Okay, and I almost quit and decided to move back to US because in terms of how to save these children, because that's where I was trained in, my mentor, Dr. Amdekar, he said, just go and make a round in a charitable hospital. So I made a round and I saw that each and every child was undernourished. They were malnourished, they were undernourished. So what was happening is these children were kind of coming back to hospital again and again with infectious disease, right? And because there was no proper infrastructure to save these children, many times they would come late in the stage of disease and it was difficult to save them. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's when, mentors said that if you want to save children, you have to go in the community. Don't be in a tertiary care because unfortunately, in a community hospital, we don't have sophisticated equipment to save the children. And that's where I started my journey in 2007, joined one of the NGO who was working in slums of Mumbai somewhere, something like Dharavi, but it was Dhobighat. And that's where my journey in terms of nutrition began because I needed to figure out why the children were becoming malnourished. And during that journey, what happened, not only, of course, first 5 years, we were not getting the results, and as we started practicing more and more, we realized the loopholes. We realized why children were getting undernourished. And what we noticed that older children were obese. So younger children were short and thin, but as they were getting older, they were, getting belly fat. They were becoming obese, right? So it was basically we were looking at double burden of malnutrition, and with that we were also seeing children who were anemic, who had micronutrient deficiency. So there were triple burden of malnutrition, which I experienced. So, so this is where I understood. In fact, my team, we understood what were the issues that the children were facing. So there were a lot of issues were there, which we will discuss. And we also presented our data in World Breastfeeding Conference, a lot of international conferences. And IIT Bombay saw this data. Okay. And they said that, okay, and I approached many doctors, in fact. And, as doctors are still not kind of ready to take what we say, that how children can improve in their nutrition by just small things. And IIT Bombay saw that data, and I get a call from IIT Bombay saying that we are very much interested in what you're doing. Would you like to join as a professor to train us? Because as engineers, we want to help. We want to come up with a solution, and you know that engineers always have this, kind of they come up with this amazing solution with for complex problems, and that's when I joined, IIT Bombay. And here, what we are doing is we are not only I'm training engineering students and engineering professors also on nutrition, but also creating health spoken tutorial. This are health spoken tutorial, which are we have created 105 10 minutes audio visual tutorials, which are dubbed into 15 constitution languages. And they are also getting dubbed in 20 to 23 tribal languages of India. Okay, and these tutorials are not just on maternal, infant, young child nutrition, but we are also focusing on insulin resistance, carbohydrate, protein, fats, what are good fats, So all that we are basically inculcating adult nutrition also through these tutorials. Because we, as IIT Bombay professor, I also work with various districts and various state government in capacity building, right? One is because we want to kind of tackle this issue at a national level, right? And bring out this important understanding of not just undernutrition, but also metabolic health. Okay, in healthcare workers which are hired by government, So we have health department and we have ICDS department, women and child development. So what we do capacity building. So this knowledge can be passed on to the last mile. So this is where IIT Bombay comes in.
Yeah. Very interesting. So, ma'am, in your talk, you just highlighted that the malnutrition persists even with the obese children, who are most mistakenly perceived as healthy children in our society. So, can you please explain the causes and consequences of nutrition deficiencies these children have, such as B12 deficiencies, vitamin D deficiencies, and folate deficiencies in very young children, and what are the health impacts they have in the long run?
Okay, so being a pediatrician, I will focus right from pregnancy, because your pregnancy nutrition is very critical to have a healthy baby. Okay,
Yeah.
so and not only that, I'll also focus on infant nutrition, because first 6 months it's only mother's milk which baby is getting, and then
Yes.
6 months onward it's complementary feeding, and then going forward. So starting from pregnancy, actually, you will not believe it, but we have a huge issue of low birth weight babies. Okay, and this is true not just in tribal mothers or rural mothers or uneducated mothers. This is true even in urban areas where mothers are educated. So what is happening that mothers are putting on weight, okay, but it's not that weight is not going into the babies. I'm talking about educated mothers, privileged mothers. So the kind of nutrition that they're eating, basically what they're eating is predominantly carbohydrate rich food. So they are getting obese. But
Yeah.
what baby requires, the growth of baby in the womb, it's basically protein and good fats, right?
Yeah.
Because as you know, the brain development is 50% brain.
Yeah.
Brain is fat, right? So they're not eating good fats. Unfortunately, they're eating fat, which are fried food they're eating, but it's basically all seed oil fried food.
Yeah.
And in the name of craving for pregnancy, they're eating anything and everything, rather than focusing very much on protein. So, and another thing is because they're not focusing on protein, and also most of the mothers are eating predominantly vegetarian food,
Okay.
and they're not having enough, even vegetarian mothers are not having enough dairy products, what I would say, cheese, paneer. And it's not that mothers can't afford. Like, for example, tribal mothers, their regular diet is non-vegetarian, right?
Yeah.
Tribals, right?
Yeah.
But because of so many myths which are being passed on to this women, they're not eating the traditional food. They are still focused on rice and dal and predominantly wheat. right? So again, those babies are born to, because I work a lot in tribal areas, those babies are 1.2, 1.5 kg, 1.6 kg, really low birth weight. Okay. Now, when you don't eat animal source food, these mothers are deficient in vitamin B12. They are deficient in folate, right? They're deficient in iron, they're deficient in zinc, choline. These are all the nutrients which are required for baby's growth, specifically for baby's brain, right? So neural tube, which is basically start developing at day 21 post-conception, right there, if mother does not have enough B12, choline, and folate in her diet, this baby will develop cognition problem, neural tube defects, a lot of other complications of folate deficiency besides low birth weight. Okay, so that was pregnant mother's diet on B12 deficiency, and now this mother delivers. Now her breast milk will not be enough in terms of B12 and folate. Okay, it will be deficient in iron, it will be deficient in zinc, choline. Now, so first 6 months, you have only breast milk. Okay, so not only babies are not getting enough breast milk because mothers don't know proper techniques of breastfeeding, and that's where we come in. Really, we have improvised this cross-cradle hold, and we have done research in one of the district called Banaskantha, where we have published this research in a maternal child nutrition journal, which is a international journal, where we showed that if mothers were shown this proper technique of breastfeeding using cross-cradle hold, and there are 45 points of counseling, babies after 3 months of age, these babies were 3 times healthier in terms of weight. Okay, and mothers who were shown traditional hold, which because we had two, like a control group and experimental group. So babies who were shown traditional hold, actually mothers, those babies were 3 times undernourished. So it's not also quantity of breast milk, but also the quality, right? Quality, when the quality comes, when you have mothers who are not taking enough animal source food, they will have less type 1 nutrient in the diet. So type 1 nutrients are basically all your vitamins and some of the minerals like your calcium, your iron, right? So again, now these babies will have deficiency of B12. Now B12, again, I told you that it's important for, your brain, right? Your neurological development. Folate is also quite critical. Iron, right? So these children are iron deficient. They are vitamin D deficient. They are basically zinc deficient. Children don't grow. Children don't have quality, like, good brain development. Neurologically, developmentally, they're behind. Okay. And post 6 months, what happens? These children are again fed predominantly rice and dal water, So if you look at all these studies, which most of the studies says that in India, children are getting maximum 2 to 3 food groups, but these 2 to 3 food groups are not healthy food groups. You understand what I'm saying, right? Like predominantly healthy, what I'm saying, it's not necessarily healthy in terms of, but they are protein deficient diet, So they're getting predominantly grain, rice or wheat. Okay, they're predominantly getting dal, but it's watery. It's not thick dal, watery dal, and they're getting some vegetables here and there, right? Now, vegetables are not good source of protein. Your children required, good, first class protein, right? So children just stop growing. Initially, they don't grow because mothers don't know how to breastfeed. Quality is not good. Quality of breast milk is not good. Now, 6 months later, when they have another opportunity of growing, rather than getting eggs, rather than getting non-vegetarian meats, the children and Western children can also get paneer or, dahi and all. They are not getting it, So obviously, the children have stunting, they have underweight, they have poor, developmentally delayed children. And then once they're a little bit older, or even younger age group, children are started on biscuits. They are what they do, mothers, they basically put biscuit and little bit of cow milk, and then they make like a cereal, and they give it to children. And this is, we have seen this in starting from 4 months of age, very, very prominent actually in slums and rural areas, and then educated mother starts on Cerelac, again, cereal-based food. They start them on, fruit puree, and they are so obsessed about fruits, and vegetables. But I understand you're giving vegetables and fruit, but where is your protein, right? So they have so much of, this mental block that, oh, I cannot start egg from 6 months of age. I can't start meat. I can't start fish. They wait till 1 year of age. So I think this is very, very critical, because all your micronutrients which you mentioned, they all come from animal source food. And children appetite is so small. If you look at, your 9-month-old, their stomach capacity is only 250 ml, right? So in that small capacity, how are you going to give so much of dal, or even rice? Because what it will do is to just kind of stimulate the insulin production, and these children go into insulin resistant very early on. Okay, and they start putting on weight, but it's all basically what they're putting on is fat. It's not muscle mass. They're not putting on lean mass. They're not growing in height. And this is an issue in India. And I'm really kind of very, very kind of passionate about passing on this information to healthcare workers. And by improving their own diet, they understand what it takes to improve their energy level, what it takes to improve their metabolic health, and then they can pass on that information to mothers that they take care of, or pregnant mothers, ANC mothers, postnatal mothers. So this is what I feel is that this the issues. And as you know, B12 deficiency has long-term repercussion, right? Developmental delay, memory loss, in fact, demyelination, all these issues are there. So I think,
So
yeah, that's what we
yeah,
work on.
yeah. So as we understand, it's very important that the kids of very small age need to be fed with nutrient-dense food, because they have a very limited capacity to ingest the solid food from outside. Having said that, Doctor, you have some very interesting data collected through your work all over India on the statistics on nutrition and solutions. Could you just run through the presentation that you would like to share with the audience today?
Do you want me to share it, or do you want to share it?
Maybe I can, you can just share the screen and run us through the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
So this particular presentation is on statistics on nutrition indicators. And these are again, mainly coming from NFHS data and CNNS data. And these are both data are basically Indian government data. Here, what I would show you. Okay, this is NFHS 5 data, National Family Health Survey. We have another one coming up very soon. They'll be releasing that data also, but this is the latest data so far. And here you can see this is basically data for 0 to 5 years of age. And this is month-wise data in terms of stunting, which is height, underweight, which is your weight as per your age, and your wasting, which is your thinness as per your height. Okay, so as you can see, from 0 to 2 months, you can see 30% children are already stunted, wasted, and underweight. Okay, now 0 to 2 months, that encompasses your birth weight as well as how children do in first 2 months of life. And obviously, children are born small, and then the way they should grow on breast milk, they are not growing. And this is just, it's not that mothers don't have enough breast milk. They have ample of breast milk. It doesn't matter whether she's rich, poor, literate, illiterate. It's just that the techniques are poor. So they are not putting babies on breast correctly. So babies are not able to, suck that milk out, right? And there is a problem with milk transfer. And this you can see it continuously, up to 6 months of age. There is not much change in stunting or wasting or, even underweight. From 7 to 12 months of age, as you can see, during this phase, babies are started on complementary feeding. So again, there is not much change during that. Babies are still, pretty much underweight and stunted. But let's see what happens at 1 to 2 years of age here in this category. Look at this, the red bar, which is stunting. Suddenly, stunting increases. And stunting means short height. So this chronic malnutrition leads to stunting. So because child is not being fed properly in the womb, as well as for 6 months and from 6 months to 12 months in terms of complementary feeding, stunting suddenly you start showing up after 1 year of age. That means children have not grown, has not gained weight, and suddenly you see stunting, right? And this is basically stunting means, high length for age below -2 standard deviation on Z score. Okay, and as stunting develops, you can see underweight also increases after 1 year of age. And here you can see data up to 5 years of age. And as stunting and underweight increases, your wasting get masked, in a sense that if your child is short, the child needs less amount of weight for that height, right? So the wasting is acute malnutrition that get masked. And here you can see almost 36% children total here. If you look at this bar over here, sea blue, 36% children are stunted in India. Underweight, about 32% children are stunted, and wasting, about 19% children are wasted. They are too thin for their height. Okay, and male and female, female, as you can see, initially, in stunting, you can see male predominance. Okay, underweight also male predominance, and wasting also you can see male predominance. Female are a little bit protected. Nature protects them, even though there is a definitely, families tend to kind of tend more to boys. Females are protected. Okay, so I'm glad that our species are protected, because we do bear pregnancy, and we do bear next generation. So we do have nature's protection. Now, looking at stunting data, look at this is state-wise stunting data. Meghalaya has the highest percentage stunting, and you'll be glad to know that we are going to work in Meghalaya at a state level, and we'll be working in all the districts of Meghalaya. Bihar is the next one. So basically, all the districts have stunting. Stunting should not be more than 2.3%, overall. But look at this, the Puducherry, the best performing state, also has almost 20% stunting, which is 10 times higher than what is recommended by WHO. Okay, and you can see the whole India is red. Okay, and this is the state of our children under 5. If children are stunted, their IQ is lost permanently. They're lost. Okay, IQ is lost, and that is the issue. If you look at average height of a 19-year-old male and female in India, this is as per a Lancet. Average height is 5'4", and average height for men, and for women it's only 5'2". So you can imagine we are already stunted society. And at this point, government is thinking, no, we are short people, so they're thinking of lowering the our chart. So automatically stunting will disappear, because if you don't give the solution, and just by looking at the problem you see that we are stunted, unfortunately we will have then shorter population, even shorter than what we have right now. And again, if you look at underweight data, again you can see Bihar, Gujarat, and if you look at Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra, so this are Gujarat and Maharashtra well kind of performing a state in terms of economics, but it doesn't matter whether you're a rich state or not so rich state. It is prevalent all over. This is about wasting, acute malnutrition, so too thin. When you see some of those photographs from Africa, you see it's a lot of those thin babies, but that's issue is there in India as well. As you can see, all the well-performing states are worse in terms of wasting. This is minimum dietary diversity. So this is for children from 6 months to 23 months of age. Minimum dietary diversity includes minimum frequency and minimum dietary diversity. Sorry, so I'm talking about MAD. So I want to make sure that we have minimum adequate diet. They should have minimum frequency and minimum dietary diversity. Only 11% children are getting minimum adequate diet. So if you look at minimum adequate diet over here, only 11 to 12% children are getting, which is very, very low. Okay, these children are only getting grains and just watery dal, that's it. Waist to hip ratio, if you look at it, 15 to 19 years of age, look at waist to hip ratio in India. 46% children, young girls, 15 to 19 years, have high waist to hip ratio. Okay, men 28%. Now, these are the girls who eventually basically get into pregnancy. So here, this is your 20 to 29 years of age. 53% women are entering into pregnancy with a high waist to hip ratio. So you can imagine the metabolic health of these girls, women. Okay, and problem is, once they have high waist to hip ratio, the risk of insulin resistance is very high. And this mothers, when they become pregnant, high risk of gestational diabetes and your hypertension, okay, preeclampsia. And then children who are developing in the womb, they are at risk of developing insulin resistance very early on, once they're born. And they also have complications, right? CNS data, this is again health and nutrition indicators, 5 to 19 years of age. This is person of 5 to 9 years of age. With high triglyceride level. Now, we always think of high triglyceride as adults, right? But look at the children. Like West Bengal, 67% children have high triglyceride levels. So look at all this, huge number of all these states with a ridiculous amount of high triglyceride level in 5 to 9 years of age. This is high blood sugar. Okay, so basically pre-diabetic or diabetic. So you can see 22% children in Manipur are basically has high blood sugar. Again, this is glycosylated hemoglobin, HbA1c. Okay, pre-diabetic or diabetic, more than recommended by WHO. And then again, you can see Goa and Haryana has highest number of children, with high HbA1c. And again, you look at all the micronutrient deficiency also. In 5 to 9 years of age and 10 to 19 years of age. This is government data also. So look at all this deficiency. Folate deficiency, almost 40+% children are folate deficients. B12 also, And if you look at metabolic health over here, look at 40% children who are 5 to 9 years of age have high triglyceride. And 25% children in 10 to 9 years of age. Okay. And again, look at all the different socioeconomic conditions, your girls and boys. This all the data, if anybody would like to see, this is again coming from CNNS, socioeconomic conditions, richest has the issue for sure. Here, what we are seeing is basically compound annual growth rate of obesity, and look at the worsening of boys 5 to 9 years of age and girls 5 to 9 years of age. So compound annual growth rate of obesity is very, very rapid, 12.5% in boys and 8.4% in girls. This is an emergency, So it's just not stunting, it's also your obesity growing older. Okay, and this is very interesting data. In lowest wealth quintile in urban area, that's the one which is highest, your lowest quintile urban population. But in rural population, the highest quintile, has an issue. You can see it over here. Even the third quintile has an issue. 10-year percentage increase in compound annual growth rate. Okay, and again, micronutrient deficiency, I already discussed about it. Just look at this, all this, folate deficiency, B12 deficiency, and this is forms of malnutrition. So our children are thin, they are short, okay, and now they're becoming fat, once they grow a little older. So again, this is the double burden of malnutrition. Anemia, this is the triple burden. So you can see anemia in adolescent. This is all because they are not having enough iron, B12, and your folate. These are the causes of anemia, nutritional causes of anemia. So they're not eating animal source food, specifically eggs and meats and fish. Again, same thing, 5 to 9 years of NCD data by government and older children. So here I'm going to stop and basically, just wanted to tell you the issue at India level, It's huge. It's huge, isn't it?
Huge.
Yeah.
Thank you for presenting this stark reality in front of the audience today, ma'am. Actually, this brings me to another question for you. There has been a very alarming rate of puberty age coming down in the children in India. So what do you think are causes behind those? And what would be your advice to the parents in protecting their children from snacking on unhealthy food items like kurkure and many other fried foods like fries
Yeah.
and burgers and pizzas and things like that?
Yeah. No, the issue is,
Mhm.
as I told you, after 6 months of age, children are eating predominantly carbohydrate food. Okay,
Yeah.
they're not eating protein, which increases lean mass. Okay,
Mhm.
now when you have excessive amount of carbohydrate, as children grow, they put on a lot of fat. Okay,
Yeah.
and they also this as they grow a little older, they develop something called PCOS. Okay,
Yes.
especially girls, right?
Yes.
Polycystic ovarian, and that is causing a lot of hormonal imbalances,
Mhm.
and that basically pushes children into early puberty. Okay,
Yes. Mhm.
so I remember during our age, like children, girls used to get period at 13, 14. Now they get period by 10, 11, and
Yes.
even probably early on. And
Yeah.
that's all because of nutrition.
Mhm.
When you have excessive amount of insulin, it definitely causes puberty, early puberty. And
Mhm.
another thing is, uh, what I also see is young children are, like, if you travel anywhere or even at home, children are given snacks, right? So even in their tiffin boxes, they get fast food. They love, and this are available even in canteens like samosas and pizzas, and obviously, as you know, these are addicting foods. This are
Mhm.
carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is addicting. I mean, it releases dopamine, right? So when you have that food, children feel hungry within 2 to 3 hours, and
Yes.
they're addicted to that carbohydrate, so they will definitely go with carbohydrate-rich food, right?
Yes.
And this is, I want to tell you a story. Actually, this is a short story.
Mhm.
My daughter, when she was in her schooling days,
Mhm.
every day she would bring some of the other chocolates or biscuits.
Oh.
Why? Anybody had birthday, they would
Mhm.
distribute chocolates or say cake or something which is something packaged, right?
Yes.
So, and she would eat in the bus, and then she would give me this empty packet and say, "Mom, I got this." And what I had to do, and she was just 5 years, 6 years old, right? This is young child, and I was so kind of worried about her metabolic health. So what I had to do, I had to tell her. Then, and she was addicted to it. Every day she says, "Mom, I want chocolate. I want this. I want that." Right? And what she was learning it from school. So what I had to do is to basically tell her that, look, put your whatever you get it in this compartment of your fridge. Okay.
Mhm.
I had to de-addict her. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
de-addiction required, I had to get her off that instant gratification. Right.
Mhm.
So first, and I would tell her that every Sunday you can eat whatever you want, but you cannot have it on a day-to-day basis. I had to explain to her why and all. And of course, in her terms, because she was only 5 to 6 years old. And
Mhm.
then I kind of told her, okay, every Sunday. First Sunday she remember, okay.
Mhm.
Second Sunday she forgot. Third
Yes.
Sunday I reminded her that have something because you have all this stuff lying in your fridge. Because she had got de-addicted,
So
as soon
interesting.
as she had that sweet, she said, "Oh my God, it's so sweet. I don't like it." Right? So
Oh.
thing is,
Mhm.
yeah, and what mothers are not realizing, it's not just sugar which is addicting, it's even carbohydrate. So your rice, your wheat,
Mhm.
chips, everything is addicted.
Yeah.
So I just feel that mothers need to know this, not just rural mothers, but urban mothers, educated mothers, that
Mhm.
please put them children on high protein, good fat diet.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
it's okay. It's okay. Child does not need rice and wheat. Does not need it. Okay. There are some millets, ancient millets,
Mhm.
like you have your, foxtail millet, barnyard millet. I'm talking about for vegetarian mothers.
Mhm.
Do you have access to dahi? You have access to paneer, khoa, right? Your like your mawa, all that you can put it in child's diet, right? Child will thrive. Vegetables perfectly fine as long as they are not potatoes and sweet potatoes. Stay
Yeah.
away from starch. Starch
Mhm.
is nothing but the chain of glucose. And this is what I teach my IT students also, that starch is sugar.
Yeah.
It gets converted into monosaccharide, gets
Yes.
absorbed, and right there your insulin spike comes, right? So you
Yes.
want to avoid those, frequent spikes, right?
Yes.
I tell them vegetables are fine as long as they're above the ground. One fruit, small fruit is okay, depending upon the age group. And try to give more of low sugar fruit. Why to give them banana? What is there in banana? You know, give them fruit which is low on fructose and giving them vitamin C and other things. And vitamin C can come from lemon too, right? So,
Yes.
so many things are hyped. It's a
Yeah.
hype. Fruits are healthy. Who says fruit is healthy? You know,
Mhm.
I mean, if you look at children, another thing what mothers do,
Mhm.
they add fruit puree in children's diet. Why do you have to put fruit puree in children's diet? I don't understand. And whatever, if they're making something, they'll put fruit puree because, oh, child will take it, accept it. What they're not realizing, child will accept it, but they will get addicted to sweet taste. Then,
Yeah.
if you give them puree, spinach puree, child will not have spinach puree. They would want sweet taste you know
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
it's all and I don't blame mother only, okay? It's also lot this recommendation comes from a lot of doctors, pediatricians also. So
Yes.
it's a message for pediatrician that wake up, please wake up, you know
Yeah.
come out of your that myth of carbohydrate is necessary. It's not necessary, okay?
Yeah.
Your child's liver is making glucose. You give them carbohydrate which is healthy carbohydrate. Give them vegetables, give them some ancient millets which are good in fiber. Avoid rice and wheat for sure, okay?
Yeah.
And for non-veg there are other myths. Non-veg, they said, okay, no, 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 I can't give egg, child is only 6 months old. Please start with
Exactly.
non-veg. Please
That
start
is.
with non-veg. Start
Yeah.
with fish. Start
Mhm.
with egg. Start with meat. Start with, there are all these myths that we need to tell mothers. Get
Mhm.
rid of it. It's absolutely okay to give meat, because even if children are having two or three dietary, we talk about dietary diversity, right?
Yes.
And might tell mothers
Mhm.
and doctors also, if you're giving egg, if you're giving meat, if you're giving, say, liver, and you're giving some vegetables, okay, that includes all your, it has all the nutrients you require. Okay.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
they say that, oh, it doesn't have this, and oh, but you give vegetables, it has magnesium, it has potassium, you give
Yeah.
some seeds, you give some nuts, right? Why do you have to give rice, rice is nothing but filling your appetite, okay? So it gives it filling sensation to the child, but it does
Mhm.
not have any nutrients.
Yeah.
So, and I'm talking about basically those really white rice, and mothers feel the whiter the better, right?
Yeah.
Same thing for wheat. I see so much of gluten sensitivity in children. It's unbelievable. So I don't recommend wheat at all for children. If mothers can avoid wheat, I recommend that. Okay, why to give wheat? Basically, if you look at that book, Grain Brain, look at the complications of wheat gluten to child's brain, specifically. So anyway, so I think this is what I recommend.
Yeah. Uh, Ma'am, it was a very wonderful insight that actually one more thing to add to this was kids naturally like non-vegetarian food, and many a times because of the various myths that prevail, kids are not given eggs and fish and meat at a very young age, and even doctors advise that against it, that they might have allergies till they turn 3 years of age, and uh, it could lead to serious consequences. These kinds of advices come even from pediatricians, and that might be one
Absolutely.
of the reasons why mothers are skeptical about introducing
Right.
non-vegetarian foods to
Right.
their kids. Uh, Having said that, another question that comes to my mind is, what advice would you like to give to school administrations in setting the meal preferences for school tiffin?
Yeah. Oh, that's a wonderful question. Thank you, Asmita, for asking that. So definitely no packaged foods. Okay. So I would definitely tell at school administration to look at what children are getting in their school tiffin. No packaged food, no chips, no instant food. Again, Maggie, like Maggie, and any of those. Uh, Of course, you can make pizza out of millet, millet-based pizza, and lots of cheese. Of course, tomatoes are good. But again, look at what ingredients are used. Okay, so ingredients are more important. So if suppose child is getting homemade snacks like chakli, or say homemade, but that again, it's like either rice or wheat fried in seed oil. That's not healthy. So even if it is made at home, it's not necessary that it's healthy. So, and another thing what we have done at IIT Bombay, we have created this tutorials where we have created a lot of this snacks which are healthy, which mothers can make at home, or cook at home and give it to children. Always focus. I think what school admission can do is to actually count protein in children's diet in that tiffin. And at least, I would say, 50% of their diet requirement should come from that school tiffin. You know, I'm talking about protein, right? Good fats. You can also, students can also learn about nutrition as young as 5 years old. If I can teach my 5-year-old how to get de-addicted, imagine, older children, we can definitely talk about nutrition, teach them about protein, teach them about good fat, good saturated fat like your ghee, butter, your egg. Everybody's scared of egg yellow. Everybody. Why can't children get egg in their meal? I mean, if they get 2 eggs, that's very good. They'll right there, they'll get 12 to 14 grams of protein. They'll get good, cholesterol. They'll get all the vitamins. Get basically egg omelette or burji, or why not non-veg food? I mean, why are we kind of saying that no, don't bring non-veg food to in a tiffin? I think that's one of the healthiest food the child can get. So I think lot of recommendation, but they can also go through this is an open source health spoken tutorial IIT Bombay channel, and they can, school admission can look at what all they can provide in the canteen also. We have not used rice, we have not used wheat, we have not used sugar, jaggery, nothing. So, and mothers can use it also.
Yeah. So that almost brings us to the end of the session. So the last question that I have is, what are the challenges, ma'am, you face while running the various child and mother care nutrition programs in the remotest parts of India?
Yeah. So the thing is, it's a new concept. It's a new concept, right? For healthcare workers of India, that okay, it's okay not to give rice or wheat. It's okay, you know what I mean? Because anyway, through PDS system, their children are getting rice. Even in their midday school meals, they get khichdi and all. But what we recommend mothers through healthcare workers, we have created nutrition dense charts. Okay, and what we do, we tell healthcare workers, show this nutrition dense chart which doesn't have rice or wheat at all. And once they look at each nutrient and their different sources, slowly mother realize that, oh, they are getting very monotonous diet in children's food, or even their own pregnancy nutrition, right? So initially, it's difficult because it's always whenever you change anything, people, it's difficult for people to grasp it, but as they start seeing results, slowly they take it forward. And once they start seeing results, not only birth weight has been now 3.5, 3.6 kg, imagine in tribal babies, which was 1.5 earlier. Okay, then they see amazing weight gain in newborn babies because we have changed the technique how they are breastfed, and their babies are gaining 1.5 kg a month. Very much, so many babies who have been followed properly as per our protocol, and complementary feeding babies are growing tall. So what I feel is that slowly they are taking it up, but still a lot of we have to do a lot. We have to do a lot, and and I'm very happy that D Life is working on metabolic health for adults. And I really kind of appreciate that they've given me this platform to speak about child nutrition too, because your health starts from preconception actually. So it's a nutrition through life cycle approach, and if we can start from there, then we will have a very healthy, tall, intelligent society. Right now we are regressing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Very insightful presentation, Dr. Rupal. Uh, as we come to the end of the session, I will request Shashi and Anup to please join in. And
Dr. Rupal, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Sashi. How are you?
Fine, fine. Please get Ira in. She wants to ask a pertinent question to you.
Yeah,
Hi,
yeah.
Dr. Dalal. Good to see you back after the
Hi.
D-Life podcast.
Yes, thank you. How are you,
Always a
Ira?
joy to listen to you and so much information that you give. It's kind of notes for me and for all of us. I would like to ask a question, Dr. Dalal. I am recently seeing a lot of rise in PCOS in teenagers. So, I have somebody I am currently taking care of, and she has PCOS, and her doctor has told her, that PCOS is very normal at the age of 15. What do you have to say to this?
Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's just so. The thing is, one thing what we need to do before talking to patients, we need to talk to doctors because
Correct.
we need to train them in terms of the, pathophysiology of PCOS. Okay, pathophysiology, exactly what happens when a girl is getting insulin resistant. What it does to the hormones, how it increases the DHS and all that, right? And I just don't understand that why is it so difficult for doctors to understand the pathophysiology, you
And
know?
and when you feed that to a child who's 15 years old, she was kind of resisting the approach that we were trying to counsel her with. And with this logic, not too much, but she was giving us this logic that if the doctor has said it, it must be right. And the entire point that
Correct.
I was trying to prove is that no, it is a very serious condition, and the repercussions, as you also said just now, can be, many-fold. So I want you to reiterate this, young girls having PCOS.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing is, first thing you want to do in PCOS is reduce your insulin level. So insulin gets secreted when you're eating a lot more carbohydrate-rich food. Okay. So which food has carbohydrate? Your rice, all your grains are carbohydrate-rich. So even your jowar, bajra, ragi are rich in carbohydrate. Okay. So what I would recommend for vegetarian girls, I would recommend to have a lot more animal source protein, like for example, dahi, paneer. I prefer paneer and dahi more than milk because again, milk has a little bit more sugar. So when you ferment it in terms of dahi and paneer, that's much higher in protein and good fats. The other thing, they can also make Greek yogurt. So yogurt, they can basically strain that water, and that will increase the protein content. Another thing is you don't need to eat 5 times, 6 times a day for these girls. When you eat nutrient dense food, and of course have lot more vegetables, above the ground vegetables. You can have dals, okay. You can have ancient millets, not too much like ancient millets, foxtail millet, banyan millet, and then eat just 2 or 3 times a day, and if you're not hungry, skip it. Skipping is absolutely fine. Go by your hunger cues. Do not have to go by clock. Okay. Third thing is, I do recommend 16 to 18 hours fasting. So intermittent fasting, even for adolescent, is very, very critical. I do recommend during first, 14 days of the cycle, I do recommend at least one fast, 24-hour fast in a initial, your follicular phase. Okay. 24-hour fast, water fast. You will feel great. It's not about just your ovulation, but it's also about your mental health. It's also about your metabolic health. It will help with that because all these girls are. Have you noticed that all these PCOD girls have anxiety and depression also? Have you noticed that mental
Yes,
illnesses? It's all.
correct.
It's all. It's
It's
all
also
linked.
food addiction, Dr. Rupal Dalal. It's
Absolutely.
also food addiction, like Dr. Jen
Absolutely.
Anwin yesterday said. There's a tool which is called Craved, CRAVED. And if you match up,
Absolutely.
to those levels of, each alphabet and what they represent, you know that you're addicted. And therefore,
Absolutely.
it takes a lot of counseling. And I wanted to bring this on this global platform for you to reiterate. Absolutely, she has all of these things in her diet right now that, we have given her. But coming from a doctor, I think
Yeah.
this would make a lot of sense to
Yeah.
her.
One more thing I would like to reiterate is muscle resistant exercise. So I
Correct.
do recommend all the girls to start into muscle resistance. They look sexy. They look so good,
I
you know.
told her exactly
So,
this. You will look
uh,
damn good, better than what you look now.
absolutely. And I take classes at IIT Bombay, and they were surprised that I'm 54 years old. I have a 22-year-old daughter, right? Why? Because I'm on this diet for 8 years and I build muscle, I maintain muscle. So I go for classes, I pump, I mean, I do muscle and like that I go, right? So the thing is, what these girls are not realizing, that if they get into insulin resistance so early on and they don't fix the solution, they'll start getting wrinkles. They'll start looking old, So I think it's important for them to understand all this thing, and for girls, especially boys and girls, they want to look good, right? So the way
That's
I
one of the
explain to them,
motivations that I
like,
start with. Yeah.
exactly, exactly.
I
They just look good. Yeah,
totally resonate with you, Dr. Dalal. Thank you so much for reiterating my point. I hope she listens to it. She will. She is quite intelligent, and I hope she listens to you. Thank you so much.
1 minute.
Sure.
We already encroached 4 minutes of Dr. Sridhar, but one final
Okay,
statement. I hope Dr. Sridhar will not mind. A person who has spent 35 years along with doctors in pharma, so I can state a few things that doctors now feel that fatty liver is very common in India. It is
yes,
normalized, and PCOS is also normalized. It is common. And
agreed.
another statement which is prevalent more in Maharashtra is that anyone who has PCOS or the cause of early puberty is due to dairy. They are wrongly blaming and taking people off dairy and all non-veg and putting them on pure veg and only grain. There's a vegan diet. I think it's a very dangerous trend. I just wanted to get this in
Yeah,
place so that people understand.
I
Thank you
agree.
very much.
I agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Please
you.
get doctor in, Dr. Sridhar, Dr.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Abhishek and Sandesh. Dr. Rupal, thank you very much. Much
Yeah.
appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, one and all.
Hello. Good morning, Sandesh. Good morning, doctor.
Hello. We are here for a conversation with a mainstream doctor. And as I introduce Dr. Sridhar, you will be amazed with the background and experience he comes with. So let's begin this conversation. I'll start with a short introduction of myself and Abhishek, and then go from there. I'm Sandesh Bhatt, a certified low-carb nutrition and metabolic health coach from dlife.in, India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. I have with me Abhishek Khakandi, also member of dlife.in and a metabolic health coach. He's my co-host today. dlife.in was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and the recipient of Icons of India Award. Anup is the pioneer of the low carb movement in India with his path breaking protocol of 100 grams per day, making low carb, high fat diets possible for Indians, including Indian vegetarians. In 2021, DLife launched its Diploma course, which is the only course in its segment that is approved under NSDC Government of India and the only course with a 144 hours CPD credit. Anup Singh, along with Shashikant Iyengar, are the organizers of this metabolic health conference. Our guest today is Dr. Sridhar, also a DLife certified metabolic health coach. Dr. Sridhar is an alumnus of Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. He did his post-graduation in anesthesiology from the same institution, has served 33 years in the armed forces in his specialty and various administrative appointments all over the country and abroad, before retiring in 2023. Dr. Sridhar is currently settled in Bangalore and practicing freelance. Dr. Sridhar, would you like to say a few lines on how you're feeling today?
Good morning, Sandesh and Abhishek. Thanks for that generous introduction. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So, firstly, I would begin by saying that I am very thankful and very happy to be a part of the DLife community, where everyone is constantly learning and getting better every day. It's a beautiful, eclectic mix of people coming from all walks of life, from all over the world. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Sridhar. Abhishek, why don't you get the discussion started for us?
Yeah, sure, Sandesh. Good morning, doctor, again.
Yeah.
So, let me start with this question. So, why do you think most doctors are hesitant to recommend low carb diets for long term health benefit, despite the growing body of evidence supporting their health?
Yeah. I think this problem stems from two issues. Primarily, one is inertia, and second is vested interests. So let me talk about the inertia first. See, the current curriculum of education at undergraduate level in most medical colleges is well behind the latest updates. This happens due to the nature of medical education, where it takes a long time for a discovery to get validated and for the safety of the general population. So by the time the latest research paper gets incorporated into the undergraduate textbooks, it's already about 5 years older or more. There are medical colleges and doctors who keep themselves updated, but in the overall scheme of things, they are fewer and far between. So the inertia in the system and the fear of litigation, which keeps most practitioners well within the accepted boundaries of guidelines issued by their own respective societies. Yeah.
Nice, doctor. So my next question would be, many doctors worry about the long-term effects of low-carb diets, such as potential risk to heart health or nutrition deficiency. How do you address this common question?
Yeah. So as we have learned over the past few days and earlier also, there is sufficient research on this subject and clinical material that is already available, which debunks these concerns. Many of these myths have been dispelled by earlier speakers at this conference, as well as the two earlier editions of Metabolic Health Conference. See, carbohydrate is one macro which can be totally substituted by proteins and fats for the production of energy. The reverse is not true. As to the risks, one thing is to be noted that low carb diet is never practiced in isolation. So if there is a pre-existing disease under treatment, or if the client is apparently at risk for complications, one should always consult one's physician before starting a different diet or an exercise program. Any changes made should be gradual, giving time for the body to adapt. All changes in medication are always under a doctor's supervision, keeping the clinical status and laboratory parameters in mind. It will always be preferable to consult a doctor who is open-minded about low carb, who is willing to understand where the patient is coming from. And in the near future, with the increasing use of AI-assisted templated medical practice, the personal touch provided by the doctor is going to become more and more important. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, Dr. Sridhar. So there is a perception that low carb diets are difficult for patients to sustain over time. Do you think this is a valid reason, and how it can be mitigated?
Yeah, this is a common perception which primarily results from the fact that low carb diets involve some changes in habits and food patterns, which can then later be sustained over a lifetime. You see, changing habits has always been difficult, whatever your bad or good habit it is. If the parents eat a certain type of food, the rest of the family develops a certain liking and familiarity with the dishes. There are, it it becomes a sentimental thing also. Then this becomes difficult to change after a certain time due to force of habit. But in the long run, if the why is clear, the how will happen. You see, a good metabolic health coach will explain the why of low carb diet, and once the client is convinced of the logic, the changes can be implemented. Furthermore, if the parents are already on a low carb diet, the parents are already on low carb diet, the children will be well adjusted to it from the beginning, leading to a healthier lifestyle in the long run for the whole family. And once the families start getting better, it percolates into the whole society, and the society over a period of time gets healthier. But to come back to your question, are low carb diets sustainable and healthy over a long term? Absolutely. See, many in the D-Life community itself have been on low carb diet for a prolonged period, some for over a decade. So, and they are really, really healthy. All their lab parameters and all are top class. So, low carb diets are sustainable and healthy over a long period of time. There is absolutely no doubt about it. What do you think, Abhishek? You are also a low carb coach.
Yes, I totally agree, Dr. Sridhar. This happened with my family. Yeah, I totally agree.
It has happened with all of our families. We all have, made things better for our own near ones.
Correct. Yes. So let me ask this question. How do you think this medical training adequately prepares doctors to understand the long-term implications of dietary interventions such as low-carb nutrition?
Okay. So no, I would say no. You see, diet and meal planning is really not a part of the medical curriculum because medical science, as taught now, is geared more towards detection and treatment of acute diseases. Prevention, whether with the help of diet or behavioral changes, is incremental and it's less glamorous. Yeah, hence, not very attractive to either the clinicians or to the medical students who look up to those teachers. And because of the long follow-up period required to see the results, once you start a low-carb diet, it takes 2-3 months to see the results. I mean, students are impulsive; they don't see these things. So this thing should definitely be a significant part of the medical curriculum, as the long-term beneficial effects are undeniable. So I'll give you an example here. See, you see any TV serial, House, Flying Doctor, you will always see some doctor landing up at a stage where somebody is coding, arrhythmia is going on. He comes, gives a dose of a drug, and the patient sits up all right and starts smiling. I mean, this looks very good. But if you start a low carb diet and you imagine a TV serial of low carb diet where the one episode says you start on this, leave rice or reduce it, and then the next episode is slower and slower, nobody will have interest in it. So this is the thing. It is less interesting, it's kind of boring, but is definitely more effective. So, slow and steady is also equally important. Yeah.
So why don't you take over, Sandesh, now? You can ask some questions.
Yeah, it's been already very nerve-wracking, interesting, Doctor, some of your clinical pearls. So thank you so much at the outset for that. A few questions that are running on my mind. One of the parts that I would, want you to tackle is, are there gaps in long-term research on low-carb diets that might make doctor hesitant to endorse them for extended periods? And how do we bridge the gap?
So I would say, I think that the relevant research regarding the health benefits of low carb diets already exists and in sufficient quality and good quality as well. So, however, as many speakers in this and earlier metabolic health conference have pointed out, it's not the lack of research, but the vested commercial interests that prevent this from being accepted in the mainstream medical science very quickly. So there are two ways this gap can be bridged. Firstly, it is important for everyone to acquire knowledge on their own from credible sources. Everyone. You see, sunlight is the best disinfectant. The knowledge, the transparency which you gain on your own, that is the best thing which can happen to you and your family. One has to keep your own mind open, keep learning from diverse sources, do your own research to learn the truth, keep talking to people, see what works best. And when when the patients are well informed, the medical fraternity also has to keep pace with it. So it's a win-win for actually both of them. The other way to change the situation is to change the political discourse and societal discourse, as is happening in the United States. Sandesh, did you read the Feb 13 executive order of President Trump on making America healthy again? Have you come across it?
Yeah, I've come across this, but I didn't go into it deep. Why don't you enlighten us?
So if you go through it, it has basically a lot of specific points on grain consumption, seed oil usage, and all these things where they're actually trying to reduce the production of grain and change it into other food items which are healthier. These changes will probably come first in the United States of America. You see, as it's still the thought leader in most fields of knowledge and in soft power. Others will follow later. But eventually, and especially in the Indian context, people will come to know that D-Life and Anup had been right all along. So instead of waiting for the knowledge to get fully mainstreamed and to commit for it to come from the USA, it's better that all affected people acquire it on their own from freely available resources like all these MHC videos. There are some 90 of them, and and if you have a problem, get a consult from a certified metabolic health coach when necessary. Improve your life on your own. Do it yourself.
Thank you, Doctor. I like the couple words that you mentioned in your answer. One was knowledge and soft power. I think
Absolutely.
both go so together. Just with
Correct.
knowledge, it's hard to implement when the soft powers are so strong at us. Thank you so much. I'll move to my next question here. Do you think patient compliance and success stories can help convince doctors to recommend low carb diets for long-term use? What's your viewpoint?
Yeah, Sandesh, definitely. You see, usually people are hesitant to start something new as a long-term habit. I mean, they are comfortable in their own skins. And for the fear of having to revert if the new thing does not work, it's some kind of loss aversion kind of thing. So it becomes easier for them to understand and follow if someone has already done it earlier, and the results are there to see for themselves. See, as the medical fraternity sees these positive results, they will be amenable to change. You can't deny the truth which is happening in front of your eyes. Shifting the perception of low carb diets within the medical community will take time, and that is where the efforts like MHC and D-Life, they make a big difference, because you have a
Absolutely.
ready-made source of knowledge which people can refer back to and say, oh yeah, this study makes sense, let's change our own practice. Like I'll give you a personal example. I treat all of my near and dear ones. My driver, he lost 8 kgs over 3 months,
Wow.
and all the other people in the street keep asking him, like, how did he do it? And he just smiles, and like even his own GP asks him. So it's people do notice when you're getting healthier. So all these things will, once you have good cases and people respond to it, people will notice and they will come to you for getting better.
Yeah, I like that personal story, and especially if on the grassroots, like you quoted,
Absolutely.
your driver is because they are in the ground, they are interacting
And
probably
they
with a
cannot
lot more
afford
people.
long-term medical treatment from outside.
Great
I
point.
mean, so it's tough for them. So they're really happy regarding this.
Yeah, and as a coach, I have also seen that ground level, workers who are mostly, on the field, right, in day jobs, they actually fare really well, really well. They follow the protocols really well. Awesome, great, thanks, doctor. What are the most common misconceptions about low carb diets that lead doctors to dismiss them as a long-term solution?
Yeah. You see, there are many such misconceptions, dispelling myths propagated by these vested interests and then sustained by the mainstream media for, pecuniary reasons. It's an important part of societal and patient education. We have to be aware about all this. There are any number of misconceptions. Fat is bad, fats are bad, sodium is bad, cholesterol is bad, protein harms the kidneys. They are very common things. You will keep seeing articles on newspapers and snippets all the time. There are always exceptions for a sick and compromised patient, but for a normal, healthy population, none of this is true. See, so many of these misconceptions have been demolished thoroughly by earlier speakers in this conference with lots of facts and logic. So I would recommend anyone seeing this talk to go through as many videos of the current and earlier metabolic health conference as possible. I guarantee that once you go through them, you will be absolutely clear in mind as to what is the correct state of nutrition, what you should be actually eating. To use an analogy, once you take the red pill of low carb, you can't go back to the matrix. You see it very clearly.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I really loved that, last line. And I do want to, request the listeners what Dr. Sridhar said. With his over 30 plus years here in the army as a servicing doctor there, and he is actually quoting and being so humble to request every one of us here to watch through all the videos of the previous metabolic health conference, because they're all pearls.
They are a gold mine of knowledge. I mean, you just have to go through.
Yeah, actually. So thank you so much, doctor. Yes, I have definitely taken the red pill. So I'm not going back to the matrix for ever. I'll pass over to Abhishek now. Over to you, Abhishek.
Yeah, nice conversation, Sandesh, with Dr. Sridhar. Yeah, now, like Dr. Sridhar, like how do you counter arguments from peers who believe that low carb diets are too restrictive or harmful in the long run?
Okay, I mean, See, this is a mainstream narrative which has to be demolished brick by brick. You know, like one of the earlier speakers said, how is it that a heart attack suffered by President Eisenhower in the early 50s, beginning of the Cold War, it enabled the inversion of the dietary guidelines so badly, leading to establishment of false dogmas, which still holds sway. In which field of science would an untruth last for 7 decades? All the fields, they rapidly turn over their entire knowledge in 1 or 2 years. I mean, software life is 6 months. So you can't say this was happening in the 50s is still true. These things are these things have to be broken down. You see, the only way to break this logjam is to counter every argument against low carb diets logically, backed with clear scientific data. Discuss the stories with others, explain that eating correctly just requires science and plain common sense. Eating correctly doesn't require a double-blind RCT. That a patient who gets metabolically better with improved parameters from certified labs and has improved his or her own quality of life, this cannot be dismissed offhand by saying that you are n equal 1, so your experience doesn't matter. Medical professionals asking for double-blind RCT everywhere need to realize that anecdotal evidence is not inherently valid. Invalid, when lots of anecdotes join together, they make a valid group. You see, focusing solely on large-scale statistical significance, it overlooks the importance of individualized care and treatment. Every patient is absolutely different biochemically, biologically, genetically. You have to tailor these treatments specifically to everyone. And when it comes to underpowered studies, you have less participants in the study. This exacerbates the problem. A small statistical thing looks very big, whereas actually statistically is absolutely wrong. And also, as far as long run is concerned, say D-Life itself, it has 3,000 odd recipes. Half of them are vegetarian. Even if like 1,500 vegetarian recipes, there are 365 days in a year. It will take 3 years to go through the entire vegetarian recipes only. I mean, you will never repeat a recipe if you are cooking. So there is no way you are going to get bored. This is all a fallacy. There are enough things, enough ways you can make your own life interesting even on low carb. The other main thing is to put the healthcare load in context for all my medical colleagues. See, India has 212 million diabetes cases in 2024. We have 26% of the world cases, 1/4 of the world load. Add to this the disease burden of obesity, hypertension, and long-term complication of all three diseases. It's simply overwhelming for any healthcare system, leave alone a country like India with limited resources. You see, doctors are very expensive to produce. The number of seats are limited. If you want a good doctor population ratio of this thing, it is we will not see it in our lifetimes. There is just not enough seats and enough money. So the better thing is, instead of increasing the number of doctors, let's make the number of sick people less. And that is very easy. I mean, you learn good things, you learn good habits, improve your own health. You don't need to go to the doctor if you don't fall sick. That solves a problem. And the doctors are freed up to see really sick cases, trauma, and other biochemical diseases, structural diseases. So they get to see what they actually want to do, and not these low-hanging fruits that you see somebody for 2 minutes and then prescribe an antihypertensive or anti-glycemic drug and just let them go back month after month, year after year. Later, they end up with other organ complications, then they come for more serious diseases. This is really not required. I mean, all these patients can be healed by low carb and appropriate medical health practice. These patients, they absolutely do not need to clog up the OPDs and wards of resource care hospitals. They just don't need to go there. I mean, you see, medical facilities should be freed up to take care of non-preventable diseases. I think that is the way this country has to go forward. Yeah.
Nice one. Nice answer, Dr. Sridhar. So my next and last question would be, how can doctors influence not just individuals, but entire communities to embrace low carb as a sustainable lifestyle?
Yeah, so this is something, I mean, we have to do ourselves. This has to start from our own homes. So there's a quote in the Bible, physician, heal thyself. The
Yeah.
context is that no one will believe a word of what you say till you practice it yourself. खुद करके दिखाना है. So doctors have to lead by example and normalize low carb in their own ways. This requires a cultural shift in thinking, a greater acceptance, and then educating our own families, then our friends, then taking short workshops in schools and efforts towards reaching out the community at large, and then educating them on metabolic health. This is essential. Once this percolates into the community, that is, I mean, this is also a doctor's role. A doctor, if you see the Latin translation, a doctor is a teacher. So, I mean, we have to go out and teach. And I will encourage all the medical practitioners of today to lead first by example by themselves. Follow a low carb diet, share your knowledge across various digital and print platforms, conferences, workshops, including medical colleges. And as time goes on, the knowledge will only get refined and get better, and is good for everyone in the long run. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Sridhar. You want to ask Sandesh anything? Any more questions?
Yeah, I do. And, every minute of Dr. Sridhar's wisdom, we will take it, isn't it? So, Dr. Sridhar, a question that's coming up in my mind is how do we bridge the gap between the existing research, which you already called out that there is plenty, in different great channels. One of that is DLife, who you already have been a beneficiary of, and the practical knowledge that doctors need to feel confident about prescribing them. So one is having the research, but I think doctors will also need to have some of the practical knowledge. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to hear from you how you are going about now in your
So,
transition from a
so
mainstream doctor.
I think, see, the thing about it's like a new subject. You have to learn it. Like when you go from one medical professional to another to first finish anatomy and physiology, then you don't know anything about pathology. Then you learn pathology. Then you don't know anything about medicine or gynecology. Then in the next year you learn about gynecology. Low carb is like that. It takes time to learn.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have to read up, then you have to start applying all this knowledge slowly to your own patients. Uh, it's not just the nutrition part of it, it's the overall part of it. Any other deficiencies, the overall pattern of eating, any behavioral changes required. It's a whole thing which has to be learned. And then, if I just give a diet plan and the person follows it for a week and then relapses after a week, it's of no use. So I have to plan keeping all of these things in mind, and this is how this has to be taught in a uh, in a graduated manner. So you go step by step. First, acquire all the knowledge as to how low carb works, what is the role of insulin, how it has to be measured, when are the times when it increases beyond a certain limit, and how to reduce the overall insulin discharge. So all those things have to be learned slowly, and then you apply it to each patient individually, tailor the approach to each patient, the diet as well as the medication, and then slowly over a period of time you realize that some things work in some people, some things don't, and then I mean you will see the joy of re-prescribing medicines very soon. It happens.
Great. Doctor, I mean, we are very fortunate to have a ex-serviceman. Just wanted to ask you a little bit about, the diet in military. I just got a curious question coming up. Does it have enough protein? Is it just carbs? How do you assess? And if you had an opportunity to go back and advise, what would you do?
So I would say that, see, initially the diet in military has been designed as a these people are supposed to work really hard. So it depends on the soldier and where he's posted and all that. The diet can vary anything from 2,500 to 4,000 calories, say high altitude and difficult places, submarines. All these things require slightly different diet. It's all scaled out. But the point is, the basic ingredients like seed oils, grains, they are still the same. So these are the ones which have to be changed slowly over a period of time. And also, since these locations are in far off places, you have problems of storage, logistics, and you have to, some places are unapproachable in uh, harsh weather. So you have to, keep these things which will last for 6 months. So all those things, keeping all those things in mind, it is, I would say that the diet can be over a period of time, it can be definitely adjusted to low carb this pattern for all the soldiers also. Of course, their carb requirement is sometimes really, really high because the environment is so tough that whatever you eat just doesn't get absorbed. So some situations are very different. But as far as people staying in plains or in cities are concerned, they can definitely go back to what other, their civilian counterparts are doing across the street. That is, it is possible.
Great, great. I think that is a very unique, different position you have been in as a medical professional in as the services.
Yeah, it's very
Just
interesting.
observationally, what have you seen, from a metabolic syndrome perspective in the military? Have you seen them a lot, and has that been different for your observations from the
I
mainstream
think,
when you come in?
yeah, I would think that a lot of it mirrors the civilian population because, after all the people who work in the services, they are drawn from the civilian population. So broadly, it will mirror what is happening in the society. Though not so much because they are physically selected out. So a lot of the unhealthy population gets sorted out.
Right.
But whoever is remaining is healthy, they proportionately they would mirror the same illnesses as what is there in the civilian population. And see, as an anesthesiologist, I would say that when I get a patient, I would prefer him to be, SA1 with no illness, no comorbidities. The point is that these things are amenable to treatment. So there is no reason for somebody to be sick of, say, sick for obesity, hypertension, and diabetes. These are mostly treatable. So it's a good thing that these things, low carb is slowly coming into the open discussion, and I'm sure it will percolate into the services also. It won't be long.
Great, Dr. Sridhar. Just another follow-up there. Do you see any? I know you've also been in the mainstream military and also in the admin side, and I know troops and servicemen rotate these areas. Do you see a difference between the admin side and the field operations with regards to metabolic health issues?
Not really, because see, like any government service, the soldiers keep rotating between various stations. So, like if the person is already ill and carrying a disease, he just carries it to another station. Whereas uh, administratively, it's my job to keep my troops healthy. So they are fit for action whenever it's required. So I need most of them to be fit and fighting all the time. So we have annual medicals and timed medicals in which we try to keep checking and weeding out people for treatment all the time. So it's that way we are much more scrutinized. The patient population much more scrutinized and is always under a microscope. You see everyone every day. You really know that this guy is putting on some weight. You just tell him on his face, you've got to lose weight. So it's not like any other organization. So you have certain standards, and then you have physical fitness standards. You have to cross those limits, otherwise you don't make it. So things are, yes, definitely much more organized in the services.
Right,
and
right.
I feel that these changes are easier to implement there because it's all top down. So if low carb is implemented from top tomorrow, everybody will eat low carb. There's no question. So it's like that. So it's a good organization, and probably let's see how things go along. Somebody will see the light. Somebody in power will see the light and implement it there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I hope is like a Pandora's box. It can open anytime, right? So that's great. Just one question on protein. I know we've been emphasized and heard so much from our previous speakers here about protein, and I see it as a nutrient for healing and repair and restoration and growth.
Correct.
Where is the armed services currently with regards to protein measurements? Do you count the proteins?
We don't,
And is
yeah,
there a focused intention on a protein-based diet?
no, I would say that right now the food mm, uh, pattern which is followed is mostly based on what the uh, the food pyramid, which has all this has been handed out in the US. Maybe some local adjustments are there, some millets and all that. But as people, I would say that the armed forces are slightly quicker on the uptake. When they see a problem happening, they will go to the root of it much more quickly compared to
Okay, great to
the
hear that.
civilian. Yes. So if I see hypertension in 10 of my soldiers, I would say I would quickly get to it. What is happening? I mean, I can't post these out to people out to field and all. It's a restriction on their work. This thing. So it's I have to be always on my toes as to their health. So I would feel that the change is easier to implement there. Protein percentage, as far as their diet is concerned, I think it is sufficient because a lot of people eat non-veg, so there is no problem about eggs or meat or anything like that. There are veg fruits, but they are usually from, say, like Haryana or Rajasthan, and they drink liters of milk and paneer. So I mean, as far as
Great to
diet
hear
is
that.
concerned, good diet is concerned, there's no lack of it. I mean, the forces that way are very generous with their proportions. So it's just that you have to eat the correct thing for the correct kind of work. So it is possible, definitely. Forces are that way much better organized.
Oh, great. Thank you. You gave us so much insights, which, as a general common man outside, we wouldn't know and have an opportunity to learn about how our forces eat and the meal plate. Just a final question. We have another 5 minutes, but maybe a minute or two for this question, which I know you are very passionate about, which is mostly on your field. In your line of specialization, especially when you're in the ground in the armed forces, is there a difference in your treatment protocols when it comes to a metabolically healthy versus unhealthy patients? I think yesterday when we were in the back room, you were talking about in the army hospital, you also have to treat nearby villagers. You have to treat nearby accidents. So can you speak about how the protocols change in a couple minutes?
So most of our patients would be servicemen, the serving people and their dependents. But I mean, the dependents would obviously are drawn straight from the civilian population, the parents and the wives and children. So they are not medically sorted out, whereas the soldiers themselves are probably much fitter. So, but the overall pattern of diseases is usually, I would say, 90% the same. So whatever treatment I would do in a government medical hospital is the same thing I would be applying in my setup. And then I have to be equally careful about all these metabolic diseases, cardiovascular diseases, all the respiratory problems. So it would be of, I mean, it would be of greater definitely use if everyone is slightly healthier. Because I think yesterday Dr. Monil pointed out, you have a healthy patient, he recovers faster. There are lesser secondary infections. These things are very helpful in faster turnover of patients, and hospital acquired infections and all, they reduce a lot. So it is better that I get metabolically healthy patients rather than somebody who is sick. And we also do preoperative assessment. If somebody is not really settled and the surgery is not urgent, we would tell him, get better, show a better result, and then come back. So we always try to optimize these patients.
Great to hear that. Awesome. Dr. Sridhar, thank you so much. This brings us to the end of our conversation. Thank you to my co-host Abhishek. And thanks, Doctor, for sharing your perspective. I'll have Shashi and Anup here to, join in quickly. Hi, Shashi.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Shashi.
So, Doctor, thank you very much for insights. And I think that we could get a lot of valuable insights from a mainstream doctor, particularly on the metabolic health. And we also got good insights into the bit of the other side, what's happening in the dietary pattern of military. In fact, you'll be interested to know that they have tried low-carb diet in US military, and they have found significant weight loss. Not
Yes,
only
yes.
that, they have done extensive studies on ketogenic diet, on also exogenous ketones in Navy SEALs, and they found the performance to be much better. Those studies
Much
are
better.
all there. It's
Yeah.
published. It's there in the Harvard CHN site also. So these applications are very useful. In fact, Dominic D'Agostino, who is one of the leading researchers in ketogenic diet, so he has tried out these exogenous ketone and ketogenic diet in Navy SEALs, and they were very significant improvement in them. Very excited to know all these applications are there even in military.
Yes, definitely. I mean, any high performance area, sports and this thing, it would definitely work.
So thank you very much, Doc. And is Anup Singh around? If he's around, we can get him. Otherwise, fine. So fine. So Dr. Shiza, what is your final message to India?
My final message to, I mean, everybody, whether it is of the medical fraternity or not, is to, acquire knowledge on their own and uh, get, if there is sufficient knowledge out in the open, you have to learn it. Don't listen to dogmas and all these things. Do your own research. Get well yourself. Teach your family, teach your children all the good habits, and subscribe to good resources to learn from this. And as for the medical fraternity is concerned, I would say keep your mind open and look out for these latest studies. I mean, low carb definitely has to be mainstream. It's no longer. It can't be. It's the elephant in the room. You can't ignore it. So it will sooner or later it will be the thing. So just keep your mind open, keep learning. Every day get better. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Thank you, Sandesh.
Thank you so much.
Abhishek.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Please get Dr. Sudhir Kumar in. Dr. Sudhir Kumar, welcome.
Yeah, hello. Nice to be here.
So happy to welcome you and see you. I'll finish the introduction first, and I think for all the viewers, I'll introduce the platform as well as I'll introduce Dr. Sudhir Kumar. So I'm Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life in India's first and only award-winning low carb platform. So this D-Life was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who is an IIT silver medalist and also Icons of India awardee. He also pioneered the low carb movement in India quite some time back with Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams carb limit per day max protocol, which has helped many people adopt this low carb diet in India, especially for diabetes and other metabolic disorders, and especially suitable for vegetarian clients. So in 2020, he also launched a D-Life Diploma course, the only legally tenable course approved under the NSDC Partner Government of India in this segment, which is also having the world's largest 144 massive CPD hours. None of the courses have this. So Anup Singh and me, we both organized this India's historic metabolic health conference back in 2023, then in 2024, and now in 2025, the third one. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Sudhir Kumar. He's a neurologist, a mainstream neurologist, widely known as Hyderabad Doctor in X. And he's a distinguished neurologist based in Hyderabad, India. With extensive clinical experience, he is recognized for his evidence-based approach to neurological disorders, emphasizing the role of nutrition, lifestyle, and micronutrient optimization in the brain health. So Dr. Sudhir Kumar actively shares medical insights in social media, challenging conventional wisdom, advocating for patient-centric care. He makes a lot of educational videos for general public to understand things very, very easily. His expertise in metabolic and neurological health makes him valuable voice in bridging the gap between the traditional neurological treatment compared with, mixing it very well with the holistic intervention as well as the modern approaches also. So he is well known. He appears in many media. Whenever something on health crops up, the comment of Dr. Sudhir Kumar has to be there. And he makes it very, very easy for the lay person to understand. And I think he's been awarded by the medical community also for such social activities. Yeah, Dr. Sudhir Kumar.
Yeah, thank you, Sashi, and thank you, Anup Singh, sir. So definitely it's my pleasure to be here. And I know you have been doing it for the last 2 years. This is the third one. And it is one of the most popular courses and conferences that you do, and all web-based, and it's all free for public to gain the knowledge from. So I think it's a very, very noble initiative. And I wish you all the success, in this edition as well as in future also.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Kumar. See, I was always fascinated while reading your post in X about the burning issue in India. One of the biggest burning issue in India is the micronutrient deficiency. We have macronutrient deficiency also, which will come later on, but micronutrient deficiency seems to be very widespread, especially the deficiency of vitamin B12, vitamin D, in females, iron, maybe others also like folate and all. And what we see as coaches when we get mentees or clients, we invariably find 100% deficiencies of B12 and D unless they are supplementing. If they are supplementing, they are at some level. If not, let me tell you, it is 99.9% they are deficient. Why do you think this is happening? What is the reason? How much of these deficiencies you find in your practice?
Yeah, I think you have brought out a very important topic. And as you mentioned, both B12, vitamin D, and iron, these deficiencies are common. So many people ask me, doctor, why these things have become more common now? Are these all pharma driven because they have made a lot of supplements? So are they driving you to diagnose and then treat? So then I tell them, luckily I trained at CMC Vellore, which has a very good emphasis on public health also. So we used to go to villages, look at people's life in the villages, what they eat. We had to spend few days in staying with them in the villages, so we saw things from very close quarters. And I think the fact that mostly women are iron deficient in India, it is well known, even from the well-to-do families, and we blame it on their menstrual periods, but menstrual cycles are normal, so obviously there is something more than that. It is mostly the diet which is deficient in the iron also. And same thing with vitamin B12, we published so many papers because right from 2003 onwards. So then I tell them, see, it's not something new. So you just, Google and in the PubMed, you'll find our research papers from CMC Vellore. So it was common then also. And then, only thing what has changed now is that we were taught that only those who are poor, who have poor nutrition, they can get these deficiencies. But when I became a doctor, I realized that even people from well-to-do families, who are good, who have enough money to eat good food, they also are deficient. So that is the
Even
paradigm.
doctors are deficient.
Yes. So doctors are deficient, rich people are deficient. So this is one thing which doesn't differentiate doctor and non-doctor, rich and the poor. Everybody can be deficient in vitamin B12, vitamin D, and iron. And also I can add thiamine deficiency, which is not so common, but yes, we do see many people with thiamine deficiency also.
So how do these deficiencies affect people neurologically? So how much of it you see in practice? I see a lot of such unique stories in your Twitter feed. So how common is it? What are all the neurological impairment it causes? And I'll ask further question on this.
Yeah, basically, vitamin B12 deficiency is quite common. See, when we are trained, when we are looking our DM neurology subject, so there this nutritional neuropathies or neurological disorders due to micronutrient deficiencies, that's not a major portion. Maybe it is less than 2% of our entire curriculum. So when I investigate that first and find that and treat that, patients get better. Then many of my seniors used to shout at me, why are you not thinking of all the uncommon and rare conditions first? You should look for vasculitis, look for autoimmune diseases, look for sarcoidosis, all those things. I said, see, if I look for B12 deficiency and I treat that, it saves time, cost, and money, and patients are better. So if you look at the deficiencies, I think in our practice, neurology, B12 deficiency is the commonest, and the commonest will be neuropathy. So patients come with tingling, burning, numbness of the feet, and then other thing is the higher mental functions. So if many youngsters they come saying, doctor, I can't focus, I'm not attentive, I'm not doing well in studies, I'm not doing well in the job, then one of the things I think is can it be B12 deficiency? And many times we found that, treated that, and then their performance in school, college, and work, everything improved. And there's one story I always remember, just briefly, I will tell that story also. So it was a Bengali gentleman who had brought one woman. So he was dressed in a suit, tie, and everything. And the woman was, not even wearing footwear, crumpled dresses, hair also not combed. But he said, no, she's my wife. And she looked like a foreigner. So he said, yes, she was an air hostess in Lufthansa Airlines. And I was a frequent flyer. So I just kept meeting her a few times. We fell in love and married. But then, she was not like this. She was very pretty earlier, but last 6 months, she doesn't remember. She forgets everything. And recently she got lost in Calcutta, and then with great difficulty, after 3 days, we could find her. But nobody could find out what is happening to her in Kolkata, so we brought her to Vellore. And when we investigated, her B12 was very less. It was only about 40, so much low. And then we said, and they had already done the brain scan, everything which was normal. So I said, okay, I will not do anything else. Let us start this B12 injections and tablets, and then we'll review. So then I forgot about that. Suddenly in the busy OPD, I'm sitting, and then I see, one gentleman walking in. I could recognize the man immediately, but the lady with him I couldn't recognize. He said, "No, doctor, this is the lady who I had married, and not the one you saw last time." So totally transformed from somebody who was demented to this. So definitely in an untreated case, it can cause severe dementia, which can mimic Alzheimer's disease also. And then it can affect optic nerves, visual problems, imbalance, especially if the light is not enough. So that's about B12 deficiency. Rare manifestations can be tremors. It can mimic Parkinsonism, even seizures. So basic and neuropsychiatry. So many people, they become ill-tempered. They start shouting, they agitated. So even frank psychosis can happen. So neuropsychiatric manifestations are common. Of course, we all know about anemia and the skin changes, pigmentation that can happen with B12 deficiency. Looking at the iron deficiency, it is mainly linked to restless leg syndrome. Now, see, people know that somebody's mind can be restless, but how can the leg be restless? So those who suffer, they know it, because whenever they go on the bed and lie down, they cannot keep their legs still because they have discomfort. They keep on jerking their legs, they keep on moving, and they're quite restless. Same thing when they sit in the car for a long time and for a long drive, they can't enjoy the long drive because the legs get restless and discomfort. And there, one of the things which have been found in all the studies is that they are iron deficient and they come to us. So when we supplement iron and this few simple medications, their years of agony vanishes, just like that. And then briefly about thiamine. So thiamine is more common in alcoholics, those who are alcohol dependent. And also sometimes in pregnancy, thiamine deficiency can occur. So that can cause also cognitive changes and what is called ophthalmoplegia, vision problems, and imbalance while walking. That's luckily not so common, but we should be alert. And sometimes after post-bariatric surgery. So many people, it's become a fashion for people to go for bariatric surgery because nobody wants to do the hard work of, exercise and nutrition. So they just go for surgery and they lose. But there are clear-cut guidelines who should go for surgery. Not everyone who's overweight or mild obesity should go. But one of the complications we see after bariatric surgery is thiamine deficiency. And we had a young gentleman, 25-year-old, who was brought with his mother, and then he was quite disabled because he was wobbly, he couldn't see properly, and thiamine deficiency was the cause. With treatment, luckily, he improved.
How about vitamin D? Can you throw some light on this?
Yes, see, vitamin D is like, it's one of the most common. Again, patients blame us saying that, doctor, one thing you are doing is that why vitamin D was not so, deficiency was not common 20 years back. I said they are always common, just the awareness has increased. Then they blame about the levels of vitamin D. That partly I agree. So in our population, 30 may not be the cutoff. We have to have little lower threshold for treating this thing. And then of course, vitamin D is not water soluble like B12. So everyone should not take, too much of supplements because vitamin D toxicity is a reality. We have seen few patients with that also. But if you look at the symptoms, the common things are musculoskeletal. So vitamin D is mainly required for bones and the muscles. So you generalize aches and pains, back pain, leg pain, and also those who are athletes or those who do workouts, they tend to get tired or fatigued easily. So it's very important for them. It has also been implicated for immune functions. So immune functions, and then there is a linkage of, say, autoimmune diseases like, say, multiple sclerosis. There are some papers which show that those who are deficient, they can have more severe disease. And so it is recommended that we supplement MS patients with, vitamin D as well as B12. And there are few papers done by my colleagues where they showed that vitamin B12 deficiency and vitamin D deficiency both can increase the risk of strokes. So B12 we know because it is closely linked with high homocysteine, and high homocysteine is one of the risk factors for ischemic stroke as well as myocardial infarction. And in many Asian countries, that data has been shown. And same thing was shown with vitamin D also.
So what could be the reason for these deficiencies? Now, you do say that, okay, earlier it was there. Was the prevalence lower earlier, or now was it that they were not tested earlier and now? Is it because our food environment has changed? Is it because our lifestyle has changed? Considering all these factors, what do you think would be the reason for deficiency of two important micronutrients? I'll ask only B12 and vitamin D.
Okay, let's take it one by one. So B12, it's not, see, we are not biased against, I'm not biased against vegans or vegetarian or non-vegetarian. It is a personal choice. And I respect dietary choices of everyone. For whatever reason somebody is practicing, nobody should say that, because we have canine teeth and so we are all carnivores and omnivores. Okay, that's your choice. But if somebody has chosen to be vegetarian or vegan, that's their choice. But one thing scientifically we know that those who are on purely plant-based diets, means who do not consume any animal source foods, so they will be vitamin B12 deficient, because B12 is found only in animal source foods, which can include dairy products also, and of course all kinds of meat, chicken, fish, eggs, all those things also. And so if you just look at the dietary sources, the meat eaters or the fish eaters or egg eaters, they have more availability of vitamin B12. Those who are vegetarians but consume dairy, they also will get a good amount of B12, provided they consume, at least twice in a day and on regular basis. Somebody says, okay, I'll have just, one glass of milk, or because I'm having tea with milk, I will get it. So that may not be the truth. So they need to consume adequate amounts. Now, so that leaves, almost 100% of vegans and one third to half of vegetarians, because of dietary lack in their of B12, they'll be deficient. Now, one more important thing we have to remember is that there could be absorption issue. So many people could have antibodies in the gut, which doesn't let the B12 in the diet get absorbed properly. So that is why at least one third or 40% of non-vegetarians who eat adequate amount of meat or fish, they also could be B12 deficient. And for the same reasons, vegetarians who consume dairy also can be deficient. So even if we have adequate amounts in the diet, we could still be deficient because of the absorption issue. And there is one more disease called as chronic atrophic gastritis. Forget that term. So basically in the, inflammation and the absorption of the gut is impaired. So B12 doesn't get absorbed. So that on the earlier days, we used to do endoscopy, do a biopsy and confirm all that. But basically now what we do is that if somebody has symptoms which are suggestive of B12 deficiency, we can test it. And then, we can confirm it. And if you look at, say, vitamin D, why the people are deficient? They'll say in our country has a lot of sunshine. But why are people still deficient? So for that, one or two reasons are there. One is, I think, our dressing sense. I'm not saying our dressing sense is not civilized. We are good culturally, and we have a good culture of at least women, dressing properly, or even men for that matter. So most of our skin is covered. So even if you are exposed to sun, the sun has to fall on the unexposed, on the uncovered skin. At least say good amount of skin exposure is required to the sun. But our dressing is not, proper for that. So men, if you are wearing, say, banian and shorts, and then exposed to 20 minutes of sun, will get it. But how often we do that, And now in today's modern lifestyle, if somebody sees a sunset or sunrise, he starts posting on the Facebook that today I saw a sunrise. Today I have seen sunset. So it's not common for people to see sunsets and sunrise. That means they're indoors most often. And that is one reason. Second thing is supposed to be our pigmentation, our skin color, pigmentation. This also, doesn't allow the sunlight to properly get absorbed and convert and form the vitamin D. So these are two common issues. And that is why most studies have shown that if you look at the standard cutoff of earlier 30, as you mentioned, almost 80% of population will be deficient. Even if you lower it down to, let's say, 20, still about half the population could be deficient.
See, can you tell the viewers what is the optimal way or optimal time also to get vitamin D? Again, you did mention, but what about the optimal time?
Yes. No, that's a very important question, because there is a fear or risk of skin cancer. So if we are exposing our skin to sunlight for a long duration, or especially based on the UV index, then there's a real risk of skin cancer, even though it is not so common in our population, but it is one of the risk factors. So we have to maintain a balance. We can't be totally, exposing for indefinite amount of time. And also I would like to say that if women or men, they apply sunscreen and go out, then again we are, not going to get the vitamin D. So it should be without the sunscreen application. And then even if we are, say, sitting inside and then the sunlight is coming through window, again we won't get it. So it should be the direct sunlight falling on the skin. So roughly about, if somebody can spend, say, 50 to 20 minutes, even 3 days in a week, So which means around say 45 to 60 minutes of sunlight light exposure on person who is wearing, let's say, bunion and shorts. So that much of, so entire arms and from thigh below it's exposed, at least for men and women also. They can probably use some part of the house, balcony, or where good sunlight comes. Or nowadays in cities definitely shorts can be permitted. So that is what we have to see. And then so that amount of sunlight exposure in a week should be sufficient. But as I said, because of our skin color, we could still be deficient. So definitely we need to test also and then supplement if we are deficient.
What about the timing? Morning, afternoon, evening?
I think it depends on the UV index. So basically, possibly the best time is supposed to be say between 10 to 12 or 12:30. But if it is feasible, that is. So I think what can be done is, it may not be feasible for the working people, but whenever it is possible, definitely we have to expose.
Now we think we are taking balanced diet and everything is happening. There is also huge influx of all these processed foods and all. How do you think these are affecting people neurologically? I mean, we know that they may be the cause of the deficiencies, but in terms of affecting neuro and possibly even neuropsychiatry, if you can tell the impact of this processed food addiction.
No, definitely it's a big problem. It's not a solution, it's a big problem. So ultra processed packaged foods, that is one, and also processed foods. So ideally it should not be part of our diet at all. But now, it is not possible in today's world. So they say, okay, at least about don't exceed that by 20%. So whatever you eat, keep that ultra processed part to below 20% of your food intake. Now, there are various reasons for that. Number one is that they are generally high calorie and high in carbohydrates, which is not good for anything. Well, you take any disease, overweight, obesity, diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia. Why we talk about all that is because they are the risk factors for all neurological diseases. The biggest killers today are heart attack, stroke, and cancer. So stroke is neurological disease. And if you look at the lifetime prevalence of stroke, it is 1 out of 6 people. So today, if somebody is born, so we know that out of 6 kids who are born, one will get stroke. And if you look at people aged 40 and above, it is 1 out of 4. So 25% of them will get a stroke. And so prevalence is increasing. And one of the things we have to look at is diet also for that. And then second thing is there is a role of gut microbiome in not only inflammatory conditions or like say strokes or say demyelinating illnesses like MS, but even neurodegenerative conditions. So today we know that diseases like Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, gut has to play a major role. And the intake of ultra processed packaged foods and processed foods, they alter the gut microbiota a lot. And that is one of the implications. Many people with migraines also, they tell me there are specific foods they tell if I eat this, I get triggered. And most of them will be ultra processed foods only, like say chocolates or many other items. If they eat, they say whenever we go out and eat, then we get it. So we know what is there in those foods, what is different from our home cooked food. So that is what I see. So many of the diseases are directly linked and many are indirectly linked. So after many years, they have the effect. So that's an important part, and which we are facing, major issues with that.
Now, we'll just touch upon a different topic like sleep deprivation. So how does sleep deprivation affect us? And I wanted to answer in two parts. One is general and one is neurological.
Yes. See, if somebody has to ask, what are the 3 pillars of good health, without medicines. Many people want pill today, something called polypill. Pharma companies are interested in making polypills. We had some polypills, a few decades back also. So the real polypill today is good sleep, good food, and good exercise. So if somebody wants the 3 pills, for good health, these are the ones, and good for health as well as neurological health also. Now, in that, I mentioned sleep as the first one. See, it may appear as sleeping is the simplest thing. Our parents also used to tell, if you sleep, means you're going to lose in life. So, the achievers don't sleep much. And if you look at, some very successful people in our country who also claim that they don't sleep much, including our leaders also. I should not take the name, but, that cannot become an example. So basically, there could be exceptions. So, we salute to those people who are managing with less sleep. But if you look at, say, large observational studies or randomized controlled trials, so we have to look at, we can be like the majority. To become an exceptional person, it's like rare. Once in a blue moon or once in 20, 30 years, we get, people like, Sachin or, like that. So we cannot all become the high achievers. So yes, so definitely we need to sleep for 7 to 9 hours. I'm talking adults here, not kids and very older people, they may have differences. And then not only that, we also have to be sleep, have consistent sleep schedule. So by that, what we mean is we have to fix a time, initiate the sleep at that time, and then sleep for 7 to 9 hours after that. So sleeping less, that is sleep deprivation, and oversleeping, that is more than 9 or 10 hours, both are harmful for health. And and then about afternoon nap, always this question comes. So most of us require very short nap or no afternoon nap till the age of 60. So if somebody is not napping in the afternoon, doesn't mean that they are abnormal. Most of us don't need. If you need also, suppose you have to work, if you had a very busy day, started working at 7 and you have to keep on going till 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., it is useful to have a nap of 10, 15, 20 minutes, definitely not exceeding 30 minutes. But culturally or genetically, there are one group of people, like, I know that some parts of Bengal and Gujarat, where culturally they sleep for, say, good 2, 3 hours in the afternoon. But that is part of the culture and they have been doing it for generations. So that group is different. I'm not talking about that group, but most of us. So I think there are three main things. Then the question comes about people who do night shift duties or shift duties. Of course, in today's world, when the world is working 24/7, we cannot say everyone should stop working at night. In my own profession, medical profession, we cannot do that. So yes, so in those group, what is advisable is still they have to at least, if somebody have consistent night shift duties, then make a schedule, daytime they can sleep. And in the worst situation, then they can have something called as biphasic sleep. So if they could not complete the quota at night, then they can complete that, say, 1 or 2 hours missing sleep in the daytime also. One more research paper said that if somebody could not get enough sleep in those 5 days of the week, they could have a catch-up sleep in weekends also. So there's a lot of emphasis on the sleep. And why is it so? Because sleep or sleep deprivation is linked to a multiple number of illnesses. If you look at this, and there are many number of research papers, so I did not say that they are not proven, so they are all proven. So higher risk of overweight, obesity, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, heart attack, stroke, certain forms of cancer, dementia, depression, anxiety, and even premature death. So if you look at this list, it's very exhaustive, and few things I may have missed also. Coming specially to neurological diseases, both stroke as well as dementia, they are more prevalent in people who sleep less or they oversleep, and even those who are suffering from known diseases like migraine. So people with migraine, lack of sleep is the commonest trigger for them to get the headache next day, in addition to stress. And same with epilepsy. Those who have already suffering from epilepsy, if they are sleep deprived, they have a higher risk of getting seizure. Seizure recurrences are more common. So sleep is closely linked, And then if you look at, say, acute effects of sleep deprivation, many of the driving, errors or driving accidents, road accidents, they are linked to two major factors. One is alcohol and then driving, and second is sleep deprived driver. So driver who hasn't slept properly is more likely to be involved in vehicle crashes. And then there's our temper tantrums, and then productivity at work, ability to focus, concentrate. So many of these things get affected. Many students feel that now it's the exam season also, that let me burn the midnight oil, and then let me study for 16 to 18 hours and I'll do well in the exams. But that is not so, because consolidation of memory occurs during sleep. So if a student doesn't sleep properly, he's unlikely to do well in the exams. So good amount of studies with good amount of sleep will make a person do better in exams also.
Will any micronutrient deficiency impact sleep, or will it cause sleeplessness or disturbances in sleep?
Yes, sometime back we were talking about restless leg syndrome. So iron deficiency is one of the bigger factors linked with RLS, restless leg syndrome. So those people have impaired sleep as one of the main presenting symptoms, because whenever they are still or they are resting, the symptoms are more. So during night sleep or while prolonged long drives. So that is one thing. In B12 deficiency also, because deficiency of vitamin B12 deficiency can lead to anxiety, depression, and those illnesses, one of the symptoms are sleep disturbances also. So as a result of that also, and then neuropathy also, I mentioned that they can get burning or tingling in the feet. Again, that can cause sleep disturbance.
Very often we find that even in X, you have been supportive of low carb approach. So what is your experience in some of the patients, neurological patients specifically, on the low carb approach? Have you seen some improvement? Because I know you support low carb. If any patient comes and tells you they're doing low carb, you will never say no and you'll only encourage. But what are the improvements you have seen in certain neurological conditions?
Yeah, I think this word low carb had to be propagated by your team, and rightly so, because our diet is high in carbs. So the opposite of high has to be low. From our childhood, if you see our plates, two-thirds will be rice, or two-thirds will be roti and small amount of vegetable and dal. That is what our traditional meals are. And we realize that that is the culprit for most of the metabolic disorders that we see today. And those metabolic disorders are linked to neurological diseases. So as I mentioned, so migraine, as well as this our strokes, dementia. So all of them are higher in people who have overweight, obesity, and diabetes and hypertension. And so low carb approach has been found to be useful in controlling this or reducing the risk of all these metabolic disorders. And your team has been doing a good work in that area. And I agree with that because see, many people say my grandparents were eating, rice three times this thing. They lived up to 100 years. Of course, it may be correct, but you can't just isolate the diet part. See there, the minimum they walked was 10 kilometers in a day. Those days there were no two-wheelers or cars, no elevators, no escalators. So everything had to be done manually. They were working in the fields. They were cultivators. They were farmers. So of course, our lifestyle today is different. So definitely, low carb works. So low carb will reduce the number of risk factors for stroke and dementia. And those are already suffering. Many people with migraine, they come and tell me, doctor, when I stopped sugar, what does it mean? Stopping sugar is part of low carb. Okay. And they feel better. So definitely sugar is something which we don't require in our diet. So there are some things essential, some are non-essential. So salt is essential. We need salt. But many people say all the white things stop. It's not like that. See, salt is essential. We cannot stop salt and survive. But sugar is something we all can stop and survive also. And sugar is something, it's a craving also, because if it's like alcohol, so it stimulates the reward center in the brain. And so it is linked to brain happiness also. So we have to, once initially it may be difficult. I myself have experienced this. So from 5 gulab jamuns in a day to zero, like once in a blue moon. So definitely first few weeks or months it may be difficult, but it's easy after that. So many patients do tell me that after they stop sugar, the migraines frequency has reduced. They're able to come off the medications also. And so that is how it is closely linked to many diseases.
So how now we are talking about low carb. When we say low carb, we always in D life and others we mention about the 100-gram maximum template of carbs as propagated by Anup Singh for quite long time. So that comes in the low carb. Now in the other end of the spectrum, we go towards ketogenic diet. Now the application of ketogenic diet in epilepsy is already well known. It was formed by Russell Wilder quite long back. Of late, we are seeing a lot of plethora of case studies, reports coming in. The application of the newer ones, neurological country like ALS, Parkinson, dementia, Alzheimer's. What is your view about the application of ketogenic diet in these neurological conditions?
As you mentioned, this ketogenic diet in epilepsy is well proven, and there also it works in refractory cases. So patients who have stopped responding to medications, their ketogenic diet works. So I think so. Then, if you look at the hierarchy, that will come on a much higher pedestal than, let's say, even anti-seizure medications, because the medications have failed and then the ketogenic diet works, and especially in many children. So we have seen that. Now, regarding other usefulness, I definitely feel they'll be useful, and there are three major diseases where case reports and small research studies also have been published, and they are multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, and Alzheimer's disease. Now, theoretically, also it's plausible. It's not that just off the hat, the propagators of low carb diet are telling use it. So there are a lot of things. As I mentioned, some time back, these are all less inflammatory, food. So they are known to reduce inflammation. So if you look at the inflammatory markers in a person who practices low carb diet, they are much lower. And we know that inflammation is the root cause for many of these diseases, including multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, and Parkinson's disease also. And then they have a bearing on the mitochondrial functions also. And the most importantly, neurogenesis. See, both Alzheimer's as well as Parkinson's, they are neurodegenerative diseases where the brain neurons they start dying and prematurely. So the low carb diet has also been linked to neurogenesis. Of course, these are all initial small studies, and we need more studies also. And then the most important is the modulation of the gut microbiome. So I mentioned that there is a role of gut microbiota in causing many of these neurodegenerative diseases. So those who take low carb nutrition, they have much better profiling of their gut microbiota. So the unhealthy microbiomes are less, and the healthier microbiomes are better in them. So these are the possible mechanisms. So my feeling is that in the next, say, 4 to 5 years, we should have definite guidelines. It will come in the mainstream neurology also. As of now, few of us are propagating. I don't practice myself, but I refer them to experts like you and your team to guide them, because I am not the expert in low carb nutrition.
But you do practice, in the sense, for yourself, you do practice low carb to a good extent, I think.
Yes. For myself, I can practice, like many people, they say that, doctors, you have killed us with the COVID vaccines. But, but if you remember the COVID vaccine, all the doctors have taken it in India or most countries. So it was not because it was experiment on us, because we were more at the forefront and we were more exposed to COVID-19. So that's why we were given first, and then the elderly who were more at risk. So similarly for low carb nutrition also, it's not that we are imposing on those who don't like low carb. Doctor, you are going to kill us and starve us. See, our grandparents lived, and you're telling us not. If I don't eat roti and rice, what will we eat? That is our main food. So many people tell me, doctor, what can I eat then? If you're telling no roti, no rice, or just one roti or little bit of rice, then I said yes. If you're non-vegetarian, there is plenty of food. There is chicken, there is fish, there is meat. There are so many things to eat. Then the vegetarians say, then I said, okay, fine. Listen, if we have good nutritionists, and they can definitely fill your plate with your low carb diet also.
I also want, see, you must have seen in X and social media, primarily the insulin resistance, something which all the low carb people only keep talking. Now I know for you for sure that I've seen your lab report. I also analyzed your lab report. There you have very good insulin resistance score, very, very strong HOMA IR case. So just tell the viewers about your own HOMA IR, how much it is, and what is the application? Does this insulin resistance has any application in neurology and in general other practice also? So viewers will be curious to know about your own lipid profile and your own HOMA IR.
Yeah, no, definitely I'll mention that. See, basically people feel that, because the mainstream doctors, they say, do fasting blood sugar and postprandial blood sugar. If they are, fasting below 100, postprandial below 140, they say you are fine. But it is, it's the far from the truth. We are just looking at one tip of the iceberg and say, okay, and leaving the entire bombshell away. And because see, for doctors, that is what they have been taught. And then if it is more than that, see, they are interested in, when we can start the anti-diabetic medications. So obviously, till the person is diabetic, anti-diabetic medications cannot be started. But the question comes to us is, can we prevent a person from becoming diabetic? And we also know today that those who have already become diabetic also can be reversed. But we are talking one step before. Then some doctors say, okay, fine, you do HbA1c. That will tell you normal pre-diabetes and diabetes. But even if HbA1c is, let's say, below 5.6, which is supposed to be normal as per the labs, are you still normal? The answer is no. Because we know that people can have insulin resistance, and that is linked to all the diseases. So today what we see, whether it is stroke or say even heart attack, if you see research papers, so the risk starts increasing from insulin resistance itself. So insulin resistance, little risk is there. Pre-diabetes, the risk is more. Diabetes, risk is higher. Uncontrolled diabetes is the highest risk. So it's like a step ladder pattern. So we have to hit the person or take action at the stage of insulin resistance itself. It's not that we can continue to eat 5 gulab jamuns and high carb diet if you are insulin resistant, because invariably after a year or two you'll be pre-diabetic. Another 2 years down the line you'll be diabetic. So that is what happens. So this knowledge, I have to accept, it was not there with me, say till about 5 or 6 years back. because it is not mentioned in our usual standard textbooks. Even if it is there, it may be just one paragraph. And then we have 10 chapters on, various things about diabetes. And even there, it's quite funny. You have to take some 3 major meals and 3 minor meals. For a diabetic, what will happen? So a lot of those traditional books need to be changed. I hope they are changed now, because I haven't read the MBBS books now. But it was not like that, when we studied. So if you look at insulin resistance, I'm sure you know it's mainly for the viewers. So basically, one is to, you look at your fasting serum insulin, then fasting blood glucose, and then now we have other surrogate markers. So for that, we need HDL cholesterol and triglycerides. So if you have these 4 values, which are, of these 3 are always done. So only additional tests required to be done is insulin. And if you have insulin and fasting blood glucose, this HOMA IR can be calculated, which is one of the standard markers, easy to calculate. So there was a time when I used to have, insulin resistance going up to almost HOMA IR was more than 5 or 6. But now routinely it will be around 2 or less than 2. And then the other thing was, my triglycerides used to be 300 plus. So this was about 5 years back. And HDL cholesterol was 32. So you can imagine 330 means almost ratio of 10. So I'll be like severely insulin resistant at that time. Then slowly the time came when this triglycerides started dropping to 200, 150. And now triglycerides are 43. And HDL cholesterol gradually started climbing from 30 to 40 to 53. So 43 and 53, that's the ratio now. From 300 has dropped to 43, and then 32 is now 51, 52, like that. So definitely that ratio has improved. And and one of the things I have to say is, and one more indicator is something called as triglyceride glucose index, which also can be calculated, which can give a surrogate marker for insulin resistance. So all these values are there in our report. We have the calculators on the net. We can calculate. So it will help us to take action from before, because most of us want some kind of shock or a reason to start practicing low carb diet. And if we wait for HbA1c to cross 6.5, it will be too late. We have missed the bus by then. Okay, so that is what I would like to say here. That start looking at these parameters. And your second part was insulin resistance and disease. Already I mentioned briefly, but definitely the risk of hypertension, diabetes, and all the other stroke and other say even migraines. So most women with migraine, if you check the insulin resistance, they have insulin resistance, polycystic ovaries, hypothyroidism, they are overweight or obese, they have acanthosis nigricans. The moment I look at their skin, I know that they'll be insulin resistant. So it's not the cosmetic issue. Many girls think that having this black mark on the neck or the axilla, it's a cosmetic issue. They go and see dermatologist who may give some cream. But we need to look at the underlying reason why it is so and treat the underlying disease, not the cosmesis, not the outer beauty. We have to look at the inner beauty. That is the lipid profile, insulin levels, and glucose levels.
So briefly, I will say that you are always a model doctor for many people, because it is not that you take care of a patient, but you take care of yourself also. And I think that is what is needed very critically in medical profession also, because we have seen one report which has come from Jamnagar, where they found that people in the primary tertiary care, I mean doctors in primary tertiary care, 50% of them are having diabetes and 30 to 36% having hypertension. So what all things you do to keep yourself healthy?
Yes, doctors also live 10 years lesser than non-doctors, and that will come as a shock, because we are supposed to save lives and prolong lives, but doctors are dying earlier. So doctors generally do most of the things that we should not do. So, and even I was part of that crowd earlier. So basically, one thing I don't compromise is my sleep now. Of course, on the emergency duties, that is different, but when I'm not on call, I ensure that I sleep 7 to 8 hours at night. Other thing was I was not doing physical activity because so much of work is there. There is no end to work. Most of us who are good at work, we can find enough amount of work to keep ourselves busy. But that should not be so. We have to find 40 minutes or 60 minutes or whatever time on a regular basis for exercise. And that is what I do. Meaning I started running from a person who could not walk much. I can run half marathons easily. You can wake me up at 8 of the morning, and then in 2 hours I can run 21 kilometers. So it's easy. I enjoy that. That's why it's good. And then till about 2 years back, I was not proper gymmer also, but now I do strength training because I was losing muscle. So that's on the exercise front. Regarding stress, I never took stress because I enjoy life, and I enjoy my work. So, but yes, many people do have stress, but I suggest to them that it is not good to be, under stress. And diet is something which we already mentioned. So I have finished my quota of sweets for the entire life, maybe for next life also. So now I don't need any more sweets. So I have cut down drastically on sugar and sweets. Occasionally I may have, but and soft drink was another of my, weaknesses. So, but I haven't had a soft drink for a long time, including diet soft drinks.
Thank you. So there are two things now. What is your message to India and your message to Metabolic Health Conference and D-Life? That's the second part. So what is your message to India?
See, message to India is that, I know that most of you don't like doctors, hospitals, and pharma companies. That's a good thing. But also, you should not like diseases, because unless you have a disease, you will not reach a doctor. So try to remain healthy, and we already discussed how you can be healthy. And so that is best thing. So focus on your sleep, diet, exercise, and stress-free life, and life, and spend time with your family, friends. Do things that you enjoy. And I think D Life is doing a great job. So basically, the message has to go on. We still have a small number of people who feel that they should be like their grandparents and eat a lot of carbs. But I think you are doing a great job in by propagating that low carb is the way to go. For most of us, even if we do not have any metabolic problems, see, why wait for a problem to begin? If we can act now, we can avoid that. And there are many examples, including you and Anup sir, who have been diabetics, and you could reverse the diabetes. What can be better than that? Many people don't like to take medications. That's a good thing. So if there's a method to, be pill free, they have to take your help, and low carb and platforms like yours can help many such people.
Thank you. Thank you. Please get Anup Singh in. Anup, you're there? I think, okay, fine. So Anup is not there. So anyway, doctor, thank you very much for providing your very valuable insight. And I think it's going to help. Your message will help India gain a lot of insights into the micronutrient part, as well as how, as a mainstream neurologist, you also favor and propagate low carb nutrition. And the third part is how you maintain yourself. That is very, very critical. And I think everything encompasses into a very good message. Thank you very much, Doc. And we look forward for more future collaborations and work together to get this message to make India healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wish you all the best for the rest of the conference. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Please get in, Dr. Parikshit. Dr. Parikshit, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, doctor, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So, doctor, welcome.
So, thank you.
So, welcome to the Metabolic Health Conference platform. I'll briefly finish off the introduction. So, we all have the perspective of what we are doing. So, I'll first introduce about the conference. So I'm Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life in India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. And it was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who is from IIT Roorkee, silver medalist and Icons of India awardee. He also pioneered the low carb movement in India long back. And Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams of carbs per day max protocol made in 2012 made lchf or low carb possible for people in India, and especially for the vegetarians. So in 2020, he also launched the D-Life Diploma course, the only legally tenable course approved under NSDC Partner, Government of India in the segment. It also has the world's largest 144 CPD hours. So me and Anup Singh, we had co-organized this India's historic low carb conference, the first one in 2023, the second in 2024, and now in 2025. So today we have Dr. Parikshit Sharma. Let me introduce Parikshit Sharma, Dr. Parikshit Sharma. I'll call him, he's the first metabolic psychiatrist of India. So more about Dr. Parikshit Sharma. He graduated in medicine from SP Medical College, Bikaner, and did his residency of psychiatry in CMC, Ludhiana, and fellowship in nutrition and mental health from the University of Alberta, Canada. Practicing as a neuropsychiatrist in Punjab and managing de-addiction rehab center and a special interest in metabolic psychiatry and well-being psychiatry. So today we'll discuss about low carb, food addiction, and psychiatry. Welcome again, Dr. Parikshit.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it for your kind words, and thank you for giving me time on your platform. I hope this talk today will be like informative, enjoyable, and It will open the new doors for all the people who are looking forward for these kind of alternative treatment methods in psychiatry as well as whole of the body care.
So what made you connect the dots between the metabolic health and psychiatry? I will also add the link of processed food addiction and all also.
Yeah, the journey started like not gradually, but all of a sudden. I was more into the psychiatry and the de-addiction. What we generally see all over the world, not only in India, but the curriculum of the medical studies is like that. There is a physician and there is a psychiatrist, and the both are two different creatures. The approach-wise, how they approach the patient, how they treat the patient, how they diagnose the patients. Still, the taboo is there all over the world about the psychiatric patient, the psychosis, the mood disorders, and everything. Like the physician, I generally used to listen. They say like, no, we don't look for the depression patient. I just refer them. I don't take care of the psychotic patient. I just refer them. And I was surprised how they just know by looking at the face of the patient that he's a depression patient. The depression patient will never say that I have got depression. I mean, this is very recent thing. Like the people listen to the social media and everything, and there is overdiagnosis of depression and the overdiagnosis of all the psychiatric illness. And the psychiatrists are not keen to look into the numbers. They are not interested in the clinical numbers, the lab numbers, and everything. There was complete mismatch. I mean, the God made the body as a whole, not as a brain as a different entity, and the heart or the pancreas or your skin as a different thing. This is a complete body. When there is some problem inside your liver, when there is some problem inside your blood, when there is a problem inside your metabolism, there must be some effect on the mind. There must be some effect on whole of the body. So mind is not an isolated thing. So I also practice like that. Like we were doing all the diagnosis and the overdiagnosis and the putting the patient all together just by like putting the patient on the drugs and the pills. And even the DSM criteria for the diagnosis of the diseases continuously changing. Like every 3-4 hours, we were getting the new DSM-6, DSM-8, DSM-4, and we went to the conferences and we listened to the psychiatrists from abroad who were invitees, and we were handed over the DSM book, new DSM books by these pharma company guys, and we were just reading it. And the criteria keep on changing. Like when we just finished the school, the depression symptoms must be there for at least for 2 months regularly. Then you need to diagnose it as a depression and the clinical depression, and you can start the drug or start intervention. Then it decreased to 1 month. Like 4 or 5 years ago, it just decreased to like the 2 weeks. And now the recent criteria is if you are having these kind of symptoms in a bundle, 3-4 symptom out of these 6-7, and for 7 days you are depressed, start drugs, start taking intervention, which was not I think my opinion as a clinician who is practicing here from the last like more than 15 to 18 years. It is too much into the drugs and everything. And secondly, I was managing the rehab and de-addiction centers. I started practicing here in Punjab, when there was a big epidemic was going on about the drugs from the last 15-20 years. And we set up the de-addiction centers, rehab centers all over the Punjab. And we were treating the patients not only in the indoor, but also as an outdoor patients. The one thing which was very significant I've seen in those patients, they always keep some candies in their pockets. They just keep on taking all these sweet candies all the time, and very sugary, syrupy kind of tea after every like 30 minutes. And they were loading their body with the sugars. So I that was curious, but there was no relevant research available. And there was no relevant research available online or in our relevant podiums or platforms in the psychiatry internationally or India. Nobody was taking care of that. That's why they are taking too much sugar. So out of curiosity, like I started to take their blood samples and started taking their the basic metabolic profile, that is the fasting blood sugars, the lipid profiles, the LFTs. Majority of them were either having the disturbance in the LFTs, in the lipid profile, in their fasting sugars too. But there were only two kind of the patients. Either they were like the lean, very lean, or they were very obese. So I observed like this data is showing me something like that something is going on inside the body. So we generally see like what was there as a clinician. There was observations and there were indications by the government like this type of food you should take, and this are like if you are having liver problem, take plenty of sugars, don't take fried food and oils. You need to take rasgullas. You need to take the sugarcane juice and all this. Like we were always prescribing, but the things were not improving at all. The problem, like for every month, after 4 weeks, 6 weeks, it was the problem was increasing. So then I started more about it, and I get in contact with the certain the group of people who were doing this kind of thing and observing it. They were my all colleagues from the University of Alberta and all over the world, and they were also curious about the phenomena. And the thing which we eventually pointed out, we must check their fasting insulin levels. Oh my God, the fasting insulin level was so indicative that most of them were having very high fasting insulin levels, who are even having the normal fasting sugars. Like they were having insulin levels up to 80s. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The fasting insulin level was very high. This is a phone call. The fasting insulin level was very high. So we kept on investigating. So eventually we reached to the point where we can clearly see that there is a direct relationship between their metabolic health and their mental health. Another observation we generally see in indoor patients, because in indoor patients, we spend more time with the patient regularly for the long span of time. Like the patient stays with us for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. So we are more able to observe the total process and the progress. The outdoor patients who came to just take medication and just get the counseling, we spend like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or up to 40 minutes if we do counseling sessions. So less information about those patients, but for the indoor patients, we started to do more and more those kind of research, and it is clear that most of the the drug addiction, alcoholic, the patients who are on heroin, the patients who are on opium, the patients who are on like we call the poppy husk or the post or bookie and all this stuff, which is very prevalent in this part of the world. There is some underlying psychiatric illness also there. So those kind of psychiatric illness, because of that, the people feel uncomfortable and they start taking some remedy in the form of available the street heroin or the opium, or the very popular, the people say you just take 2 packs in the night and you will having good time, and all your tension will be gone, all your problem will be. They started and they just keep on increasing it. So the basic reason was in most of those addiction patients was the drug, and the drug was there, and underlying that drug there was psychiatric illness, and underlying that psychiatric illness there was metabolic disturbance in the body. So that then the game started, and then I did a fellowship program, and oh my God, that the data I was having, and finally, like when I came back and I collected the data. Now the research project is still on in our centers and with a few of my friends. We are at the final stages of that data collection. I will not able to give you the percentage statistics, but definitely, but we will present it at the relevant podiums. But the data definitely suggests that there is a definite link between the food, the psychiatric illness, and the drug addiction and alcoholism. For sure, the connection is there.
That's very huge. And I think it will be exciting once you present the data. It's going to throw probably because not much data I think in India is available
Correct.
between metabolic dysfunction, food addiction, to the other addictive part as well as the mental illness. So I think generally in psychiatry and in addiction, of course, I see that many of the psychiatrists also practice de-addiction also. So do they measure all these biomarkers which are important, which we normally do for metabolic dysfunction, either insulin resistance or diabetes or triglyceride or the liver parameters?
Generally, no. Generally, no. People are not interested. I told you the psychiatrist is not interested in these blood parameters. The psychiatrist is not interested in touching any kind of patients. We feel proud about it, like we have never touched a patient in last 20 years. And I just look at the face and write the drug. Don't talk to me. Even then, I can write the drug for 95% of the time. But alas, the psychiatry is such kind of branch where it gives so much flexibility and it gives so much liberty to the psychiatrist to diagnose with his own clinical skills, because not much of the so-called tests are available. It is a clinician who judge the patient, who diagnose it with his own clinical skill, and just write the drug. Even the drug profile and the drug profiling is not clearly written in any kind of book. They just mention all those antipsychotic drugs. They just mention all these antidepressant drugs. Now it is up to the clinician to choose it, like what kind of drug it is good for the patient and what kind of methodology is good for his patients. So psychiatry is a branch which is very flexible. If I always say, like, if you send a patient into a university hospital of the psychiatry and there are 7 consultants sitting in the different chambers, send one patient in all the 7 chambers and he will come out with all 7 different prescriptions. I mean, this is very, very common, and the polypharmacy and everything is very common in psychiatry. So psychiatry also gives us very much flexibility at the end of the day to do the well-being of the patient, which we generally do right now, like the well-being kind of psychiatry. But in general, the psychiatrists don't follow any kind of other holistic approaches or any kind of the blood sampling or profiling until unless there is a clear-cut signals or symptoms of the disease that they're visible. Only then they will do it. Otherwise, they don't go with it. Maybe they have got their own prejudices or issues. The pharma companies and everything, it is more pushing about writing the drugs, aversions and everything is not that into the syllabus. Yeah.
So I addressed this question to Dr. Sudhir Kumar also before you. And how does the micronutrient deficiency affect the mental health disease? Do you see it very common? One, is it really assessed by psychiatrists too?
Absolutely correct thing. Most of the time I practice either in Canada or in Punjab. For your information, the Punjab is the population which is highest in whole of the India percentage-wise as a vegetarian. So most of the Punjab is vegetarian, and this vegetarian culture started in late 80s when most of the Punjabis converted to the pure vegetarianism by the religious beliefs and the data cultures and everything which was going on at that time. So most of my population in Punjab is strict, hardcore vegetarians, and definitely the symptoms of all these psychiatric illness and the mental problems, mood disorders, and of course the drugs that all started after that. There is some correlation between them. So the micronutrients, which is well documented right now, well researched, well documented, is methylcobalamin, which is absolutely present only in the meat, red meat especially. The people when started taking the methylcobalamin, which is very relevant for the normal working of the neurotransmitters in the brain, which get deficient, and whole of the pathways of the so many production of either the serotonin pathways, the norepinephrine pathway, the dopamine pathways, and so many other important pathways that got disturbed. So methylcobalamin deficiency, the vitamin B12 deficiency, is definitely there in the vegetarian population. So that's why it is proven not only in India, in Punjab also the researches are available that more and more vegetarian population is having the micronutrient deficiencies, and eventually those vitamin and the magnesium deficiencies recently are clearly showing that there is a direct relationship between the mental sickness and the micronutrients which are deficient in your diet, especially the diet which most of the vegetarians taking, which is full of sugars and full of the processed food and grains. So the micronutrients play a vital role. And instead of putting the patient on a right food, the psychiatrist or the doctors are now pushing on the supplement drug and methylcobalamin supplements, which is again not a good habit and not the long-lasting thing. You give them for 2, 3, 5 months, and then eventually they stop, and again the deficiency will creep up, and the problem will start. So better to change the food instead of giving the supplements.
Now, are there any guidelines from the Psychiatry Association on the food part? Now we know that for various things there will be some food guideline. So is there any guideline on the food part for those suffering from mental illness and or addiction? Is there any in India or is there any in abroad?
No, not much of the work has been done yet on the psychiatry, especially by the psychiatric associations or the psychiatric the bodies of the doctors or the conference where we go, and we hardly listen to any the food part. The food part is not the psychiatrist part. It is the nutrition part. They will take care of it. So psychiatrists most of the time, because the proposed hypothesis of the neurotransmitter imbalance between the synapse is mostly predominating the scenario right now. So all the time we listen is the newer inventions, the newer approaches to the patient with a newer kind of drug and the new approach with this thing, that thing. But I hardly listen to any kind of the food intervention in psychiatric illness. But yeah, we do hear about the food intervention in epilepsy as the ketogenic diet, which is since there in 1920s. We do listen about this thing in dementias. We do listen it about in ADHD, but hardly in any psychiatric patients. No, not in India and hardly abroad. But from the last 1-2 years, we have started listening about this part also. It is a new emerging part. Eventually, it will take into the right kind of path and stream in the mainline stream. The food is also very important.
So what is your view on the work done by some of the international leading experts like Georgia Eid, Chris Palmer, Shebani Shetty from Stanford, from Harvard, on the ketogenic diet application in bipolar, in schizo? There are also studies which shows that ketogenic diet may be useful in food addiction part also, and even in drug addiction part also. There are case report and studies, though there are no extensive research on this. So what is your view on all this, both this addiction part and the mental health part?
Definitely. I know most of them personally also. All these guys are doing excellent work. Like the Shebani Sethi's work is rated as most 10 important research papers by the Stanford in year 2024. So when these kind of papers and when this kind of research is highlighted by the special or the prestigious universities, the psychiatric bodies, the psychiatric the know-hows will definitely try to implement those things. But as you know, there are so many issues with these kind of approaches. Eventually, they will take place. It is high time now when the patients had started asking us why I get sick, and the psychiatrist has got no answer. And when you are going to stop the drug, the psychiatrist has got no answer. And believe me, it is 90%. It is the patient who pushes us to taper the drug. He pushes us to stop the drug. The psychiatrist is not ready to stop or taper the drug, because in our training, it is we are trained to only write the drugs, to start the drugs. We are not trained to stop the drugs. So you have to take the drug. And the patient keeps on asking, and most of the time the psychiatrist has got no answer. If he does it with his own personal skill, the food part is not taken care. But as more and more psychiatrists are willing to tackle this kind of issues, the work done by Dr. Georgia and by the Sharbani Sethi are excellent. The Chris Palmer has done the work, I mean, the amazing things, and they are loud about their work now, and people are listening and thinking about it and reading about it, and they are ready to experiment. I told you the psychiatry is the most flexible branch in whole of the medicine field. I mean, the psychiatrist will take care of it eventually when more and more people will talk in a real sense, in the real physical world, not on only on the Twitter word. Eventually, this will start because the psychiatric illness, I always say that it has got the 4 legs. I mean, the 4 pillars. The first thing is the medicines. The pharmaco part is very much important because there is a definite evidence, the very solid evidence, the clinical evidences that there is a disturbance in the neurotransmitters inside the synapses and inside the brain, which needs to be settled down. And these drugs definitely settle those kind of issues. That is the one part. The second part is the psychotherapy part. The psychotherapy part works equally well as that of antidepressants. The studies have clearly shown that the good psychotherapy works side by side or same as effects as that of the TCS antidepressants. And the third part now is the food and the holistic part, which is very important now. Like the food part, you have to take care of it. The reason why the person gets sick because of the metabolic dysfunction, and how you can change the outcome of the psychiatric disease by just intervening into that metabolic dysfunction, and the changing the outcome of the disease by the metabolic settlement of the body, metabolic equilibrium of the body. And the fourth part is the lifestyle part, which includes all your resistance trainings, your exercise, your family sport, your non-abusive relationships, and everything. When these all 4 things just they do side by side, they work together, the outcome is excellent. If you are into only one, then the approach is not right, and the outcome will not be the perfect one. I always say that we always say that never try to taper your drugs. Never try to stop your drugs just by listening to the health coaches or the food coaches or the psychotherapists or babas and everyone who is talking about, or the gym guys, or also these alcoholic group. Just take 2 packs at the night and you will not be having any kind of psychiatric illness. Never do it. Never do it. Always consult your psychiatrist. Always consult your health coaches. Always consult your food coaches. The people who are into the keto diet programs, like there's so many on DLF platform. Consult them and make a proper regime, how to taper the drug, how to start your food, how to change your diet, how to start a ketogenic diet. So it is a complete approach, not the single approach will work.
Yeah, that's very true. And no, we have seen some people get adverse effect when they complete drop of medication. And prescribing psychiatric drug is an art only a doctor knows.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
Absolutely.
So I do look after a lot of mental health cases, and I know the reluctance of many of the psychiatrists that they cannot imagine lowering of any medication. Many of them say no. So that's why most of my cases goes to you, and then I tell them to please get in touch with Dr. Parikshit Sharma, because he is not averse to tapering of the medication. So I think it has to be done very, very scientifically designed, and only a qualified medical practitioner, and that too psychiatrists can only know what drug will work. And there are sometimes we require bridge medication also. So it is not that medication is not useful or something. No, even in low carb ketogenic, that bridge medications are required, for which you are there and you will help. Now, what is your experience of low carb diet in some of your cases which you handle?
So one thing, like when I wanted
So
to become...
I want in 2 perspectives. One is on the ketogenic front. and one is on the lower carb. Maybe say, as Anup Singh says, 100 grams. Have you ever tried that? I don't know. So in the low carb and ketogenic, how do you see the difference?
Okay, okay. The good question, good question. I mean, it is very much relevant in our part of the world. See, I practice psychiatry, and the psychiatry is the part where we deal most of the time with the belief system of the patients. It is not just check the blood pressure. Your this is high and take this drug and go get out of my chamber. No, it's not like that. We talk a lot with the patients and we get to know the belief system. Mind it, it is the Indian population who will visit all over the world. They will go to the Japan and they will find the butter naan over there. They will go to the like Nicaragua and they just want to see the kadai paneer over there. And they will go to the Korea and they will not going to eat the Korean food. They will just look for the chole bhature. So Indian are very, I mean, rigid about their diets. They are very rigid. So we have to see what kind of approach we give to the patient, where he is ready to accept the food guidelines or the food recommendations. Because in my mind, it is very clear that they are very rigid. They are not going to accept it, because there is a concept in our communities about the God. There is a concept in our community about the fate, and there is a concept about the drugs and the doctors and the babas, that he will find a baba, he will put just a hand on my head and all the problem will go away. And there is a doctor who will, I'm just looking for the doctor, I'm not able to get it. One day I will get a doctor who will just give me a one shot of an injection and my problem will be gone. So the people are into that kind of mindset because it is a belief system who is pushing them to not change about their thinking prospect, and they are not ready to experiment much. So we have to start from the very basics. From the very basics. If we start a patient, we can see the patient came with like the 10-year history of the depression, the comorbid depression, along with the diabetes and their comorbid hypertension. He's obese and all the functions are disturbed. And he's already on antidepressant drug from so many doctors. So now he came to you as a psychiatrist to get a consultation because he just wants to get rid of all the drugs. So he is coming to you and you just say, like, you start the ketogenic diet. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. Like, it's 40 years. He is on having a good of his food and he just described, I'm a very foodie person. So no, this is new kind of fact. Like the foodie person, people spend so much time just looking at the social media, only the food reels. भैया क्या डाला इसमें अमूल जाएगा भैया क्या डाल रहे हो those kind of stuff. This is stuck in their brain. So when the patient comes to us, like, and we diagnose it like that, there is a gross metabolic disturbance in all the blood reports and the blood work, as well as we can see that the patient morphologically is clearly showing that he is having issues metabolically. So we start with the very basic. We just say him to cut on the sugars first. Stop eating sugars, any kind. Not even good. No sugar. No nothing. So no this fag of the natural sugars kind of thing. We just started with this. Like, you are not going to take any kind of sugars. So sugars are absolutely zero. And they say, like, sir, thoda to dal lo. Sir, main to light sa peeta hu. So there is nothing like light. There is always yes, there is always no. We just say no. And we try to dominate the person. If we are pushing this thing, then the doctor should be very clear about the outcome, that this thing will definitely gonna work. And we just keep on pushing the patient, like, if you are not gonna do this, your medication will not stop. You are not gonna be okay. If medicine can cure you, you must be okay after taking 10 years of medication. Why are you not okay? Then there is some problem. Stop taking the sugars. And he just tries it. He just stops taking the sugars. Say after like 4 weeks, 3 weeks, he again, confident now, like, I can do it. And if I stop sugar, my sugar will not go down. And he's very scared, like that the sugar will go down and I will die because some random guy died because of the low sugars. So then after 4 weeks, we start pushing them about stopping the processed flour and all the processed food. Like they are very fond of bread, they are very fond of rusk, very fond of eating those biscuits, Parle-G and all. So we push them to stop that now, and we keep on pushing like zero sugars and this thing. Now they eventually they stop it, and then we start pushing them for the grains. Stop eating grains, stop eating grains. You can add the alternative grains which are low in glycemic index, like you could take the besan with add with like the moong chilla and all. And they again do it, and eventually their symptoms started to improve, like just by stopping sugars. Their anxiety symptoms, their sleep pattern goes better, and their mood part and their other the parameters we just see in the depression prognosis, they start to improve. And the patients themselves feel like, sir, I feel confident. I used to like very afraid of all the things. Now I feel, sir, confident. Now I can handle my store. Now I can handle my farmland very well, sir. And then he also gains the confidence. Then we start pushing to go to this Anoop's very famous less than or the maximum 100 grams of carbs, and advise them to use CGMs and check like how your food is killing you. Because the previously you were taking poha in the morning or the oatmeal in the morning and you're feeling very healthy food, and see how your oatmeal is giving you the big spike. Again, 100 milligram would put the patient on 100 milligram for another 2-3 months, and then again push them to go more lower to 50, and eventually put the patient on the more protein diets, and we keep on. So at that time, like the patient anxiety part is better, the patient has more confidence on the psychiatrist, and the things are improving. We start pushing him for the better lifestyle, and definitely that low carb diet is the base which is to be followed throughout the life to keep them happy and healthy. So eventually we reach that point. The population is very resistant to change the food habit. Is not a joke, especially in India where we are so stuck to our the basic food. So the psychiatrist who just pushes, who just talks, and take the patient along on a treatment ship, that I am not only the driver, you are also co-driver. We will cooperate together, and we will eventually win this disease. And then that sense of enlightenment definitely helps them, and they get over it. See, I always see to all my colleagues and all my friends, there are only like in 140 crore of Indians, only the 2 crore who are paying income tax and everything. Imagine what 138 crore is doing. So that is the real India. You are only focusing on those like 2 crores. Look at our chamber is filled with those 138. The only those 2 crores once come like make our 4-5% of our OPDs. The most of the patients are from the middle or lower middle class, or the farming class. So we need to take care of them very well and talk to them according to their thing. If we say like start some the dry fruits which is 3,000 kilos per day and everything, they can't do it. So we are not adding any kind of costly stuff. We are just trying to do the aversion thing, not diversion thing, but the aversion thing to stop these kind of bad foods, and eventually add more and more of proteins into your food, eggs and meats and everything. So that's the key.
Do you have any personal story, your own story of recovering health, or were you addicted to food? How have you become more healthier by adopting lowering down carbohydrates or getting off processed food?
Absolutely. Wow. So the doctor should be firstly sure about his own research. The doctor should be sure about on his own methodology of working. So he should try this firstly on his own, on my own food and everything. And if I am convinced that the things which they are saying is correct, only then I can implement on my patients. That see, I am confident now. In Corona days, we were having lots of issues, and we were doing a lot of the Zoom consultations and everything. And we were just sitting, and the families are at home and they're making good foods, and we were just putting the food. Wow, what a golgappa! What a great thing, and everything we were eating. And eventually, I put on weight, and when I went to the general checkup and everything, it is to my surprise, like my fasting sugar was 280. Yeah, and the HbA1c was 13, and the weight was 95. Oh my God, I was surprised. Like, what happened to me? Like, I never ate sugars. I never had bad food. What happened to me? Like, and I was like vegetarian. I was not eating eggs and nothing. Only the vegetarian. I was feeling proud about it
Oh,
in year 2020, like the Corona days. Then the thing started to change. And I just opted the low carb diets, which I studied a lot, which I was doing, and eventually step by step. It is a journey. See, it is not a jump from the top building to the lower building, from the top mala to low mala. It's not like that. It is a process. The people have to learn it. This is a process. You do it every day. You do it every day. You do it every day, and eventually whole of your body will change. I went to the dermatologist. He put me on the drugs, and I was very keen to take the drugs. Oh yes, I got the drugs, and I will be okay. Then I started to change all my diet, and eventually I put myself on the low carb diets and started eating eggs. And now I see also to the patients, egg is just like the milk. When you are getting the milk from the cow, you are not doing any kind of violence to the cow. You are not putting any harm to the cow. You are not making cow bleed anything. So it is there for you to drink. Same is with the poultry eggs. You are not killing it. You're not killing the hen. You are not killing any kind of embryo. There is no baby inside the egg. So egg is 100% vegetarian, because your basic criteria of vegetarianism is still there. So everything. So started eating eggs and the plenty of eggs, and reduced everything stepwise. Now I am on less than 50 gram of carbs per day, high on proteins, high on fats also, and only on 500 milligrams of metformin. Stopped every drug. My endocrinologist just got up from the chair and tapped me on my shoulders. Wow, doctor, wow, you are a story now. And the remission is 100% possible. Like, as OTPTs are below normal now, and LFT is 100% normal. My HOMA IR is 1.1, and everything is excellent. So the mood is excellent, the energy is excellent. I don't feel sleepy at all, and what a wonderful journey it is. So it is there for rest of my life. My weight gone more than 20 kgs. I'm 74, 75 now, perfectly fit on a resistance training, and what a wonderful journey it is.
For how
Thanks
many
to
years?
thanks to
For
your
how many years?
encouragement.
For how many years are you on low carb?
It is more than 3 years now.
3 years. Fine. So I want to get the originator of 100 grams of carb for India, Anup Singh, inside. Please get Anup inside. Yeah, Anup, welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr.
Good
Parikshit.
morning. Good morning.
First mention of Anup Singh's 100-gram carb, if I remember correctly, was on Twitter
Absolutely.
Spaces, right?
Absolutely.
It's so heartening, I would say, not exactly heartening, but so satisfying when such endorsement comes from a mainstream doctor. And now that is picking up pace, because just yesterday we had two stalwarts also, talking about D-Life, and one of them is intrigued that how come this 100 grams carb per day limit that I set in 2011 is working, and how do we manage, right? So possibly we'll be going to his podcast soon. Possibly we are going to face tough questions on how we manage on 100 grams carb. And yes, it was very nice, listening to you. And especially as you mentioned, 3 points I would like to highlight. You mentioned about it's not a, jump from one floor to another. Rightly so, because when we formulated, transitioning from high carb to low carb, we had a strict 3-week transition schedule. And reasons for that are very evident. We don't have time, otherwise we could have, delivered a lecture, 1 hour lecture for it. And the second point is, milk and egg. Now, this vegan propaganda is absolute nonsense. If any vegan can sit on that egg and hatch it even in his lifetime, I would, go by their all that propaganda that they indulge in. And last point that I would like to, see such words coming from doctors is, don't say remission, say reversal, right? And I say reversal because I challenge the best of, experts that please show me the science of 60% carbohydrate in diet. If it is not a science, then I have reversed my diabetes. And congratulations for, running third year into this magnificent, I would say, lifestyle. And coming from a doctor, I think nothing more could have been expected on a positive note from the medical fraternity. Yes, the population of such doctors, are very less, but we are confident, as we move forward, many would like to replicate your success story, mine, Shashi's. That's how we grew from 2011 to now. It's almost 10 plus years. So thank you. Thank you very much, for mentioning again and again that 100 gram carb limit, now which should become global standard. Thank you.
And
Absolutely.
also, for your
Absolutely.
information, Anup Singh has completed 14 years of pill-free diabetes on
Oh, that's great.
Friday. On Friday.
That's great. That's great. That's
This
great.
even
That's great.
this
I think
even
I
for-
would.
So the more thing, while I like to mention over here in our research paper, we are gonna write your name, the
Thank
DLF,
you.
and everything, like how they approached and how they, enlighten the people to start this kind of lifestyle, and how we are pushing this thing. Don't take it just by as a mark. Like, I know this 100 grams comes from that glycogen liver base and everything. So it is not just a number. It has got some scientific basis also.
Right.
So even if it is 100 milligram, which is still very difficult for general population, but it is very easy to follow.
Yes.
That it is not like the people generally ask, like, 100 million, sir, मैं तो भूखा मर जाऊंगा, sir, मैं खाऊंगा क्या? So this is not thing like you are eating wrong things. There are plenty of other things to eat. But what you said, like the vegan propaganda and everything.
He got disconnected.
He will come. There's a phone call which has gone. He'll come. I think by mistake he entered the call. He'll come. I think it is inspiring to hear his own story that he
Oh,
has,
yes. Oh, yes.
and he is currently conducting a study, and he is going to include the name of DLife also in that. Please get
Okay.
Dr. Parikshit in.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, there was some
Yeah.
call. But I say, like, this is not a vegan propaganda. We should not, judge vegans as such, because I was also very vegan. The problem with veganism is not that they are pushing the agenda. I think if we see it socially or politically, this is political driven agendas. See, the protein is very costly stuff. The lamb will cost you around 800 rupees per kilogram, and if you want a dinner for four, you need 250 grams and like 1,000 rupees a dinner. Which means like 40,000 rupees dinner, and like you have to do all other kind of household things. So for every
Parikshit,
family, you need
if I
like
can,
150,000 rupees.
yeah,
So
if I
which is
can
not
intervene,
possible.
if I can intervene,
Yeah.
as per survey, a typical diabetic spends around 15 lakhs in 20 years.
Oh my God.
Now,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
and then if you divide that number to per month, it comes to somewhere around, I think, 6,500 or 7,000 something, 7,000 odd. Now, if 7,000 odd is spent only on meat, how many kgs of meat can we buy?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is very scientific, but what I see, like, as a psychiatrist, we not only see the effect, we also see the social cause of it. Why this is done, why it is implemented or put in our brain in Indian society. It is done by our kings, our politicians. They just want to give you that 20 rupees kg grains, and they just want to give you that 5 chapatis, eat everyone, and fill your cavities and sleep well and die early. So 20 rupees is very easy for them, like dal atta schemes and everything you are saying. Like, you're not getting any kind of meat dal scheme or egg dal schemes. It is dal atta schemes. So it is very easy for the population to feed, because it is the hungry population which will revolt and fight. Another thing which I see, I don't know the basis of it, but the sugars are highly subsidized food in the world, highly subsidized food in the world. You generally see like how other food stuff has done with the rates have gone up. Even the Tata salt, which used to be 2 rupees a pack in 2000, now it is 40 rupees. But the sugar has not increased in that way, because the government is putting lot of subsidies. The reason, scientific proven now, is the sugars make you more coward. The sugars make you feel depressed, anxious. So they feel like, no, I will don't do anything. The police will call me, like they will put me in jail. I will not go out and protest and everything. So they want you to be like cowards. They don't want you to be brave. They don't want you to have courage. So they push you on the sugars, and all the time, from morning to evening. So they push you on sugars, and eventually you see the things, how the world has changed, how the people are so scary and they are not ready to take any new thing and courage. So one thing is definitely there, like, and those kings. I was reading a book, The Wonder Called India, by like some English author. I forget the name. It was written in 1930s by the English author, and he wrote about the Ashoka the Great, that how he changed everything from in India, from this thing to the vegetarianism. But he was not doing any kind of vegetarianism himself, because there is no evidence that they were showing that there was less quantity of meat going inside the palace or something. He was having good time, but he was just trying to control the population with all this stuff. And all these vegetarianism came with us, with all this Buddhism and everything. And how the Hinduism adopted it, because we remained vegetarian for more than 400 years under the influence of Buddhism. And when we again reconverted to the Sanatana in the late 800s, that habit of eating or being the vegetarian remained, but we converted. So this is all the social things, social political things which influenced us. But when now I start and influence, saying patient that take more eggs, start eating meat, start eating fish, start eating this, and they are ready eventually to start it, because I just take the ownership that all the karmas and all the paps are mine now. You just say to the God that it is the doctor who gave us this medicine to take fish or take meat, but eventually I know when you will get healed, I will also get the punyas of your patient, that I treated them very well. So the general public, the general population is now ready to change. They now accept it, that the food is the reason. And there are popular examples, jaisa khaoge ann waisa ho jayega man. And like the way you eat the food, your mind will change. And dane dane pe likha khane wale ka naam, you will eat more grains and you will die early. So don't eat grains. Don't eat grains.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. And we will invite you again for a podcast with DLF and have little extensive discussion, because you have wealth of knowledge. Thank you. And I invite Dr. Pankaj Gupta and Prasanna. We already eaten up 5-6 minutes of his time. So welcome, Dr. Pankaj Gupta.
Welcome. Good morning. Thank you to have me. Prasanna, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. So let me, I will be proceeding with a little bit of introduction to give our viewers perspective. Hello all, and welcome to another exciting episode of India's largest metabolic health conference 2025, where we explore various health topics that not only impact our lives, but can transform them for the better. I'm your host Prasanna, a member and a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. D-Life was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and the recipient of Icons of India Award. Anup is the pioneer of low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100 grams per day max in 2012 that made lchf possible for not only type 2 diabetics to effectively come out of it, and for Indian vegetarians as well. In 2021, D-Life launched its diploma course, which is the only course approved under NSDC Partner, the government of India, in this segment, and the only course with the global biggest 144 hours CPD hours credit. Anup Singh, along with Shashigat Nayangar, is the organizer for this metabolic health conference. Now we have with us Dr. Pankaj Gupta. To provide a brief introduction, Dr. Pankaj Gupta, MD, holds Doctor of Medicine in Neurology and an advocate and adherent of low carbohydrate, healthy fat, and ketogenic diet done in conjunction with intermittent fasting for the reversal of metabolic syndrome. He practices internal medicine, psychiatry, besides neurology in India. He has been passionately treating and caring patients now for almost 30 years. His book on migraine is the first by an Indian, has an Indian perspective, and comprehensively deals with comorbidities besides newer treatment of migraine. Welcome, Dr. Pankaj.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
So, Dr. Pankaj, so the topic which we are getting in today and would like to hear from you is about low carb and various neurological conditions and how effective it will be. And can you please explain on how the low carb way of eating works in the context of treating various health disorders? And can people approach ketogenic diet as a therapy, cure, and a way of life, if you may? Please throw some light on that.
See, I think it has been reiterated ad nauseum, that there is something like essential amino acid and essential protein. And there is something like, essential fatty acid, but there are no essential carbohydrates. The body produces whatever little carbohydrate it needs. Just to give you a perspective, the 5 liters of blood that we have, it just has, 5 grams of sugar. Now, this is the sugar which every Indian may be eating in just 1 chapati. So this is all that you need. And just to, take you back slightly, grains have been there only for the last 7 to 10,000 years. And the human history is that of maybe 1,00,000 years. So for, it is only for a very small period of time that we have been taking grains. For most of the human history, we have been eating meat and we were healthier. And these today's illnesses, the obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and, the neurological these diseases were not at all known. So what we conclude from this? We conclude that all the carbs which we eat from grain, and mind it, there is not one grain of truth in any grain. Any grain you take, it will have at least 40 to 70 grams, 80 grams of, carbs in it. And therefore, the ketogenic diet is not a way, it is the way. And I want all Indians, all doctors, everybody to change into this. And it is my endeavor to rope in, to baptize as many patients, as many colleagues, as many friends, as many, family members that I can. I should, rope them in, because that's the way. And I I have a very strong feeling. I think the 1,000 years of enslavement of India is basically because of, 2 reasons. And one is, very poor protein intake, which decreased overall the size of Indian brain. And second is, the caste system and marriage in, caste, this kind of inbreeding. So these are the two reasons why, no new thought has come from India. We haven't really invented anything. So many, AIs are there, and India is one of the leading nations in softwares. Where is our AI? So, my kind of idea about carbohydrate is very, very strong. And I sincerely believe that we can cut 50% of our misery. And this 50% misery comes from, illnesses, whether it is physical or mental. And this 50% misery can be cut if we, choose a healthy way of life, which is, low carb way of life, or whatever you may call keto.
Okay. Thanks. And so now coming to the mentality, there is usually a perception and an opinion that health disorders, in particular acute neurological disorders, can only be treated with medications. And it might be, is it partially true, or is it fully true, or absolutely it is not true? And a food or a diet or a way of eating, how can it affect neurological conditions? And mainly this kind of a perception is there in the Indian populace. So I would prefer to listen to you from your personal and professional opinion.
See, my idea is this, that 5 years from now, drug treatment for all illnesses will be there only for emergencies and for 3 to 6 months of time. After that, the food will take over. All non-communicable illnesses, and this includes, the kidney diseases, the skin diseases, the cardiovascular diseases, the neurological diseases, the psychiatric ailments, the chest disease, all non-communicable diseases, they have a metabolic basis. And therefore, 5 years from now, when the patient will come, what the doctors will do? They will immediately take a scan of scan of the patient. And this scan will be something like, measuring the health of the mitochondria. And even today, you can do a nuclear magnetic resonance imaging of mitochondria, and you can, see the phosphate atom in it, and you can measure the ATP, and this technology will come in a big way 5 years from now, so that, when a patient comes and you take the scan and you score, and based on that, you say, okay, this patient is in emergency and he will need, mitochondrial infusion. And huge work is going on in producing mitochondria and bioreactors artificially, So for the time being, till the patient is in emergency, we will, infuse mitochondria. We will kind of, make the milieu interior and, bring the patient back to the homeostatic levels. And maybe some drug for infections and drug for, antipsychotics or antiepileptics, which have to be given for emergency. And then in 6 months' time, the role of drugs will be over and the food will take over. This is my conviction. I practice, I've been practicing for 35 years, and I've been practicing low carb from since as far back as I can remember. And of late, since 6-7 years, since the, internet has become very democratic and the knowledge has exploded, I have kind of practiced low carb in lots of neurological patients, psychiatric patients, and general medicine patients, and cases where the tissue damage has been there. There it might not be possible to reverse the disease. For instance, a patient of Parkinsonism where the dopamine cells have been damaged and the patient has come 10 years, 12 years late, it may not be possible. But one thing is for certain, that the benefit is definitely there. The diseases get stalled, they do not progress, and the patient feels better, and the initial hiccup of, not getting onto this low carb bandwagon, no sooner the patient adopts, everything melts. So
Fantastic.
neurological illnesses also improve, and I would, request you to allow me to
Yes.
present some slides, otherwise
Sure.
talking like this, your train of thoughts go hither and thither, and I want to showcase some really new things which are not there in textbooks, and which may really be important, and which may, help us understand the metabolic illnesses, particularly the neurological ones, if you may allow.
Yes. I believe you will have access to share the screen.
Okay, so I share this, I click the share, and I will, okay, got it.
Yes, your screen is visible. Please go ahead.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, so today's topic is low carb in neurological illnesses. Now we begin with, the basic knowledge that the human brain is very small. It is just 2% of our body weight. But it uses, 20 to 25% of total energy. So the first question is, where is this energy going on in the brain? What does the brain do with all this energy? Let us now, think of one neuron. So if one neuron were to be producing 100 ATPs, it would kind of spend, 50 to 60% on a pump called sodium potassium ATPase pump. And 5 to 10% will be in the synaptic connections, and 20 to 30% will be in the generation of action potential. So a neuron is using all its energy to gear up to be able to, respond to a signal, analyze the signal which is coming from various connections, and then, fire if the need be there. Now, there is one data which is there and doing the rounds, and that data is that 93% Americans have one element of metabolic disorder. Now, this would mean that a similar percentage, or maybe 5-10% less, have, insulin resistance. Now, we know that insulin resistance, affects the mitochondrial capacity to produce energies. Therefore, we should, I refer insulin resistance as energy disruptor. And if 93% Americans are having, one metabolic disorder, 93% Indians are also seeing the ubiquitous carbohydrates, or even more, So 90 to 95% Indians are insulin resistant, and they have, this disruption of energy production. And therefore, the brain, which uses the most energy, there is some disruption in the energy production in the brain. Now we go to this slide just to understand how the brain utilizes the energy, and how it fires, and how the firing ultimately decides the symptoms that the patient will have. Now in this slide, you see, there are 3 neurons, A, B, and C, and they are in synaptic connection with the neuron Y. Now, neuron A has a positive input, neuron B and C have a negative input. Now, supposing A has this neuron belongs to a part of brain which has insulin resistance, and the energy production is disrupted, so there will not be any positive input on Y. And then what will happen? B and C will have, predominant negative input on Y. So this will inhibit the neuron Y. Now, if this neuron Y is an inhibitory neuron and has an inhibitory input on Z, neuron Y will be inhibited and Z will be disinhibited. And therefore, Z will start firing, inappropriately. So this is a phenomenon which we see in, Parkinson's disease, where, the globus pallidus is disinhibited because the inhibitory inputs from the caudate and putamen nucleus is not there, and therefore we see, the continuous kind of a pill rolling movement in Parkinson's patient. This is just to give you an idea that what this epidemic of insulin resistance does. It actually, in the brain, the key word is it causes abnormal signaling, and there is actually a signaling chaos. You have to think of brain as a signaling highway, and because of this energy disruption, all the cells are firing in a berserk manner, and there is a huge chaos, and this chaos actually leads on to kind of symptoms that we see. So one neuron will be connected to thousands of other neurons, and there'll be lakhs of synaptic connections. Now this slide here shows that the hippocampal neuron, which is involved in memory processing, is has very large number of connections than the cortical neuron, which may just be an associative neuron. So just imagine one neuron having 1 lakh synaptic connections, and the other neuron also having 1 lakh synaptic connections. So brain uses all this energy to gather inputs from modulating neurons, from inhibitory neurons, from positive neurons, which are giving a positive signal, and then it summates, aggregates, and finally it decides to fire. And it is this appropriateness which reflects in our behavior. If the neurons were to fire inappropriately, we'll have hundreds of symptoms. Now, based on whether a neuron is firing positively, whether a group of neurons are firing positively or negatively, we can have a set of symptoms which we call positive symptoms. Now, if a person were to convulse or have seizures, so this will be a set of neurons which will be firing positively in the motor cortex, and therefore these are positive symptoms. Similarly, hallucinations, as we see in psychiatric ailments, auditory hallucination, where there are no sounds, but the person is hearing sound and talking to the sound. So hallucinations are also positive symptoms. Now, more convulsion by a patient and hallucination by a psychiatric patient having schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, they have the same pathophysiology. Similarly, negative symptoms, you can have sensory deficit, as you see in stroke, or you can have depression. So the depression patient goes to the psychiatry doctor, and the patient who has sensory deficit, he will go to a neurologist. So this slide is just to show that this differentiation will ultimately be not there, and time is ripe for no such stream as neurology or psychiatry. It will be just one stream, neurosciences. And I would like to go even to this extent that in 4 or 5 years time, we will be able to actually image all kind of emotions. So you have pathologic jealousy, we can image it. If 2 people come to us and tell us we are in love, we can image and tell whether it is infatuation or there is some deep connection between them. And so there's one very important statement, and I would like to emphasize this for everybody to listen. And that statement is this, that any kind of abnormal behavior, whether it is disinhibition on an elderly gentleman's part who inappropriately touches a woman, or it is by a child who shows a temper tantrum, all abnormal behavior have a pathophysiologic basis, and they are deep rooted in the change in biochemistry in the brain. And all of this is ultimately connected to the metabolic disorders. So with this knowledge, now we have learned that it is the energy disruption by insulin resistance which can cause, a lot of abnormal signaling, and which can cause, a gamut of positive and negative symptoms. Let me move to this slide, which is showing you here, all the downstream negative cascade of insulin resistance. Now, what is insulin resistance? Insulin resistance is very simple. If you take, 100 grams of carbs every day and you need X amount of insulin for the carbs to go inside the cell, this is the diagram of a cell, then after 1 year or 2 years, you will need, 2X insulin. And after 3 years, the cells will be responsible and you will need, 4X insulin. And slowly the cells will not, respond at all. And all the 100 grams will be there in the bloodstream and raise your blood sugar. So this is insulin resistance. Now, what the insulin resistance does? First thing that the insulin resistance does is, it causes mitochondrial dysfunction. The mitochondria are not getting any energy. They are not getting any glucose, and they are not able to produce any energy. Now, when they are not able to produce any energy, the whole cell and its biophysiology gets derailed. Because everything is dependent on energy, So when the mitochondria are not producing any energy, what happens? The mitochondrial enzymes, they get denatured. Mitochondria have, their own DNA, and the mitochondria have electron transfer chain, and they, conduct oxidative phosphorylation, and through this process, they produce ATP, which is the currency of energy. When there is no energy, the ETC complexes in the electron transfer chains and the enzymes and the, all these things, it gets derailed. Then what happens, during the process of producing energy, free radicals are produced. Now, these free radicals have to be quenched quickly because they are, full of energy, and they can damage the membranes. And mind you, all the membranes here, the cell membrane, the membrane of the mitochondria, they have high content of polyunsaturated fatty acids, which are very, very, sensitive to oxygen radicals. And therefore, when there is no energy, the oxidative stress causes, free radicals, and these free radicals, they will damage the membranes, the cell membrane, and this damage will produce, a lot of aldehydes, and these aldehydes are, very damaging. Then, what will happen? The lack of energy will kind of, what will happen? It will produce distress in the cell, and inflammatory pathways will be triggered. We will talk more about, the sterile inflammation, which is very important. And there are inflammatory pathways in all the cells, and the inflammatory pathways will be triggered, and they will further, damage the functioning of the cell. Next, what will happen is that, the proteins which are made from, RNA messengering and then, translation, the protein reaches to, the endoplasmic reticulum, and the function of the endoplasmic reticulum is to kind of give a 3D shape to the protein. And this 3D shape will not be given because something called endoplasmic reticulum stress will begin. And these proteins, if they have, if they don't have a 3D configuration, they cannot function. And these proteins, they accumulate in the cell, and the cell tries to get rid of it, but the proteins, they act as template, and they kind of act as, propagators of the the abnormal protein into the contiguous cells, and this is how all the neurodegenerative diseases, they, proceed. We know that, the amyloid beta and the tau proteins are there in the Alzheimer's and dementia and other neurodegenerative diseases, but the abnormal protein is the consequence of insulin resistance.
Okay.
And it is not that, the abnormal proteins are there and therefore Alzheimer's dementia has happened. It is the insulin resistance, it is the inflammation, and there are other things which we will talk. Then, what will happen? Insulin resistance also causes advanced glycation end products. And by this, we mean, the glucose molecules, which are, during insulin resistance, the glucose is high in the blood. They go and attach themselves with lipids and with protein, and they, kind of disable the protein and lipid functioning. And advanced glycation product will, when the proteins have changed and the lipids have changed and they are not functioning, they are foreign to the human body, and they will further, cause inflammation. They will further cause, the mitochondrial dysfunction. And then, there is all insulin resistance can also cause, dysbiosis in the gut, and all kind of, inflammatory pathways like NLRP, inflammasome, and epigenetic changes will happen. And ultimately, this will hamper the cell's capacity to renew itself, to, it will impair the autophagy, which is the cleaning up process, and it will, cause programmed cell death, or what we call apoptosis. So this is in short, what your habit of eating sugar actually does, and how through insulin resistance and through, these cascades, it actually causes cell death. So I will move on to the next slide, because, this slide shows you how, what is chronic sterile inflammation, because it is usually the insulin resistance and the inflammation which are at the root of most of today's illnesses. Now, inflammation, as we know, is of two types. One is the acute inflammation. Acute inflammation, we all have, endured. If you have a cut on your finger, there will be rubor, cala, dollar, tumor, as we have been taught. It will be red, and there'll be heat, and it will pain, and there will be swelling, and then after 4 or 5 days, the cut will be healed. Therefore, acute inflammation is very important. Without acute inflammation, humans would not survive and we would die. No, no wound will heal. But what is chronic inflammation? Chronic inflammation is usually sterile. There are no bugs, there is no bacteria, there is no virus. The symptoms of chronic inflammation are very kind of, dodgy, and it's very difficult for a patient to understand that these symptoms are coming from where. For instance, a patient can just come and complain, of foggy brain, of feeling fatigue, of having, low backache or digestive issues, some kind of general weakness. So they are not, specific, and it is difficult to pinpoint whether a patient is having, some kind of a specific disease. And the symptoms of chronic inflammation are very, very, vague. Now we come to, so what causes chronic inflammation? Now this is very important, because the, awareness amongst doctors and among patients, all of them, the triggers for chronic inflammation, awareness is not there. Now, as we have just discussed that insulin resistance itself triggers chronic inflammation. All inflammatory pathways in all cells, and mind it, inflammatory pathways are there in all cells. Any stress is a change, whether this change is outside the body or this change is inside the body, and stress is defined as the reaction to that. And therefore, chronic inflammation is a reaction to insulin resistance, which the cell perceives as stress and triggers the inflammatory pathways. Now we come to, the inflammation, which is, chronic inflammation, which is triggered by outside. So we have sugars, the table sugar that we eat, it contains fructose and glucose. And then we have, the fruits which contain fructose. We have gluten, in wheat, and whole of North India is eating, wheat. The gluten is a highly inflammatory substance. And there are two kinds of gluten, inflammation. One is, the full-blown celiac disease that we see, and the another is, the gluten sensitivity, which in my practice, I feel, 40 to 60% patients will have it. Then we have, these processed foods, all kind of packaged foods, and they will have, the seed oils, and they will have, the processed sugars in it. And there are emulsifiers and stabilizers and coloring agent and bulking agents. And, we have the large omega-6 fatty acids in the seed. Then we have, these heavy metals. They are there in all kind of food, in fishes, mercury, arsenic in Ayurvedic drugs, aluminium from industry,
Yeah.
Then, our Indian cities are, notorious for having the worst kind of pollution. And we may not, feel the effect of pollution in a week or day's time, but pollution is known to, cause chronic severe inflammation. Then, we have the household kind of inflammatory stimulus, and they begin from kitchen. In the kitchen, we use non-sticks, which have, CFOs. Then we are using oils and the vapor of the oil, Then we use deodorants, we use room fresheners, we use, dyes on our head, we use, we vacuum, and while vacuuming, we don't, put on a mask. Then there are insecticides, there are pesticides, there are herbicides. We burn, incense sticks, and we burn diyas in a home, And then, the microplastics are there. And one most important, chronic inflammatory stimulus comes from dry cleaning. Trichloroethylene is used, and this trichloroethylene, it gets dried up, and it vaporizes, and it can go into your, nose, and through your lung. It can, cause inflammatory trigger to inflammatory cells, which may affect your brain. So, the chronic sterile inflammation can be from inside the body, and it is when it is inside the body, it is usually because of, insulin resistance. When it is from outside the body, you have to consider on a patient to patient basis, and you have to look at the four, orifices. What's happening through the mouth into the gut, what's happening in the skin, what's going through the nose, what the person is breathing, and is going into the lungs, And as we cover the neurological illnesses, we will tell how, the insulin resistance and chronic inflammation is the root cause of these illnesses. And if we take care of them, there might not be any need to treat the patient for, very long time with drugs.
Yes, so this particular slide is very illuminating, and some of the things which people usually it actually gets overlooked, such as the environmental toxins, which actually the main culprit, as per your data, is insulin resistance. And some of the things which we usually miss, which actually create and antagonize the underlying condition, are the environmental toxins, which people usually do not look at. It's quite illuminating, doctor. And now that we have about 4 minutes left in our session, may I ask, I know that we have a lot of pathways that we have to cover.
I will just hurry on and mind it, 10 minutes were taken by the previous speaker. So I will, just request you to, give me 10 minutes more. I will be very quick. The main part has been done. So forget about the pathways, and let's come to, the, low carb in epilepsy. Now, in epilepsy, we see patients every day, and epilepsy patients, they will come, you do a CT scan and a EEG, and these are normal. So we don't know where this epilepsy is coming from. And when you get the fasting insulin done, when you get their magnesium level done, and vitamin B12 and vitamin D done, all of these are, not in line. And then you explain the patient that, it is the high insulin which has, caused energy disruption in your brain, and the lack of nutrients, the magnesium and vitamin B12 and vitamin D, they are contributing. And when you put the patient on low carb, the ketones are anti-inflammatory and they maintain a balance between excitatory glutamates and the GABA, and the patient, immediately becomes better. Then, we come about the role of low carb in migraine. Most migraine patients do very well on low carb, I'm telling you. And the reason is, because migraine is a immunometabolic disease, and they have, high insulin, they have, glucose intolerance. And once you tell them not to eat, glucose, once you tell them it is the insulin which is causing the migraine, once you tell them that it is the, the fever, many patients of migraine will have fever, and you tell them that the fever is because of, the inflammation that the insulin resistance is doing, and explain the basis of their symptomatology, they do very well. And in my experience, most patients do so well that they are off drugs in 3 to 6 months' time. Now, one very important, and this is a very important slide. In India, neurocysticercosis is very common. People, they defecate outside, and the stools, they have the cyst of neurocysticercosis. And through vegetable and water, they find their way into the brain. And they are a very important cause of, seizures in India. But these seizures also produce headaches, and the reason is this calcific speck here would have lied quiescent, but for the inflammation. And you can see the inflammation in CT scan as hypodensity here. And this inflammation is triggered by insulin resistance and by bidi smoking and by, all kind of pollution and through gut. And this, the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, we have, immune cells in the form of, microglia. And when they are, chronically inflamed, the microglia, they are of M2 types and they change to M1 type. And when they change to M1 type is a, monster microglia, and it will cause inflammation over here. And this becomes a constant source of, seizures and headache, unless and until you recognize this and take care of the inflammation also. Let us not now come to, Bell's palsy. Bell's palsy is a condition where, the seventh nerve is damaged. Okay. And the seventh nerve is damaged because, the risk factors are pregnancy and diabetes. And both these conditions have, high insulin levels. There is one more mechanism which I want to tell and which is not usually highlighted in textbooks also. And that is, this seventh nerve, this comes from a small foramina. And this foramina is called, stylomastoid foramina. And this is a very small foramina. And because of insulin resistance, there is increased, water content in the body. And the nerve gets pinched at stylomastoid foramina. So once the Bell's palsy patient is there and you tell what is happening, they immediately lower their carb intake and will not have, Bell's palsy in future. And they also improve very fast. Similar thing in, carpal tunnel syndrome, where, you usually have recently I had a lady, she delivered a baby boy, and she was being pampered and all sorts of, goodies were given to her, high carbs. And that, she had a lot of, edema, a lot of water content. And in carpal tunnel syndrome, this nerve, carpal median nerve, it gets, compressed in the tunnel.
So,
and once you
Doctor,
give low carb, once you give low carb, the the symptoms abate and the patient becomes better. We now come to the main part of the my presentation. I will just take 5-7 minutes more. Now, in India, the dementia, we don't see Alzheimer's dementia very commonly because the patients start presenting after 70 and the average age in India is 66, 67. what we see is vascular dementia and a kind of mixed dementia. Now, when a vascular dementia patient comes, we tell the patient, you have had a brain attack. And this brain attack is because of, 6 causes: insulin resistance, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, dyslipidemia, tobacco and alcohol. Once you tell them, you give them, the solution, low carb, and the drugs are needed for very short length of time, and they become better. Now, we come to Parkinson's disease, and, Parkinson's disease, along with Alzheimer's dementia, along with, motor neuron disease, and so many other neurodegenerative diseases, all of them, let me tell, they are all immunometabolic diseases. What happens in them is, there is insulin resistance, and the insulin resistance sequelae, the oxidative stress and lipid peroxidation, it ensues. And then the patient has, endoplasmic reticulum stress, and there is protein misfolding, and the protein gets accumulated, and we get to know Parkinson's disease as, a synucleinopathy. It is the proteins have got nothing to do with that. If you can identify the inflammatory cause, if you can identify the, the insulin resistance, and you treat both, there will be biogenesis of mitochondria, there will be neurogenesis, and patients definitely improve. And this is my last slide, just to give you a perspective. And this will be for the next speaker also, So this is the data, in multiple sclerosis, 10 to 15% patients have, frank diabetes. 60 to 70% will have one abnormal, they will have abnormal glucose tolerance tests. 40 to 60% will have insulin resistance, and 80 to 90% will have metabolic dysfunction. Now, in Alzheimer's dementia, these are even more striking. 20 to 25% will have frank diabetes. 70 to 85% will have abnormal GTT. 80 to 90% will have, insulin resistance, and 90 to 97% will have, metabolic dysfunction. In migraine also, 10 to 15% will have diabetes. 75 to 85% will have abnormal GTT. And 50 to 70% will have insulin resistance, and 90 to 97% will have one metabolic dysfunction.
This particular aspect about Frank's diabetes, it's completely new, and thanks for bringing this up. And now,
there's one more thing. This data is there if you search the literature. But while I was preparing this slide, I had this latest Harrison, and I went through the chapter of Parkinsonism, and there was not one word mentioned about, diabetes, about abnormal GTT or metabolic dysfunction, So I don't know, there is a concerted effort amongst the, medical educators to kind of complicate things and put it in a way which is, kind of intimidates and the student. And when he comes out, he thinks that, he's very knowledgeable, but none of that knowledge is, actually doing any good to the patient. And so I will end this thing. Sorry, I have to take 2 more minutes.
Dr. Pankaj, it's a really illuminating session, and I believe that we have lots to discuss more, but we will do it in some time later. And I would like to invite Shashi and Anup to say a few words.
Dr. Pankaj, thank you very much. And first of all, apologies for that delay, 6 minutes delay which we had. But nevertheless, you have a very interesting data, and we know the kind of topics you post in X, that you have a wealth of experience in this, and maybe we will have a much more detailed discussion in D-Life podcast and discuss much more in detail. I think your details are very, very valuable for India, and the message should get through. Thank you very much, doctor. Thank you
very much.
Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Please get in Dr. Ankur, Ira, and Vineet. Welcome, Dr. Ankur.
Thank you, Shashi. Looking forward to this.
I'll quickly run through the introduction. Welcome to the third Metabolic Health Conference being organized from India by Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh. I am Ira Sahai, the Chief Operating Officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited, a D-Life certified metabolic health coach and the lead host of the third Metabolic Health Conference organized by India, as I said. A bit of intro on D-Life. It is India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform and the world's single biggest low-carb platform, founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from India's very prestigious IIT Roorkee. Anup is also the recipient of the Icons of India Award. Anup pioneered the low-carb movement in India in 2012 with his path-breaking protocol of 100 gram carbs per day max that made not only lchf but also type 2 diabetes possible even for Indian vegetarians. With me today, I have my friend, colleague, and teammate, Vineet, who is a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life and a hybrid athlete who lifts heavy, runs sprints, and trains Ironman athletes using a low-carb approach. He also introduced tallow balm officially to India, so he can be called the OG of tallow. Vineet, welcome. And here is Ankur, our very, very special guest. I had been on his podcast and now, we've called him. What a pleasure to see you, Ankur, as always. Ankur is trained in emergency medicine from the George Washington University. He's currently a principal consultant and faculty of emergency medicine at a super specialty hospital in New Delhi. He has a keen interest in trauma, airways, academic EM, resuscitation, and POCUS. And he coined the term satisfied, SAT, and all smaller case. Satisfied Airway. He has published papers and delivered talks nationally and internationally. He's also the creator founder of the very famous the Desi EM project, of which I was also a guest on. India's first and only emergency medicine podcast heard in more than 70 countries. He's a self-taught nutritionist who's trying to create awareness about species specific carnivore lifestyle and root causes of chronic non-communicable diseases. Welcome, welcome, Ankur. And yes, so let's quickly begin, asking you questions so that we can get more from you. I think we are running a bit late, a couple of minutes late. So,
Thank you,
Vineet, why
Ira.
don't you start,
Thank you, Ira, for the
grilling?
introduction and
Yeah.
welcome, Dr. Ankur.
Thank you guys, man. It's an
Uh,
absolute
it's
pleasure, and thank you
it's so
for.
good to be here with you, two biggest supporter of the carnivore diet in India.
And by the way, all three of us are carnivores, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's
So,
good to.
yeah, it's a double treat. Yes, Vineet.
So I'll start the session, Dr. Ankur. So I want to ask you, what sparked your interest in the low carb and carnivore diet? Like, did it shock you to know, like, as a doctor, that this diet can reverse almost all the metabolic syndromes better than allopathic medicines?
So, as a disclaimer, I'll let you know, as a doctor, I was never trained in nutrition, right? So I thought I was doing the right thing for my patients. 3 years back, I just got a routine blood test I had done, and I saw my triglycerides had hit 600, and I knew something was not right. I've always been a meat eater. I've always loved my meats, but I've always loved my carbs also, like all the other Indians. But then I realized that nutrition is something that I've not been taught in. I knew triglycerides are high because of the amount of carbs I eat. So naturally, I just cut off the carbs at that time, especially the processed sugars and the junk. I was still having a little bit of rice, but I cut out all the breads and stuff, the potatoes and everything else that has carbs in it. And then I just started reading up, the first book I read was Metabolical by Dr. Robert Lustig. And, it just took me down the rabbit hole of metabolic health, which not many doctors actually know about. And then I started watching more on social media. I saw Dr. Sean Baker and on Joe Rogan, and and then I came across Anthony Chaffee and Paul Saladino when he was still a carnivore. But what I figured was in about 6 or 7 months, once I cut off the carbs, my triglycerides came down. They came down to almost 100 in like 6 months. Obviously, I had to lose weight, so that happened 23 kilos. And then over the years, I've met a lot of people. I've read a lot of books, a lot of journal articles. Came across D-Life, and they've been doing some amazing work on low carb, with Anup and Shashi and Ira and all of you guys, going through the low carb community and training more people and treating so many patients with low carb. So I mean, and it wasn't that I followed anybody blindly. whatever they were saying, I went through research articles. Like you've already mentioned, I've published papers, so I know how to go through articles. I know how to read papers and make my own inferences. And it wasn't just RCTs that I was going through, something that a lot of people love to quote. But I mean, just basic biochemistry, opening my textbooks again, and figuring it out. So yeah, that was basically how I entered into low carb or maybe no carbs. But yeah,
I
it's been a
think
learning
Ankur
process.
has already pretty much talked about the influences that he has had, and which is what I was going to ask him, next. But coming on to the next question, Ankur, you being an emergency emergency doctor, or whatever your term is, what do you think? Do you think the role of low carb or the carnivore diet plays in is important in improving once a patient is admitted in the emergency? I was told by a doctor that diet is one thing and emergency medicine is quite another. It doesn't work like that. And inevitably, whenever we write that, there'll be somebody or the other who challenges that kind of equation. But I know that it all begins from there. So can you explain that a bit to us?
Yeah, I haven't been challenged yet, but I do get to speak to my patients. And emergency medicine and low carb or nutrition absolutely goes hand in hand. I'll tell you, we are one specialty that is pro community. We're the only ones that actually go into the community. Our work starts, in the pre-hospital areas, which is inside the community, right? So, I mean, we have an emergency, our ambulances goes, picks up patients, gets them to us. So we are more involved with the community. And once I went in down the metabolic health pathway, I realized how all my patients, actually 90% of my patients, have emergencies related to metabolic disorders, right? Be it heart attacks, strokes, diabetic ketoacidosis, hypoglycemias, even infections, asthma exacerbations, Alzheimer's, cancers, complications of cancers, complications of the treatment of these disorders. So all of these are coming in, and it just goes down to the root cause of what the nutrition's been. And I've been quite vocal about what the nutrition's been for all of these patients that I'm seeing in India, or at least in New Delhi. So it definitely goes hand in hand. And I mean, since we're doing so many researchers in my department, we're talking to all the patients and their attendants, and they all believe that they're having a very healthy diet, being vegetarian, uh, but they do not understand the importance of essential amino acids and good sources of proteins or fats, and obviously misled over the years through all the myths and propaganda that we have also been taught as doctors a little bit. And that's what we also propagate. I mean, we feel that the food plate that is actually prescribed by the ICMR is supposed to be good for everybody, and but what people don't realize is India usually eats that. I mean, 90% of the people actually eat cereals and grains and legumes and lentils and fruits and vegetables and lesser amounts of red meat and eggs. So I think we as a specialty have a really important role to play, to plant a seed in the patients, to for them to understand what nutrient dense foods are all about, what essential nutrients are all about, and then we can take it forward. Just giving an example, recently one of my friends' mom was admitted, and she's had cancer before. She's been a diabetic for many years. She was a vegetarian, although she used to have a lot of processed foods also. Finally got admitted into my hospital after being treated somewhere else for about 2 months. Was not being able to be diagnosed and having a lot of shortness of breath, and she had infective endocarditis, and she needed a valve replacement and everything. But till the time she was in my hospital for about almost 2 weeks, she didn't receive any carbohydrates. That was a strict order from my side. She was given only chicken soup, eggs, and fish. And by the time I met her when she was about to be discharged, she said that she's feeling so much better, and she's never actually felt better eating this kind of food, and that she's getting used to this. And the whole family actually understood how important uh, this kind of nutrition was. So and my whole team, we're all talking to patients, we're all asking them what they're eating. We're actually getting the chance to speak to them. A lot of people think that we do not get the chance. You need to understand, we get three priorities of patients. One is absolutely urgent, emergent, second, and then you have a second priority which is a little more urgent, and then you have the non-urgent cases, and we get to speak to all of them.
Yeah, and that brings me to a very pertinent work that Ankur is currently doing. He's carrying out a research. I think it's the database is of 7,000 patients. Ankur, would you want to tell about that to our audiences?
Yeah, it's a work in progress. I mean, this one's about relation of the diet preferences with metabolic and non-communicable diseases that patients are coming in with. So, the inclusion criteria is anybody who's coming in with a diagnosed diabetes, hypertension, asthma, Alzheimer's, cancers, heart disease, heart attacks, strokes, or, anybody who does not have a comorbid condition but has come into my department with a heart attack for the first time also. All of these are included, and we have a 30 question questionnaire, and it's not about food frequency, but it's about diet preferences like vegetarian, vegan, carnivore, omnivore, pescatarian, and we're asking everything. How do you eat your meats with carbs or not, and alcohol, smoking, everything, exercise, any other addictions. And till now we've collected about 7,000 patients, and out of 7,000 patients, 50% are diabetic, and this is about 28% of the total footfall that we get in our emergency department. So, and the ones who've entered the survey. So 28% of the people who've entered this, who've come to my emergency department are diagnosed with diabetes, who've entered the survey. There are others who are diabetic, but, they did not want to get into the survey. The others who were brought dead on arrival, we had to exclude them. And then there are others who are probably pre-diabetic and diabetic, but they've not been diagnosed yet. So you can imagine easily more than 30% of the population coming into just my emergency department
Correct.
have diabetes, right? Hypertension is even more. It's even more. 65% of these patients are pure vegetarians. 85% of them, no alcohol. 75%, no smoking. You've got about maybe 65%, I might be wrong, I don't remember the whole data right now, who do not eat processed foods or have Nova group of foods, the group 1. You have 4 groups. So they have group 1, which is mostly unprocessed foods. There will be a little bit of bias over there because it's difficult to explain to all the patients what all the 4 groups mean. But it's quite obvious the matrix is out there, and we're seeing what's happening to all of them. And it's not just that. I mean, there are people in my own department who've undergone tests, and they have metabolic syndrome, and we keep doing experiments. So this is just one study we're doing. We're doing another one with non-alcoholic fatty liver that's coming in. We're doing with young adults not diagnosed with diabetes but coming in with hyperglycemia, and then we're diagnosing them with diabetes. We're doing sarcopenia and their dietary preferences in the elderly age groups that are coming in above 65 years, how frail they are. So yeah, I mean, this batch of my residents, I've called them the metabolic emergency medicine batch. So all of their research and thesis is, diet, nutrition, and emergency medicine conditions. So yeah, we're seeing
I
some
think
amazing.
1 year down the line, Ankur, it will be very interesting to look at the data and the correlations, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all going to be correlation, right? You use the right word. I'm not saying causation. It's going to be a very strong correlation. But yeah, I mean, unless we get the impossible RCTs done, nobody can prove causation. But yeah, at the back of our minds, we all know what's causing all of this.
Yeah, great work you're doing. Yes, Vineet, you can take the
It must be very hard to find any healthy, individual coming in an emergency, like the data you are showing. So as we all know that this umbilical cord between insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome is too strong to deny now.
Yeah.
So can you explain how insulin resistance contributes to emergency medical situations?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite obvious, right? I mean, you're insulin resistant, so you're diabetic, and once you have spikes in insulins, it activates the RAS system. It tells the kidneys to, retain more sodium, which shoots up your blood pressure. So you have the blood pressure spikes also when you have insulin spikes, injures the arteries which have more turbulent blood flow in them, like the coronary arteries, your carotid and your aorta, causes more injuries, causes more scar tissue over there, activates your immune response. Your cholesterol also goes over there, LDL goes over there to put a balm, and and then every time you have carbs, and you get more insulin resistant. This just keeps happening on. So you end up with probably a heart attack, or if your carotid artery gets blocked, you can get strokes, or a thrombus can fly down up to your brain, and that can also cause strokes. So we get a lot of strokes, we get a lot of heart attacks. I mean, I've been sharing it on my social media how we're getting a lot of patients who've apparently had no comorbid conditions, who have the normal cholesterol levels that we talk about, and yet they're having heart attacks. But the TG to HDL ratios are high, right? So that also shows that they have metabolic syndrome and insulin resistance. And the most important part, which I feel that everybody's missing out in the medical field, is everybody is B12 deficient. All of them have B12s in the
Rampant,
double digits.
rampant.
People need to
Yes.
know that B12 is the one that controls your homocysteine levels. Yeah, it breaks it down. And homocysteine is something that if it goes up, it causes thromboembolic events, and it can clot your blood. In layman terms, it can clot your blood anywhere in the body, especially in the highly turbulent areas. So you can have thromboembolic disorders, you can have cardiovascular disorders like heart attacks and strokes and pulmonary embolisms, even DVTs, sometimes. So I feel that is what is actually one of the leading causes right now for heart disease, not cholesterol.
Yeah, so Ankur, you are in the emergency medicine, and there's direct, as you said, there's a correlation between insulin resistance going back right to the root and what's happening now. In between this emergency situation, how do you kind of, endorse or talk about or counsel about the diet? Because that's a very, very difficult situation to handle, actually. And I would say, that's not maybe the right, technically the right time also to talk about diet, because, people are in dire circumstances. So how do you just, put
Yeah.
that thing in?
So, like I said, we get three priority of patients, right? So it's easier to speak to the priority 2 and 3 patients because they don't have to be rushed, to probably the cath lab or to the OT or to the ICUs. But we have our emergency ICUs also, and we have some cases. But it's a perception that it's difficult to talk to patients. They want to be spoken to. What we've seen is when I go and ask them, "What do you eat?" and this is what they say, and then when I say, "Why don't you eat your meats and eggs?" they first it's a shock value for them. Like, you're a doctor and you're talking about eating meats and eggs. I mean, we've always been told not to eat meats and eggs, and that piques their interest also. And if they really want to, they actually do listen to us. They start talking about it. Yeah, I mean, the patients who are shifted out to the cath lab, we always tell that, and you can come back and speak to us. And since we're doing the research, we ask them all of those questions, so they know that these guys are doing something. These guys are probably going against what the usual paradigm is all about. But it's not difficult to speak to them. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes, and we understand who's interested, right? I mean, I've had patients tell me, I'd rather die than eat meat, the ones who have religious reasons. So I don't bother wasting their time and my time, discussing this. We've got a huge population, right? So there are a lot of people who are interested. There'll be lots who will not be interested at all. They want to live the life they've lived, the way that they've been living with medications and insulin and all of that, and eat everything that they want to. That's everybody's choice. What I feel is I try to give out the education and awareness, and then it's their choice, right? I mean, we know that we've all been given the wrong choices, the wrong education, the wrong kind of awareness regarding nutrition and food. I think it's time to change that. And you guys are doing an absolutely amazing work doing the same in your own capacities. So it's not difficult to speak to them.
Yeah, I would just extend one point, Vineet, before we move on and you take on the next question. You are definitely doing a very critical work, Ankur. You're changing the perception, in the, conventional medical, scenario. How is your office space or your co-workers looking and other doctors looking at your work? And is there any resistance to that?
No, they're not going to resist me, first of all. Second, practice what we preach, right? So they've seen the change in me. They've seen how much fitter I've become. So they know something's right. And when I speak regarding nutrition, they also understand that they don't know anything about nutrition, right? Because they've not been taught. It's not their fault. I mean, they've not been taught, and then they can see that I'm talking sense. And if I just ask a question, a basically simple question to probably a cardiologist or a neurologist, that this guy's cholesterol levels are absolutely normal. Why do you want to start him on statins? I know why they want to start him on statins, because the guidelines say so, right? And when we have these questions, and there's this respectable conversation that happens, they don't want to resist. But they also have issues in not starting medications, because since it's in the guidelines, they don't start the patient on statins. Anybody can sue them. So it's not their fault. It's like the guidelines need to change. And if we speak sense, and if we back it with evidence, and I don't have to show evidences of the world to them. I can show them evidence of our own department, of our own patients that are coming in, and we're doing prospective and retrospective studies. And I've picked up stroke cases from since 2019. We're on 2020 right now in collecting data. You won't believe it. Out of 79, out of about 200 strokes, 79 patients had lipid profiles done. They were all started on statins because that's what the guidelines say. But 79% only had 79 patients had lipid profiles done, and just 2 of them had high cholesterol levels. The rest had normal cholesterol levels out of 79. And this is only from 2019 to 2020. So first of all, the guidelines, I've been through all the guidelines because we all read. None of the guidelines tell us to check the lipid profiles of the patients. You want us to start cholesterol lowering drugs, but you don't want us to check if they're high or not. That just shows how big the influence of the pharma industry is on the guidelines, right? You don't want us to check the cholesterol levels, but you want us to start those medications empirically. That's not right. Fine, you want to start statins. At least prove that the patient has high cholesterol. Not that he needs statins for that, but then if you want to start a medication to lower something, you want to first document the fact that he had high values of that, right? You don't want to start somebody on insulin who has sugar levels of 70 or 80, right? You want to first document that the patient has a sugar level of 200, 230 before you start on metformin or insulin or whatever drugs you want. The same should be for this. So, when we have these kind of conversations with other doctors, there is not much resistance. The head of my department, he became carnivore. He lost weight. He got over his hypertension. He got over his pre-diabetes. He's off all medications. So now I have another partner, right? So I mean, if 2 leaders of the same department are talking about all of this, and we're talking sense, not going to get resistance.
And it helps to have data, Ankur. It helps to have data. It helps to walk the talk. It helps to have more people, in the game. And you're proving that by doing it yourself and, inspiring people around you to do it. So, I think you are in a better position, than other doctors may be. Yes, Vineet.
So, Ankur, tell me how, what ways we can emergency physicians, like you integrate, into this nutritional awareness. So, given the time constraints and acute nature of your work,
yeah, I mean, once I went carnivore, I think I've got enough time to do a lot of things. I think it's just there. It just happens. There's something where I think my time management has become much, much better. It's because I'm more mentally aware, more alert. I've got more space. So, I'm doing podcasts, I'm doing my own social media, I'm doing a lot of interviews, I do my workouts, I do consults, I do 9 to 5 every day. I drive to work at 7:30 in the morning. I come back by like 7:38, and I still have time to all of this and give time to my family, play with my son, everything. So it's possible. A lot of people actually have a negative mindset, and I don't blame them. That's how we've been conditioned, I think. And we forget, like, if a child comes and tells us that Papa, ye mere se nahi ho payega, I won't be able to do this, we always tell them to first try it out and then decide if he or she can do it or not. Right? So I have a lot of people, even doctors, coming to me. I can't have meat all the time. How do you know that? You never tried it. Try it at least. I had somebody tell me, how do you eat meat 3 times a day? I'm like, the same way you eat vegetables 3 times a day.
Yeah, I think we've all gone through the same questions. I mean, even till now, people are shocked.
Exactly.
This low carb and carnivore just makes you,
No, low carb is still
Superman.
fine. Vineet, low carb is still fine. You, Ankur,
Carnivore
and I
makes you
know
Superman.
what it is to be carnivore, and everywhere that you go, new people, you always get asked, sirf meat khate. Even your bhaji wali will ask you. We have that shock value, for everybody.
Yeah, and people need to understand that low carb and carnivore is not bulletproof. You might get infections, but you'll recover like super fast. I had a fever for 5 hours. That's it. I didn't take any medication and I was absolutely fine. My son had a fever for 1 day. When he used to actually suffer from virals and all, it used to go on for like 7 to 8 days and all of that. So last week he had a fever. It was just for 1 day, and he was absolutely fine. I've never seen him recover so fast, right?
Your body recovers very fast.
But the severity is going to be really low. That's a big difference.
So I'll just carry this question forward, Ankur. How do you suggest, very practically, the doctor should integrate nutrition? Is there something they can do about it?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, they can go on to D-Life, right? You guys are doing such a great job. You've got so many doctors on your panel who've who've actually come and trained under you, and you've got I think you've got the maximum CPD points in the world. And Shashi, Anup, Ira, Vineet, all of you guys are doing an amazing job. So if doctors want to, they can definitely join your course. There might be other courses that I think out there, but
No, there is nothing. Actually, there is nothing. And very,
I'm sure.
heartening thing that happened yesterday was that Dr. Nadir Ali was, in the conference. And he started with the statement, if you want to do, learn low carb, go to D-Life, go to D-Life.
Yeah.
And, we tweeted about it, but it just validates our stand, in India. And today we had somebody from, of the face of the government of India where we are certified from. So, of course, 48 doctors we are training, and we'd like more doctors to join us so that we are together in this movement. Yes, Vineet, you want
Absolutely.
to take the next question?
So, Ankur, what do you think about dietary interventions like low carb and carnivore diet? We are, what role can play in preventing hospital readmissions for patients with metabolic disorders? Like if they fix their
Readmission
diet and
readmission comes later. It's first about admission. So I made this my slogan that, help me save your lives by not coming into the emergency department. You don't need me. Why should you need me to save your life? It should only be for traumas. You can save yourself from heart attacks, you can save yourself from strokes, you can save yourself from Alzheimer's, cancers, diabetic ketoacidosis, again, hypoglycemia, severe infections, asthma exacerbations, autoimmune disorders. You can save yourself by eating the right way, eating nutrient dense foods, eggs and meats, and cutting off all unnecessary carbs. So if you get metabolically fit, you won't need to come into the emergency department. Forget emergency department. You won't even need to go to the doctor, for an OPD visit. You just won't need that. Why do you want to visit hospitals? Why do you want to be on medications? You don't need it. It's
Sorry,
quite
cutting
simple.
you here. Like 6 years back, I used to go to the Max only at Saket, where you are practicing for IBS, for my migraine, and it's been
Yeah.
6, 7 years now. Never ever.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. So I mean, it can easily be done. I mean, and unfortunately, not many doctors know that. That's the thing. So I mean, dietary interventions should be the first step. I mean, we've done that for our friends, families. All of us have, taken patients off medications, right? I did this at a conference last year where I actually asked how many of the doctors in the panel and in the audience had actually had reduced their OPD footfall because their patients were off medications, cured from their disease, and did not need to come back to them. I was the only one who raised their hands. Right? So we're not doing that. So we're managing diseases, right? We're helping them live their life on medications, and then they get complications and they come back, and then we put them on more medications and they have some complications, they come back. It's like, and like, especially diabetes and insulin resistance, right? It's supposed to be progressive, and we let it progress, right? We start them on metformin, then we start at glimepiride, and then we put them on insulin, and then increase the doses, and then put them on another insulin, and then we realize, oh, they're going to diabetic nephropathy. All right, now you've got CKD stage 1, 2, 3. All right, we put you on more medications. Okay, now you've reached CKD 5. Fair enough. This is the progress of diabetes. Now we're going to get a fistula made for you. Now we're going to start dialyzing for you. It's going to be hard for you. Don't worry, we're there, we'll take care of it, we'll give you dialysis appointments, everything's going to happen. Yeah, we've been taught in that same way, and then they miss the dialysis one day and their potassium shoots up, and then they come back to the emergency with really high potassiums, hardly able to breathe, their heart rate's gone down, and when we clear the potassium, we get them dialyzed. They may survive, they may not survive, and everybody's like, all right, everybody tried their best, but we did not. If we would have just given them nutrient dense foods and removed carbs, a lot of people have actually reversed their kidney disorders. Ira is an example over here. So, it can happen, and it should happen. That is what we need to change.
Yeah, Ankur, I think we should just sum up a lot of things that people may be wanting to hear from you. Can you bust some myths about, meat animals? Primarily, why did you choose to be a carnivore? That in short, and why should people choose carnivore if they can or are willing to over a vegetarian diet?
So, like I mentioned, I was always a meat eater. From the age of 2, I've heard stories of myself asking my family for chicken and meat and fish and all of that. So I have always enjoyed my meats.
You're a true Kaista, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I can vouch for that.
So people need to know that there are essential nutrients, non-essential nutrients, right? You need essential amino acids. So everybody talks about just protein as a macro, and they just zoom out and talk about protein. You need to zoom in and know non-essential and essential amino acids. You need your 8 essential amino acids. Where do you get those essential amino acids from? You get them from animal products, from meats. They're bioavailable and biodigestible. So our stomach acid is acidic. Stomach has acidic pH, which helps in breaking down the meats. So you need essential amino acids. You need essential fatty acids. You need essential vitamins and minerals. Carbs is not essential because our body makes glucose from glucogenic amino acids, and then again those are essential amino acids. Again, comes back to animal foods, right? You need DHA and EPA for your brains. You get them from seafood. You get them from egg yolks, red meat. You need vitamin A in the form of retinol, which is readily available. That happens from meats. You need vitamin D. Again, sunlight is one thing, but then even from food, red meats, yolks. You need vitamin K2, which is a readily form. Again, meats. B12. I've already told you India is deficient in B12, right? You can only get that from animal products. Even vitamin C is available in chicken liver, other organ meats. So we get that. And our requirement for vitamin C is anyways lower than anybody who eats a carbohydrate diet, because the GLUT transporters have competitive inhibition between the two, and glucose always wins. So they need higher doses of vitamin C. We don't need it. So all of these are available in animal products, right? And we also need to eliminate anti-nutrients. Where do we get anti-nutrients from? From the vegetables, right? From the plants, from the cereals and grains. They can't run away. They have their own defense chemicals. You have oxalic acids and oxalates, lectins, phytates, trypsin inhibitors, phytoestrogens. All of these are there. Phytates block uptake of zinc for us. Lectins block protein to be again taken up from some of the dals and the lentils we talk about, but they're more of carbohydrates than the proteins. So, and I'm seeing everybody falling sick on a diabetogenic diet, which is the plate prescribed by the ICMR. And it's not that a lot of people actually feel India has become diabetic after westernization and industrialization. It's not. Ira also knows this. We've had documented diabetes from thousands of years, and it's been out there. So it's not that
sinister plan to have everything pushed under and shoved under the carpet, and just one. Well, I would say diet has become very political, because it's everything else but science is there. So Ankur, I would crunch a few things. Our audiences would love it. Just say yes, no, and maybe one line answers. Eggs raise cholesterol dangerously.
No ways.
So how many can they eat?
As many as you want, as many as you can.
Can they give the yolk to the neighbors?
The yolk is where the nutrition is. It's got complete vitamin and mineral profile, and your saturated fatty acids there.
But if I have high cholesterol, should I be eating yolks? My doctor told me not to eat.
You want yourself to have high cholesterol. Again, LDL's been removed from the AHA's calculators, So yeah, mine is around 450, and I'm happy about that.
Throw some of the egg whites and eat all the yolks.
Yeah,
but Ankur,
it's funny because a lot of people, when I ask them when we go out for conferences and they're having eggs, I'm like, so what are you taking? Oh, I'm having 3 egg whites and two whole eggs. I'm like, it doesn't.
Egg whites is a complete elite club. We'll come back to that later. That has some, it's a genre.
But Ankur, there are many critics who argue that high protein or high fat diet could have negative long-term effects. How do you respond to these concerns?
What? My first question to them is like what? Always. They're like, it'll affect your kidneys. I'm like, I can see diabetes and hypertension affecting the kidneys. And once your kidneys are damaged, yes, you're going to leak out protein here. It's not going to happen the other way around. And your body, 3/4 of your body structure is made of proteins and amino acids. All the processes, every enzyme in our body is made of amino acids. I open my biochemistry books and show it to them again. This is what was written in our books that we read in the first year. So, that's not going to happen.
Okay, red meat is very bad for me. I mean, shouldn't be eating it daily, and it may rot in my colon.
A colon is shrunk, once we've evolved. A colon is where the vegetables ferment, not meats. Meat so it gets digested in the stomach, in the small intestine. It doesn't even reach the colon. So, yeah, that's again a myth.
How am I going to poop without fiber on carnivore?
How do babies poop?
Yeah, everybody. How
Yeah.
do I do
No,
that?
but how do babies poop? They don't get any fiber from their mother, right? They get only fats and proteins in the mother's milk. That's what you need.
And
If
they
you
do
eat
it
a live
7, 8,
relative,
10
have
times a
fats.
day.
Even when we give suppositories to the babies, it's fat like glycerol, right? It's not fiber. That's an absolutely and the thing is, people forget we are born with peristalsis. It is our normal physiological process. When our body wants to poop, it will. We don't need external sources to make our intestines move. It's going to happen. It's a normal. It's like a heart beating, right? It's normal. We're born with our heart beating and our brain working the same way. We have our intestines and peristalsis. That is absolutely natural, and it's going to happen whenever the body wants it to happen. We don't have to force it.
Should we eat fat and fatty liver?
Yeah, of course. That fatty liver is because of the carbs.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Vineet, anything else that you would want to ask Ankur? We are having such a fun session, and Ankur, as promised, we wanted you to feature in the MHC first and then the D Life, podcast. And we will have you again, on the D Life podcast. But Vineet, would you want to ask
I
anything?
want to ask one last question. Like, what changes would you like to see in hospital nutrition policies, particularly in emergency care settings?
Yeah. So there's something that we're leading in. We've banned sugars in my department first. Anybody who orders coffee from any of the baristas in the hospital, they know they can't carry the coffee with sugars in my department. The food and beverage department is banned from giving any fruit juices or fizzy drinks to my patients who are there in the emergency department. And that again strikes a conversation for us, because if they want something, the FNB doesn't go talk to Dr. Ankur. He's not allowed it. So then I have a conversation, and and just helps to bridge some gaps. So
please get Shashi and Anup also on the screen so we can keep chatting. Yes, we have.
So these two are really important interventions that all hospitals should do. Now, when I have patients who I know myself, for them, the FNB and the dietary and the dietitians get straight away orders from me. Do not give them any carbs. Feed them just chicken, mutton, and maybe not mutton, but at least chicken, fish, and eggs, all cooked in butter. It's difficult to get ghee in the hospital, for cost effectiveness, but yeah, butter happens. And so that is something that happens, and then I have conversations with dietitians also, because they come and tell me, so dals are also rich in proteins again. So then we have another conversation over there. So I think hospitals actually need to start, at least, if nothing else, at least ban processed sugars and these fruit juices from all over the hospital. That's one thing for sure.
I'll be visiting you soon with lots of Kashmiri meat at your hospital.
I would love that.
Anup.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Ankur. And you mentioned about RCT. I mean, you and me are involved in RCT, and it's of a different kind. I call it random community trial, which is far more authentic than funded RCTs. That is point number one. And point number two, you mentioned about diabetics being 28% in your internal study. Now, if you believe the American numbers, the unsick population is only 7%. And I won't be surprised if it is more in India, because all the dietary guidelines in India are just a copy paste of what comes from the West.
Yeah.
That is one. And two, I am here to complete the quartet of carnivores, right?
Oh, great.
For last 20 months, I mean, there was a question, I think, discussion, how can you eat meat daily?
Yeah.
Now, to make it more stringent, for last 20 months, I am eating the same preparation of meat without a break. Same, no change in even the recipe.
So it's a bad diet. Carnivores are eccentric and they do this, on purpose. It's a bad diet.
Yeah, let me add one thing to it, so that people don't mistake that we are D-Life is promoting carnivore or something. I started off as a basically dairy dependent vegetarian, right? Then I added eggs. Then someday I was told that if your God cannot cure your diabetes, better start doing something sensible. That is when I started eating chicken, then mutton, and then after listening to Ira's story, I started hogging literally red meat. And 10 eggs a day, protein shake, 500 grams of boneless meat. That's my schedule.
Yeah, I can't wait for Shashi to upgrade from eggs. Yeah.
So fine. Thank you. Anyway, I'm the only odd man out here, only vegetarian here. So thank you very much, Dr. Ankur. We'll have a more detailed discussion in our D-Life podcast. Thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much for having
another
me.
Dhamaka podcast I will schedule very soon.
I
Thank
had
you,
a
Ankit.
blast. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming. Thank you,
Thank you.
Vinny.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Ankar. Thank you.
hosting.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
everyone.
Shashi and Anup.
Please get Dr. Ian in.
Hi, Shashi.
Dr. Ian, welcome.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for inviting me. Nice to see you again.
So nice to see you again after June when we met first.
Yes, in Switzerland. Yes, lovely.
So thank you. So Dr. Ian, I'll just finish off the introduction first. It will also give you a perspective of what we are doing and also the audience about who you are exactly. So I'm Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. And it was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who is an IIT Premium Engineering Institute, and he's a silver medalist at that, and Icons of India awardee. So he also pioneered the low carb movement in India, and his groundbreaking 100 grams carb per day max protocol for Indians made low carb very easy for type 2 diabetes management, especially for the vegetarians, which otherwise is very difficult. And in 2020, he launched D-Life Diploma course, the only legally tenable course approved under the NSDC Partner, Government of India, in this segment with the world's largest 144 CPD Hrs. So Anup Singh and me, we both co-organized India's first historic low-carb conference back in 2023, the second in 2024, and now the third one in 2025. So in this conference, I'm very happy to invite Dr. Ian Lake. I'll give a brief introduction of Dr. Lake. Dr. Ian Lake is a primary care physician in the UK who is keen to ensure that all his patients with type 1 diabetes and their clinical team knows how to optimize insulin from all the root of health. After 20 years of living with type 1 diabetes, he accidentally discovered dietary lifestyle, which had such a profound transformation in his diabetes control from the first day. He held his insulin dosage, reduced his hypo, and much improved the blood sugars. He has since done deep dive into type 1 diabetes. He's aware of insulin management can be maximized if there's an understanding of role of diet, physical activity, sleep, and circadian rhythm mindset and our lived environment. He feels healthy and alert, and that he has the confidence to resume sports in the great outdoors solo, and which he had to stop previously because of safety concerns around type 1 diabetes. In 2020, he organized 0500 project, the 100-mile run over 5 days with 0 calories, water only. Unbelievable. One other person with type 1 diabetes was in the team of 8. It was designed to address clinical concerns about the ketogenic diet in type 1 diabetes, and it was such a success. There was no issue at all. So he is a published author in peer-reviewed journals and a public speaker in this topic at conferences worldwide. He also runs residential course on insulin optimization for people living with type 1 diabetes. So type 1 diabetes and ketogenic diet is a big wow. Welcome, Dr. Ian.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that lovely introduction. As it happens, I'm on day 6 of our residential retreat for people with type 1 to optimize their insulin. So it's an appropriate time to be speaking with you. Everyone's doing very well, so that's good.
So what, as a type 1 diabetes, type 1, what led you to explore and adopt this ketogenic diet, despite always the push for the usual diet which we have?
Yeah, so I'm a conventionally trained doctor, and when I developed diabetes 30 years ago, I believed in the conventional method. Why wouldn't I? But over 20 years of trying to do that, it proved very difficult for me to control my diabetes, and it was getting worse and worse as time went on. A year before I adopted a keto lifestyle, I'd accidentally run into the wonderful book Richard Bernstein's Diabetes Solution, and I read that from cover to cover in a weekend, because it was so compelling. Then I put it down, and I thought there's far too much fat in that, because at the time we were recommended to have a low-fat diet. So I pressed on, and then about a year later, I had a very tricky situation, a hypo, when I was on my own and ran out of glucose. So that was a touch and go event for me. I remember it well. And then I got my first letter to say I'm developing retinopathy. So for me, there was no choice but to try to, I had nothing to lose really at that point. So I remember eating my first omelette, and I got a completely flat glucose line, and the next meal, and the next meal, and the next meal. And then I obviously became a complete convert. And since then, I've been trying to convince my colleagues and subsequently all of my fellow type 1s that this is a good way to go. Hence why we're here on this retreat now.
And I think that Dr. Bernstein has such a far-reaching impact globally. Even we, as type 2 diabetics, we have also read his book right from the time we got diagnosed. So I recall reading it somewhere in December 2015, and I got diagnosed in September 2015. And October 2015, I joined D-Life. I met Anup Singh there, and then he encouraged us to read all these books. So I'm very curious to know at this stage, what were your diet like? Was it vegetarian side, high grain diet, grain? Because you just now mentioned that you ate omelette and saw a flat line. So I'm curious to know.
My diet now?
Earlier.
Earlier, it was a traditional 55% carbohydrate diet. Pretty well. There's something in the UK called DAFNE, which is dose adjustment for normal eating. And of course, normal eating is high carbohydrates. So that's what it is. So it was everything that most people eat. So there's meat, there's fish, there's obviously all of the what you call low carb foods, but equally there were pastries, rice, potatoes, bread, etc., porridge. Every morning I used to eat porridge. And every Monday morning, I used to say, right, this week I'm going to do better than last week. And I started off with the blood glucose about 6, had some porridge, probably put about 6 units of insulin, which is what I consider a very high dose now. And by lunchtime, I'd be about 12, 13. If you're in the States, it's multiplying by 18. So that's about 180, probably 220, something like that. So it didn't really work. And it was an omnivore type of diet. And I'm still on an omnivore diet, but obviously tending to all of the keto foods.
So when we say, see, we always know that, okay, low carb for type 1, type 2 and all, but you specifically mentioned ketogenic diet. Now, we all know about diabetic ketoacidosis, especially in type 1. So can you dwell upon that ketogenic diet, diabetic ketoacidosis? Did you not have fear of going into DKA? There is a common perception. So that's why I'm asking a very simple question.
Yes, that's a very interesting point, really, because I did a survey of 150 people from my website who are already converts to keto. So clearly there will be a bias in the answers to that. But when I looked at the reasons why healthcare professionals were against keto diets, 1 in 8 said it leads to diabetic ketoacidosis. Well, all of the people on the course I'm running today, all of these people, non-specialist, non-medical backgrounds, can tell you why diabetic ketoacidosis isn't a risk when you're in nutritional ketosis. And you know, and everyone probably who watches this recording will know that. But for the people that keep saying, well, there's a risk of DKA, I just simply ask them, well, could you enlighten me on why that might be the case? And so far, I haven't had a good answer to that. So I think that everything is safe, and definitely the metabolism and the biochemistry and the feedback loops in the body suggest this is completely safe. There's a person called Suzanne Schneider who did a 2-year study on 30 people with type 1 who are keto, and none of those had a DKA event, and they were all on keto diets. And there's only 1 case of hypoglycemia in the whole of that 2-year period amongst 3 people. So that would suggest it's very, very safe. The other thing I should say, however, is that when we have type 1 diabetes, we are still at risk of DKA, but not because of the diet. The diet has no impact on our DKA risk, but if we are not taking our insulin for whatever reason, if we don't have access to it, like in some countries where people can't get hold of it, if you have a body problem where you want to lose weight, or if you're severely ill, you need to be aware that you need to be on it and adjust your insulin appropriately to prevent DKA. But it is not caused by the nutrition.
So what are the benefits you have seen with adopting a ketogenic diet?
There are multiple benefits to this. Obviously, you get the obvious, the normalization of blood sugar on day 1. So when you say how long does it take? Well, to become fully keto adapted, it probably takes about 3 weeks. But from day 1, you start to get good results. So normalization of blood glucose. I halved my insulin dose overnight. My HbA1c came down into the non-diabetic and often the normal range for people who don't have any pre-diabetes either. and I got fewer, it was more of a smooth trace of blood glucose, so fewer hypos, but also things like freedoms to be confident when you're at meetings or doing sport or traveling. I never always check. In fact, I only checked my blood sugar, my blood glucose about 5 minutes. I thought, oh my goodness, I haven't checked my blood glucose. But I knew it would be okay. And it's 5, and that's 90 in milligrams per deciliter. And I know that I'll be okay for the whole of this talk, and I won't be eating till lunchtime. So it gives you freedoms to eat when you like. Other things that are not mostly talked about, your brain fog disappears. You become really clear in your thinking, and you're wired up, not in a negative way, but in a positive way. And that is a fantastic benefit. You don't realize you're brain fogged until you're not. So I thought I was okay, but now I'm on a keto diet, I feel so much more alert and vital. Vision improves, the fogginess of vision improves. When I was on a high carb diet, I often got joint pains or injuries when I was running or something like that. I've had 2 calf injuries in 10 years, and that's thankfully all I've had. So improvement in joint pains. Getting up at night to pass urine, I don't do that anymore. I used to be up couple of times a night, once a night, something like that. Now that's disappeared completely, which improves my sleep, which is, of course, one of the roots of health. More energy in general, and improved dental health. So there are lots of benefits that aren't the obvious, just the standard HbA1c and reduced insulin, but many, many benefits for type 1s. And you get them very early on, in the first 6 to 8 weeks, they come upon you.
So in the standard approach of eat anything and load yourself with insulin, so what are the commonly seen complications which you think can be avoided by adopting a low carb diet or ketogenic?
Well, obviously the obvious complications that we all know on the day we're diagnosed and the clinic tells us, we're at risk of cardiovascular disease, which of course includes heart disease and strokes, and peripheral vascular disease, so effect on the nerves, so we often get neuropathy, and the effect on the eyes and the kidneys. And there's a lot of morbidity in type 1 diabetes, and we all fear that, and it causes a lot of mental health or stress problems for us. But there are the other downstream effects. I don't think, you see, we all say, oh, that's caused by high glucose levels, and we use HbA1c as a marker of the potential to get complications, which is why we're always encouraged to reduce our HbA1c and get our sugar right. But what I think is not yet realized is that it is also the insulin which is causing us a problem. So the general conception is, get your sugar levels right, and it doesn't matter how much, you can use as much insulin as you want. Insulin's a free ride, shoot it all up, and don't worry about how much you need. Well, we are starting to understand now that Alzheimer's disease, progression of cancer, certainly, neurological diseases such as bipolar disease and migraine, they all have hyperinsulinemia, high insulin levels, as part of the causation of those conditions. So not only are us type 1s at risk of that, but because we inject our insulin into the skin and not where it should be injected, we are automatically in a high insulin state. So to add carbohydrates, which are biggest requirement, which is the biggest user of insulin, if you like, or we need more insulin for carbs, puts us at risk of all of those conditions as well. There's a fantastic podcast called Bipolar Cast with a guy who had, Matt Bazuki, he had bipolar disease, 5 times the risk of suicide with bipolar disease when you're on the downtime. And within months, having adopted a keto diet, accidentally found it, he was much more able to function and in both the up times and the down times. Well, think about that. If you have someone with bipolar disease who's now convinced that a keto diet is good for them, and they then develop type 1 diabetes, that presents some people with a very difficult clinical challenge. And is it better, therefore, to keep your HbA1c good and take a high carb diet to prevent ketones appearing in your blood, or is it better to reduce your risk of suicide 5-fold by adopting a specialist diet? So, there are lots of benefits of lowering your insulin levels, and that's what we teach on this course. It's called insulin optimization for all roots of health, not just diet, but physical activity, circadian rhythms, mental health, and our environment that we live in.
How real is this double diabetes, even in type 1?
Oh,
Insulin.
it's very common. Most people with type 1 diabetes put on weight as they go on, and all of the complications of type 2 diabetes are the same ones that we experience. And people do tend to need more insulin as time goes on. Not everyone, but those that put on weight. So within the type 1 profile, which is an autoimmune disease, there will be a percentage of those who have more of a tendency to have type 2 anyway. And they will be the ones that will progress to type 2 diabetes. So double diabetes, as we call it, is not uncommon at all in type 1.
So that's a real risk. That means already someone is insulin deficient, they have to take insulin, and
Yeah.
also excess insulin leads to insulin resistance, which may not have heard much in the past, but it becomes a very real issue in present times. So I think type 1 diabetes, if they are on the usual high carb and high insulin diet, so not only they take a lot of boluses of insulin, but also face a lot of complication and also very severe glycemic variability. I think that glycemic variability itself will lead to a lot of complication probably. So
100%.
how about the pushback? Have you received pushback from fraternity in general?
Yes, I mean, 10 years ago, I discovered all of this and became very evangelical about it. And I thought, oh, I've only got to tell my colleagues about it, and they'll say, oh, that's really good. Let's do it. But that, unfortunately, as most of us watching this will know, that there's a huge amount of pushback from our colleagues. In the early days, there were a lot of negative comments. I can produce a lot of clinical records from specialists because I'm a generalist. And when our patients come back from the specialist diabetology clinics, they always come back with a letter. And my name was often mentioned in very negative terms about it's an unsafe diet. But that has now disappeared. We're just now ignored by the mainstream media, and we're ignored in this country anyway, by the charities and the main information sources for people with type 1. For example, and I hope we can talk about this later, we just produced a guideline or a position statement on low carb in type 1. And there are only 2 specialist diabetes organizations that have actually published that. The mainstream organizations have completely ignored it. So that's where we are right now. So we're not getting any pushback anymore. We're just getting it being ignored.
Now, how long have you been in ketogenic diet?
10 years.
10 years. 10 years is massive.
It's a long time, and I'm still thriving. I'm still well, and I feel much better now than I did 10 years ago.
I think now I want to discuss something very, very, people will not believe this. Many may not know this. You cycled 1,000 miles from UK to St. Moritz to attend the Keto conference while maintaining 30-gram ketogenic diet. What inspired you to do this, and what did you want to prove?
Well, I was in search of something to do. After the 0-5-100, the 100-mile run, I had a couple of years where I wasn't doing a great deal of challenge. I did a run from London to Birmingham along the canal network in this country, but that was just a private, I just did that as a private little holiday, if you like. And then I got a chance to go to Switzerland from the UK, and I normally sort of make my own way down there. But I thought, well, I've got a little bit of time on my hands right now. I'll cycle it, because I was talking about physical activity in type 1 diabetes. So what better way to lead from the front than actually go there on a cycle? That inspired me. And the other thing I wanted to do, because I'll never convince my colleagues at the moment that the people at the top end aren't really too interested in change right now. But I think I can inspire my fellow type 1s, because they're the ones that I really care about. And I thought, well, I'll measure everything. So I wore a continuous keto meter, continuous glucose meter. I recorded all of my diet in detail, recorded the distance, my heart rate. And I'm going to publish that at some point, and I'm hoping to publish that in book form, like a textbook of diabetes, really.
So how exactly you did it? What adaptations you did? How did you manage? Did you face any difficulty during the journey? And what did you take really? I mean, in the sense, you took electrolytes, you took water. How is it?
Well, I didn't do much at all, to be honest. I did some training runs, some training rides, just to make sure I could do the distance, because I'm not particularly a cyclist. I'd call myself a commuter cyclist or a touring cyclist type of person, an occasional cyclist. So my preparation was just making sure I was physically fit enough, and then just carry on doing what I'm doing. So I didn't take electrolytes. I just took water, and I ate a keto diet. I decided I wouldn't take supplies with me, so I had to buy all my food en route for space purposes on a bike. But there's no preparation required, you see. This is the wonderful thing. You just set off and go. The only thing I had to do was adjust my insulin volumes downwards, because with my experience of fasting before, and this wasn't a fasted ride, but I knew I'd become more insulin sensitive. So for the first couple of days, I was reducing my insulin. I didn't quite get that right in the first 2 days and needed a bit of glucose rescue. But for the rest of the time, I had good control throughout. And this was on pens, basal bolus, and not pumps. So after that, it was absolutely fine. There are no injuries at all. I had a couple of punctures. But the thing I think we need to know is really that I was on a 17-year-old cycle. I wasn't doing this on a brand new cycle. I was fully laden with kit, but I think even though my bike was 17 years old, I was actually not as old as the bike was. I think my keto diet has kept me much fitter than I would otherwise have been if I'd have stayed on the conventional diet.
So what tips can you give to type 1 diabetics who wants to be athlete? Is there any fear? Is there something they need to do? How did you really manage to be a good athlete in spite of having insulin?
It's much easier to be to do physical activity as a type 1 diabetes when you're managing it with minimal insulin. All of the current algorithms for managing type 1 diabetes in sport are about either reducing your insulin or increasing your carbohydrate intake. That gives you the idea, doesn't it, that people with type 1 are using too much insulin. So you have to manage your insulin the night before, and then you have to manage it on the day, and then you have to take carbohydrates. And if you're doing long distances, you have to be chewing carbohydrates 60 grams an hour, after 2 hours, which if anybody eats sugary foods when they're exercising, they'll know it makes you quite nauseous. So there is not much required really with a keto diet. You just get on with it. I tried to fast with exercise all the time, but the logistics of this was that I had to have breakfast and 2 meals throughout the day, because I had to adapt my eating regime to sort out the amount of exercise I was doing and the type of insulin I was using. But that was fine preparation. After a couple of days, it was all straightforward for me. So there's no preparation required. An interesting thing was, on the very last day, I had a 5-hour cycle ride. I had a minimal breakfast, 2 slices of cheese and a little bit of red meat and a cup of coffee. 5 hours later, I'd gone over a Swiss mountain pass, which is 2.5. Freedom you get. I knew it would be okay, and when I checked it, it was 4.2, which was perfect. It was, multiply by 18, so 70 odd. So that was perfect. So it was perfect throughout the whole journey, and I knew it would be, which I think is remarkable.
So let us talk about this SMHP position paper. Who were who are all the co-authors, and what exactly is it? That statement on position statement on type 1.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I've got an unstable signal here right now.
The SMHP position statement. You can hear me now? There is some signal issue.
Got you now. I've got you now, yeah.
Can we talk about the SMHP position statement?
Yes. The SMH, Society of Metabolic Health Practitioners, there are 14 people who are co-authors of this statement, which is about therapeutic carbohydrate restriction in type 1 diabetes. Now, what we looked at was all of the evidence. There are 56 references to ketogenic or very low carbohydrate diets in this paper. So for those that say there is no evidence, just pop onto our paper and you'll find 56 references, which is quite a lot, really, isn't it? And what it showed really was that what we called for, I mean, all of the stuff I've been telling you is in that paper about reducing your carbohydrates, reduces your insulin requirement, which improves your HbA1c, which smooths out your blood glucose, which is likely to reduce complications. But what we're calling for is open access for clinical support for therapeutic carbohydrate reduction for individuals with type 1 diabetes. The important thing is across all age groups. Yes, children can do it as well. And it is safe for children to do it. And the second really is that we think it's imperative that people with type 1, along with their families, receive comprehensive information, education and support from the entire health team regarding the option of therapeutic carbohydrate restriction interventions. So we're saying this should be an option well delivered by everybody who's trained to identify or identifies diabetologists themselves. For all those people that are diabetologists, they should be well trained in this method because it is a valid option for some people if that's what they want to choose. But right now, a lot of people aren't getting that information. And the commonest, I mean, on this course we're running today, the commonest thing was, why wasn't I told this earlier? So we need to start telling people earlier. I think that's the common message we're getting.
That provides a very valuable insight and a reference for everyone now. I think that can be cited and used well. So Anup, if you want to come in, you can come now. Anup also wants to ask some questions. So Anup is on 14 year pill-free type 2 diabetes life. So he has, and he's our master of insulin. So,
oh, fantastic.
So he has a fantastic knowledge on insulin. So he is very curious to ask you a lot of questions.
Hi, Anup.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Ian. Basically, I'll have two questions. One is related to your 1,000-mile cycling. Now, as we know, tackling type 1 diabetes is a different beast as compared to type 2. And since you were cycling, my question is, did you titrate your insulin dose down, or did you take
Yes.
your carb load up? And if you titrated it down, how much was the difference between regular bolus dosing and while during cycling?
Yeah, thank you. So I always find that if I'm doing any prolonged exercise, I will titrate my insulin down. Not by much, but on this event, because I was cycling for 6 hours a day for 18 days, I managed to go from my basal went down from 18 units a day to 12 units a day, and my rapid insulin didn't really alter. I was only using occasional units here and there. But in the first few days, I was surprised how quickly I became more insulin sensitive, because I thought I was quite fit and anyway, but I became much more insulin sensitive. I never dial my carbs up unless I'm hypo. Never dial my carbs up, always dial my insulin down. I mean, insulin optimization is about what I say is as much insulin as necessary, but as little as possible. So I think we should be concentrating in diabetes on understanding and optimizing insulin and not worrying too much about glucose levels, because they will follow good insulin levels.
Yeah, and the second one is basically not a question. We've been dealing with diabetics at community level when we started. Now, as type 1 juvenile diabetics, we had 3. The youngest one was 4.5 years old, and she hit A1C of 4.5 before the parents realized that they have gotten hold of everything, so they moved on. The second case was daughter of a MD doctor. Now the doctor had switched to lchf because we do low carb high fat. Given the Indian diet, it's not so compatible with Western keto, where you have to restrict to 30 grams. So that girl started on low carb when she was, I think, 11 years old. 6 years down the line, consistently she's been maintaining 5.0, 5.1. And third one was again 6 years old, and the mom is now running I think a group for type 1 diabetic parents. So this is the achievement that we have had as far as handling type 1 is concerned, but primarily we are handling type 2.
And I think everyone has taken benefit of Dr. B's book, even they.
Yes.
Yes.
So my other question is, why still there's a reluctance from the authorities, especially like ADA? ADA still has a far-reaching impact globally, even in India. Do you think low carb will become mainstream even for type 1 diabetes? So, but we know that in between that, somewhere in 2020, Diabetes Canada did approve. Diabetes Canada did approve low carb LCD or very low CHO for type 1. How about UK? How about ADA?
Well, the new guidelines do accommodate people's wishes, and they do say there is no optimum carbohydrate level below which you should go. So that is a start, really. However, the mainstream is all about low fat, healthy whole grains, which of course are not particularly healthy for me. And I think the guidelines set in the 70s and 80s were based on evidence to prevent white men having a second heart attack. That was the whole, because at the time, American men were having a lot of heart attacks, and then President Eisenhower kicked all of this off by having a heart attack. Then a guy called Russell Keyes, who was a very ambitious epidemiologist, came up with some evidence which has subsequently been shown to be not as good as it should have been. They adopted a high carbohydrate, low fat model for a guideline for food. Britain subsequently adopted that with our something called Eat Well Guide. America had the food pyramid. I'm sure you have your own equivalent in India. But I don't know quite what happened here, because type 1s, we have to accept we have a higher incidence of heart disease than people who don't have type 1. So fair enough, you could say, well, okay, well, we've got a diet here for reducing heart disease. Well, let's just bolt type 1s on, because we get bolted onto anything, and I don't know who lost their mind at this point, because, on that committee, there are a lot of people who weren't medically trained. There are a lot of food industry people trying to work out the optimum diet. But suddenly people said, or didn't say, but type 1s have a pancreas, pancreatic function. So does that make them require a special diet? And that was missed. So even though the carbohydrate volume in the diet was increased to 50 to 55% or even more, what they missed was that type 1s are going to have to handle this extra carbohydrate load. Because we have two people on our course, Andy and Judith, who both have had diabetes for over 40 years, and the guidelines at that stage, when the insulins weren't so tidied up and clean, were low carbohydrate diets. They were taught to manage low carbohydrate, their diabetes with the low carbohydrate method. And subsequently, they've never gone high carbohydrate because they were doing well on low carb. And when they were persuaded to eat what you like and shoot up as much as it takes, they decided they didn't want to do that. So they're now 40, nearly 50 years in one case down the line with no complications. And I think that is partly it's the type of autoimmune disease they have. It's probably not as aggressive as other people, but partly because they have been lowish carb for the whole of their lives. And the other thing I should say, there is no evidence, there's never been any trials done to suggest that a low-fat diet is actually good for us as type 1 diabetics. There's been no studies done on type 1s whatsoever. There have been studies done on keto diets in type 1, and they're shown to be very favourable indeed. So when people tell me there's no evidence, it just means there's no evidence if you're a sugar doctor. But if you're trained in metabolism, as we should be as doctors, in the broad issue of metabolism, and then, of course, there is evidence.
So you yourself are an example of a type 1 diabetic on a low carb or ketogenic diet. What other activities you do to propagate this concern, this safety, and removing the concern? Now, what is this residential course you're doing? What is it about? Who all are there? Are there doctors or are there type 1 diabetics?
Yeah, so we run this. I'm the only doctor on the course. We're running it as with strict sort of medical supervision, which is myself. I stay here 24 hours a day for the full 6 days of the course. And it's a residential course where we have our meals prepared, and our meals tell the people who are participating, our students, how many carbs and how much protein there is in the diet, which unfortunately for these people is a novel concept. Protein should be counted as part of a healthy diabetic type 1 protocol. And then we spend a day talking about each route of health. So we'll have a day on diet, a day on physical activity, a day on mental health, a day on sleep and circadian rhythms, and a day on our lived environment. It's not always a single day, but they're the focuses, because we know that each one of those aspects of our daily lives impact or are impacted by insulin. And what we're learning to do is how to understand that our blood glucose goes up not just because of our glucose, sugar in the diet or carbs, but it goes up for multiple reasons. And every single type 1 knows that you can do exactly the same thing 2 days in a row and get completely different results. And these people are now understand what that's all about. We understand that we should be getting outside first thing in the morning to reset our body clock, for example. We understand that meditation, breathing exercises are good for those people who have a big adrenaline response. We understand about diet. So what we do, I have a team of people who all have type 1 diabetes, and they're all expert on one aspect of those pillars of health. So we have someone who is an expert on food preparation and diet. We have someone who's an expert on how it impacts our mental health, etc., etc. And each day we have someone with type 1 diabetes who's living the keto lifestyle, often for a long time, talking to fellow type 1s about how they do it. And I provide the medical cover for that. So by the end, actually, our students here, when they graduate, they'll be supported for a whole year on WhatsApp, and I'll be seeing them twice on Zoom within that time. And we're collecting a huge amount of data so that we can make the clinical case for low carb. We've got 8 people gone through the first year, and all but one of those have got into the non-diabetic range, for example. Most of them have reduced their insulin a lot. So that's what we do here. And by the end of it, our students go out with enough knowledge to be able to stand their ground when they come up against one of those doctors who's failed to keep up to date, really. And unfortunately, in my country, 50% of clinicians advise against the keto diet on grounds of clinical safety. And I think we've got this split now, but 50% do. So it shouldn't be the case that you turn up to your clinic and it's literally the toss of a coin who you get. So we are educating our type 1s and they're very keen now to spread the word, to be able to understand that if they get advice that isn't up to date, they can handle that and they don't need to worry about taking that advice because it's out of date and they know it's out of date. So we're trying to bring the standard up so those doctors that can support it are encouraged to support it. And we bring the general standard up so our doctors are trained broadly in metabolism and not just talking about sugar.
Yeah, if I may ask one question, follow-up question. You said that there's a 50-50 split.
Yeah.
There's a 50-50 split with respect to acceptance of keto for type 1.
Yes.
Now, the follow-up question is, have you seen any, difference in the mindset of the patient where your options are getting more, patients in your clinic than the other ones?
Oh, 100%. Unfortunately, they get quite cross. I say, why wasn't I told about this earlier? But the point is that they now have that. You see, people with type 1, this year is not a leap year. So you could say, oh, we get a day less to actually manage our diabetes, but we're managing it. I'm managing it right now. Every type 1 on this course is managing it right now. And I really do think that it should be a collaboration. Type 1 should be trained up. It's not difficult, to be experts in their condition. They should have access to the best information and the best papers and the best people to support them. It should be a collaboration. So we go to our doctors and say, hey, I'm having trouble with this, even though I'm on keto, squeaky clean and all that. And the doctor will have seen far more people with type 1 than I ever will as a type 1. Many of the people here have never met a type 1 before, and it's quite an emotional experience for them. But to get no support is quite deflating when you're told, oh, well, that's just a fad diet, or you shouldn't be doing that because you'll get DKA. But now they know they don't need to worry. But the trick is for them they still need to see their specialist. But I dream of the day when we teach our healthcare professionals how it all works. So when someone with type 1 diabetes sees their specialist and says, I'm on keto, and they're having problems with it, the specialist will be able to say, yeah, well, I've seen 20 people that did this. Why don't you try that? And then it becomes a very fruitful collaboration. Everybody's happy. This antagonism is not helpful in my job. None of us set out to train to be antagonistic, but we end up in an antagonistic situation because our formal training doesn't accommodate low carb diets right now. But we're hoping the Society of Metabolic Health Practitioners paper will add to that, and people will start to use those 56 references to learn more. And we've got training ready to go if people want it.
Very interesting. So you are fortunate to have a lot of doctors like you in UK. We have Dr. David Unwin, Dr.
Yes,
Khan,
absolutely.
we had both of them in the earlier two sessions and you here. So what would be your message to Indian diabetologists, endocrinologists on this particular low carb or keto for type 1? If there's a message you want to tell.
Well, all I can say is that it is a valid option, and it's a very successful, and it's a superior option to the options we're currently giving. So who wouldn't want to offer superior options to their patients? There's a huge amount of pressure on doctors to conform. We all know that if we're clinicians of any sort, there's a huge amount of pressure to us. And people who are outliers often get severely bullied or ostracized from their peer groups. So I do understand there's severe pressure to conform, but if you feel you can't conform, don't not inform people. So I often used to say in the early days, now I'm much more brazen about it, but well, this isn't part of our guidelines, but perhaps you should look at Richard Bernstein because it might offer you something. And if you like what he says, come back to me and I'll try to help you with it. And that's a way of getting started, and you can still fly under the radar. But hopefully there will be people who can just, up and say, no, this is right. This is the results we're getting. There is good evidence for there's no evidence in type 1 for what we're meant to be doing. There's no evidence dietary studies done at all. So at least we should be going, if we're going with the evidence, we should go with the evidence for type 1s and keto diets.
Yeah. So I think we have come to the close. The next guest, Samir, is also here. So you are type 1, but you are a primary care physician, of course, and you have dealt with a lot of Indian patients there, I'm sure, in UK.
Yes.
And you know the situation in India. So what is your in India, the issue of type 2 diabetes is huge.
Yes.
The whole metabolic spectrum. What would be your message to India?
Oh, that's far too big a message for me. Who am I? I don't have a message for India other than that. Look out, I'm coming for you because I'm coming to India in October when my son gets married to a lovely girl from Chennai. So I'll be coming down to Chennai in October. But it's really, if people are curious, follow your curiosity, and you might find it saves your life. And that's what happened to me personally.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, before we wind off, one question. The reluctance, is it, when the other doctors in the community, they are not liking or, saying low carb or keto is not meant for type 1 diabetics, is it reluctance to accept it? Or is it the, I would say ego to say, sorry, we were wrong? Or is it the pharma that is, dictating their decision?
I think yes, that's a great question. I think it's a combination. And I think it's a reluctance to want to step outside of safety. I think there's a lot of that. And I think also the resources we have as doctors for our training, if you go on a diabetes course, there's nothing mentioned about these sort of diets. It just wants to get your speciality topped up. You can top it up, but you'll never hear of keto diets. So it's trying to say, well, if you do hear about these things, don't just, like say, oh, don't go with those people because they're dangerous. Just follow your curiosity, look it up, and you'll get so much clinical reward from it. David Unwin, you mentioned, a type 2 specialist who was in Lancashire, in the north of the UK. He almost gave up 10 years ago because he was just exhausted by the sheer workload. And then he discovered through a patient doing it, not him, he didn't discover it, a patient told him they'd lost weight and their diabetes improved. And then it sparked his curiosity again. And now here he is traveling around the world full of enthusiasm and rejuvenated as a doctor and seeing great results. Well, who wouldn't want to do that?
Thank you. Dr. Ian, thank you very much for such an inspirational journey so far, and I'm sure you'll have a lot of good work to do in coming times. So we'll see you again, and we look forward for any sort of collaboration in coming times. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me. It's very kind of you. All the best to you. Bye now. Bye. Bye.
Please get Samir and Ira in. Welcome, Samir.
Hi, Shashi. How are you, sir? Hello.
Hi, Samir. Welcome to the third Metabolic Health Conference. I'll quickly run through the intro so that we can, deep dive into your very, very intriguing perspective of food addiction and, your work that has been so far, that you've done so far. So I'm Ira Sahai, the Chief Operating Officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited, a very proud D-Life certified metabolic health coach and the lead host of the third Metabolic Health Conference organized from India by Shashi and Anup. D-Life's India first and the only award-winning low-carb platform that was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from India's Ivy League institution, IIT Roorkee. Anup is also the recipient of the Icons of India Award. He pioneered the low-carb movement in India in 2012 with his path-breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day max. That's now being widely used and quoted everywhere. And yesterday we had 2 sessions from global stalwarts who congratulated Anup, and they were intrigued on how we were using 100-gram carbs on a vegetarian diet. So that's about me and D-Life and the event. And Samir, who is here, who's our guest today. Samir is a heart health coach dedicating to reversing metabolic diseases through diet and lifestyle intervention. He's completing a PhD in anthropology this year and is the author of the Health Dialectic. Before transitioning to health coaching, he spent 20 years in the NGO sector, advocating for economic justice on a global scale. Today, he applies his expertise in human ecology, ancestral health, and the metabolic science to help people take back control of their health and life. Samir, most welcome. And it's a pleasure to see you again. Last time we met was on your podcast. So
yeah, that was a great discussion, and I look forward to this discussion. Can I just say before we get started, this has been such a fascinating 3 days. I've been trying to keep up. There's so much content. There's so many great discussions you've had. I'm really super impressed with the job you guys have done. So fantastic stuff.
Yeah, thank you for watching, and I agree with you. We've one after another fantastic sessions, and global low carb stalwarts and their work, all out there for us to benefit. So let's begin. Samir, the first question that I would want to ask you is, in your work that's focused on the intersection of food addiction, capitalism and social control, you highlight how food addiction is now widely recognized in scientific literature also. How do you differentiate between true food addiction and habitual eating? There's a lot of conflict there. And yesterday we had Dr. Jen Unwin, who gave us the tool, which is CRAVED, CRAVED, to identify food addiction. So I would want to know this from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Jen said is absolutely right. I think that in terms of the literature, so for me as a researcher, these things don't necessarily have clear definitions right now. But when you're living it, you sort of know it, right? So for example, if you're fixated on a certain food, so for me, it's chocolate. For the people, it may be potato chips. For the people, it may be something else. That is a sign that you may be suffering from addiction. And the real trick for me is if you force yourself to have some time away from it, what happens then? Can people notice when you're not taking your chocolate? Can people notice when you've given up? Or I used to be a smoker. People could certainly notice when I was trying to give up smoking, right? Because I would get irritable and so on, right? So there's certain things. It's more about the behavior than actually. I can't say if you're eating, 100 grams of chocolate, you're an addict, and 50 grams you're not. There's no hard and fast definitions like that. You just have to look at the behaviors.
Yeah. Samir, you've discussed how certain ultra-processed foods are designed to be highly addictive. Could you elaborate on the role of food companies, which I also think is very sinister? And I think as an expert on this, you've done a lot of work on this. Tell us how food companies engineer this addiction.
Well, I think there's 2 sides to it. I mean, one is the lab side. So this is I'm trying to remember what the documentary is. It was on Netflix. One of those pretty big food ones. And they took the case of, they were giving housewives in the Delhi area some amount of money. I don't think they were particularly well paid, but maybe a few thousand rupees for coming out. And they would be in little stalls. And they would all be tasting Maggi noodles, right? And these were all things that already there had been so many concoctions made. And you could tell that the food scientists were already pretty good because the ladies would all raise their hand for the same thing. Whenever they were asked to identify what's their favorite out of 3 or out of 6 or out of 10, it would almost always be the same thing. So it means that the food scientists know their market. They have all kinds of ingredients that are tailored to that market. So when we talk about India, say something like the achar flavor, like the pickle, the kind of mango pickle that many of us grew up on, that is something that is very specific to India. And if you have a flavor to that or that kind of flavor profile, you're not going to use that for your international brand. You're only going to use that in India. So they're thinking through this. And of course, if it was your job to sell as many Maggi noodles as possible, you would be thinking through the exact same thing. So one of my points is that this is not some nefarious conspiracy, or if it is, it's just the way the system is designed. Maggi has to sell its noodles, and this is how they're doing it to compete with it, whatever their competition is, and to do it in a better way.
Okay, many in the low carb space, speak of carb addiction. Yet in your research, Sameer, you suggest that the most addictive foods contain a mix of carbs and fats. What makes this combination so powerful in driving compulsive eating or, addiction?
I mean, I think that there are two things really. So one is that almost all of those foods, not all of those foods that I would name as the most addictive foods, or many people would name as the most addictive foods, it's not just me, they're protein deficient, right? And we know from other research and indeed from discussions you guys have had over the last 3 days that protein is I think it was Marty Kendall is the one I'm thinking of. Protein is the most satiating macronutrient. So satiating is sort of the enemy of the capitalist logic here, right? Because if you're full after one bite, well, that's okay, but wouldn't it be great if you're never full? If you just keep eating and eating and eating. So it's they're protein deficient, so that will encourage overeating. Secondly, they do have this combination of fats and carbs, which is actually quite rare in nature. But one of the places where we do find a combination of fats and carbs is in breast milk, right? Human breast milk, I looked it up, has a fat to carb ratio of 1:2. So you have 1 part fat to 2 part carbs. That's kind of similar to the kind of ratios you see in something like pizza or donuts or some of these, like the most addictive foods on those lists, right? Milk, of course, is designed to promote rapid growth. A newborn, to go from a newborn to a toddler, you have to triple the weight or sometimes quadruple the weight. So this is my thinking right now. I'm not saying this with too much confidence because I think there's a lot more research that needs to be done on this. But the fact that some of these addictive foods have low protein and mimic the fat to carb ratio of human milk, I think these are intriguing and may indicate why they're so addictive.
Hey, Sameer, you have drawn historical parallels between addiction and labor control. Now, that's a very intriguing angle, and I would like to hear more about it, particularly in South Africa mining, operations. So, could you expand on how addiction, especially to sugar and refined carbs, have been used as a tool for economic manipulation? I'm really intrigued by this angle. Please elaborate on this.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I'm writing about this, I'm not writing so much about the sugar and carbs because I don't know, there hasn't been enough research done on this. What does happen, and we can talk about this a little bit later too, what does happen is that those tend to be the cheaper foods. So if you think about who are in the Indian context, what are the Dalits going to be eating, Dalit people are going to be eating. In the South African context, what are the enslaved people going to be eating, or the people who've been brought as indentured servants? Largely, they're going to be eating those cheap carbs, right? So there's one aspect of this that's just economics. People don't have any money, so this is the only thing they can get their hands on. But the addiction point was really, the research is mostly done on alcohol. So I work with communities, some of your listeners some of the viewers may know, they're called Khoisan communities here in South Africa. These are some of the last remaining sort of tribal indigenous people who actually do their own hunting and so on. Some of the last of those on the planet. And many of them, since about 1948, were employed as farm workers. And I was shocked when I went to those communities and visited them and heard their stories. They weren't paid in money, Ira. They were paid in alcohol. They were given like a bottle of rum at the end of the week. And that was terrible for all kinds of things. You can imagine what happens. I mean, first of all, they're not getting paid in money. What are they going to do for food and all these things? They're completely dependent on their employers, number one. Number two, you can imagine what happens when a man who feels like he's been working hard all week gets a bottle of rum on a Friday night. I mean, it's not a particularly good scene for the women in the household or even for himself the next day. He's out of commission, right? He finishes it all in a night, right? So this is, and then there's the fact that he's going to want more. The addiction aspect makes him really, really, he's got to have that job because he's addicted to the alcohol. So there are all these things that are documented with addiction overall, and I think we need to now be asking the question as researchers, where does carb addiction come into this? For example, I'm interested to know there's quite a bit of documentation on historic diets of, say, Rajput kings in India, but less, at least I haven't found it yet. I'd be interested to know, what are the diets of the working classes at that time, 200 years ago, 300 years ago? And can we find elements of sort of this carb addiction playing a role? I don't know. It's an open question.
Mm. Okay, you mentioned, Samir, that the companies use ultra-processed foods like pizza and workplace incentives. How does this compare to historical tactics and examples of the same, such as using alcohol to control, labor forces? You just spoke about it. So can you just elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, these are questions that need to be asked. I can tell you myself, so I was involved, I was working for an organization called Amnesty International, and one of the offices I was working at, we were doing some labor organizing at that time. And, by law, you couldn't discuss the labor union. We were trying to form a labor union because we weren't happy with our treatment, right? So as workers. And by law, you can't discuss that during the working hours, right? So from 9 to 5, you cannot discuss it. Now, what the bosses would do is they would find out what day we were having the meeting. It wasn't hidden. Someone often told them, and they would bring in pizzas at 3, 4 o'clock before the end of the office hours. Now, I'll tell you, trying to have a rational discussion with people on an empty stomach versus just after they've consumed whatever it is, 500 grams of pizza, it's a very different thing. It's just much more difficult to do that organizing. So there's people that want to get home and sleep. People just are not, they forget exactly what their complaints were earlier in the day, or they're not as good as articulating them, right? So for me, my lived experience is that was just a very weird thing. And of course, there's an element of just bribery in there too, that the bosses are giving you something. So here, we're giving you free pizza. Please don't ask for, 500 rupees more per hour or something like that. Please don't do that, right? So there's the sort of bribery element. But the fact that it's pizza, which again is like the top of all these food addiction lists, it's just raising my eyebrows a little bit. That why is this particular food associated with these union busting efforts? I think it may be something to do with an addictive component of it.
Okay. You suggest that revising food subsidy policies could be more effective than imposing a sugar tax. What specific policy changes do you believe can do that, reduce the carb addiction?
Yeah, so here we have to really ask what's going on. So I mentioned earlier that the carbs are cheap, and historically that's always been the case. But at the current moment, we can talk about this in the Indian case. At the current moment, they're super cheap, right? So there's an interview on my channel, if people want to go check it out, with a doctor called Veena Shatrugna, who was with the FICCI, the Food Corporation of India, for many, 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 many years. I forget how many years, but it basically was a long and healthy career that she had. And she described how these food policies came in, the subsidy policies came in to subsidize certain products that were seen as, and basically we're talking about grains. It was about rice, wheat, and lentils. That's pretty much it. So dal, rice, and wheat. And those were brought in, the people who brought them in, she said in that interview, they had a certain ideological bent. They were Brahmins from Tamil Nadu almost exclusively, right? So they had a certain ideological bent that was good, but those foods had to be kept cheap. Now, what other foods get subsidized in India? Sugar is one of them.
Sugar,
now,
yes.
if we're talking about internationally, corn in the US is probably one of the most subsidized crops like you can possibly imagine, right? And that corn is so subsidized that it's cheaper, although the process for making high fructose corn syrup is a very complicated process. It's a 12-step process. It's not easy, but it is more, it is better for the farmers to create corn that they know they can sell for some pittance, for a very small amount, that will then get turned into basically a sugar substitute, than to grow healthy vegetables or animals, whatever foods you would like to grow there, right? So we have globally, this is not just a US thing, it's not just an India thing. Globally, we have inherited subsidy schemes from a time of scarcity. And maybe in some contexts, those subsidy schemes still make some sense, but I would argue in almost all the contexts, they now need to be phased out, and we need to be asking different questions around what is the most nutritious way to feed our populations? How can we avoid these deficiencies that have become so common in India that I know Dr. Ankur was just talking to you guys about as well. So if we have different aims for subsidy, I'm not saying get rid of subsidies altogether, but the subsidies shouldn't be making dangerous food and addictive food artificially cheap.
Samir, tell us, how is addiction, or how does addiction to processed foods actually benefit corporations and governments? Because you've raised a very pertinent question of, food addiction is essential, whether it is essential or not, in maintaining the current economic structure. So elaborate a bit on this.
I think there's two questions here. So one is, and the one that other people will have talked about in this conference in a lot of detail, maybe more detail than we have time for here, are the direct beneficiaries of this system, right? So we're talking about food companies. So for example, in the example I've just given of high fructose corn syrup, it's the Coca-Cola, which is using that high fructose corn syrup, which is artificially cheap. It is whatever companies are producing the high fructose corn syrup. I don't even know the names of those companies, but probably Monsanto, Unilever. This is a traditional 4 or 5 big food companies that do all this stuff, right? So that's the traditional food companies on the one end. And then on the back end, so people are getting sick. Now, this may sound conspiratorial, but it's just how the system works. On the back end, if I have diabetes, now suddenly I need metformin and I need Ozempic and I need insulin. I need to inject insulin twice a day. So someone is making money off of those medicines as well. So those are what I would call the direct beneficiaries of the system. Then there's the indirect beneficiaries. And this gets a little bit more controversial. Because in a system, globally, we know that inequality is off the scale. In countries like India and South Africa, our inequality indices are just crazy. So the difference between the haves and the have-nots, it just creates a constant tension, right? Because the gap is so wide. So the question, when you have such we know from different studies that when you feel less privileged than your neighbor, and by the way, it's not just the very poor who feel less privileged. All of us, the way the capitalist system sort of works, all of us are comparing ourselves to people who are more. I may make, 1 crore a year, but I'm comparing myself to someone who makes 10 crore a year, whatever it is, right? So that's the way our media is structured. That's the way our minds are structured, right? So when you are under that kind of stress, you need different coping mechanisms. And addiction is a very popular, and I would say almost a universal coping mechanism. I mean, I've done a lot of work with clients and seen, especially young people, teenagers, how they cope. Some kind of addictive behavior, doesn't have to be food, doesn't have to be drugs, can be other kinds of behaviors. It's almost universal in our society at this point in time. So again, to give you the US example, I come from the US, although I used to live in India too, so I know both pretty well. 25% of the US public are either unemployed or underemployed, right? Underemployed means basically you're one paycheck away from a disaster. If you get laid off tomorrow, maybe you have 2 weeks before you won't be able to pay your rent or you won't be able to make your car payments, etc. So in that kind of extremely stressful situation, what do we expect? We expect people to turn to addiction. And also when you talk to people about their lives and you see how they're coping, often they are very food fixated.
Yes.
They're always talking about what is for lunch, what is for dinner. You just finished breakfast, you're talking about what's for lunch. Relax, man. Let's do something else. Let's go out, have some fun, do something else, right? So when people are so food fixated, it does make me ask the question, is that their addiction? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, I think it totally makes sense. I mean, it makes me also ask, in such a scenario, and you often see that in India as well, the moment you finish your, breakfast, the discussion around lunch starts, and before that, even ends the discussion around, what should be nashta and, all of that starts. So yes, totally agree with you there, Sameer. You've suggested that revising food policies could be more effective than imposing a sugar tax. What specific policy changes do you believe would help reduce carb addiction? And the second part of the question also, because you're speaking, giving us a lot of extempore, so I don't want to disturb you there. Critics also argue that sugar taxes disproportionately impact low-income populations. How do you respond to this concern?
Yeah, so again, I think we have to ask some very basic questions here. So if we accept that the food models we have, so let's use India as an example, the food model we have was in the context of our early independence phase. It was built during the Nehruvian period when, I don't know the statistics, but let's say 1 out of 4 Indians were in danger of starvation, right? Now, the total number of people in food insecurity is actually, it's more or less the same, or it's gone up a little bit because the population has increased so much. So the policies have worked on some level but they haven't worked on others, right? So I think it's time to revise those. And this is getting back to some of the things that Dr. Veena Shatrugna said. It's time to revise those and say, look, how can we actually put our emphasis on things that will actually feed the public. Now, I don't have all the answers here. I can't, India is a country of 1.3, 1.4 billion people. I can't give answers for everyone, right? But I think asking questions of how to localize the food supply, asking questions of how to actually prioritize the important nutrient-dense, protein-rich foods, right? Which were done in the past too. And I think maybe learning from the history and how it was done in the past, that's important. I think things like backyard chickens, when I've traveled all over South Asia, and when I'm in a country like Nepal, which was my trips to Nepal are already a decade old, so maybe people today have a different experience. But the fact that everyone from the very rich to the very poor had backyard chickens and we're sort of using that in the cities, but also in the countrysides. And we're relying on those chickens as a source of protein. We're relying on the eggs as a source of protein, and also sometimes killing the chickens and eating the meat and so on. That gave them a kind of independence from the markets, from the food supply. And so if the price of eggs went up in the US, all of my friends are complaining that the eggs are expensive. Well, if we had more localized food supplies, you wouldn't be dependent on those nationally set or national egg prices, right? You'd be able to get it yourself, right? Also, I mean, things like dairy has been very vilified, I think, for reasons that just not necessarily true. And so I think when we're talking about an animal like a goat in the South Asian context can be so important and can be kept in urban, peri-urban, rural areas and so on, and can provide, at least some basic protein level for the entire family, right? So, of course, as low-carb people, maybe we don't like milk, maybe you turn it into paneer, whatever you want to do. I mean, that's a sort of secondary question. But how to ensure that we're actually hitting our protein targets, hitting our nutrient targets in the context of India, that's a very, very challenging question. We need to think outside of the orthodoxy. We need to find new ways of thinking about that question.
And the second part of my question was, critics argue that sugar taxes proportionately impact low-carb, low-income populations. How do you respond to this concern?
I mean, it's just like saying cigarette taxes disproportionately affect low income populations. It's true, because they're addicted to it, right? I mean, that's one of their coping mechanisms. So just because you have, let's make it even more dramatic. In countries that have you could say other kinds of addiction, bhang, heroin, these kind of things in India are much more common in the working classes and the very poor than in the elites, right? So does that mean that we shouldn't tax those things, or we shouldn't try and make those things illegal? Like, what are we saying here? You have deep problems, and your problem is being covered up. It's a kind of Band-Aid solution, is this sugar addiction. So what I'm saying is you need to address, if you want to address the health of the population as a whole, you have to address those deeper problems. And again, there's no easy answer here. But I think, again, trying to help people organize, trying to give people community support, that's going to be a big part of getting over any sugar addiction and other kinds of addictions too, right? And the other thing that we're saying is sometimes people imagine that we're going to change the price of a Coca-Cola from 2 rupees to 2,000 rupees overnight. Like that's never done. That's not how policy works, right? We make things gradually more expensive over time, so that people can wean themselves off the addiction. I mean, that happened to me. I used to be a smoker, and the price of cigarettes, I can remember, went up from, I'm talking about in Canada in the 1990s, the price of cigarettes went up from about $3, $4 a packet to about $8 a packet. So I just started smoking half as much because I couldn't afford to smoke what I used to smoke, right? So those are the kind of things that addicts will do. They'll have to wean themselves on and off it, and it's actually a good thing, right? It's not a bad thing.
Sameer, for those who are struggling with carb addiction, what are some of the practical tips or advice, would you want to give to them so that they can explore that option or try and break free from that cycle?
Yeah, this is a tough one, Ira, because there really is no one-size-fits-all solution. I think the first thing to do, and that most people can't do, and if you take this first step, you are so far ahead of everyone else, is just to recognize that you have a problem. So if you think, geez, I'm eating chocolate every day, and do I have a chocolate addiction? Just keep the chocolate out of your house for a week and see what happens. That will tell you for sure if you have an addiction, right? And if you recognize that you have that addiction, then you have different options. So different people would like to, some people recommend to phase out gradually. That's fine. If it works, that's totally fine. Instead of 2 pieces of chocolate, have 1 piece of chocolate. I don't know. I mean, that's possible. That's great. Other people will say, no, you have to quit cold turkey. Great. If that works for you, absolutely great. I quit smoking cold turkey 20 years ago or whatever. Fine. Great. No problem. What I found personally is two strategies helped me. So this is, I'm just sharing my own
Yes.
evidence, please take it with a grain of salt, but this is what worked for me. The first thing is fasting, because for me, it was always, even to this day, it is easier for me not to eat at all than to avoid the things that's triggering me. Once I've eaten, I'm going to want the carbs. So it's just better for me not to eat the whole day and maybe have a proper nutrient-dense dinner that will fill me up and then not eat anything again till the whole day. That worked better for me than trying to control my cravings. And the second thing that works for me is, I suspect, I don't have all the evidence to back this up, but I suspect that a lot of our cravings have to do with the fact that we're not eating enough nutrient-dense foods. So when I'm having these cravings, I'm going to have my 5 eggs in a smoothie with some heavy cream, 5, 6, maybe even 10 eggs if I'm feeling really bad or like I really need something. Because those egg yolks especially give me all the micronutrients that I could possibly need. And I find it's much easier to resist the cravings after having those nutrient-dense foods. Of course, I'm also having my steak and my lamb and my mutton as well. So I'm having those nutrient-dense foods, and then I find it a lot easier to resist those cravings.
Samir, in your opinion, is there some tool besides what we heard from Dr. Jen Anwin yesterday? Is there some tool or some steps or a guidebook kind of thing that you would want to recommend for those who are struggling with carb addiction?
Not really. I think there are lots of resources, and Dr. Jen would know better than me, so I'll defer to her. But I think the idea of community support, all of those tools include, and even if we look at traditional addiction, the idea of having some community support, the idea of being open about these things. Sometimes we're embarrassed to say to our friends and our family, look, I'm struggling. Please don't offer me the mithai 500 times because it's a struggle for me to say no, right? So I think being a little bit open and trying to have those discussions with our friends and family and trying to find some people who actually do it with us. It's a good thing when you go to if you decide to go to the gym tomorrow for the first time, it's great to go with someone who will keep you accountable. How many days a week do you want to go to the gym? And can you come with me? We can go together, right? In the same way, is there someone who, if you're quitting, I don't know, if you're quitting mithai, is there someone who you can quit with? Is there someone who's willing to take that step with you? I'm sure you'll find. If you ask your friends around, someone want to do this, we can hold each other accountable. You're going to have much better results.
Yeah, and I also think, Samir, there's also this in-your-face media angle and, commercialization of, the food, and it's available everywhere, right from a hospital to the airport to schools, and, you just can't avoid it. I think that also plays a major trigger as far as community is concerned, the way we live now. I mean, community where we can physically go and interact may not be possible, but yes, online communities that can give you support. But at the end of the day, we are still living in the real world with all these triggers around us. So I think that may be a bit challenging, but as Samir said, there are a lot of resources that one can use. And as Dr. Jen Anwin was also, mentioning of all these things, CRAVED, if you think, you're getting withdrawal symptoms and, it is, that it is impacting you and your life in a very negative way, and yet you cannot stop. I think these are some of the very evident, symptoms of carb addiction. And, probably you can check out these resources that Samir has mentioned and other speakers have mentioned. Okay, Samir, coming back to the questions, conventional addiction treatment often focuses on the substance itself. Yet your research suggests the environment plays a bigger role, which I was, just wanting to come over to. How should addiction treatment evolve in the light of this understanding?
Again, I think that so there's two levels here. Just when I work with clients, there are two things we do. One is, and I think Dr. Rob Saiba has talked about this a little bit. It's almost like trading addictions. He wouldn't use this language, but that's the language I use. So if you have a cigarette addiction, for example, if you trade that cigarette addiction for a carb addiction, that's probably a positive thing. It's not great. It has its own issues, but you've probably taken a step up in terms of your own health and so on. When I first got into this world in 2017, 2018, I actively cultivated a coffee addiction.
Okay.
So, it was like, I'm really, really trying to get myself focused on coffee because my addiction to black coffee is how I got over my addiction to chocolate and other carbs, right? So I think there's something about understanding that these things do play a role in our life and you have to sort of use that. Now, what Dr. Saibas talks about and what I agree with is that actually that has to get to the emotion management. Why do you need those things? And that's a deeper conversation that has to do with triggers, that has to do with childhood trauma. And in my academic work, I argue that childhood trauma is pretty much universal in our current
Correct.
system.
Yes.
But that it's unique to our capitalist, to our modern system, because the communities that I interviewed who can remember a time before there were any white folks in this area, they didn't experience that trauma in the same way, right? So I'm arguing that it's something unique to our particular post-colonial system, but it is almost universal within this, right? Anyhow, that's a different discussion. But eventually we have to focus on healing those childhood wounds, healing the trauma and so on. And that's the only way we ultimately get over. It's one thing to have an addiction. It's a second thing to have an addictive personality which is prone to addiction. And we can get over a particular addiction, no problem. But getting over the addictive personality piece of it, that's hard, and that takes emotional work. That takes, psychotherapy, other things. Basically, we have to understand ourselves and be willing to forgive ourselves and maybe other people in our lives. So that's a much longer discussion. But it's a very important discussion. I would encourage people in India to start thinking along those lines, because of course there's so many taboos around this psychoanalysis and so on in India as well. So it's something we need to begin to wrestle with more.
Now, I think we do need to change the entire narrative, Samir, because we have kind of glorified addiction. We have kind of normalized addiction. We have kind of normalized obesity as well. I'm very, very interested in knowing, Samir, in your practice, what are one or two of the worst cases of addiction that you've seen, and how did you help them out?
Yeah, it's so there was an interesting case. Listen, again, I don't want people to over extrapolate from these anecdotes, because everyone's different. I had to treat this person in a particular way. But there's a case of a person who came to me because his wife basically twisted his arm. His wife had worked with me and had lost some weight, and this guy really, really, really didn't want to work with me. But his wife was paying for it, and he forced him. So he said, "Look, Samir, I'm happy to work with you as your health coach. I believe you know what you're doing. I've read your book, et cetera, fine. But you have to know something about me that is not negotiable. That is that my diet consists of pizza and beer." So I was like, okay, your diet consists of pizza and beer. Okay. So I said, fine, I can work with that parameter. However, if you start making some progress, if you listen to my advice and you make some progress, then we're going to revisit this pizza and beer thing in the future. Just keep an open mind around it. That's what I said. He said, fine. I said, okay, we're going to do it. This was someone who had maybe 40 kilos to lose, I would say. Okay. He's a big guy. I said, look, what we're going to do is how do you feel about fasting? Can you skip a meal? He said, yeah, I can skip a meal. No problem. I said, fine. What we're going to do, you're going to skip lunch. You're going to skip breakfast. For dinner, you have as much pizza and beer as you want. However, within a 1 hour window, I want you to finish eating by 7 p.m. Between 6 and 7 p.m., you have as much pizza and beer as you want. I don't care. Right. Now, what happened after a couple of weeks, he was able to do that. The first day, by the way, was torture because he is so addicted to the sugar and everything. But after a day or two, he got used to this pattern and he lost 6-7 kilos in about 2 weeks. Okay, which is to be expected when you start intermittent fasting, right? And then what happens is he comes back and not only has the weight loss happened, but he used to suffer pains, sort of arthritic. We don't know if it was arthritis or gout. He never got tested, but really bad pains in his joints and so on. When those started to go away, then he was like, well, actually it wasn't completely gone, but the joint pain is much better. And also used to have a lot of trouble getting out of bed in the morning. You can imagine someone who's eating pizza and beer, he was able to get out more and more. So he himself started noticing these positive things. And once that started, I said, okay, can we downgrade? Tell me other foods you like besides pizza and beer, right? And that began a conversation whereby eventually we got him, he's not carnivore, but we got him to a much lower carb way of eating, much healthier. I think he's now running marathons and stuff. So it was the beginning of his journey, a reluctant journey. But once he started to see improvements, people are stuck in their own narrative. They think, yeah, ye hamara kismat hai, hum kuch nahi ho gaye. That's what they start to think. There's a fate. But once they start to see that they can change their fate, then suddenly, the possibilities open up and suddenly they can live much, much better and much healthier lives.
Samir, have you seen, withdrawal symptoms, so to say, and what are those? I mean, if you've taken up clients who have carb addiction, talk a bit about the withdrawal symptoms so people can also identify, what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I think what happens is, again, fixation on that thing. Because often people, if you quit cold turkey, I think this is probably less of a problem. But if you are trying to do it slowly, people just fixate on that food the whole day until they allow themselves it. That's a weird problem to have. And it's weird even for me as a coach, it's weird to advise how to help. Because again, it's like, the physical addiction, it's the same with cigarettes. After a week of not smoking, your physical addiction to cigarettes is over. But the desire to sort of go to a cafe and pick up a cigarette is so strong that you can be talking to people years afterwards and they still have that desire. So it's like, how do we get over that piece? It's not easy. So it's that the hard mental work that people are reluctant to do. And even I, as a coach, I'm reluctant to get them to start there because it is difficult. That is sort of the main side effect. And I think one of the things that really helps with this era is, can we use physical exercise? Can we use exercise? I don't care what kind of exercise, but can we use some kind of physical activity as a way to get some of those emotions out, whatever it is? Because that seems to help a lot. That really, even for myself, trying to think back when I had these problems, if on days when I went to the gym, people think that you're more hungry and that you're going to eat more and that you're going to give into the carbs. It's actually the opposite, I found. On days when I'd actually done a workout and my body was feeling good, I was much more able to resist. My willpower was much stronger. And there's all kinds of studies done on the mental health benefits of exercise. So although, again, it's counterintuitive and people will think, no, I've exercised, so I need to eat more. I don't think it's the case. I think when you're getting some of these emotions out physically, you're more able to deal with them and less likely to be tempted by lack of willpower.
Samir, do you think there's any difference between what people usually refer to as emotional eating and addiction?
These things are all nuances, aren't they? And I think they're definitely connected. But I think there is a difference. I mean, so when I think about emotional eaters, right? Of course, that can draw the line into, you can sort of step over into addiction at any point in time. But when you think about emotional eating, you think about someone who's had a breakup, or maybe a bereavement, or maybe they lost a job or something. And it's a temporary, it's a time-bound thing that they are overeating for a certain period of time. But if you find that time-bound thing, so let's say, you had a bereavement, you lost a partner, you lost a spouse, you lost a father, you lost a mother, whatever it may be, and you are overeating for a period of time. If that happens for a week, okay. If that happens for 2 weeks, that's good. If that happens for a month, okay, what's going on here? If that happens for 3 months, you probably cross the line into something else. This is no longer just, or maybe you need to, maybe you need to see a therapist about what may be going on otherwise. Maybe you've crossed the line from what would be a normal, healthy response to a bereavement. Maybe now you've gone into an extended depression, and this is a symptom of that.
Before we come to the end of this, and I have a question to ask of you about your blog. But before that, Samir, how do you see this entire narrative that we have in the society of, normalizing addiction or normalizing obesity? For example, you have plus size clothes and words like fat shaming, that make you feel guilty for, being rather kind of telling somebody that, look, you are at the risk of metabolic syndromes, or you're not fine and you should take care of it. So it's in a very good spirit, but it's taken wrongly, and that I think has been promoted by companies who are probably wanting to sell more food, more clothes. And
100%.
What is your take on this? I mean, how can we get out of this trap? Because every day that we get up, there's some messaging out there that tells you obesity is normal, and plus size clothes are normal. Eating pizza is joy. Coke is happiness, and all of this.
So I think there's two things here. So I am, so my background, my training is very much in the feminist movement. My first degrees are in women's studies, in women's rights theory, etc. And so in that, we learned that the personal is political, but it's also the case that the political is personal. Like it's a two-way street, right? And so I think there's a difference between blaming the individual and sort of being mean. So I grew up in a very cutthroat, all boys school where we were always verbally abusing each other pretty badly. It was a pretty rough way to grow up, right? And I, as sort of the fat kid, I mean, I got a lot of bullying as a result of that, right? And that's not good. It's not about the individual, but there are societal pressures that are making us all a certain way. And so I think when we start to say that, and we start to talk to the individual who may have a problem, for example, in one of my conferences the other day, I got all the men to stand up and I said, just look down. And if you see a belly, then you have visceral fat and we need to talk about that. Now, some people didn't. I think the way I did it, people were comfortable because I was like, this is a societal problem. And we all, people don't know that if you have a belly, it's a sign of visceral fat, right? But it could have been done in another way. It could have been done in a very Boolean kind of way. So I think a lot of this is like nuance. It's like, we're not here to blame anyone, but we want to inform people that if this is your phenotype, if this is what you look like, it is very likely that you are suffering from metabolic syndrome. And if you have metabolic syndrome, your chance of heart disease goes up 1,000%, your chance of Alzheimer's goes up 1,000%, your chance of cancer goes up, perhaps even more than that. I haven't looked at the statistics, et cetera, right? So people don't know that, and they have a right to know that. And people don't know that if you just, here in South Africa, the standard diet is something called meat and pap. Pap is basically just corn, millets porridge. Traditionally it was millets, today it's corn. And I said, look, if you just take that out, because it's a traditional diet, I'm not saying don't eat your traditional diet. Just take out the carbohydrate component of it. You're going to be so much better. And lots of people are like, oh, I only ate that because it was a vegetable and I thought I have to eat my vegetables, right? So just to give this information and let people make their own decisions. If someone says, I want to eat 2 liters of Coca-Cola a day, hey, I'm not here to stop you, man. It's your life. But I want you to know that there are consequences for that. And I want you to understand that, if you have a wife or a husband, if you have children, if you have family who depend on you, those consequences aren't just about you, right? It's about your whole social network, and you have to be responsible for that. But these are some of the things that I want people to be asking themselves. I don't want people to be blaming themselves. It's not about blame. It's about how can we actually get better.
Yeah. Samir, how can people check out your blogs and kindly, tell us the inspiration behind writing those blogs. And in the meanwhile, I would ask Shashi and Anup also to come on the screen. Yes, Samir.
Yeah, sure. So all of my stuff is at samirdasani.net. So just my full name .net. You can check out all my stuff there. Listen, in terms of my inspiration, going back to when I first started this, I came to the revelation. So I'd spent 20 years trying to sort of improve the world, change the world. I'd worked with various governments as well, trying to, make pro-poor policies, et cetera. But I came to the conclusion after 20 years of doing this work that I was banging my head against the wall, and that actually there are structures which make us who we are. There are structures which perpetuate injustice at every level. And that thinking led me to think that those same structures are what perpetuates the food environment that we see, and also the fact that we see so much chronic disease. So that was really the motivation for writing my first book, which is The Health Dialectic. That was my motivation, that it's not, again, getting back to this issue of personal responsibility. Yes, there's personal responsibility, but to some extent, we're all victims of a system that is pushing us in a certain direction. And hats off to people like Anup, who have been able to swim upstream in very difficult circumstances in India. I lived in India for 10 years. I know how difficult it is, what you guys have done. So hats off to you guys for this amazing conference and for everything that you've done. But it's about understanding that the current is flowing a certain way, and understanding what makes the current flow that certain way. And then to give people the knowledge and the information and hopefully the power that they need to swim against that current.
Yeah. Anup and Shashi.
Yeah, thank you, Samir. Thank you. Before I hand it over to Shashi, I would like to ask a light-hearted question. Was pizza ever tried to be declared a vegetable?
I think, in some, you ask it in a joking way, but if you look at some of those nurses' health study surveys and so on, which I've written about and others have written about, pizza and lasagna were classified as vegetables, pizza and lasagna were classified as meats. Sorry. So, that's, when you see these things that meat correlates with higher cancer, et cetera, just keep in mind that pizza was classified as a meat in some of those epidemiological surveys.
Nice.
Thank you, Samir, for
Thank you,
having
Samir.
this platform and sharing your insights on carb addiction as a tool to control. And I'm sure that we'll have our collaborations on for quite a long time.
No,
And
thanks so
keep
much. It's been a
taking-
real pleasure, guys.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming, Samir. Great
Thank
interview.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Dr. Miguel, welcome.
Hello, good morning. How are you? Thank you very much.
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
So, Dr. Miguel, I'll just start with the introduction and finish off. So, for the audience, of course, I am Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from DLF in India's first and only award-winning low carb, founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who is an IIT engineer and a silver medalist and also Icons of India awardee. He also pioneered the low carb movement in India. And Anup had a very unique concept of 100 grams carb per day max protocol, which he developed in 2012, which made low carb very, very easy for type 2 diabetics, and especially for the vegetarians. In 2020, he also launched a D-Life Diploma course, the only legally tenable course approved under the NSDC Partner, Government of India, in this segment with the world's largest CPD hours of 144 hours. So Anup and I, of course, co-organized the India's first conference in 2023, second one in 2024, and now in 2025. So today we have Dr. Miguel Casali. So Dr. Miguel is a physician based in Ireland with a strong focus on metabolic health and low-carb nutrition. Passionate about preventing and reversing chronic disease through lifestyle intervention, he actively promotes evidence-based dietary strategies to improve metabolic function. So Dr. Miguel is also involved with CSC Connect, working to bridge the gap between conventional medicine and nutrition-driven health solution. His insights into low-carb and real food approach makes him a key voice in the global metabolic health platform. So today we are going to discuss a doctor's journey to metabolic health with low-carb nutrition. Doctor, again, welcome.
So thank you very much, Shashi, for inviting me to a great conference, and let's go and talk about this fascinating topic.
Yeah. So first we'd like to know about your own personal story. What brought you to low carb nutrition as a mainstream doctor?
Well, as many of us, it's a personal journey first. This personal journey comes from the different problems in life, and finally going to not controlling what you eat. We call it food addiction, and this affects to many things in your life, ending in high blood pressure, obesity, all this, and probably also mental health problems. Started my own journey. I decided for different reasons in my 45s, I don't want to live like that, and I want to look for what to do. I started my journey is like all of us, starting with different kind of diets, and finally starting to understand the world of fasting, starting to after some jobs of about fasting, after the Nobel Prize published by New England Medical Journal, opened my mind as a doctor to new trends in the world, watching videos like conferences like these, videos like people from Diet Doctor and other people already pioneers on all that, and started to open my mind. And finally, when I started myself to fast and to feel the brightness and to feel the feeling able to control the hunger, that's what my definite like, wow, this is the way, this is the place, this is where I want to be.
So what you started was fasting, more on the aspect of fasting.
Well, I explored different diets during years, and was open to different articles and news in medicine. And there is an article in New England Journal of Medicine. I don't remember exactly after the Nobel Prize in 2016 to the Japanese about autophagy, and for the doctors, we can talk later. We are in a very rigid framework, and to open this framework, we need to read articles who other scientists has published, and this is one of the articles that opened my mind about fasting. And you say, oh, this is the New England Medical Journal. This looks official, because we doctors will look for official things, like to be able to do them. And I tried it. I tried fasting. I started fasting. I was first time after many years losing weight with a lot of energy, time consuming, cooking, buying many things. I started to see it's maybe simpler. Maybe it's a question of not eating in this 5 times a day, 50% carbs what I started to see. It was a completely different approach, and I felt immediately the brightness in my mind and how you feel a different level of energy. And this is when I started to continue and started to watch more videos, review other articles, starting to be in contact with Dr. Angwin's work in UK, and then thinking that I want to go deeper and to have a better understanding, and also just start like to grow sunglasses when you start see patients differently too. After your own journey, you see your patients differently, and you see, oh, maybe the problem is here, is here, not so much in the cholesterol, and more in the hunger, in what is not allowing you to stop eating. These insulin spikes, this glucose metabolism, and you start another understanding that, like glasses for the metabolic truth.
So in the spectrum of low carb nutrition, so you have been on low carb, ketogenic, and did you also try carnivore diet?
Well, yes, you try different things. I think you never can tell this is the end stage of my of my search. We always continue exploring, and after, I think there is an interesting moment when you think you have already sorted. I've got it, and now I can just fast and eat whatever I want again. and I did it for a while and was a disaster, of course. And after that, I tried, and I explored the carnivore diet when I was in Ireland. It's a great country to eat carnivore for a while because meat is excellent, eggs and dairy products are very good, quite affordable. And I tried. I told myself, why not trying? And again, it's another stage in feeling great, simple diet, mental brightness, energy. And started to practice carnivore diet like regularly, not every day, not strictly. I eat many other things, but I also think it's an option when you feel safe when you go to carnivore, because it's, in my experience after many years, the lower carb grams a day, the easier for me to control hunger, and the easier for me to be bright and have more energy.
So now this program is also on the addiction part, addiction to processed food. Were you addicted to some processed food earlier? How is it? I'm very curious to know. Did you have a personal journey of addiction?
Yes, addiction is. Gabor Mate says addiction is any behavior you have, you know is bad for you, and you are not able to stop it. And definitely, this is a behavior I was having, and I am prone to have. So yes, addiction is for different reasons. It's linked with very deep, I think, very deep areas of your existence, and self-damaging, and other questions deeper. But sugar are there. They do things worst as you start feeling good dopamine related symptoms with sugars, and this and then you need to eat again and again, and so this is yes, my personal journey is also comes from what is considered addiction, as you eat more than what you need to eat. I think, and why is a difficult topic. It maybe is for other session to think about why we human beings do things are not good for us. This is related with addictions, but definitely food. Different foods have different power regarding your addiction to them. And definitely. Finally, the low carb keto diets is where you find the refuge, where you can find the place where you can have the tools to believe you can live without this addiction.
You have been on both the side. Earlier you were mainstream and only drug only doctor. Now you are in the nutrition part. Why? What is stopping many of the doctors to recognize this nutrition pattern has a benefit, and what stops them from recommending this?
Well, on one hand, I have to say, doctors, most of the doctors, all doctors, we look for the best of our patients. We look for the better, and sometimes it's a question of access to the information, and I see it's very difficult at this moment to access the information if you are only at seeing the main guidelines, and also I can tell it's very important for general practitioners, family doctors. We used to be advised by specialists cardiologists, nephrologists, focusing the disease, not in the prevention. So I think now I can say after very brave pioneers in the 2010s mainly, the science is there. The science is powerful, and so now for some reasons, also we know the reasons why. The reasons are there, and things are going faster than the reality. I think the guidelines change slower than the science and the trends, and so now I think we live in a very accelerated world, and mainly after COVID, and things are changing a lot, but the guidelines are not changing so fast. So it takes longer to change. So on the other hand, I think the traditional biomedical model comes from the disease approach, and it's great for disease to treat patients with diseases, but it's not focused in the preventive approach, and it's more advised by these specialists, mainly cardiologists. This is secondary prevention when the disease is there, when the artery is damaged. But we shouldn't. I think that the primary prevention is different and has a lot of science about what to do and what not to do in primary prevention. And I think it's a question to look for the right information.
So, what kind of challenges have you faced once you adopted low-carb? And did you get pushback from your colleagues?
Yes, the main challenge is inside your own mind framework. As you are used to think, you relate something with good, something with bad, and you have it in your mind and in your training, and it takes long to change your mind. And the challenge is as I'm telling you, the challenge is people open to read new things, open to read things, thinking differently. And I think I found, sadly, many colleagues they even don't want to read new articles, just want to think same. And this is what in the moment they open to read and to practice different things, it starts to change. But as myself, it was difficult for me to open my mind to this different framework. Also, my colleagues, I find sometimes is like, oh, if it is true, I have to change so many things that maybe I don't. Only if someone up to me or my manager or other people tell me to do, I will do. But in the meantime, I prefer to keep the guidelines and not explore myself, not to be risky to do new things myself.
So I think most of the practice are, of course, guideline based. So people don't like to break away from guidelines, I guess. So till low carb becomes mainstream and comes in guideline, it's going to be difficult, I believe. And how is your practice right now? Do you still practice conventional medicine plus low carb, or is it only low carb?
Well, I have an integrative approach. I mean, low carb is one part of the things that can help to people, mainly with diabetes, metabolic syndrome, intolerance to carbohydrates, and probably food addiction and other things. I think low carb can help, but general practice is huge, and family medicine is huge. So I have an integrative approach where integrative means integrate the general practice, official, regular prescribing practice with the new trends. And the new trends in nutrition, new trends in exercising, new trends in neuroscience, new trends in art prescription, in expressive. I mean, I am a general practitioner, family and community oriented, and the low carb has been important in my journey, but and I think it's something we have to offer for lifestyle for every diabetic, every metabolic syndrome, every insulin resistant physiopathologically disease like PCOS, maybe infertility, of course, obesity, and so many things we know are related with insulin resistance. But the general practice is not only that, but this is maybe 20-30% of our routine job is related to macronutrients advice. I think this is the clue. We in family practice, in general practice, we advise about macronutrients, and this is where I think we need to integrate low carb as a part of the macronutrients advice. But as I'm telling you, my approach is very integrative, holistic, and I also public health, because I know India is completely different in terms of a health system. In Europe, we have public health systems quite strong, and for me, it's very important to integrate also the public and practice approach. Public and private approach.
So tell us more about CSC Connect. What exactly do you do?
CSC Connect is a family business, a family company started after 3 of our parents died, my wife and me, in the last 4 or 5 years. And this energy and a vision of my father-in-law telling we are one before dying, like connect the world, connect the people. And CSC Connect, I think, wants to be an integrative approach company in health, with a global vision, with 3 different brands, like metabolic care. That means all what we are talking about, the metabolic health, is extremely important in our integrative approach. Also, unfolding is a mental health, where we are linked also to India, because it's very, very inspired in Advaita traditions and of the existence, who we are and who we are not. This is and also we believe a lot in the expressive arts, and also CSC Connect is our personal and professional experience. My wife and me, my wife coming from education, and also to integrate everything we believe in our life, and also it's a talent hunter company, where we believe if we link with the new generations, with the new talent, and we train them, is when we can really build new projects. Without connecting with the talent, without connecting with the new generation of doctors and professionals in general. So it's starting. It's a very ambitious and we are really thrilled to start with working with it. I hope also we can do things in India and in other countries. And CSC Connect has just 1 year existence, but has some projects in Spain, some projects in Ireland, and is also inspired in the Indian tradition. Our logo is done in Bangalore in India, where we have been in some conferences, and so this is our CSC Connect enthusiastic project.
So what are the kind of metabolic disorders you see? Is it primarily diabetes, or is it also concerned with weight, hypertension, autoimmune? How is it? What do you
Yes,
see?
in every practice we see very similar things. Of course, diabetes is huge proportion of patients. 70% of the patients admitted in hospitals in the Western countries have diabetes. So diabetes is linked with chronic kidney failure, chronic heart failure, which are the two in the 50s diabetes, 60s, and lately chronic kidney failure, chronic heart failure are very routine. Patients consuming a lot of time in the practices, attending a lot of consultants, a lot of places. And previous to that, you see, of course, metabolic syndrome is already there. And I think you realize metabolic syndrome, of course, diabetes is linked with what is called now low-grade inflammation, or even open inflammation regarding any inflammatory autoimmune diseases. But you realize most of the patients with many symptoms coming to the practice are around the metabolic syndrome spectrum, and of course, but lately the time consuming are these patients with the coronary artery disease, atrial fibrillation, cardiac heart failure, chronic cardiac failure, chronic kidney failure, and of course the frailty. I think also the frailty is very. You see the quality of life can be less if your body is frail and your mind is frail. Of course, the dementia, we know can be also linked with all that. And this is what we see in our routine practice.
See, in India, we in our lot of population, we see a lot of micronutrient deficiency, like vitamin B12, vitamin D, and iron deficiency is huge. What about in Ireland? Do you see much of micronutrient deficiency?
Yes, we see mainly iron deficiency, anemia. We see also megaloblastic anemia, vitamin B12 deficiency. Yes, we used to see, and vitamin D here is a must. You have to take supplements in the winter, and we see vitamin D deficiency, but probably as we eat a lot of meat, eggs, and dairy. Probably vitamin D is not so severe because the nutrition is maybe better than in India. But the main now we are starting to look at magnesium here, but in the general practice, maybe folic acid in some cases with the pregnancy, but it's not our routine general practice approach. Is focused mainly in iron, vitamin B12, and folic acid. No more than that, and of course vitamin D is now is something we start to understand. But as the guidelines also in Europe, they don't promote the screening of vitamin D in the population. So no, are not routine screening blood tests in the population, neither vitamin D nor vitamin B12. We just check the fluid blood count and see if there is anemia or other things like thyroid function. We check, but not screening everybody, all the population. We don't do these blood tests only when we suspect some problem.
I think that's one advantage we have in India. We can easily get this test done at a lower cost, and then we do see a huge amount of deficiencies. Now, in Ireland, do you find there's a huge addiction to sugar and processed food? Is the local population too addicted to it, or how is it? Is consumption of sugar very high?
Yes, if you come to Ireland sometime, hopefully, you will find when you go to a petrol station, I suppose it's the same in every place. You have to go, and before going to the cash to pay your petrol, you have like so many colored and options to have different kind of sweets. And of course, for the patients, when you tell them about sugars, it's like, oh my God, I knew that. I didn't want anyone to tell me because I knew it was the problem. And the other day it was very funny on one hand, because one of my patients is dying with chronic heart failure and chronic kidney disease, and was very happy, full of sweets, her bed, smiling like, wow, I'm going to die, but I have my sweets in my bed. And you say, oh, it's definitely when you talk about that, many patients and say, I can't do that. Very, very interesting. The other day, some Bangladeshis coming here. They were looking for a pregnancy, and she had PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and infertility. 1 year looking for a baby. And when I told her, it's maybe you have to cut your sugars, and she started to cry. But finally, after talking to them, I convinced them, because the husband had a fatty liver, and I convinced them after 3 months dieting with keto low-carb diet, they got pregnant. They have their pregnancy, and you say so, but was for her so hard to think about, I have to stop my sugars. So it's like people know it's linked with emotions, it's linked with I can't do that. They feel weak. I think the word is they feel weak when you face them with the cut down sugars.
Do you have any other memorable case studies or you have some patient who has shown very
Yes,
significant
here,
improvement?
just in the practice I'm here from 1st July, for example, a Ukrainian lady with very difficult explaining her to her because she doesn't speak English, just with the translator Ukrainian English, she started with her diabetes type 2 first diagnosed, and following, of course, the advice of David Unwin and all these leaders, you can get the remission 70% if it is in the first 2 years of diagnosis. I explained to her, even with difficulties with the language, and after 3 months, she has reduced and is in non-diabetic HbA1c. Other cases, very interesting, people asking for Ozempic, because here is not licensed for weight loss. And many of them want you to prescribe, and I can't do because I am an official prescriber. I can't prescribe Ozempic because it's not licensed in Ireland. And she finally told me, you are talking to my husband. We have started paleo carnivore diet. I don't need Ozempic anymore. I'm losing weight. I'm not hungry. Thanks very much, doctor. So these are the kind of stories you can do if you are constant, because for me, we have to offer to any diabetic the option free for change in lifestyle. I'm telling them what are the science, what is shown, how can you put in remission this disease, and also, of course, before going for insulin, the patients who are going badly controlled. So if you work in low-carb diets and offering the patients constantly, you get all these successes very easily, as you know very well.
I think it's amazing stories. I mean, in spite of all the restrictions and all you have, you don't. I know it's not very easy for you there. It's all unlike India, where I'm comparing with India. I know when some of a patient wanted ivermectin, I could easily send it from here to you. Whereas you have a lot of restriction there, but still, I think amazing job and amazing stories you have with whatever available resources. And I think, what is one message you want to give to India, considering the fact that the current situation here, the kind of metabolic health we have? What would be your advice?
My advice to India. Wow, my advice to India is, I think in India, metabolic health is extremely important. I think my advice is think in your mind, not only think in your body. Think metabolic health strengthens your mind. And I think India is a master in mind for the world. And I think people in India can show the world how we all can improve our mind, our powerful capacity. And I think you are an example of that. And I think people not think only in your body, think very importantly in your mind.
Anup is here. Anup, you want to come in and say something? I think Anup may be out. Okay, fine. So I think it's a good story, and it's your own personal journey of changing your health, your metabolic health, overcoming your own addiction. All this inspires us to know that a mainstream doctor is now supporting low carb, and he has his own inspirational journey. So we thank you very much, and we will continue our collaboration with each other. And what message do you have for Metabolic Health Conference and D-Life in the final?
For Metabolic Health Conference, so continue spreading the voice and opening the mind of the world.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Miguel. We'll keep meeting and keep communicating with each other. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks very much to all. See you soon.
Thank you. Please get in Dr. Arun and Prasanna. Hello, Dr. Arun.
Hello, Dr. Arun.
Hello,
Welcome.
how are you? Can you hear me?
I'm doing well. Yes. I'm able to hear you.
Okay.
So let me start the session with a brief introduction.
Can I try the uploading of the slides here, right? If I can.
I believe you can share the screen. You can share the screen at the time of sharing the slides. Is that fine?
Okay.
So, welcome all. Welcome to another exciting episode of India's largest metabolic health conference 2025, where we explore various health topics that not only impact our lives but can transform them for the better. I am your host Prasanna, a member and a certified metabolic health coach from DLife.in, India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. DLife was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and the recipient of Icons of India award. Anup is the pioneer of the low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100 grams of carbs per day maximum, given by him in 2012, that made lchf possible for type 2 diabetes sufferers and also for Indian vegetarians as well. In 2021, DLife launched its Diploma course, which is the only course approved under NSDC Partner, the Government of India in this segment, and the only course with its global biggest 144-hour CPD rate. Anup Singh, along with Shashikant Iyengar, is the organizer of this metabolic health conference. Today, we have our special guest, Dr. Arun Gupta. Dr. Arun Gupta is a senior pediatrician, founded the Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India, BPNI, in 1991. Over nearly 32 years, BPNI has played key role in strengthening national policies to promote, protect, and support breastfeeding, nutrition advocacy in public interest, NAPI, a national think tank, and a former member of PM's Council of India's Nutrition Challenges. He has been working on issues related to ultra-processed food products, especially its marketing and food labeling. He has worked as an advisor to several governments, including Vietnam, Bhutan, Maldives. In past 30 years, he has been invited to almost all states of India to take part in policy discussions on public health and nutrition. He has worked significantly on health systems, legal frameworks, public policy, and with an extra focus on child health, nutrition, and governance and conflict of interest in the space of food. Welcome to this conference, Doctor, and thank you so much for being here. And
thank you so much for having me. I'm very pleased to be here. Yeah.
So let me open to set the stage. So there is can you please explain what exactly constitutes ultra-processed foods and how they differ from minimally processed or whole foods? And because to a common man, whenever there is a packaged food, the usual notion is everything is food. It's all been vetted, and if it's available as food, whether it is packaged or not, it's food. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Prasanna, for having me here. And let me start answering your question number one, which is regarding what are ultra-processed foods. So let me give a brief background to it, to arrive at this definition. So first of all, we used to talk about nutrient-based approach to our health, and whether caution or no caution, less or more. So we were very restricted to a particular nutrient or something, which slowly shifted to dietary patterns that like Mediterranean diet or this, and for example. However, the degree of processing of the food, as you mentioned in your packaged products, this element of formulation, industrial formulation and processing was missing in the whole domain of discussion in this. And till 2009, when Brazilian scientists, the University of Sao Paulo, they found that the overall consumption of sugar in the country is likely going down, but the disease and the health risks going up. So that's when they started analyzing, and they coined this definition called NOVA classification of food. Mm-hmm. That's where the term ultra-processed food comes. So I'll give you an example that when we have real food with us, So that's within the NOVA classification, it's called as, so either it's called as unprocessed or minimally processed foods. For example, if we have rice, pulses, eggs, meat, milk, vegetables, fruits, they may be in any form, which could be, they could be available as fresh, dried, grounded, chilled, frozen, but they're real foods. They are available as such. So they will be in the group 1 called minimally processed or unprocessed. So the same thing, but they are slightly modified in their processing part, like we make yogurt from our milk. We curdle it and it's ready. Yeah. Similarly, I'll give you the example of, say, let me tell you first the NOVA classification 2 is culinary ingredients. So from these foods, we extract like salt, sugar, oil, all those products which are used to prepare our meals, to make them delicious according to our culture, taste. So those are culinary ingredients. They are used for, making tasty and other things. The third is processed food. Now here the word process starts. But this is still not the industrial processing. It's like you preserve them. You use salt or you use sugar or you use cans to preserve these foods, fruits, or even things which we could make at home. Like, say, for example, you prepare a vegetable soup at home, right? A soup, right? And then you can prepare a bread at home, the freshly prepared bread. You can make chapati from the wheat, or you can even prepare traditional available in the market. The breads people can make at home. So, or you have dried fruits, or you might sugarcoat them. You have so these are the foods. Again, the real foods are available. You can still see them, the food element in it, but they might have a higher degree of salt or sugar depending upon the preservative used and what amount you take. For example, you have a canned, say, sugary canned fruit like pineapple, right? You take, but real fruit is available in it, but it may be full of sugar. One has to be careful what amount of sugar goes in there. It is still not ultra processed. So now comes the fourth category, which is ultra processed food, which is in the limelight for research as well as documentation. Ever since 2009 and 10, the whole world has been doing research on it, which are intense industrial processing is done, whether it is chemical or physical or even biological processing. It actually leads to use of industrial substances also, which we normally don't use in our kitchen. For example, maltodextrin or modified starches or cosmetic additives like dyes, like colors, like flavors, like emulsifiers, like stabilizers, you name it, acidity regulators, many of them. One can count in hundreds. But these are chemical additives added to the real foods when they are like their food matrix is now broken. Food matrix is broken. For example, you take the real grain and you rip off the fiber from it. You make it refine and then you add on other things into it. You could heat it, intense heat, convert it into a mold. You can then prepare, for example, from corn, you can start doing the processing, which would lead ultimately to a dough in which you add on the flavors and colors, and then you process into chips. And those chips are now, sprayed with the colors and flavors and salt and chilies, whatever, and then they are packed. Most likely, if the food comes in a plastic wrapped things which you can't change without opening them, the content you can't change without, called pre-packaged food products, are almost always ultra processed. Okay. So that's where I think now coming back to the soup, Now, the soup could be prepared at home with use of culinary ingredients. It's unprocessed, minimally processed. It's processed up to the level of process. It doesn't. The moment it is now industrially processed, it could be a powdered available. So a soup is available as a ultra processed soup, which is a powder. You have to mix it. So similarly, you can apply the same principle to, say, for example, biscuits. You can prepare those biscuits in a home or in a very local bakery where you only add 2 or 3 things, but you don't industrially process them. Similarly, on a cake or on a bread, which could be industrially processed bread, use of emulsifiers and other things and substitutes, and a bread prepared at home. So this is how we differentiate the ultra processed food from real foods, and we start calling them as food products. So that is the difference. The first 3 categories, they are foods. This category is a food product. It's not a.
Okay. So the natural question is, what's wrong with it? That's actually, this is something which my friends ask. So this is the usual, the day-to-day Janata ask, right? What's wrong with it? Everything is science. We are accepting whatever comes out as we are accepting our automobiles. There is a lot of internet and a lot of positive results which we have gotten, and the food revolution. But what is the problem is the question that people ask.
Right. One of the key questions, which is a very good question you have asked right now, is this, that, I mean, there is, I'll in generally answer that since 2010, there's a lot of research going on in the world, which has proved beyond doubt that increasing consumption beyond 10% is called high intake of ultra processed foods is associated with, almost 32 last BMJ published a comprehensive meta-analysis from worldwide studies, and associated links were found with 32 diseases. To be common, I would say that the obesity is one of the key element here, where you tend to overconsume these foods because they are addictive in nature. They are aggressively marketed. That's another characterization of these products. So they are not just like, you don't market foods which are whole foods. Very rarely you will find an advertisement of milk or nuts, for example. But every day in and day out, you will find, the cold drinks, the chips, the chocolates, the noodles and stuff which are ultra processed is day in, day out. So that also pushes you to consume more and eat more. So that's where the risks start. One of the key study which was done in United States, they found that in 14 days, an average adult gained about 900 grams in 14 days. If they were on a diet rich in ultra processed foods versus the diet of minimally processed foods. So that is one. And there are a couple of studies after that in Japan, and there's small samples, but they prove the beyond point in randomized control way. Most of the other studies have shown the associations. There are very strong associations found, which I'll show you in the couple of slides here. So this is a slide which shows the consumption, which has been rapidly rising in India by 13.3% annual cumulative growth in India of ultra processed foods that the WHO study showed. But we still don't have a data of our consumption of the proportion of the energy which we consume every day. So this is the data available, published from the BMJ in terms of US, Canada, Sweden, all these countries like Germany and Netherlands, most of the developed world, so-called developed world, has gone beyond 30, 35%, even 50%, nearing 50% of consumption is due to ultra-processed foods. But it is possible that there are countries who are still maintaining below 20%, And there is a last country in here is Romania and Colombia, which around 15 to 16%. But India is still, we do not know the exact, but it is between somewhere in 10 and 15%, and is very sharply rising. Right. Now coming to the adverse health outcomes, which I'll also here only explain how it happens. So these are on the top, you see the ultra processed food products on the top, which I gave you the examples. So which are now how they lead on to. So if one is the risk of consuming higher amounts, which I said, so which contains, most of these products are almost always high in salt, sugar, fats, according to the WHO standards or standards given in other countries which have done regulations. Like whole of Latin America, I would say, qualifies for this. Now, then the second element is degree of food processing, and then this whole changes into the food system, in the food matrix, and the contaminants from processing, which I mentioned, the contaminants in terms of, overheating produces things like furans, acrylamide, and acrolein, and other stuff, and addition of emulsifiers and stabilizers, etc. Formulation of attractive and profitable products with long shelf lives. So here comes the food packaging, which brings in plastic and phthalates with it, and the food additives and other industrial elements, they all have contributed to. So all of these combined, including increased eating rate, contributes to overall inflammatory response in the body through change of the gut microbiome, changes in the lipid profiles, so dysglycemia or oxidative stress, and weight gain, as earlier said, which also has, formally it leads to other diseases like diabetes and cancer and other heart diseases. They're all linked to each other. So insulin resistance is one of the commonest factors here, which I'm sure Metabolic Health Conference has discussed a lot about. So all this increases the cardiometabolic risk to the body. So this whole overconsumption here leads to the effect of areas of heart, liver, gut, and they are the reason for these problems. So last slide from this part. This BMJ also did the analysis of the type of risks from quoting different studies. So highest consumption was lowest exposure to these. Type 2 diabetes, 40% higher risk. Cardiovascular events, 35%. Hypertension, 23%. All-cause mortality, 29%. Abdominal obesity, 41%. 36% overweight, and obesity, 55% higher risk. Metabolic syndrome, 81% higher odds. And cardiovascular mortality, 50% higher risk. Cardiac mortality, 66% higher risk. So this in nutshell shows that there is a risk associated, which is associated with the increased consumption. So we need to understand that it's not just, okay, once in a month I took a piece of biscuit or a chip, it's not going to immediately harm. There are no known studies of this nature, but apparently from these studies it found lower consumption, less than 3 or 4% of your dietary pattern, and more than 10% of your diet, 9 to 10% of your diet actually has associated risks, which start increasing. In one of the study, I remember, they studied that 10% increase in ultra-processed food consumption increases the type 2 diabetes risk by 15%. So they were only focusing on the diabetes.
The root cause is, one of the root causes is the ultra-processed foods.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll deal with the other two slides later. Yeah.
So now we know.
Yeah.
The data clearly shows UPF is detrimental to health.
Yes.
ultra processed food, it is better to have whole foods.
Mhm.
However, India is right now. I'll just continue with that question. So
Sure, sure.
India is a very young population. What I mean is the demography of people who are between 25 to 45, who is productive, who goes out and does things. It's very high right now in India, and with that, and with the combination of ultra processed food rising, we see a lot of problems that are coming in, which you have clearly shown. The data also shows that. Why is it still proliferating? Why is it still, and what are some of the levers that we can use to make sure we go on a right path? And yes, I'll ask my next question later on. Please go ahead.
So here your question is why it is increasing, right?
Why it
So
is increasing, and why are we, or what can we do? What? Yeah, it's a mixture of those.
okay. The major reason, according to our analysis, we have been doing it last 4-5 years, is the analysis of the labels and the advertisement portfolio of different products and companies in India, and different parts of the media, whether it's social media, television, print media. This is something, and also linked to celebrity endorsement of these products. So one line answer of this is that this aggressive marketing, which also includes like going to schools, offering sponsorship to schools, giving prizes to health workers, or motivating health workers to keep them calm and quiet, not to speak about it. And all this is part of the marketing, other than the advertisement part. So other marketing things are also involved in it, so especially the schools. The companies have been kind to the school sponsorships, and with a motive which is very clear. For example, if Coca-Cola sponsors a school education program, I'm sure Coca-Cola has nothing to do with your education. So they have only one thing to do, is their brand, and their consumption should go up. So, and coupled with the aggressive marketing on every channel, on every newspaper, on every magazine, or all that actually pushes the consumption of these products, which is slowly rising. And they are projected as food. They are projected as healthy. They are projected as, something emotionally charging, happiness. They are projected as foods which give you satisfaction. So it's like I was reading this morning that Nestle considers these packaged foods are, the chief says, they're very, very important for the mankind. Now I don't understand what is the importance of this. Of course, people do get empty calories by these, and which probably is linked to the harmful impact of it. Yeah.
Association of that particular food with a particular positive feeling and reinforcing it. Would you say that?
Yeah. Different products have used different ways. For example, using parental consent to it. An advertisement, you will see parent and a child both playing, and then suddenly they pick up a industrial juice and start drinking, or chocolate or biscuit. It's something of that nature, that as if the parents do agree to it, right? Similarly, the replacement of your traditional diets. Noodles have been replacing chapatis, and then biscuits have been projected to replace chapatis by leading actors of the country. So that's where when you actually pose that your food is as good as your real food, you add convenience to it. You don't have to cook. You buy and eat it. people probably do not realize, probably they're not even aware of, that this is not real food, this is empty calories or salt or fat in different ways, so which goes in. So this whole replacement of traditional diets by the aggression is the cause.
I remember one thing in my school days, there was a promotion, as you said, in our school with a instant noodle packet. And my grandmother at the time very clearly stated, don't bring it inside the house.
Yeah.
But being a kid at that time, I wanted it, but there was heavy duty resistance to it from the elders. And so why I'm saying this is there is a top-down approach as a policy from the government. We can do something from the grassroots level, from individual, preserving the local foods, preserving the ancestral food habits, and nurturing that culture from grassroots level is one way, as I have. But right now I'm seeing that is slowly waning away. Why are these ads so persistent? And what are some of the mechanisms which we can create structures which counter these, ones from policy level, from grassroots level, from individual level? Your thoughts?
Yeah, the ads are persistent because the aim and objective of the company is to make money, right? They invest in the advertisements. So each advertisement brings them revenue. So the expenditure is not just for you to only take it. The expenditure is meant to be, because the stated objective of any corporation which makes, so there are a few corporations in the country large enough, and I would say the world, which actually make most of the ultra processed foods. So the smaller players are not even significant. So they use cheap ingredients. They buy them in bulk, produce the cheap food and food products, and they market them. So the reason they market is that they want to make money. That's the point. They are not concerned about your health.
Understood.
So how do you stop it? Because it is seen as a trade barrier if you make a law to ban the advertisement, right? Another country might say, if a company comes from USA and India bans, it will be projected as a trade barrier. So it's a trade takes over health. Secondly, there is an argument of the industry that we produce jobs, right? So I don't know whether the production of that number of jobs is equal to the health risks being caused to the population where that material is being sold. So one has to calculate that kind of health efficiency of production linked disease as well as production linked jobs. So in terms of overall healthcare system, I am sure we spend a lot on treating these diseases, right? If we can minimize them, our healthcare burden will go down. So whatever the economy we are thinking that we will gain from some jobs, I think we can save a lot by not promoting it. So the real value in stopping these would lie in two areas of policy, rather three. One is that you have to have a packet of the product. In front of it, it's mostly filled with claims, whether they are healthy or you have a real fruit, which is not real. In the product itself, the fruit is not real, but on the top, you will see the real fruit, right? So mangoes or oranges or lychees, they are like, yesterday there was a Amul True ad of a drink, 150 ml giving 24 grams of sugar, and the full page ad on the Times of India showed that this is something which I'll show you if I can, if it's here. I'll just give me a second. I'll show you. Now, this is the full page ad of a chocolate yesterday and today. And here is a full page ad of Amul True in different.
Yeah, it's upside down. I think he will be joining back.
There's some signal disturbance.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, you're back.
Sorry, there's sudden drop of internet here at our home, and I don't know what happened, but it just dropped in the.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood. So, Dr.
I
Arun,
was saying,
we were,
just stopping these ads and putting a front of the pack label with a warning that it is a high sugar product or high salt or high fat product. These are two policy requirements. And the third one would be putting a higher tax slab to these. On the individual level, I would say that the person, till we get such legislations, should have a habit of buying a product, checking the back of the pack with the nutrient information. The back of the pack nutrient information gives you information per 100 grams. If the sugar is more than 10% or saturated fat is more than 10%, or if it is a sodium is more than 1 milligram per calorie in that product, it's better to avoid it for an individual consumption because it is considered high according to the health standards as defined by the, as I said, WHO, whole of South America and several other countries like Brazil, Canada, Israel, and many countries are joining in this to draw their own nutrient profiles. Yeah.
Okay. And right now, there is a lot of misinformation spread by the food industry to downplay the risks of UPFs, right? Ultra processed foods. What are some of the biggest lies that and misleading narratives that the public should be aware of, and how have they influenced the public health policies and dietary guidelines in favor of ultra processed foods?
No, this is a very well-known fact that the industry food industry all over the world. They try to lobby with the government policies, and they try to get on of a stakeholder meeting or part of a panel or something where they put their views. So this happens at the global level, at the UN, at WHO, at the national level, at the government level, food safety authority meetings. Very recently, a new committee has been constituted under the food processing ministry, where many of the industry associations are part of the committee to look into the misleading advertisements. So how can a regulator sit with a to be regulated entity to make a policy? So that's a flawed concept by itself. So the major thrust of the industry lies in not only lying, but in also interfering, not to allow the policy development. For example, the front of the pack policy in India is actually in limbo for 12 years. 12 years, the government has not been able to make a policy. And it was in the New York Times, in several Indian papers, where they found that how people belonging to food industry sneak into the panels and they interfere and they do not allow the policy to be made. So that's one. Second is that they challenge the definitions of ultra-processed food, for example, in broad sense. They'll say, how can you say a soup is ultra-processed? So that's why I gave the example of a soup. So soup can be both ultra-processed as well as unprocessed or minimally processed. Similarly, a biscuit or a bread. So we are not saying that homemade biscuit may be counted in a ultra-processed food, where how much sugar you add or whatever wheat you add or not. So it's all your choice, and you eat occasionally and you're not governed by the advertisements. Similarly, for example, in India, sweet business is a very common business, right? Whether it's a mithai or they do not go to the newspapers or they do not go to television. Okay, you eat my barfi or you eat my samosa or you eat my. So people sometimes feel good about it to munch on the traditional part. I say that doesn't require regulation, but education to people that what is high food, high fat, high salt, high is required, and also an education that the risks of these are these. Currently, Government of India is doing a Eat Right movement, which says thoda kam khaiye, eat less. And there is another people, either they say less salt. Some people are very good at saying, and people are understanding also, eat less sugar, fine. All that is from the consumption of the prepackaged ultra-processed. It will be hard to reduce the overall intake of these elements, which are harmful to the body. So attack both sides. It requires information as well as it requires information on the risks of consuming more.
Okay. And so in order to feed a huge population and also for children, there is a growing proliferation of ultra-processed food in children. One of the arguments which comes up is it gets piggybacked on scientific advancement. Right. And it's basically getting saying that scientific advancements in various fields are there. Food also is we have to accept some of the scientific advancements in the food, and on top of that, UPF gets a ride. And in terms of childhood nutrition as well. So what are your thoughts on this? So in order to feed a huge population, we need to get into UPF.
I get your point that the packaged food and the supply system and all that improves in that sense. But I'm still contesting it fundamentally here. Since this is not food. So firstly, there is no scientific advancement in the food. It's only some technological advancement to make a food product. So one has to be very clear about it. What exactly are we advancing to? So that, secondly, why can't the industry rely on minimally processed food and market it and make money also? Why are they so bent? Because the shelf life is big, higher, years of shelf life, which allows. It's a minimally processed in the unprocessed category. Shelf life is small, is short, not small. And trading becomes a difficulty for the industry. So, but it is good for the local economies. So it will be like, for example, in India, we have more than 750 districts. So one can say every district has own production and supply thing. So if you have to give a serious thought, the way Senator Kennedy is trying to disrupt the system in US, one has to sit down, what is gone wrong somewhere, rather than just compromising everything. So 50 years back, people did not eat much of ultra-processed, but they were living. Why the disease epidemic has progressed in last 50, 60 years? One has to study this relationship before getting on to this area, that we have to feed large population. Large population cannot be fed on ultra-processed food products. In any case, you see the US population and UK population and others, which are reeling with bad epidemics of non-communicable disease. And India is reeling with a bad non-communicable disease epidemic, even with the consumption of ultra-processed foods of say 15% or 20%.
You have raised very relevant and very important questions we have to dwell in. Yeah.
You have to do it fundamentally correct. Yeah, still, I would not say you close down the factories, but if people want to eat, let them eat, but don't market them. Do not allow promotion so that it continues to increase. And slowly, if they don't find a market and they have good market in minimally processed, for example, a minimally processed product gets market, then the company will think about making profit in the minimally processed area.
Okay.
The question is, you have to give incentive to the minimally processed food and tax the ultra-processed products.
Nicely said. And now that we have 2 minutes left, I would like to ask you to quickly provide a message to India and the listeners what actions they can take. And in the meantime, I would like to invite Shashi to join the call and say a few words.
Sure. I would say, for me, the one is that till we get the regulations right, people should start reading the labels if they buy a ultra-processed food or a pre-packaged food product. And they check the label for sugar, salt, and fat content. Second, if your consumption is already more than 5 to 10%, I would say start reducing it, 1% every month, so that by 6 months to 1 year, you get rid of it. And one of the key areas which I would advise people not to buy any food product, which is advertised on any medium, except real whole foods like pistachio. Now, these are unprocessed. You do see their advertisement occasionally. All other products which are, making you feel healthy, making you feel happy, making you feel loved, making you feel conveying love, all that is a lie. And do not buy advertised food product. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, for coming and sharing with us your knowledge. I think you are a big activist in the field of making people aware of the dangers of processed food, the label reading in breastfeeding, and a lot of other activities. So thank you, and we'll keep our collaboration on for all future events. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Please get in Dr. Amruta. Dr. Amruta, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Amrita. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm all right. Thank you.
Awesome. It's such a pleasure to have you here. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation and making time for this global conference.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually very excited to be here because I've been following this conference for the last 2 years, and I'm very happy to see that sleep is being included as part of metabolic health.
Excellent, excellent. So for the folks who didn't get it already, we are talking sleep, sleep and food, food and sleep. So it's going to be a very unique, important, yet neglected part of our modern civilization that we will discuss, and I can not wait to hear some nuggets of wisdom from Dr. Amrita. Hello, I'm Sandesh Bhatt, a certified low-carb nutrition and metabolic health coach from dlife.in, India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform. DLife was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee, India, and the recipients of Icons of India Award. Anup is the pioneer of the low-carb movement in India with this path-breaking protocol of 100 grams per day, making low-carb, high-fat diets possible for Indians. In 2021, DLife launched the Diploma course, which is the only course in its segment that is approved under NSDC Government of India and the only course with the 144 hours CPD credit. Anup, along with Shashikant Iyengar, are the organizers of this metabolic health conference. I'd love to introduce Dr. Amrita a little more further here. Today, as we see here, Dr. Amrita Bedekar is with us. I would love to call her India's sleep doctor with her permissions. She's an anesthesiologist with over 14 years of clinical experience. 4 years ago, Dr. Amrita developed a passion towards sleep and its connection towards human health. Further, she completed certification for sleep consultation from the Institute of Sensitive Sleep Consultation, Australia. Dr. Amrita also has additional certification in sleep issues for children with ADHD. She started a children's sleep clinic at Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital in June of 2023. Since then, she has addressed sleep issues for over 150 children from birth till puberty. And important thing to note, no medications are prescribed to these children. All interventions were through behavioral and lifestyle advices. Welcome, Dr. Amrita, to the Metabolic Health Conference. Again, it's an honor to speak to you on a very nuanced, special, yet neglected topic.
Thank you, Sandesh. Thank you. I really am very excited to be here.
Excellent. We have a good time for our discussion. Why don't you get started, Dr. Amrita? I know you have put together some great content for us.
Yes. So I'll just get to sharing that. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, you can go full screen and get started.
Yes. Is that good?
Yes, we're all set. Thank you.
Okay. So like Sandesh said, thank you, Sandesh. We are going to discuss a bit about how sleep affects our metabolic health. But in order to understand this, I think it's better to start at the beginning. So, if we want to understand the deep-rooted biological interaction between sleep and nutrition, we need to sort of take ourselves back to where it fundamentally started being interconnected in the first place. So have you ever wondered, Sandesh, why do we sleep? Why do we eat? Why are these two basic processes so interlinked? So let's start with why we sleep. Clearly, it must be evolutionarily important because, sleep has been preserved over millions of years of evolution in millions of organisms. So most organisms on Earth sleep in some form or the other. There are several theories, several evolutionary biology related theories of why we sleep, repair and restoration, conservation of energy, surviving predators. But one of the most elegant theories of this was proposed by a pediatrician called Andrew Freiberg in 2020, that's quite recent. And this is my favorite one. I find it quite fascinating. So this theory considers that from day one of life on Earth, all organisms were exposed to two starkly different habitats, day and night. So these presented sort of cyclical and inescapable and very, very opposite environments. So if an organism tried to adapt to both of these, they would do worse in survival than an organism that adapted better to just one of these environments, which meant that the survival advantage, the maximum survival advantage, came from being fully active during one of these environments and being fully inactive during the other environment. So sleeping and not exposing ourselves to one environment, in our case night, and not getting adapted to it was in fact a survival advantage. So eventually the processes of recovery and repair and scavenging all became linked to these periods of rest, and sleep evolved as we know it today. So literally sleep is built into our DNA as being essential for survival. Now let's consider the interrelation between sleep and food. So in these two opposite environments, we find and consume food during the day, we always have, and we sleep at night. So these two processes happen during these two opposite environments, and as such they form inputs from that environment for the organism in the opposite state. For example, how much and how well we sleep will provide information to our body about what food environment we should expect when we wake up, and whether we need to prepare to acquire energy or conserve energy or store energy. Similarly, how much and how well we eat would tell our body in the resting state whether we should sleep deeply or not. For example, if we don't eat good quality enough fatty protein in the day, that's a massive signal for the body that there is scarcity of good quality food in the environment. So we should be alert for food or danger or both, and we shouldn't sleep deeply. So when you look at it through this evolutionary lens, it's easy to see that, of course, these two processes done in two environments are very deeply interconnected. And then from there on, we can derive all of the ways in which that connection affects us today.
Wow, that's truly fascinating. I think you're taking us to like ground level fundamentals, first principles on sleep. So this is very exciting. So what are some of the ways in which food and sleep are connected?
Right. So this connection runs in both directions.
Oh, okay.
First, we can explore how sleep impacts food and nutrition, and then we can sort of go and look at it the other way as well. We can start by looking at what happens if someone sleeps badly. So, what would we define that as? It would look as either they have slept fewer hours than they need to sleep, or they have altered sleep architecture. By this, I mean, that they are sleeping less in the restorative slow wave sleep, or they're getting less of the REM sleep, which is useful for memory consolidation, or perhaps they have frequent disturbances overnight, or even circadian misalignment, which means sleeping at odd times, sleeping at times that we should be awake, and vice versa. So if we look at someone who has slept poorly even for one single night, their body will throw up all sorts of hormonal and chemical and metabolic signals that carry over to when they are awake and affect their behavior at that time. So eventually, if the sleep disruption continues long term, it would lead to a lot more metabolic dysfunction. So firstly, their body would encourage them to consume more food. This will happen via we know this system quite well. This will happen via the hormones leptin and ghrelin. So if we've slept badly, the hormone which drives satiety, leptin, that goes down. And the hormone which drives appetite, so that's ghrelin, the level of that goes up. So this physically wants to makes you want to eat more. Further, if people are awake for longer, they're simply able to fit in an additional meal in the amount of time that they are awake. And that meal is almost never going to be a healthy one. Think late night snacks. If you're awake at midnight, you're hardly likely to eat, a boiled egg. You're more likely to eat unhealthy food. So this is what makes you eat more food if you have had a bad night of sleep. It goes beyond this though. It's not just the sheer volume of food that's eaten. The type of food that is eaten also gets affected if you have slept badly.
Wow.
So there are some, yeah, I know. There are several mechanisms to this. One of the most interesting ones is a hormone known as orexin. This is a neuropeptide. Now, this molecule has effects on multiple systems, and it's interesting to see how it's all interlinked. So it's a molecule that has receptors in the sleep-wake cycle regulation, in feeding behavior, in emotional regulation and response to stress. And I think the most important is that it affects the reward center. So it makes us more likely to seek rewarding foods or foods which give a hit to this reward center. And in today's day and age, those are going to be ultra processed foods, foods high in that particular combination of sugar and salt, which, give us a hit. Now, if long term this orexin dysregulation continues, then this is also known to be involved in addictive behaviors. They might be carbohydrate addiction, sugar addiction, or even addictive substances. So psychoactive substances, alcohol, drugs, etc. So it's no wonder that, there's been a strong link found between chronically poor sleep and addictive behaviors. So this is part of the system that regulates that. The second system involved in this, the one that's driving us to make bad choices if we have slept worse, is that the level of adenosine in the brain goes up and the level of dopamine in the brain, in the concentration in the brain, goes down. And this combination, it's very peculiar. It makes us more likely to take risks, and it makes it less possible for us to judge how much the reward is worth it. And I understand where this must have come from evolutionarily, because if you have slept that badly, you probably needed to take a little more risk and get whatever food was available in the environment. But today that translates into risk-taking behavior and addictive behavior and bad food choices. In fact, yes, there's a very interesting study that came out of Virginia a few years ago. I think it was 2019, where for a whole school year, the state said that we would delay school start for 13 to 18-year-olds. And I think what they were looking for was simply, do teenagers turn up to school better rested? Do their grades go up? Is their academic performance better? Are they less sleepy in class? And yes, they did get all of these effects. They did get improvements in all of these, including a whole GPA in grades. But one of the startling results was that year, the number of vehicle accidents involving this age group in that state went down. And the researchers attributed this to a reduction in risk-taking behavior. So that's how bad our judgment becomes when we are subjected to a night of sleep deprivation. And finally, the type of food that we choose to eat when we are sleep deprived is also affected by the fact that our body considers sleep deprivation a major stressor. So the levels of stress hormone cortisol, they go up. The levels of markers like TNF-alpha, IL-10, CRP all go up. And this leads to a typically described, stress eating pattern: more food, high sugar, high fat, processed food, and a loss of satiety. So I think multiple systems set us up to have poor food choices when we have not slept well. And then we jump into, so we saw that we eat badly, we eat more, we eat, addictive or rewarding substances. And then the food that we do consume, our body metabolizes it or handles it differently if we have slept badly. So you see, we are taking a hit at multiple levels, right? From what we consume to now we have come to the metabolism as well. So it's astounding. The sheer number of ways that poor sleeping affects food metabolism is really astounding. If we look at just one of those pathways, let's take glucose or insulin.
Okay.
It starts from where the insulin is secreted itself. So the pancreas, the beta cells suffer oxidative damage, and their insulin secretion itself is directly reduced with chronic sleep deprivation. The insulin sensitivity is reduced. So you produce less and your cells are less sensitive to it. The receptors are down regulated, so it's less likely to be pushed into cells. And then you have a combination of raised cortisol and raised adenopectin and reduction in TSH, increase in TSH. And all of this results in this condition of chronic insulin resistance. And this makes the body store more adipose tissue, undergo more gluconeogenesis, and it just sets up this cycle of chronic insulin resistance, which eventually leads to metabolic dysfunction, the whole gamut of obesity, overweight, diabetes, hypertension, all of it.
Wow, such a vicious circle from where we started to where we are, through your explanations. This is very eye-opening. So all of the energy input mechanisms are badly affected. That's what I gather. But what about the energy expenditure side?
Yes, absolutely. Those are affected as well. So you must have experienced it yourself. If you haven't slept well, you don't feel like exercising. In that situation, because your body is going to be programmed to conserve energy, all you feel like doing is having a snack and curling up in bed. You are in no mood to get out and work out. And if you can't do that, you just, get a cup of coffee and carry on. Then you further raise cortisol and you further get into that vicious cycle. In fact, it's the other way around. After a bad night, if you could just convince yourself to get a workout done, especially outdoors, those endorphins that are secreted might in fact slightly reduce some of the negative effects of poor sleep. But our body is just programmed not to want to go there. You're going to have fatigue and poor mood, poor motivation to make any lifestyle changes really. And if you do try to make them, you are less likely to succeed because your body is just trying to hold on to all of that fat with all of the mechanisms that we discussed. So it's almost like sleep loss literally programs your body to eat more, choose reward-based foods, store them as fat, and then hold on to them.
Wow, doctor. That's a lot of ways how sleep is impacting metabolic health. It's an eye-opener and something that I think in our common modern societies, it's totally neglected, right? Like we live from one day to the other with sleep deprivation. And I think you were sharing with me offline about how sleep deprived various countries are, and especially developing nations. The numbers were abysmally low. And now to connect that back to all the domino effect that you shared, it's truly astounding, an eye opener for me.
Actually, Sandesh, those were just the ways that sleep impacts nutrition or food. We haven't yet come to the metabolic effects at all, and there are several big metabolic effects. So many of our repair and restorative processes happen during sleep. Like we discussed, it got associated with periods of rest, immune regulation, DNA repair, neurological repair. So all of these processes are happening during sleep. In fact, did you know, our popular sleep hormone, the melatonin that everybody is currently discussing quite a bit. So melatonin is one of the strongest anti-inflammatory and antioxidant molecules that we know, stronger even than vitamin C or glutathione or any of those. In fact, let's apply our evolutionary lens that we were discussing at the beginning to this molecule, melatonin, and we'll understand how complex and how important this hormone is, not just to multiple systems in our body, in fact, to every cell in our body, and not just in our body, every cell of every organism's body. So if we look at it evolutionarily, one of the environments that we were exposed to was cyclical day and night. The other thing that all life on earth was exposed to was oxygen, in fact, dependent on oxygen. But one of the side effects of using oxygen as energy is the creation of free radical species, reactive oxygen species, hyperoxide, peroxide, etc. And the primary function of melatonin when it started in a single-celled organisms, in a single-cell organism, was in fact as an antioxidant and free radical scavenger. So it wasn't originally a sleep hormone at all, so to say. Over time, this molecule got absorbed into multicellular organisms, and today it is found, in fact, in all organisms, prokaryotes, plants, insects, vertebrates, mammals, you name it, they have it. In humans, just the functions that we have been able to attribute to melatonin thus far, I'll just start making an offhand list and let's see how many I get. Okay. It's a natural painkiller. It's anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It's a free radical scavenger. It has a role in immune regulation, immunological memory development. So if we face the same infection again, we would fight it better. So vaccines work better when children sleep after them, for example, as well. It has a role in the prevention and repair of DNA damage. So it's vitally important as an anti-cancer molecule. It has a role in prevention and repair of neuronal damage. So it's important in Alzheimer's and Parkinsonism. It works as an excellent mood regulator. So both anxiety and depression are mitigated by it. So this is literally, you know, an ancient and ubiquitous, and I call it a magic molecule, really.
Absolutely.
So when we mess with our circadian sleep-wake cycles, this is what we are messing with. We are literally messing with this magical ancient molecule which is affecting every cell in our body. And on top of everything that we discussed so far, this is going to create an inflammatory milieu. Things promoting aging and oxidative disruption in the body on top of all of the metabolic hormonal changes that we discussed.
Oh, wow. I mean, feels like this is the number one thing we should focus beyond everything else that is being talked about right now in mainstream. So thank you so much. Lots of knowledge here. I do want to ask you a question on melatonin and melatonin supplements. It's making buzz. Can they provide all of these benefits when we take it exogenously, and how does it work, physiologically and biochemically in our body?
So very good question, Sandesh, very good question. So melatonin pills are currently quite popular. There are particular use cases for it. For example, in children who have autism spectrum disorder or in Alzheimer's disease patients, there is an actual reduction of the melatonin secreted in our body. So this would be a use case for giving melatonin.
Okay.
Or in the short term, if there is somebody who is jet lagged and needs to reorient their circadian cycle quite expeditiously, then that would be a short-term use case indication for melatonin supplement. But using melatonin as a chronic, popping it, long-term as a pill for a sleep induction kind of effect, what's going to happen is if you give melatonin externally, our body has all of these feedback loops continuously going on. So if you give melatonin externally, it actually suppresses eventually the internal production of melatonin. So you started out trying to supplement that melatonin, but you're going to end up with a further reduction in the endogenous melatonin. So you would either become dependent on external melatonin or you would face issues when you discontinued it. I know it would be more time consuming, but it's actually more useful to work on realigning our body's circadian clock. And melatonin is, in spite of being such a magic molecule, it's quite forgiving. So even if there has been quite a long time of, misalignment, if you do the right things that can set up melatonin cycle again, it does happen again. It does get realigned quite quickly. So if we look at a highly simplified summary of what we've been discussing so far, sort of at the halfway point, I would say that poor sleep is just going to set us up for metabolic dysfunction in a big way. You take, you're going to have more food, you're going to make bad food choices, you're eventually going to have a fertile ground for addictive behaviors of all sort, UPFs, sugary, carbs, you name it. The storage and handling has been altered as well. We don't feel like expending energy. and there is a inflammatory milieu created as well. So we are just built for regular periods of rest and recovery. Our body has no mechanism to store sleep, unlike food. So we just have to provide sleep on a daily basis.
Excellent, excellent. That's so good to know, all the factors with regards to the sleep. Can we talk a little about how sleep can affect food, which is what we largely discussed, but the other way around, right? How do our food choices affect sleep? I'm sure there are bidirectional impacts here.
Absolutely, absolutely. The impact is bidirectional. It is a little less clear though, because as you can imagine, there are many confounders to designing studies of how food affects or how food consumption affects sleep. But some things do have evidence for them. And those are that enough protein intake in the day leads to better sleep quality. I think that's quite easy to derive from where we were as well. Higher intake of sugar, simple carbohydrates, and processed food leads to poor sleep quality. And in fact, a simple carbohydrate meal close to bedtime has the worst sleep quality. So that's what we would look to avoid in terms of our food behavior. Not just the type of food, but the food timings would matter as well. So ideally, we would want to eat in daylight. Any meal that is consumed after sunset is going to affect sleep quality badly or adversely, let's say. And long term, if these poor food choices start to cause metabolic disorders, so if somebody becomes diabetic or hypertensive or develops obstructive sleep apnea, becomes overweight, all of these metabolic dysfunctions are independently associated with poor sleep quality. So they start affecting, people start having trouble falling asleep. So they start affecting how much slow wave sleep they have. So in spite of spending all of those hours in bed, they get up feeling not as refreshed. Waking up frequently is another of these effects. So once this gets set up that all of these poor food choices have led to these illnesses, again, these illnesses are independently affecting sleep. And the final blow is that currently some of the medication that we use to treat these illnesses, antihypertensives, antidiabetics, even antidepressants, these interfere directly with the melatonin pathway, either synthesis or metabolism. So melatonin is synthesized from tryptophan, serotonin. So these medication either directly affect this pathway or the pathway of metabolism. So they themselves induce insomnia. So you have truly got all of the things going for a real vicious cycle. So poor sleep leads to poor nutrition, poor metabolic health, and in turn, poor metabolic health by all of these mechanisms is going to lead to poor sleep again. So it's a real vicious cycle that people can get into.
Awesome. I think we can't wait to hear how we can cope with this towards the end of this presentation. So I'd like to hear, Dr. Amrita, are these changes reversible? Can we break this vicious cycle? Where should we begin and how do we break this?
Sure, yes. So thankfully, Sandesh, like we discussed, it's a very forgiving system and many of these effects are quite reversible in the early stages. But you would have to, come at it from many angles, lifestyle interventions, lot of changes. Let's look at it in two ways. So if there is somebody who has had just a single or a few messed up nights, for example, in my profession, I was an anesthetist for 17 years and I did night on calls 1 to 2 nights per week. So if that happens to you, that you are a professional who needs to have a few disrupted nights, then there are some ways to cope the next day. So acutely or if you have had a good Saturday night party, so you would have to consciously make sure not to give in to all of those things that we discussed, the impulse to have more food, bad food, and not exercise. So the first thing you could do is get outdoors, get some sun, get some exercise, make sure you eat well in the course of the day, have activities planned for that evening which are relaxing, which can reduce your stress hormone, and make sure that you catch up on that sleep. So there was in fact one study which looked at whether people who do this sort of shift once or twice a week, can they catch up with weekend sleep? And some of the effects do get mitigated. So it's not all dark, so to say. On the other hand, if you have a chronic problem, so if somebody's been suffering with poor sleep quality for many years, then they would have to do some serious lifestyle changes. So I've marked these in sort of different colors to show that we are attacking all of the hormone systems that we discussed. So if you wake up at a circadian, by circadian I mean if you wake up quite close to sunrise. So if you wake up close to sunrise and you have good sunlight exposure in the day, there is a good chance that your melatonin peaks and troughs will realign. You should make good food choices and have food timings that are in the daylight so as to realign your insulin sensitivity. You would want to reduce your screen time, especially screen time after sunset. That's very, very bad for melatonin. You would have to do stress reduction for calming down the cortisol, which is going to disrupt sleep. In fact, social activities are shown to improve sleep quality. Outdoor time, being physically active, that's very important. And then you come to all of the sleep hygiene measures. So, having a healthy bedtime, a quite Pavlovian sort of fixed bedtime routine, and bedroom hygiene. So don't do anything else, no screens in the bedtime, keep it cool, keep it dark. So all of these things. And I would say if you're struggling with sleep, then please seek help early, because it's just going to worsen and it's not something that you can ignore for too long. And when I say seek help early, I do mean seek help early from someone who's going to advise you all of these lifestyle changes before, just putting somebody on medication. In fact, firstly, we need to sensitize physicians and metabolic health practitioners that lifestyle interventions can early help with sleep issues. I hope that, in fact, in this session, we have got a bit of sensitization and awareness happening already as to the importance of this. And I say this because it's very important to work on lifestyle changes before relying on medication. Because just like all other medications that we have seen in these 3 days, it might treat the symptoms, but it doesn't change the underlying metabolic health problems that are going on. In fact, one of the medications that is used in insomnia is benzodiazepine group of drugs. And it has been found to long-term suppress endogenous melatonin secretion. So we are just worsening the problem.
Wow. I'd love to, talk a little bit about, some cases where these things have helped. You shared with us a lot of tools and techniques. So I'd love for us to see some real cases. So can you tell us about some cases where you saw some of these tools and techniques work for your patients?
Sure, yes. So as you know, currently I work primarily with children with sleep issues. In fact, I've work with children only currently. And often correction of any of their sleep issues involves going through their entire day and altering many things, nutrition, sunlight, activity, screen time, all of those. But also in children, the biological interaction between sleep and food, it's very raw. It's not suppressed by the many things that adults layer on top of it, so like caffeine.
Yeah.
So I had one child, the case on the feedback on the left. So it's a 3-year-old boy who was going to bed quite late, really around 11, 12 midnight, and waking up multiple times at night. And just like adults need medication when something goes wrong so badly, this child was needing a bike or car ride. So whenever he woke up at night, he wouldn't settle and wouldn't go back to sleep unless the parents put him on a wheeler and got him a bike ride. But they also mentioned in their initial appointment that he was a very picky eater. He liked only specific items, currently only white foods. So dosa and white rice, etc. I mean, I know all toddlers are picky, but so as we worked with him and his sleep timings and pattern improved, he himself became more interested in what his parents were eating. He became curious about other foods. his variety improved, his nutrition and growth improved, all of that. And this effect I've seen in multiple children. So there was a doctor mother whose child, she was tracking the percentiles of growth. So whose child went from being in the 25th percentile to the 50th percentile after sleep improved. And actually this happens in the opposite way as well. So there was a 2-year-old child who was again waking up multiple times at night. But in his intake form, we saw that he was barely getting 0.5 gram per kg of protein in the day. And at this age, children's requirement is even higher than adults. So 1.2 to 1.5 gram per kg per day. So we added a lot of, we worked on nutrition first, and we took away all of the processed food that he was replacing that with, and he started sleeping fine. So we did make other changes as well, screen time, etc. But I think the major input was just correcting nutrition. And as you can see, the latest update from those parents are that he doesn't wake through the night at all. So interestingly, I was listening to Bitten Johnson's session on Friday. That was great as well, about what early exposure to sugar does to children's brains. It affects the development of the prefrontal cortex. And I was reminded of this study because it shows that, you know, a very similar effect happens with sleep deprivation as well. So this is a study at the University of Maryland where they took children in the ages of 9 to 11. So not too young, 9 to 11, and they followed them for 4 years. And those children who slept less than 9 hours at the beginning of the study, after a few years, they had simply lesser brain volume in regions responsible for things like attention and memory and impulse control. So things like prefrontal cortex and amygdala. So that's how dramatic it can be.
Yeah, I think in very simple language, I think it's apt to say sleep is a nutrient in itself. Because when we are talking about this image, right, it's also about the growth of the brain. And
Absolutely.
we usually associate growth with a nutrient. So I'd love to say to others to see sleep as a nutrient, just like sunlight, you know, is a nutrient. So you've given us a very interesting
That's
perspective.
really very well put.
Excellent, excellent. So I have one interesting question for you that came up in my mind. You did talk about the duration of sleep and how long we need to sleep. And I think the question I'm going to ask here is probably more likely in the modern society, especially in the metro cities. What if I slept for 7 to 8 hours, but not the regular time, but I sleep from like 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. I'm still getting 8 hours. Is that fine? How does our body see it?
So I get that question a lot, you know, from people working in a different time zone or up late watching just Netflix. But Sandesh, if we go back to our evolutionary lens, which we discussed at the beginning, you will yourself be able to tell me that it's simply not going to work because we evolved with the sun. For better or for worse, all life on this planet has circadian rhythms. All our cells have biological clocks. And being out of sync with day and night is eventually, maybe to a lesser degree and maybe less acutely, but it's going to cause all of the metabolic effects that we discussed above. So cortisol, insulin resistance, all of this. So that's why, unfortunately, those who are forced to work in shifts currently have higher rates of metabolic disorders that are sort of higher than the population average. That's a fact.
Yeah, I think this is a great takeaway for everybody who's listening. Because we tend to say, oh, I got my 8 hours sleep, but at what time of the day you got your sleep is, you know, equally important. So doctor, you're basically saying there's no alternative to a good night's sleep.
Absolutely. That is exactly what I'm saying. We cannot store sleep. We cannot function well without it. There is no quick fix. For 2/3 of our day to, you know, have a great quality of life, we must spend 1/3 of it asleep.
Excellent. Doctor, as we are coming to closer to our time here, what are some key takeaways you would like our viewers to leave this session with?
Sandesh, I would want people to, you know, wake up to the importance of sleep for our health, pun intended. Because no species in the history of Earth has ever almost just denied such a basic biological need. This is the first generation and the first animal that is doing this. So we really don't know what all effects it's going to have.
Animal with the largest brain.
Yeah, absolutely. Messing with our brain.
Most developed brain, you're right.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't reverse that with this sort of sleep behavior. So my key takeaway would be to say that, good quality and correctly timed sleep are important for our metabolic health. They are as important as the food that we are going to eat, and they are in fact inescapably linked. So we should sleep well to eat well, eat well to sleep well, and do both to stay healthy.
Excellent, excellent. I think you've summarized it so neatly for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. I did have some thoughts on biphasic sleep. Since we don't have time, I'd love for the audience to do a quick search and research themselves on what biphasic sleep means, and probably with all the fundamental knowledge you have provided us here, our audience will be able to, connect to that. But that's a lot of visuals you have shared with us. It sticks in our minds for a long time. So thank you so much for, for that.
Thank you for having me as well.
Excellent. Shashi, Anup, if you'd like to join, and any questions from your end for a unique topic that we have today.
Dr. Amrita.
Hello, Shashi.
So thank you very much for giving this very good insight, and we touched upon sleep very, very briefly also in one of the earlier session.
I was listening the neurological.
Yeah. So I think this is very important, and that's what we see, sleep deprived. And I think you touched upon two important topics. So it is not only on sleep, but also on nutrition. And that's what's happening in the present generation. They are both sleep deprived as well as nutrient deprived also. And that is causing huge issues. So I think this touched upon very good topic, and we are going to remember it for a long time. And I also need to see it again to understand better.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And I think I'll have to go through this session at least 3 times to get hold of everything and try to implement it.
Thank you. That's very nice of you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Please get in, Dr. Pritpal. Dr. Pritpal, welcome.
So welcome, Dr. Pritpal, to this session. Myself, Dr. Jasmeet, a member and a certified metabolic health coach from dlife.in. dlife.in, which is India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. dlife was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh. Anup is a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and is a recipient of the Icons of India Award. Anup is a pioneer of the low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day max that made lchf possible even for the Indian vegetarians. In 2021, dlife launched its Diploma codes, which is the only course approved under the NSDC Partner, the Government of India in this segment, and the only course with the global biggest 144 hours CPD Hrs credit. So now coming to this session, in this session of the Metabolic Health Conference, we will be discussing the relationship between the autism, metabolic health, emphasizing the impact of nutrition and metabolic conditions on the neurodevelopmental disorders. So for this session, we have with us Dr. Pritpal Singh, who will highlight the importance of dietary interventions as potential therapeutic options for improving the symptoms in autistic kids or kids having autism. Dr. Pritpal, he is a renowned functional nutritionist, autism specialist, and researcher with over 21 years of experience. His expertise lies in the functional medicine, gut healing, and alternative therapies for the neurodevelopmental disorders. He has pioneered research on heavy metal toxicity in Punjab's children, and he also introduced camel milk therapy for autism, and he gained the international recognition for this. Dr. Singh has presented his work at the prestigious conferences, including the Northwest University, South Africa, and the FAO ICR NSDC Summit in India. He now continues to train professionals, conduct research, and he provides the global consultations as well, which is impacting the life of the children and the families worldwide. So welcome, Dr. Pritpal, to this session of the Metabolic Health Conference. Dr. Pritpal, you are on mute. Could you please unmute yourself? Okay, so my first question to you, it is of 2 parts. So is autism a disorder that requires treatment, or is a disability that calls for accommodation, or it's simply a different way of being in the world? So the second part is, what are the characteristic features of autism spectrum disorder? And could you also talk about the broad range of traits that individuals with ASD may exhibit? I'm not able to hear you. There is some issue with your speakers.
No, sir. Can you remove your headphones? Hello. Is it still you are not audible? Sir, can you rejoin this meeting?
Yeah, maybe you need to connect to the audio.
यस मुझे वो जो दूसरा म्यूट करना पड़ेगा.
Fine now.
Yeah. Can you audible?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Shall I repeat my question, or is
No.
okay? You continue with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just mean there is two school of thought about autism. One is autism in autism. It's traditional thought that autism in autism it's a neurobehavioral and developmental disorder. So it cannot be recovered. At most, you can train the child, right? Nothing can be done because it's a psychological or a mental disorder. Somewhat they say it's a genetic disorder. And there is second school of thought. They say autism is not only mental disorder or purely behavioral disorder. It's a whole body disorder, right? It's not related with only the only nervous system disorder. It's a, you can say it's a whole body multi-systemic disorders. It's a both with multi holes, right? So इसके अंदर जैसे जनरली ऑटिज्म के अंदर जनरली ये हमारे स्कूल ऑफ थॉट है कि इसके अंदर आप ज्यादा इसको ट्रेन नहीं कर सकते, इसको ट्रीट नहीं कर सकते, नथिंग कैन बी डन. बट रिसेंट जो स्टडीज इंटरनेशनल स्टडीज हुई उसके अंदर ये क्लियर हुआ कि ऑटिज्म इज अ मोर देन इज जेनेटिक, इट्स अ इम्बैलेंस ऑफ बायोकेमिस्ट्री. जस्ट लाइक आप मेरे साथ बैठे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग बैठे हुए हैं, we are listening properly, we are understanding, and we are attending all these things, right? But on the spot, अगर हमें कोई alcohol offer करता है, right? Within minutes, our behavior can be changed.
Yeah.
Right? And our genes were same, or brain structure was same, everything was same. But what happened? What was new thing which was entered in our system? That was the alcohol that destructed our biochemistry. And that's why हमारी जो behaviors था वो alter होना शुरू हुआ. हमने ऑटिज्म के पेरेंट्स से अगर जनरली ऑटिज्म की फीचर्स से अगर हम देखते हैं तो जनरल फीचर्स तो चलो मैक्सिमम लोगों को तो पता होगा कि अपने आप में खोए रहना, बैठे रहना, किसी से बात ना करना, बहुत सारे लोग बच्चों की स्पीच नहीं होती है, फ्लैपिंग्स, हेड बैंगिंग्स, laughing without reasons, crying without reason, and smelling the objects, and all these features are related with the autism. But जो हमारा ABA साइकोलॉजी वर्ल्ड था, जितने भी लोग थे, इन्होंने सिर्फ एक ही लिस्ट किया कि it's all these things are the related with the behaviors. It's somewhat it's related with our limbic system, or it's a hardwired nervous system disorder. So that was.
So is it something related with the, Dr. Pitpal, is it something related with the underactive of the sensory neurons of the kids? Like, they don't react, the gestures, they don't know the gestures because of the social interactions. They are like, they have anxiety interacting with the other people.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to complete it, right? जो अब 90% आप बच्चों को अगर आप देखते हैं, जो जेनेटिक थ्योरी को अगर आप वो कनेक्ट जो कर पा रहे हैं, 90% जो बच्चे हैं वो आफ्टर 3 रिग्रेस हुए हैं, आफ्टर 2.5 रिग्रेस हुए हैं. Before there was absolutely no hormones, right?
Okay.
So we don't totally ignore that it's ये genetic नहीं है, लेकिन we can say it's genetic predisposed children. So जब हमारा टॉक्सिक इन्वायरमेंट में, जैसे ये टॉक्सिक इन्वायरमेंट में आया, तो it was activated and
Basically, epigenetics plays a role here. No?
Yeah, it's epigenetic. It's epigenetic. And about the traits, about the counts of the rate of ratio of the autism is increasing significantly. That also indicates it's not purely related with the genetics. See, in 2000, I started my journey in 2003, and then at generally it was in every literature and books we were reading that it's a 1 in 300, but now it's a 1 in 25. Right? And if it's purely genetic, then genes take genetic mutations takes time.
Yes.
It takes generations, right? It cannot be changed within one generation. If it's true that it's a purely genetic mutation, genetic defects, then definitely we should set as alarming situation that it's epidemic. It's epidemic. We should declare it's epidemic, genetic epidemics, but it's not. It's related with the epigenetics, right? Secondly, the जितने भी autism के अंदर आप देखें, laughing without reason, crying without reason, smelling the objects, hitting the walls, head bangings, clappings, all these things, right? जो हमारे experience में, which I have experienced in my institution from last 20 years, by giving the just antifungal treatment only for 10 days, all these symptoms can go away permanently. Right? और ये symptoms maximum parents को बहुत ज़्यादा irritate करते हैं. And हमारे जो professionals हैं, OT speech, OT, the ABS, all these, they are struggling with these issues up to years, right? But that can be managed within 10 days. It shows that it's a biochemistry, or biochemistry is influencing our brain chemistry or neurotransmitters and everything, right? And एक और भी जो recent findings जो है कि autism जो है ये is more than in boys के अंदर ये सबसे ज़्यादा than in girls, right? If there is 5 boys who are suffering with autism, then there is 1 girl she is suffering with autism.
Okay.
Right? According to years, which we have coined all these things, and we are trying to correlate that. First thing is that in autism, microglial cells, they are more vulnerable to the toxicities, and testosterons, they are more sensitive to the timber cells. All these things, all these are the factors that shows that why this is happening. But in female, there is a estrogen mechanisms. It's a strong mechanisms, and it's a neuroprotective mechanisms, and it protects that. It's a hypothesis that's why the females के अंदर ये autism की ratio come out. And if it's a genetic, somewhat the recently जो mainstream doctors ये मान रहे हैं कि now जो आप ratio आप बता रहे हैं कि इस 30-40 ratio जो आ रही है, ये सिर्फ आपकी awareness है. इस बहुत ज़्यादा awareness हो गई है, इसके कारण ये ratio बढ़ गई. It's not true. It's not. It's okay. It's one factor, but it's not total factor. If it's true that हम जैसे अब 1 in 30 है, means हमने अपने स्कूल पीरियड्स में जितने हमारे लोग होंगे, इन्होंने कभी इतने बच्चे नहीं देखे थे अपनी क्लास में, कहीं भी इतने बच्चे नहीं थे. एंड यू नो जो ट्रांसजेंडर जो है, थर्ड जेंडर्स जो लोग हैं, इनकी बहुत स्मॉल कम्युनिटी है, लेकिन फिर भी विजिबल है ना. लेकिन ये तो आपने कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा। अगर ऐसा था तो ये इनको पूरी सोसाइटी बन जानी चाहिए थी कि रोड्स पे बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े लोग, वो ऑटिस्टिक लोग होने थे, वो रोड्स पे फिरते जैसे अब हैं। अब पार्क्स में जाइए, कनाडा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, अमेरिका, किसी पार्क में जाइए तो वहां पे पार्क्स भरे हुए हैं। लेकिन ये थे, फिर ये कहाँ गए? अडल्ट सूट्स में कहाँ गए? ये नहीं था। इट्स a recent epidemics.
Yes.
Even in the DSM-4, when we diagnose in the autism, there is mentioned all about the gut symptoms. They have a set of the questions about the gut leaky gut, antibiotics, and so many things, right? But not discussed, right? वो जब उसको आप क्वेश्चंस में, डायग्नोसिस में तो आप उसको ले रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके ऊपर कोई फोकस नहीं हो रहा. So we say it's more than a narcissism disorder. It's a gut and psychology syndrome.
So definitely there is, Dr. Pitpal, there is no doubt that the gut microbiome plays a major role in both the mental illness and the metabolic health. But what are the factors you believe that contribute to this dysbiosis, and how do you people address this?
Yeah, definitely. अगर आप इन पेरेंट्स की अगर आप हिस्ट्री लेंगे तो surprised to know that first thing is the C-section, second is the breastfeeding, absences of the breastfeedings, overuse of the formula milks, and overuse of antibiotics, overuse of paracetamols, overuse of carbs. All these are जो इनके past features के अंदर आपको इनके अंदर habits में, diagnosis में आपको features में मिलेगा कि they have passed through these traumas or internal or external traumas, right?
Any specific nutrient you believe that the kids missed if they are not breastfed, and that increase the risk of autism?
Yeah, definitely. First is that if अगर हम बच्चे के अंदर C-section से naturally हमारा जो जब child born हो रहा है तो it's a fertile, is purely sterilized, right? उसकी intestine, gut colony, that's totally sterilized. But how we first introduced by the first, if it's passed through vagina, then he inhales the gut flora, right? Vaginal flora. Second is that our first breastfeeding. We generally believe that जो हमारा vaginal flora है इसमें 3000 types of species वो हमारे gut के अंदर जाते हैं, और हमारा जो breast है, breast feeding है, उससे हमारा 1400 types of breast जो species हैं वो हमारी colony, gut colony के अंदर जाते हैं, जो foundations of health रखते हैं. लेकिन अगर ये दो factors अगर बच्चे के अंदर मिस हैं तो definitely gut dysbiosis वहां से शुरू हो जाएगा बच्चे, and child will crave for the carbs only. And अगर breastfeeding missing है तो definitely there was introduce the formula milk, and with the different flavors and different things, right? And more than with high sugar and artificial sugars. Even हमारे लिए ये होता है कि ठीक है, it's a recent अभी phenomenon ये चला है कि it's a fruit sugar, it's a fructose. But you know, fructose is dangerous than the simple normal sugars, right? And एक molecule अगर sugar आप content लेते हैं तो आपको 26 molecules, magnesium and zinc and other digestive enzymes चाहिए. And but if you are taking the fructose, then you need 56 molecules of the magnesiums and zincs and all these things. And वहाँ से हमारी जो gut flora है जो dysbiosis शुरू हो जाता है. And then child उसकी बच्चे की history अगर आप देखते हैं तो he craves for always for the carbs, for the sweets, for the rice, for the wheat, for fast foods, for coffee, chocolates, and sweet drinks and everything. And after that, as he is consuming daily, and he is becoming picky eaters, वो day by day picky eaters होता जाएगा. जैसे जैसे वो picky eater होता जाएगा वैसे वैसे उसके जो nutritional deficiencies वो बढ़ जाएंगे. And जैसे हमने इन बच्चों को जो assess किया है, इसका genetically हमने इनका भी जो pathways जो थे mutation से हमने check किए हैं, उसमें मेजर जो आ रहे हैं जैसे DDR and MHC, right? They are, आप जैसे हम पहले विटामिन डी बोलते थे कि विटामिन डी आंखें बंद करके हर एक को दे देना चाहिए. अभी ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि आप MHC जो है मिथाइल टेट्राहाइड्रोफोलेट ये हर एक बच्चे को दे ही देना चाहिए. Commonly they are commonly deficit. And magnesium and zinc as in minerals में अगर आप जाते हैं तो magnesium and zinc, right? We have tested more than 300 children. the international lab, Mojak lab. Before it was Great Man Laboratory in US, but now it's Mojak, and we are getting service from them. And we tested more than 200 children. And ये major factors हैं, इसमें जिंक है, विटामिन डी है, B12 है, B6 है, मैग्नीशियम है, and folic acid है. ये सभी बच्चों में deficit है. And you know the cerebral folate deficiency. If there is cerebral folate deficiency, then that might cause for the epilepsy as well, right? And but now it's very common. And same, we have also tested the mothers. Mothers में जब उन्होंने testing किया, तो same factors उसमें, right? They were also deficit with the MTHR. वो enzyme उसमें नहीं था. तो ये common factor है. And secondly, जैसे से gluten and casein की जो controversy है, उसमें बहुत सारे बच्चों में gluten जो IgG and Ig both जो है और response जो high है, and same in milk. You know, if gluten is not digested, if casein is not digested, then it will convert into the casomorphine and glidofenes. It's just like a morphines, it's opioids. And as you will reduce these things, then you will see that the child start to eat everything, and from the picky eating and eye contact and speech and behaviors will be changed within few days, within 3 months even. अगर बच्चों का properly इसको अगर आप address करते हैं, तो within 3 months ये उसको properly इनका जो condition चली जाती है. And जो generally हमारी मैं हर एक पेरेंट्स को यही बोलता हूँ कि he is not eating the sugar, he is not asking the potatoes, he is not asking the rice. It's bacteria, they are asking the potatoes and fast foods and everything. Basically it's a need, क्योंकि हमारे जो pathogens हैं, जितने bad bugs हैं, जितना उनकी basic जो diet है, that's they relies on the carbs-based diet.
Because they thrive on
And
it.
as we replace them on high-fat diet, right? Recently, honestly, just been जब 2008 to 2013 तक हम grains based पे diet पे millets पे सबसे पहले millets हमने introduce किया इंडिया के अंदर. जब कोई 2009 के अंदर millets के ऊपर कोई बहुत ज्यादा बात नहीं कर रहा था, तो gluten free, casein free के अंदर हमने जो millets and camel milk, ये दोनों का एक alternate ढूंढा के
Why camel milk is so important?
Yeah, camel milk is a substitute of the cow milk. I'm not saying it's a Ramban remedy, right? I'll say it's a substitute of the cow milk, bovine milk, right? Because of the casein and different types of caseins and lactoglobulins and high vitamin C and calcium. That's why it's a more reliable, right? And लेकिन result जो हमारा था 33 to 40%. Definitely वहाँ पे 60 to 70% were failure rates. Even we have started the chelation therapies, but it was not successful. Up to 2014 to 2018, we introduced the chelation therapy. Right? It was so costly, very risky, but we have taken, we are continuing doing everything under the supervision of Dr. Amar Singh Ajad. He was a pediatrician, right? But after all these things, our success rate was 60, 62. But in 2020, when we stopped the chelation therapy because it was very costly and we were being blamed that we were charging very high. Actually, we are not charging, but its cost was high because of importing the supplements and sending the tests to the labs, and that was very costly. So we stopped, and then we shifted on the high-fat diet, right? Purely non. In our words, we say it's a non-veg diet, right? तो हमने प्योर नॉन वेज डाइट पे एनिमल डाइट पे जब उनको टोटली शिफ्ट किया इन बच्चों को, तो हमने देखा कि हमारी जो सक्सेस रेट जो है राइट नाउ इट गोस अप टू 80 to 90%.
What specific nutrient you believe, like, you know, that people are lacking?
Yeah, definitely. In vegetarian pupils, generally in Europe के अंदर ये generally understanding है कि they are the all Asian people, they will have deficit in B12, B6, magnesium, zinc, all these will be deficit, right? ये deficit होते हैं और हम बच्चों में देखते हैं कि there is common deficiency B3, B1, B12, folic acid, magnesium, zinc, and vitamin D. अब इनको जैसे ही ये नॉन वेज टाइप पे इनको जैसे शिफ्ट करते हैं तो रिच सोर्स ऑफ मैग्नीशियम एंड जिंक, एंड जो लोग इस पे बिलीव करते हैं कि इट्स पॉसिबल थ्रू द एनिमल प्लांट एज वेल, right? But only I'm going only by the plant based diet or by the minerals like magnesium and zinc. You know, अब जितने भी एनिमल जितने भी एग्रीकल्चर रिलेटेड हमारे साथ जो लोग बैठे हुए हैं, इफ दे उनसे अगर आप पूछेंगे तो मैग्नीशियम एंड जिंक वो हमारे प्लांट्स के अंदर भी डेफिसिट हो चुका है, राइट? एंड हम उनको फर्टिलाइज करते हैं बाय मैग्नीशियम, जिंक, मैग्नीज, ये सभी कंपोनेंट्स हम उनको दे रहे हैं। अगर हमारे प्लांट्स में नहीं है तो हमारे एनिमल्स में भी वो हमारे अंदर, हमारे फ्रूट्स में भी नहीं आएगा, हमारे वेजिटेबल्स में भी नहीं आएगा, तो हमारे अंदर भी कहाँ से आएगा? हमारी सॉइल के अंदर जो डेफिसिट हो चुका है। इट्स वेरी सिंपल quotations that if you want to check any village health, then you just check the soil from the village, right? And you can easily assess the village total health, average health, that how people are suffering with autoimmune disorders and all these things. And same thing is जैसे इन बच्चों के अंदर आप देखते हैं कि हमने देखा कि माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल डिसफंक्शन इज वेरी कॉमन, right? Q10, that's why Q10 deficiencies.
What about carnitine and essential fatty acids?
Every child is deficient with that. Right? Even taurines, cystothiones, N-acetylcholine, all these were deficient for about each, right? Yet even glutathione, you can check in every person, every child, right? There is glutathione level will be just 0.
Yeah, antioxidants, all the antioxidants.
Totally, because cystothionein is deficient, and the reason behind that's methylation defect.
Definitely,
right? Because cystothionein is not due to methylation defect, it's not converted into the cysteines and again downstream to the glutathiones. So all these things are main. It's totally with the metabolic health. And why are we thinking that it happened by the GAPS diet, by the fat diet, by the low carbs and high fat diets? Because if we use the high fat diet, then we can use the ketone as a bypass source.
Yes.
Right? To support the mitochondrial dysfunction. Right? So that's why they are getting better after these things. So उन बच्चों के अंदर अभी हम जैसे हमने उन बच्चों के अंदर दोबारा से Q10 multivitamins, multiminerals, iodines, manganese, saline, vitamin C, and you know I also mentioned that vitamin C, every person is deficit with the vitamin C. It's if you go through the organic acid test, and you will find that every child have a very severe deficiency of the vitamin C. And glutathione means all our antioxidants level on that there is. Yeah. That's why we are under the oxidative stress, and we can't fight with the plant-based diet.
Yeah, definitely, because when we put the people on the meat-based diet, like if they have another inflammatory conditions, because I believe that inflammation plays a major role here in autism, na?
Yeah.
And when we remove all the plant-based diet, we see like the inflammatory markers, they come back to the normal range.
Yeah, definitely. It's an ignored part in the autism when we're treating the autism, that we are not addressing the inflammatory markers, right? And if inflammatory is very easy to assess that by the checking the histamine and all these things. And if you can assess all the inflammatory markers, then if you can reduce that markers, then it can be possible, right? And by supporting the non-based diet, by supporting your microbiomes, that's very important as well. If you are just giving the supplements, of course, vitamin C, all these things, but still child will not get better if you are not focusing on the microbiomes and your gut health. And specifically, you have to put child on the high fat, low carbs diet, not low, even I will say that totally remove all the starches and carbs as well. जो बच्चे totally carbs and starch को remove कर जाते हैं, right? वो कुछ बच्चे तो ऐसे हैं जिसमें कि within 3 months भी work हो गया, but we don't advertise to them in our
Mm-hmm.
center because ethically it should not be advertised, right? Because miracle should not be advertised.
Yes.
But generally, I'm saying, okay, averagely it takes 1 year because every child has different conditions and different deficiencies and different biomarkers. So जो इस essential fatty acids के अंदर भी deficiencies के अंदर ये देखते हैं कि DHA, EPA, they are also deficit. Fatty acid oxidation defect उनके अंदर भी हो due to metabolic disorder. उनके अंदर जो DHA आना EPA levels, EV deficit हो उनके अंदर वो रहता है. एंड जैसे पहले इस चीज को कोई रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं कर रहा था, आपने देखा होगा कोरोना के अंदर, है ना, इस चीज पे फोकस किया गया लास्ट, राइट? यू नीड जिंक, यू नीड विटामिन डी, you need magnesium, you need vitamin C to support the immunity, right? And which is major fact that we should discuss, especially in India, that if you go to the every pediatricians that किसी private pediatrician के पास जाते हैं, बच्चे को बुखार हुआ है, they'll put on the drug on the antibiotics.
Yes.
Right? Not single antibiotics. There's sometimes 2 to 3 antibiotics in combined. आम लोग तो वो उनके लिए तो सिंपल है कि एक सिंगल एंटीडोज दिया, इट्स ओके. बट यू नो जब हम डॉक्टर याद के साथ, he was pediatrician, he's no more now, and still we are missing to him. But he was saying that single dose of antibiotics can damage your gut flora, and it can be a cause of autism. Even the single dose of antibiotics.
So, but Dr. Pitpal, does the early diagnosis and the interventions here that you mentioned help children with the autism reach back to their full potential, and further you can integrate them into the mainstream education and social settings? Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Even which thing you are saying, it was a traditional things that early diagnosis should be done, is very helpful for the autism. But it's we can say it's a golden period, silver periods, but with the biomedical intervention, with the functional interventions, हर एज के अंदर बच्चे को फायदा.
Because that's a very crucial age of the neurodevelopment.
Yeah, up to 3 is a golden. 5 to 7, 8, we say it's silver.
Okay, so right? You have certain cases like, you know, the people, they get back to the normal life.
Hundreds of people.
Okay.
Right. Actually, due to some privacy reasons, we can't put it to them.
Yeah, definitely.
So no, we should not. Right. If we are charging from them, we should not advertise and put on them on our testing because it supports us. But over the hundreds of children who got better, and even so many kids who are going to school in CBSE syllabus and ICSE syllabus after. And very interesting thing, Jasmine, we are very confused because right now we are working under the under one roof. We are working under the holistic approach in which OT, SP, special AVA, all professionals are working under one roof. We are 11 professionals, but we are confused that which protocol is helping them, right? But fortunately, recently, हमारे पास कुछ जो वीडियोस एक वायरल हुआ, उसके थ्रू हम 10 बच्चे हमारे पास आउट ऑफ इंडिया थे, like Ireland, UK, and Bulgaria, from all these countries.
For some people, you know, they are claiming that just the speech therapist can help these people.
No. I just और हमने जब देखा कि वो बच्चे उधर जब गए हुए थे कि उनके पास वेटिंग लिस्ट बहुत लंबी थी, इंडिया आ नहीं सकते थे, थेरेपीज मिल नहीं रही थी, so no window was there. Then I offered them dietary protocols, and out of 4, 2 are fully workable.
No, great.
Right, and which given us strength to our thought that diet
plays a major role.
Important role. It's a key role. It plays a key role, right? So if generally James admits, he says that 55% in every autistic child, 55% the diet plays role up to 55%.
Yes.
45 is the rest of all these things. And you know, primary is the dietaries.
Mm-hmm.
If someone says that मेरा बच्चा है, अगर मैं उसको सेकेंडरी स्कूल में डायरेक्टली डाल देता हूँ तो वो 12 साल तक वो ठीक हो जाएगा, 12 साल तक वो पढ़ता रहेगा तो सीधे 12वीं फर्स्ट आ जाएगा. इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. he has to go through the primaries. And same, अगर कोई बच्चा सिर्फ स्पेशल एजुकेशन स्पीच एंड एबी पे रह रहेगा, he might be trained just like a pet, but he can't be recovered. He can't be cured. Right? If you want to cure, then you need to address his biochemistry markers, his metabolic markers, microbiome markers. All these things you have to compile. Then you can make the strategy, and then you can make total protocol. Then it's helpful. Otherwise, it's not helpful.
Yes, see, autism and metabolism, they are related because the first study which came in 1985, where the researchers found that the 4 autistic people, they found lactic acidosis, which is the clear sign of mitochondrial disease. It was the first study in 1985. So there is definitely a relation between the mitochondrial health, metabolism, and autism.
Yeah, after starting the Q10, recently now they have introduced the PQQ. It's a pure form of the CoQ10s, right? After introducing PQQ and DMJ, right, you will see the changes within days. Within days, right? Child who was very high. I have a child who was very hyper. He was from Australia, and mother came to me, and she was just sitting and just crying every time because he was not sitting, he was not paying attention, he was not listening, and he was totally lost. Even he was not aware of the parents, right? And after starting the DMG and PQQ, within a month, we saw the changes. And now he's a totally out of autism, right? And he has started to speak, but early signs of all autistic signs are gone.
Yeah, when we talk about the neurodegenerative diseases and that like Alzheimer and other things, and this is the condition which is neurodegenerative disorder. And in Alzheimer, we have seen like scientists are working a lot, like how the ketosis, switching a person's metabolism from the glucose to ketosis, it helps. And like you mentioned, like when you switch a people to very low carb and a high fat, so you see the drastic changes within few months. So definitely there
Yeah, even the when we are giving the diet, then people think that it's okay. We can give the millets. Millets are safe. Even we have implemented. Dr. Amar Singh, he was the key player in Punjab who used all the millets, right?
Yeah.
But in recent studies, we found that after removing all the grains, everything, and when we put child totally on the animal diet, then every child has recovered, right? And उसके अंदर भी आप हर क्लिनिक में जाते हैं कि there is a cultural restrictions, and कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो religious हैं, spiritual हैं, उनके बच्चे अगर ऐसे होते हैं तो उनके लिए हमारे साथ बहुत difficulties हैं. लेकिन अगर उनसे भी आप इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे तो वो बोलेंगे yes we know. उनके बच्चों में रिजल्ट इसलिए ज्यादा है क्योंकि वो नॉन वेज टाइप और हम दे नहीं सकते, इसलिए हमारे बच्चों में रिजल्ट नहीं है. वी नो, हमें पता है, लेकिन हम उस वे में कुछ देख रहे हैं. देन वी इंट्रोड्यूस देम some totally milk-based product, dairy-based products, because in autism, before camel milk, there was no way, right, for vegetarian people, right? कि आप कुछ भी उनको दे नहीं सकते animal. Lekin after the camel milk study we conducted in 2010 and finished in 2013 with the help of Dr. Yagil from Israel, it was published in IMG. And उसके अंदर हमने ये देखा कि हर एक ऑटिस्टिक बच्चे में उसमें रिजल्ट उसमें आया, right? Because we used the camel milk and we used the different products of camel milk like fermented milks, whey proteins, everything from the camel milk, right? And that was the only alternate for the vegetarian people. We are also struggling. Still, we are struggling, but we are not getting results as getting who are totally on the non-vegetarian diet.
Okay. So, what other than the camel milk or the dairy products they have?
Dairy products they can't use the we don't recommend the cheese, right? And we only recommend the fermented milk, means fermented dairy products. Ghee, butter, let's see, curds.
Everything from the camel milk.
Everything is from the camel. You know, just mean that अगर हम बाकी चीजों को छोड़ भी दें, right? Boiled milk, जहाँ cow milk, buffalo milk, इसके ऊपर जहाँ goat milk इस पे रखते हैं. जो camel milk की जो camels की जो diet है, right? They're purely on herbs, just like Punarva in Ayurveda. In other words, they say it's it. Bakda in Ayurveda, we say is Gokuru. They take bubbles, shishams, all these things. All these are herbals, right? So they are even the Thor and everything, right? Palms and everything, and so that because of this factor, मेरे से अगर कोई पूछता तो क्या मैं बोलता ठीक है, ये भी तो डिफरेंस है कि हम यूरिया डीएपी बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट तो नहीं ले रहे हैं. इंडिया के अंदर रहना, नॉर्थ इंडिया में रहना और बच्चों को ट्रीट करना, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट because everything is coming from the DAP. And you know, in 2009, when we conducted the study, we found that the uranium level was very high in every child.
Yeah,
right?
the toxicity, if you can talk
about. We are the first who introduced the heavy metal toxicity.
Okay.
In human, in Punjab, we can say North in India. That was the largest study. That was the largest study in the world, which was very popular. And उसके अंदर जब पहले स्टार्टिंग के अंदर हमें पता नहीं लग रहा था कहाँ से what are the sources of the uranium, what are the sources of lead, why they are increasing day by day.
So you have seen the uranium, arsenic, and lead, all these, the toxicity in the people of Punjab?
Yeah. It's very common. And even the cadmium, nickel, arsenic, aluminium, uranium, barium, platinum, all these are the heavy metals are available.
So any specific region of Punjab?
Reason in Punjab, not in Punjab, in all areas where all the green revolution happened. Overuse of the phosphate fertilizers, right? And there are some pesticides which had arsenic levels, and nickel is coming from utensils, right? Every shining, जितने भी आपके utensils हैं, उसके अंदर आपको nickel मिलेगा, right? And aluminium we are consuming, I think so, in grams daily by our utensils, right? हमने recent जब डाइट के ऊपर जो फोकस कर पा रहे थे, तो हमने देखा कि हमारी किसी भी जो मार्केट में गए तो हमें कोई भी ऐसा यूटेंसिल नहीं मिला जिसका बेस एल्युमिनियम के बिना हो, एल्युमिनियम फ्री हो, right? Everything was the aluminum. So now everything is now increasing. And
So what do you recommend? The castor iron pans?
Especially generally, it's in Europe now. Recent research, they recommend only glass.
Glass, okay.
Even they recommend the stainless steel as well, right? But
It's difficult to get it in the pure form.
Pure form, yeah. Base is the aluminium. Its base is the aluminium, right? And uranium is coming from DAP, phosphate fertilizers, and around now the recent findings that shows that high levels of nitrates, and nitrate it's totally responsible for metabolites, for metabolite disorders. So nitrate level should be less than 5. It's now in our research recent finding, it's 517 in groundwater. It should be less than 5. And same is the uranium, it should be less than 20. But now recent finding, we found that it's 1270 ppb. And it's increasing day by day. And some people now you heard that in Malot area and Abor areas, they are saying that we found the potash and phosphates and everything from the agriculture land, right? And जो हमारी assessment है ये ऐसा है कि it's not like that. We will not. It's general find. We have found all the metals and all ingredients. which already we have dumped in our agriculture lands from 40 years, and still it's ongoing. And recent जो अभी जो सबसे बड़ा अटैक जो मिस ना हो जाए हमारा, वो है कि हमारे पेस्टिसाइड्स बायर जब जो मोंसेंटो था वो डायरेक्ट इंसेक्ट्स को या इनको किल करने के लिए आता था. अब बायर जो है, बायर की जितनी पेस्टिसाइड्स हैं वो डायरेक्ट पेस्ट को नहीं मारेंगे आपको. They are saying that we are attacking their reproductive health. वो उनकी reproductive health को डैमेज कर रहे हैं. And you know, फ्लाई का जो फ्ली रहती है, हमारी जो पेस्ट रहता है, उसके जीन्स है ना, हमारे जीन्स, right, up to 66% genes are similar to that pest. अगर उसको डैमेज कर रहा है, हमें भी करें. And today I was reading the WHO guidelines about the drinking water. They said that which we have decided the limits. Suppose they have decided the limit that it should not be more than 30 ppb per liter in groundwater. They said if any person consumes only 2 liters per day, then it's the 30. If he is consuming 4 liters, then it should be less than 15. If he is consuming 6 liters, 8 liters, then it should be less than 5.
Oh.
Right? So the safety markers, when we read the safety markers, then we should also correlate that how much we are consuming.
Definitely.
Right? But they have a set of markers and different.
So, Dr. Pritpal, before we conclude this session, I would like you to give one message that you would like to share with the parents to help prevent the conditions like autism in the future generations.
Yeah, definitely. It's better than the prevention is better than the treatments. एक तो जितने बच्चे हैं उनको कभी भी फॉर्मूला मिल्क पे मत डालिए. It's better is that कि आप उनको fresh milk कहीं ना कहीं से अवेल कराइए. It's very difficult in New York, but in India it's very possible now. कम से कम एंटीबायोटिक्स का यूज कीजिए. ऐसे डॉक्टर्स को ऐसे पेडियाट्रिशियन को पकड़ने की कोशिश कीजिए जो थोड़ा सा लेट चलता है. एंड थर्ड वन इज दैट हमें कम से कम जो है कार्ब्स डाइट पे रहना चाहिए. मैक्सिमम फर्मेंटेड डेयरीज एंड फर्मेंटेड प्रोडक्ट्स के ऊपर जितने भी.
What about meat?
No.
What about meat?
Yeah, definitely. Meat is the ultimate source. And it's my personal experience with my child. He's 11-year-old and he's a cricket player. And पहले बहुत ज्यादा वीक था, वो चलता नहीं था, भागता नहीं था, बहुत वीक था. बट लास्ट 3 years से जब उनको टोटली शिफ्ट किया गया, नॉन वेज डाइट पे शिफ्ट किया गया, you will surprise to know 11-year-old child, he can run up to 8 kilometers.
Oh, great. So you completely eliminated all the grains and the processed food?
Yeah, totally.
So it's like on a carnivore diet?
Yeah, same. We can say we don't say it's a ketos, but we say it's a low carbs and high fat diet.
Okay.
Right. इस पे आप बच्चे को रखिए. और आप secondly, before going to plan the child, we must go for some genetic mutation profiles. Go for the testing genetic part.
Okay.
And from that you can easily find that MTHF, what about the MTHF health, what about the VDR health, what about the SPOMT health, what are all these genetics. There are 16 genetic mutations which are the responsible for the autism that can be easily tested in every country, right? And according to that we can decide. If genetic means doesn't mean कि पहले जो हमारे बोलते हैं कि genetic is a fixed thing. Now genetic is not such a fixed thing, right? We can bypass, right, by giving the supplements, by giving the diet, high diet. So it's possible to do that.
So thank you so much for sharing your insights, Dr. Pritpal, and we hope that your message reaches the people so that they begin to eat in a way that aligns with our human evolution. So I believe that meat is a central component of human life.
Jasmine, it was my first Zoom conference, right? And I was literally, I had a little anxiety. And
no, it went very well.
I hope that my message was clear.
No, it went very well. Thank you so much, Dr. Pritpal. So Shashiji is here.
Yeah, so Dr. Prithpal, thank you very much. In fact, the conference went very well and you shared very, very valuable information.
Yeah.
And, it was a good interaction with both of you. I think Jasmeet has also taken effort to interact with you and
Yeah, she's
information.
she's brilliant.
And we look forward for further collaboration with you in coming times
Sure.
because you have very important concept running in. So we'll get back to you further on this. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Prithpal.
Is Anup here?
I
Anup is not here. Fine. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So please get Dr. Roshni in. And Dr. Deepthi is also here.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Shashikant ji. Hi, Dr. Roshni.
So
Hi, Dipti. Hi, Shashi.
You're comfortable, doctor?
Yeah.
Dr. Deepthi, you're comfortable, I hope.
Yeah, I will have to check in a few minutes, but I think we are good till then.
Okay, now till then I will keep interacting with Dr. Roshni. So, in case you want to go off screen and come back, you can always do that. There's no problem.
Yes, so nice of you. I'm so sorry. I'm traveling. I'm on my way to Chandigarh. I'm on the Ahmedabad airport right now. So, but I did not want to miss this session with you guys, and so I thought I will, connect from the car.
No problem. So I'll just briefly finish off the introduction first of the forum as well as both of you. So I'm Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, India's only award-winning low-carb platform, founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who's from IIT Roorkee and a silver medalist, and also the Icons of India awardee. D-Life pioneered the low-carb movement in India with Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams of carbs per day protocol back in 2012, made lchf and type 2 diabetes management very, very easy for Indian vegetarians. And in 2020, he launched the Diploma course, the only legally tenable course approved under NSCD and NSDC Partner, Government of India in this segment. And also it has the highest CPD hours of 144. So Anup and I co-organized the India's first metabolic health conference back in 2023 and 2024, the second one, and now 2025. So both of you were part of either the first or second, and Dr. Roshni was there in second also. Now both of you are back in the third conference. So Dr. Roshni is an American board certified endocrinologist and also having more than 12 years of clinical practice. And she is in India for 12 years since 2011. So Dr. Roshni runs a physician-supervised coaching for comprehensive lifestyle change for metabolic disorders. And she is also tailoring international best practices to Indian lifestyle and habits to create a sustainable change, addressing emotional eating, social context of food, vegetarianism, cultural conditioning around protein, exercise, and much more. So her practice is medication management with the aim of de-prescription. So she's also author of the book Turn Around Diabetes. So welcome, Dr. Roshni. And I will always say that she is the low-carb endocrinologist of India. So Dr. Deepthi Arora is from Chandigarh, and is an established and highly skilled physician with significant experience in internal medicine and geriatrics. So she's the founder of HealthWise Clinic, and she facilitates people to live healthy, possible life through a novel approach in management of chronic disease like diabetes, hypertension, fatty liver disease, and all the other metabolic disorders. She also incorporates therapeutic carbohydrate restriction, therapeutic fasting, and customized eating habits and other lifestyle intervention. So she also aims to control diabetes with minimal medication or achieve remission. So in fact, she's also known locally as a doctor who removes insulin injection. So welcome both of you.
Thank you so much. So kind of you.
So
Nice to know.
So I will also jump in directly to the question. So my first question is, we all know that low-carb diets are known for initial rapid results, weight loss and blood sugar control. But the key question is the long-term adherence. What makes low-carb sustainable beyond the initial stage?
So can I take this?
Yeah, you can take this.
Yeah, so I think, Shashi, that's a great question. Low carb comes with very quick wins, like very fast weight loss, better blood sugar control. And those things are very motivating to all the patients at the initial, phase. But to keep the people on low carb for the, a long duration, that's a challenge that we have to take. So first off, you have to explain to the patient that it has to be doable. Any diet, it is not particularly low carb, any diet is not going to be sustained if it is not doable. If it is too restrictive, too hard to stick with. That's why, I feel flexibility becomes the key. Some people can thrive. I know people who are thriving on strict keto, other do better with a little, moderate, low carbish kind of a thing. And there are people also who are doing carb cycling. So a lot of things are happening, and finding the best approach, finding the right balance for the person who is in question. My approach to a person with HbA1c 9.5 would be different compared to an HbA1c of 6.5. So it is, I would say, customized like that planning that we should be done for the person. Another big factor that counts in is satisfaction. Low carb diets, they definitely keep hunger in check because they focus on protein and healthy fats, and these are naturally filling, as we know. So when patient is not battling hunger cravings, on a consistent basis, it becomes, I think, easier for them to stay consistent. Then comes I would say the most important factor, which is the real life factor: social events, travel, family. So with low carb, there have to be certain swaps. You can, like in a South Indian population, which is a rice eater, it can be replaced with cauliflower rice, or in an North Indian population, almond flour, or, can be replaced. So those things are there which need to be done. And health benefits, all of us are very well aware. They are beyond weight loss. They're improved energy, mental clarity, stable blood sugars. So I think all these things should make it is a difficult thing to do, like with all diets, but long-term adherence, given the benefits that we achieve, I think it definitely should be done.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the second question, I think it is apt that it goes to Dr. Roshni, because she works on this aspect. So sustainably offer comes down to behavior and lifestyle change. In your experience, what are the key behavior shifts that a patient needs to stick to a low carb long-term approach? And I think you're the right person to answer this.
Yes, thank you. I was waiting for my turn to add my, since you're doing it in a debate style, it's nice, right? That we do this opposite or, complementary perspective. So I have a whole chapter on this in the book as well at the end, exactly what Dr. Dipti mentioned, how to manage the parties, how to manage the social life, work life, travel. In short, I think what makes it sustainable is for us to not have this top-down attitude that I have a degree on the wall, I'm very qualified to put a low-carb solution on your face and expect you to sustain my advice. That energy, that psychological dynamic is what creates tension. Because if I'm the client, if my name is, let's say I'm Arvind, right? I'm Arvind and I'm struggling with diabetes, and someone comes and says low carb is good for you, but Arvind loves sweets. Arvind will do it for some time because somebody told, then his sweet tooth will happen, then his cravings will happen. So as long as the energy is somebody on top, whether it's the concerned family or it's a healthcare provider, a low carb coach, a doctor, doesn't matter who it is. If Arvind is internally conflicted, Arvind versus Arvind, one Arvind is looking at health goals, one Arvind is looking at pleasure, taste, social, cooperating with the environment, not to become difficult, asking for extra food on my side, give me some special food on the side. They have so many social needs. So what works for us and the coaching style we take is not to come at somebody and say, you will sustain this because I say so, because I think we're fooling ourselves that because I say so, someone's going to sustain. What helps is, can we activate the internal motivation of that person? Why does Arvind want it? Arvind wants it. He has this reason also. He has this reason. He needs to enjoy his personal life. He needs to manage his health so that he can have a good personal life for more time. So it's about helping Arvind see the conflict of why does he not want to do low carb. So I even teach my coaches, how to do this. Is it's not sufficient in my team for us to say, hey, you need to stick to low carb because it's good for you. Tell me how you're planning to stick to it. Rather, we talk about, why are you stuck? What makes you stuck? That is the whole concept of motivational interviewing. What are the needs that you have that we have to talk about? Emotional eating. What happens to emotional eating? So I'm trained in mindful eating also. So there are so many behavioral layers to this besides the fact that low carb reduces insulin. And as an endocrinologist, we love that. It reverses insulin resistance, scientific fact. But that's not what drives human behavior every day.
So what you mean to say is, other than just shoving down the throat, you will have to first counsel them. And then, but do you have any tip on how do we do?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think before we earn the right to counsel somebody, we need to listen. Now that's where the challenge comes. We feel we are so busy. I think the doctors need to check how they will add low carb as a coaching practice is it sustainable for the doctor? The doctor will have to embrace a different form of practice to make it sustainable. I don't think we can just blame patients here. We will have to create the environment. That means we have to change our behavior first. And India is a spiritual country, right? We are supposed to always look within first. Don't point fingers out that this epidemic is because patients don't listen. I think if we want change, we need to change ourselves. So the doctors will have to change their attitude. Not easy. They'll say, I'm so busy. I have 100 patients. I don't have the luxury of time. Even if you have 3 minutes, how you come in those 3 minutes will change the response you'll get from the client. But for that, the doctor, before they earn the right to counsel, they need to listen. Hey, what matters to you? First, understand what does the patient want.
And that is exactly.
Right. So,
yeah. Tell me, doctor.
Yeah. So building on something which, a point that Dr. Ross practices, I tell my patient one day a week, whichever day they want, whichever God they want to please, up to them. One day is going to be a complete fast, especially my diabetic patients not on insulin. So I tell them, you pick up one God, whomsoever you want to please, and you are going to keep fast. So I think that works very well. They don't think I'm making, they say, okay, they're asking me to pray, and that because of their health, they're very conscious. So that, we make a very good use of it. Second thing, we make excellent use of it during the Navratri festivals. So we cut down all the farsan, all the potato chips, all this thing. And we tell them, okay, fine, it is fasting. You are supposed to eat, we give them customized plans. Okay, fine, this is what you're supposed to eat. But does not mean that you're munching throughout the day. It only means one meal. Even if it is a kuttu atta roti or kuttu atta puri, I'm okay with that. But one. So restrict on the number of calories, restrict on the number of carbs, and restrict on the number of meals. So that goes a long way, because this spiritual aspect, I think I gelled very well with it. So I picked it up from that, and that is how I have built it.
Thank you. That's a good insight. Generally our Navratri fasting is actually feasting, and then we keep eating.
Yeah, it's feasting.
And we see
because
we see those funny
15 minutes they're
funny reels in
because
Instagram on Navratri fasting. There's very big
and then first meal is fruits, then they have their farsan and namkeen, then they have their potato chips, then they have a proper meal. So that is feasting, that is not fasting. So counseling the patient on the spiritual aspect also, is something which I think it needs to be done. Second thing which I also do is, I tell my patients intermittent fasting is a concept that they should not listen to. They find it very surprising that, why should I not listen to intermittent fasting? So I tell them, see, we are a country where they used to say Surya Uday, sunrise to sunset means Surya Uday and Surya Ast ke beech mein khana hai. So basically that is intermittent fasting. You're eating only when the sun is high. You're not eating during the night time. You're not eating during any other period. So that also gels with them. They're okay, fine. Intermittent fasting, we don't know. But sunset and sunrise concept between not to eat between sunset and sunrise, or to eat between sunrise and sunset, whatever. So that they pick up very well.
So Dr. Roshni, what is your opinion on this particular fasting?
Yeah, so low carb itself, why do we even talk about low carb? Why do we talk about what is metabolic health? We're talking about insulin resistance, if I have to just give one word. And the power of low carb is to lower insulin. Now, what I find is, and I talk about this in my book, I talk about it all the time, nutrition is one aspect. Low carb is one aspect. There is sleep that raises insulin resistance. There is stress that raises insulin resistance. There is a lack of exercise or muscle loss raises insulin resistance. These are the 4 wheels of the lifestyle car. And until and unless you make these four wheels in a good condition, you'll keep on making insulin resistance worse. Now, the same way, a car should not go on the highway with a puncture. If you try to go for fasting as the ultimate weapon against insulin resistance, because fasting will lower your insulin levels, if you go on the highway with a puncture, you'll not reach. Similarly, if somebody tries to fast without making sure they are low carb, getting enough protein, without making sure their sleep is okay, without making sure their stress management practices are in place, without managing the exercise to protect against muscle loss and sarcopenia, any of these four buckets being punctured, these four wheels being punctured, fasting can become full of side effects. Those are the people who will say, I get headaches, acidity, migraines, fasting doesn't suit me, I'm not able to fast, I have cravings. All the problems that come with fasting come because we've not correctly applied it like a prescription medication. The same way we de-prescribe drugs, you have to use fasting as a therapeutic tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said and point well taken. All these things have to be considered before we prescribe a patient of fasting. However, for a low carb also, I would not say that low carb you can eat 20 times or 30 times in a day, or the kind of 3 meals and 2 snacks, nothing like that. So basically, the eating window, even in a low carb, would be restricted. All the other factors, sleep, your muscle exercise, your at least another spiritual aspect I'll bring into it. So I tell my patients, do Bhagwan ji ko khush karne ke liye, you should walk. So that Bhagwan ji kaise khush honge usse? You will go to the temple. The walking is from your house to the temple. And then, so that picks up very well. Otherwise, they'll complain of why my knee is hurt or this, that, I can't walk. So when you tell them, go to the temple, do temple walk, that they do. So all these have to be built up. And like Dr. Roshni initially said, understanding the patient's pain points, understanding his requirements, understanding where is the lacuna, where is the void in the entire metabolic health. So, and you address that point directly, that gives fantastic results.
I think that's a good point. And coming back to your point, Dr. Roshni, when you say coaching, you are right. It is not a prescriptive. We have to listen. As a coach, our job is to listen. And this is what even me, I was also a coach in my earlier, in the sense when I was a team leader handling almost 100 people. So the most of the thing which I did was to listen to people. So I think the same thing I do also now with my clients. I listen to them. I listen to their pain points, whatever small trouble. And I think that is what an important point which you touched. And I think this is also a good message to all the DLF coaches is, it is even our diet is not just prescribed to give them and buzz off. No, we have to listen to them. We have to spend half an hour, 1 hour with each. And many of us are doing, we are giving half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours to each of the clients to listen to them, listen to their pain points. And then, either we give suggestion or many times we also evoke suggestion from them. The coach's best way is to evoke suggestion from people. I think that's what we have to do.
Fantastic. Absolutely.
And the other point comes is people feel that this is very restrictive. So who will take up, Dr. Roshan?
I'm happy to take that. So that is the whole drama, na? Food drama, ye tug of war. Why are we getting into this tug of war that I'm going to restrict your food? How about we empower you with knowledge? Now, the biggest issue is patients will go, like you mentioned, on Instagram and they'll search a diet. They'll go on YouTube and they'll search a diet. This health influencer is saying, eat this. This one is saying, don't eat this. Such a famous person is saying, and you're saying opposite. So I'm like, why do you want to listen to all these people with degrees and profiles and followers on Instagram? Your body is going to tell you the truth. You do the mini experiment. You take any XYZ food. You see how it's responding with your glucose levels and you decide. It is not us restricting you from your food. You get to decide. Like Dr. Dipti mentioned, same. We tell the patient the same thing. I'm not going to stop your snacks, but each time you snack, you are having an insulin spike. Is that what you want? You decide. You are driving. And I give the analogy of Google Maps. Is Google Maps is saying, take a right, take a right. If you take a left, well, you're driving, right? Google will then re-navigate from where you have gone. So the idea of me restricting, don't go this way, only go this way, it's disrespectful that they don't have any decision-making autonomy. They don't have any wisdom on the ground that I'm driving my car, there's a rock in the way, there's a dog who has crossed. I will have to take a different decision than what Google Maps understands from the sky. So it's not for us to restrict. It is for us to empower them with enough tools and enough knowledge, use our education, use our professional background so that they don't need to become doctors. Now, it's not right that just because they're not biology graduates, that they don't understand how their body works. That's not fair. So that is our job. Our job is to cover that much knowledge gap and respect that they have as much wisdom about the reality in their daily life. This drama of restriction comes when we don't account for the fact that they are also intelligent people who want to be healthy.
Dr. Deepti, what is your take on this, that it's a very restrictive diet? This is a common thing we hear.
See, restriction in terms of, first question comes, okay, fine. If I'm not going to eat my rice, if I'm not going to eat my roti, what am I? See, that's a very practical question. How do I feed this my vegetables? How do I finish my this thing, dal or whatever? So first thing is, you have to tell them that instead of focusing on what you can't eat, focus on what you can eat. So it's a shift in perception. It's a shift in how they see what they can do and what they cannot do. So also I tell them, in case suppose there is, somebody, there are people who say, without roti, I cannot eat anything. So I tell them, first fill your plate with protein, with the vegetables, with salad. And then once you are maybe, let's say, 3/4 full, then you can have roti if you want to, maybe half roti or one roti. So that is the way, stepwise, when you try to bring them down. So if you work that way, it is not very restrictive. Second thing is, initially, if you suddenly tell them, somebody, to switch from a normal diet, which is a very carb heavy 150, 160, 170 gram diet, you tell them to switch to a low carb diet. And there is so much myth. So like Dr. Roshni said, so much myth, so much drama happening over the social media, Instagram, and people putting CGMs and showing that I eat this and this is what happens. And there's a very funny Instagram video. See, with the CGM, I ate a mango, my sugar did not rise. So you have to explain everything to the patient and then focus on what they can eat. So the concept of eating your protein first, eating your fiber and salad first has to be brought in. Then second thing, which I also tell them, is even if they have to have one meal which is high carb, one meal in a week is not going to undo their progress. So they have to go slow with themselves. They have to accept that this is the kind of life that we are living in, but slowly build progress with consistency. Perfection is not the goal here we are seeking. We are seeking metabolic health. And maybe one meal will definitely take you off track, but you can re-navigate and come to the track again. So it is not going to be very restrictive. So you can one-off take have a good meal, kachori or whatever you want to have. You can have once a while, but that should be once in a while, not every day.
Thank you. Thanks. Now, another big question comes is, and I know the moment I tell this question, Anup Singh will like to come and answer, but you both answer this, that low carb is expensive. He will always debate this with a lot of data and statistics. But Dr. Roshni, what do you feel when people say low carb is expensive?
Okay, so then let's do the risk-reward ratio. Is you do the hisab of how much you're going to spend on your low-carb pantry versus don't change anything in your diet. Add up the cost of the medications, the condition, the disease process, the visits to doctor, to preventable conditions like organ damage, kidney, heart, eyes. I don't like using scare tactics with people, and I don't try and threaten people. But if we're going to talk about money, we know diabetes prevention is cost effective because diabetes itself puts people into bankruptcy. In India, when people, sometimes people comment rudely on my videos also on social media as, oh, she's talking like this. How will the poor Indian afford these foods? Correct. The poor Indian is the one most likely to spend 1/4 of their personal income, 1/4 of the personal income and 1/10 of the entire family's income on their diabetes when it gets out of control. Because they will delay, they will not understand the signs, they will not go for periodic checking. They'll come when it is already affecting organs. They lose their daily wage. So it is financially devastating mostly to the poorer of the poor. So if we don't show them the preventive benefits of expense savings, then they will talk like this, the short term. They're not looking at the long-term investment. I don't know how Anup answers it, but I'm sure it's similar lines or something on that similar logic is do the long-term calculations.
Dr. Dipti.
So same thing, the long-term complication of losing your eye, losing your vision, not being able to see, going in for expensive laser operations, that is what has to be told to them. Losing a kidney, some people you have to scare a little small segment of people. but most people would not question on the expensive aspect of it. So if you tell them to stick to local seasonal foods, and most people don't need fancy keto or breads or fancy nut flours or everything. Everyday staples, everyday staples like eggs, paneer, peanuts, which everybody is using, coconut or coconut milk, which we are using. So creatively just telling them to use those things in their meals, so that again, my concept is cutting down going low carb does not mean cutting down carbs altogether or going keto. My concept is you fill your plate first and the carb amount should be very less. So if you have a lot of these things and then have half a roti maybe 3 times a day, it is not going to harm.
I think that exactly is the point which Anup Singh also will calculate and show, maybe if he comes, that he will always consider the eggs and peanuts as a good source of low carb and a fairly good protein when it comes to peanuts, but a good source of protein when it comes to egg. And eggs are very affordable in India. And if you see, the per capita consumption of egg is not even 1. I mean, that's how poor it is. And with all the dogmas and everything in India, then we are all seen, you are also in low carb space. I'm also as a coach. We say that public are so reluctant, even non-vegetarians are so reluctant to take eggs. That's how it is. So they all want that poha, upma and everything in their breakfast. So that, so this problem will always remain. Now, how do we take care of those people who are doing low carb or keto very well, but then they have certain carb craving? So how will you address that carb craving which comes? Dr. Roshni.
So again, I like to get to the root cause. A lot of people will say, oh, if you're craving a sweet, have a date. If you're having a craving, have a khajur. I don't do this because that does not actually address your craving. And to me, the craving is a sign of something underneath that. What is that? Is it that your insulin levels are high because you are having other things that are triggering insulin resistance, the way we spoke a few minutes ago? I'll look into that. I'll look into dehydration, where thirst and water signals are getting mixed up with something where your body needs maybe water, and see if that's what it is. Salt. Actually, I've seen that when people are not getting enough sodium, that they may have carb cravings or sugar cravings. So a few of these, and of course the emotions, right? If there is an emotional craving, so some of those were the biological explanation for glucose craving, sugar craving. There are also emotional basis for it, psychological attachments to sweets. And I don't think it helps to then say, don't have it. We need to help this person to get to the root of what gives me sugar craving. So it may involve therapy. It may involve, this is my stress buster. This connects me to my childhood. My dad used to give me chocolates. My dad's no more. I'm missing my father. I'm having chocolate. Now, how do you just don't just cancel that experience. It's a real emotional experience for somebody. So you need to help them understand their relationship with sugar. Cravings can be pretty deep and pretty profound when you start scratching the surface. So definitely it is possible to be free of good food cravings. The semaglutide industry wants you to think that you need to be prescribed a medicine for food noise. I find that to be very concerning, that thoughts about food are now being relabeled as noise, and we think we need to be given medicines to manage food addiction. I think that may be a premature message if we don't first help the person to actually explore their relationship with food, and instead of making it pathological and call it a disease that you're thinking about it, help them understand why are they thinking about it. And sure, the world is marketing sweets and junk to you. No wonder you're thinking about it. It's not a surprise.
There's another big issue is, we often keep reading in media somewhere that, the anti-low carb brigade will always be there. They will say that this low carb causes nutrient deficiencies. So what is your take, and how do we address this concern?
Yeah, so the first nutrient we'll always focus is the macronutrient, which is protein. That's the most important nutrient deficiency I'm most interested. After that, we will look at micronutrients, and we'll go step by step. Some of it is based on blood work, some of it is based on symptoms. And people are quite healthy even without fiber. The people who say that low fiber diets are causative of colonic cancer, they don't have that proof. Because those recalls, there were so many other confounding factors where they said red meat and they said absence of fiber. But the pattern of food in those people, there were so many other data points which were triggering higher, probably correlating with contributing to higher cancer rates. So we don't have clean data on the fact that everybody needs fiber. Now, you could flip the whole argument, Shashi, right? Is if a low-carb carnivore, let's say carnivore, if they say the stool volume is less, well, you could say that's because everything you eat is so efficiently taken inside. There's no waste product. You could say that plants, the more you eat plants, you get good stool bulk and good stool volume. But who said the goal in life is to have large stool volume? That's not the goal. Why do you need to have a bulky stool? Right? This is a conditioning that more volume of stool is a good thing, but that also shows the amount of undigestible things you ate in the plant-based food. Not that I'm advocating for one or the other. If someone wants to be plant-based, someone wants to be carnivore, we'll help each of them reach their metabolic goals. But you look at blood work, you look at nutrient deficiencies, things like magnesium, not easy to test on blood testing. So you'll go by clinical signs and symptoms. And you just go from there with the easy, straightforward iron, vitamin D, B12. These are the obvious ones to replace. On the contrary, animal proteins will give you most of the things you need.
Good. So Dr. Deepti is just here, so I'm unable to get her in. Okay, fine. We'll just let her connect to the.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I was kicked out because of some internet issues. I'm sorry.
No problem. I'm just trying to get you in spotlight, so I'm unable to do. Fine. So if you can hear and you can talk, meanwhile we'll see. There's a common complaint that low carb leads to nutrient deficiency. How would you address that?
See, nutrient deficiency, low carb, any diet which is any restriction will lead to nutrient deficiency. Any kind of, So people in our countries, the most common deficiency that I see across is in diabetes is vitamin B12 deficiency. And that's the reason is people do not eat eggs. We were talking about eggs when I was kicked out. So people do not eat eggs. So if they have eggs, they will protect their nerves. Neuropathies will be delayed. There are going to be a lot of other things, So you cannot address one aspect of a diet and blame the entire diet as a whole. So everything has to be seen in as a whole picture, and accordingly a decision has to be taken. Anything that you do is going to restrict some nutritional value, and that if it can be supplemented with a simple supplement, I think there is no harm if it leads to major benefits across the spectrum.
And I think I have a different viewpoint here. Whenever people say this, what I say is as per the prevalence data in India, more than 50% are already deficient in B12, 50%, around 70% in vitamin D, around 33% in folate. Iron deficiency is more than 50%. Already with whatever they are eating, they are deficient. So how can they claim that low carb leads to deficiency? It is foolish. On the contrary, low carb will actually improve the status even without supplementation, though we use supplementation.
Yeah, correct.
When the prevalence data shows something else.
So Shashi, that's a very valid point. As an intellectual, we can talk that it does not happen. But teaching people it's a different, ball game altogether. So I am very clear. Yes, it can. I do not argue on that point. I said, okay, fine. It can cause when there is a nutritional deficiency. We'll see. Right now, let's continue with this. So, there is no point arguing with common sense. Like Dr. Roshni said, use the wisdom of the patient. So my wisdom here says, okay, fine. I have done my best. When a nutrition deficit comes up, we will see. So mostly we know the energy levels will go up. Everything is going to improve. When the digestion also improves, I have seen hemoglobin of patients also getting elevated. So all the parameters get improved. So I just believe that, of course, low carb will not, if the answer is an intellectual answer, low carb does not lead to deficiencies. But however, explaining to a patient, I tell them, okay, fine. Any diet can lead to a restriction. Any restriction can lead to any deficiency. But when we come to it, when you feel some symptoms, then we will investigate and then we see. In my 5 years of practice, I have seen nobody come with me with a some XYZ deficiency because they have been strict adhering to low carb.
So now 100%. I want to. Sorry, I'll just.
Go
ahead, Shashi.
Please. You want to say something?
Okay. Yeah. I just want to amplify what Dipti said there is that when you go low carb, your gut lining inflammation improves, your absorption of all nutrients, macro and micro, will improve. And so it's important to say that. And like you said, same thing. We've not seen low carb cause nutrient deficiencies in our practice as well. Same agree with that. Go ahead, Shashi.
Now, another important key aspect is the increase in 2 macronutrient which happens. I'll come to the first one, the terrible fear of saturated fat. Not that we are going to ask them to guzzle a lot of saturated fat, but what about the fat which comes in paneer, in cheese, in dahi, in eggs? How do you counteract this in your practice when they say fat will kill us? Dr. Deepti.
So a very simple thing that I tell my patients is, if you don't eat cholesterol, let's say you don't eat any kind of fat, your liver has the potential, the capacity, and it knows how to manufacture cholesterol, because cholesterol is required for the body. Very simple. Even if I go on totally zero fat diet, my liver knows, because it has to have certain amount of subcutaneous fat, it has to have certain amount of this thing which has to happen. Our knees require some fat, what they call grease khatam ho gaye, like in our local language they say. So our knees also require vitamin D. Vitamin D is such rampant deficiency we see these days, but vitamin D is a fat soluble vitamin. So vitamin D also requires. So if you don't take orally, liver is going to manufacture. So that is the first point that I make. And when I talk to them about this particular fear of cholesterol and heart health on low carb, so it has to be explained to them. It is not only that cholesterol is good or cholesterol is bad. You can't take a extreme approach either ways. There are certain cholesterol particles which are good cholesterol, like the HDL, and there are certain cholesterol which may be okay, fine. Medical science does not say that LDL is bad, but we have to see what comes when the patient's blood reports come. So a well-formulated low-carb diet, a diet which will have healthy fats, it will have from sources like nuts, seed, avocado, olive oil, all these things, coconut oil. So these tend to increase the good cholesterol, which is the LDL, and they decrease the triglycerides. On low carb, we cut down on fruits. So fructose, when we cut down on the intake of fructose, triglycerides also come down. So that is these two benefits. Yes, there may be a few cases where LDL has gone up, but the benefits of the good cholesterol, I think they bypass the LDL cholesterol rise which is there. So the bottom line, I would say, when low carb is done right, it can be quite heart healthy, especially when the focus is on whole.
Did we lose Dipti?
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
Fine. You can address this concern about saturated fat and cholesterol.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you want me to answer this in 1 minute? We're already over time, and it's like a 1 hour topic, which we have to cover in 1 minute.
So we just have time till 6:30. It is 6:22. We have another.
Okay. So briefly, when the patient comes like this, that I'm scared of you giving me all these saturated fats and dietary fats, we need to remind them, they may not know that the fear of saturated fat came in the 70s from the United States when they were trying to pin heart disease on something. And it has not been proven in the 50 years since then that natural saturated fat or dietary cholesterol causes heart disease. This has not been proven. But the fear and the conditioning in society, 50 years, that we think we have to be low in saturated fat in the diet and we have to eat a low fat diet. So this is the first mistake. So I have to push back when the patient gets nervous, is basically when you're telling me you're scared about cholesterol and saturated fat, what you actually mean to say is you want to make sure you are cardiac healthy. That's your goal. Your goal is you don't want to get an unnecessary preventable heart attack. Good. For that, we will focus on triglyceride HDL ratio.
Thank you. So now we still have around 5, 6, 7 minutes. So we'll address the other macro fear. The biggest fear is another protein. So whatever pathetic protein we are eating, even if you increase it to small level, people think that everything will come to them, heart attack, kidney damage. So how would you address this? Dr. Deepti, you can take this because you're going off air sometime. So how do we address this?
I have not seen people complaining about protein causing, if you tell them to increase your protein, they very well, I think for me, I have not faced this challenge, so I will not be the right person to answer.
Yeah, Dr. Roshni.
Yeah, this fear is rampant. People are saying, oh, you're increasing my protein, I'll get uric acid, I'll get a kidney disease. And I zoom out and I show them that, like you had the intellectual answer, which I agree, the approach makes sense, is you are already showing micronutrient deficiencies without going low carb. Similarly, I show them the number one cause of kidney failure in India is diabetes and hypertension. India is a protein deficient nation. And these people who are all ending up into CKD, when you look at the average Indian who goes into CKD, when you assess their diets, we assess our diets every day of our patients, they're all starting with protein deficiency. So if protein deficient people come in with high uric acid, how can we blame protein? You already have the high uric acid because we need to blame insulin resistance, carbohydrates, sugars, processed carbs, juices, all that for uric acid. Same thing for kidney disease. If you are already protein deficient and your kidney is already damaged, how can you blame protein? So we have to show them that. And on the contrary, now we have testimonials and we have cases where increasing the protein, you see the kidney function improve. You see the uric acid come down. You have to show them data. Otherwise, the fear doesn't go. It's not logical. Fear is very irrational and stubborn. It takes a lot to educate and empower people. So you have to back it up with proof.
I think the sad part is in India, we actually consume protein which is lesser than what is recommended for a CKD patient.
Exactly.
Even for a CKD patient, 0.6 to 0.8 gram per kg body weight as per KDIGO guideline.
Yeah.
And we consume less than 0.5 gram per kg body weight.
Yes. So people think I'm crazy. Go ahead.
No, exactly. So that is why I said this problem I don't face, because I tell them to maintain a good metabolic health, they need 1 to 1.2 gram per kg body weight, or rather ideal body weight. So if the ideal body weight would be 60, so at least they need 70 grams protein. And our Indian diet is sufficient, as Shashi you rightly pointed out. So we make a chart of their protein intake actual, whether versus what is required, and then they feel that I am not substituting enough protein. So I have not faced this problem of people asking me actually that will it cause any damage. So because when you show them exact numbers, that 1.2 is what you require for a good metabolic health, and the consumption is only 0.5, and a bowl of dal or maybe one egg will give them only a very little quantity of the required. So they do not contest this question.
Correct. So you're empowering them with the knowledge. So we do the same thing with the app. So they start logging their food intake with the app, and they start seeing that they're behind. But I think Shashi's question was about the fear, the initial fear. Yeah.
So when do you think that low carb for diabetes can become a bit more mainstream? No doubt it is there in the guidelines, but it is hidden somewhere in the small, somewhere small that no one can actually see them. So do you think it will come mainstream anytime now? How many years? 1 year, 2 year, 5 year? What do you think? What is your view?
Yeah, definitely within the next 5 years. Let's just you, me, D-Life, let's all of us make it 2025 is the goal. Let's make it go crazy this year only. Why should we wait? There are lives at stake. There are like literally preventable disease burden and death and suffering that is preventable by making it mainstream. So we need to get all the hashtags, PMO office, whatever it takes to get this into the limelight, for sure.
Thank you. I think we still have 2 minutes. So what is your message to India?
Start tracking. I think data helps people. The thing is, the ignorance and confusion, loss of trust comes because they don't know for themselves. And I think the poverty of knowledge is going to keep us sick. We have to learn to count. We have to learn to understand macros to a basic degree. You don't need to become a dietitian or a nutritionist. Now I have my app. You all must be having your way of showing patients to count. We all need to learn how to count our basic macros. Without that, I don't see how people will get the confidence that they know what they need to put into their mouth. And metabolic health starts with nutrition. Without understanding what food you're eating, you'll always be lost depending on somebody else's expertise and knowledge, and you'll be behind in your own health. So I think the biggest message is learn to count. That'll help with the carb doubts. It'll help with the protein doubts. It'll help with everything.
Thank you. Thank you. And what is your message for Metabolic Health Conference and D-Life people?
Let's do something interactive. Bring in patients also to, maybe like a question answer webinars where patients can ask or the public can ask, and we do a little bit of that Q&A. The more we create interactions and touch points and trust, the more the message will go. And let's do this together. Let's help the country.
Thank you, Doctor. So I think your insights and both of you insights were very, very valuable. And I think many people who have seen this live would have enjoyed. And I'm sure when they see the recording, they'll get much more enlightened. Of course, all the questions were very, very basic questions, but people still ask basic questions. And
Oh, for sure. We have to start there.
and even sometimes experienced people will also ask basic questions. So I think it has provided valuable insight, and this will be stamped forever in YouTube. People can come and see. So thank you, Dr.
Yes.
Roshni. Thank you once again. And thank you to Dr. Deepti, who's not here. She's about to board the flight. So thank you, both of you.
All right. Thanks for doing this, and
Anup.
keep up the good work. Oh.
Get Anup in. Anup.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Roshni. And I mean, the topic was interesting, but as I said during the initial, when I said, let me write down the preface, for over 10 years, if you and me could sustain educating people, talking to people, and treating people, then it's very sustainable.
And we are more excited now. After doing it for a decade, we have more energy and more excitement to keep going, right?
And my excitement has grown, because I've completed 14 years. Drug-free.
Exactly. Congratulations on that. So that is what we need to spread out there and do more of this. So thanks. And like Shashi said, we have to start with the basics. We cannot assume that anybody knows anything. We've got to send the knowledge out at the grassroots level, and you all are doing it through various efforts of yours. So hats off and thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
Take care. Good night. Bye.
So get in Ira Sahai. Ira is there. I cannot. Yeah. Please spotlight her. Yeah. So we are coming to the end of the 3-day again mega conference, the third conference, as well as the end of 3-day. So we'll just have a vote of thanks. Ira, I think you can invite. So we'll invite Arakila first. So Harsh is there. Harsh Rana and team.
Sir, I'm there with my entire team.
Hi, Harsh, and
Hello, ma'am.
glad to see you. Yeah, glad to see you. And we are here at Arakila, Sindhudurg, and Harsh and Vivek and all of these wonderful people are leading the team who's taking care of us. These are the ones who made the MHC3 possible. They are the technical team. Call them the A to Z of what we have done. The background, the arrangement of the technical aspects and the hosting and everything. So thank you so much, Arsh. Thank you everybody who's out there who took care of us right from morning till night. And thank you so much, Anup
Pleasure.
and Shashi.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to you, Veera ma'am, Mr. Singh, Mr. Enger, and to your entire team to giving us this opportunity to do this event at our property here in Sindhudurg, Arakila. Thanks once again. I'm sure our team tried our best, but still, if there was something, please feel free to
I think,
share with
Arsh,
us.
this is also Arakila's first time of hosting the MHC. The previous two MHCs were at Taj Sidade Goa. And we are very, happy that we came here and we decided to host here, of course, at the prompt of Neeta. And such a wonderful location. And we've been posting pictures of this. We'll also be posting the pictures of the entire staff behind this. So, yeah. So, Anup, you would want to add something to this?
Thank you. This was our second visit, my second visit.
Yes, sir.
So yes, it was as good as the first one, and kudos to you and your team. I mean, I cannot take everybody's name, but Arsh and Vivek, I cannot see
Next
him.
to me is our executive chef, Chef Afsar Khan Patan.
Yeah.
Please
We
come
have
on the
Hina
camera. Thank you so
handling
much.
front desk, Mr. Vivek, and Sadhguru from our IT team, Abhishek, housekeeping. Thanks to all of you from the entire Arakila team. We look forward to hosting you even again in the future for your upcoming conferences.
So thank you, Harsh. Thank you, Harsh.
We'll keep coming back. We'll keep
Thank
coming
you.
back.
Thank you. This is a very unique property in the sense that, when I keep posting the photographs of your property and the beaches and hotel, many people actually ask me whether I'm in a foreign country. I mean, this is such an impact that the kind of environment we have here and so peaceful that people are so eager to come. So many of them already asked me the address and all. So it seems to be already, it has made an impact with many people when we are posted in social media, in Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. So thank you
Yes.
for.
They can Google the property Arakila. It's Araqila. We are only 40 minutes from the New Goa airport, though we are in Sindhudurg, but the distance to the New Goa airport is hardly 40 minutes. So I think that will help the guests or the viewers who are there. Thanks.
yes.
Thanks to all of you once again, as I said.
I think the commitment of the team, the staff team, I mean, they've been like family, always having our back. And so much so that, when we were about to come here, the entire team had a Zoom meeting with us and finalizing everything, they were not well versed with the keto and low carb aspects of, that way of cooking or serving. But they tried to get as much clarity as possible, for us. And I think 20 of us are here almost. So great service, and you've really taken care of us very well. We of course have a different way of eating because we are all low carbers. So I mean that must have been a shocker for you, because I remember when we had come last time and I had said we don't eat roti and rice. Not that you cannot eat, but I don't eat, and so there's so many others who choose to eat differently. But we are all low carbers. So it took some time, but they absolutely absorb the concept, and to the best of their abilities, I think they've tried to, match up to low carb and keto, and they've tweaked things so much so that we have sessions where we have finalized and removed items and finalized and tweaked, to make it as close possible to low carb. I think when we come here next time, we'll have a better menu, in the sense that it'll be more, it'll closer to low carb than, what it is now. And we are always in touch, Arsh. The entire D-Life team thanks you, and we are always in touch. And any of you wanting to try low carb, you already have, a lot of idea of how to do that.
Yes,
and
yes,
I'm always in touch with you, always in touch with all the Arakila team. And thanks so much.
Thank you. With your inputs, with your guidance, we'll even add a section to our menu now in upcoming month, especially, for the type of menu that you suggested.
Yes, and actually, Arsh, you should do that, because a lot of people are now getting very health conscious. And inevitably, people do have either obesity or, some of all the other metabolic disorders. So the entire focus of this conference, which was a global conference, as you've been seeing for the last 3 days, is to bring more awareness and the fact that, such conditions can be reversed only through diet. So you don't need to live a pill dependent life. So the more you adapt, right from the first staff of yours, right up to the top, everything. Neeta is on low carb as well. So it is for low carb is for everybody. So have that section. You will have more people getting attracted to that segment of, Arakila's menu, and therefore coming here. And you also try that,
Yes, certainly we'll do that. We'll do that. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Imagika team, only Trusha is here.
Yes, sir.
Trusha, come on, spotlight yourself.
Sir, I'm unable to turn on my webcam, sir.
Yeah, no problem. You did not turn on. Can you just come on spotlight? That's all. You don't need to turn on.
Okay.
You can just come to the main screen. That's all. Can you? Yeah. Okay. So. Can you put it off? Kaisa hua?
Yes.
Yeah. So Trusha, on behalf of our entire team, big thanks to Imagika team. You are there, Himanshu is there, and Aarti is there. And I think this entire conference, this 3 conference, was not possible without your help. I think it is just a fantastic job done by you. That the entire all 3 conferences actually went very well for us. So I think hats off and a big thanks to the entire Imagika team. Anu, Pira, you want to say? Anu, Pira.
Yeah, I mean, I would just want to add to, what Shashi said. Hipepura is also 3 words, and MHC is also 3. The third time, this is the 3rd year that we are very delighted to have you as our partners. And you've always done a wonderful job. And this time as well was seamless. We although had a few technical glitches from the network end, but overall it went very smooth. And thank you again.
Yeah, and thank you so much, ma'am.
Anu.
So let me just spotlight everyone, not everyone. Can you spotlight me also? Spotlight me, Anup Singh, Mandar, Satyajit, and get Narsimha. Brijesh will get later. Narsimha. Narsimha, yeah. So Aarti is also joining, I think. Aarti and Parul is not joining. Sandesh, Brijesh. Okay.
Sanjay.
No, okay, no problem. So I think this is again, we are just invited those who are all just a minute, huh? So those who are all supporters of the event. So we just thought we'll invite you and thank you very much. And they are here. Just a minute, huh? Can you put on your audio, Aarti? Yeah. Aarti and Parul, please put on your audio. If you don't put on video, it is okay. Yeah. Dr. Parul, unmute yourself. So fine. So it's a special thanks because you guys have been one of the supporters of the conference. So we thought we'll give a special thanks to all of you.
Dr. Parul is here.
Yeah.
Hello everyone.
Yeah. Parul किधर है? Yeah, Parul. Anup, you want to say something?
Yeah, when we say, internally funded, now you know who the people are who are behind this. Thank you.
And Ira?
Yeah, I mean, everything has already been said, and these are the forces behind the faces and the forces, and there are so many more, who have been working tirelessly in the banners, in the banners, making the posters.
Yeah, we are getting everyone. We are getting everyone in.
Yeah, so Aarti, Parul, family.
So how do we get everyone in? Do we put to the gallery mode? So all of you.
Yeah, gallery mode remove spotlight.
Remove spotlight, yeah. So guys, thank you. All who have worked behind the scene also. Siddesh for making all the posters, and you have touched up all the posters very well. And who did the? Siddesh, you also did the agenda, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Sandesh, for doing all the background work. And Ashish, thank you for taking care of internet here, giving suggestions. And thank you everyone, those who have come to this conference venue, so that we all gather and make and enjoy the session. Though enjoy the event here, though we have not been able to meet much, but nevertheless we have been able to enjoy all the sessions. So thank you, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Gopal, Dr. Sridhar is not here. Is he here? Mr. Sanjay, Naeem. So our Navy SEAL is also here. You can remove that background so we can see, because you are not in Coimbatore anymore. So we can see. Thank you, Asmita. I also wanted to invite all the hosts. Special mention and appreciation to all the hosts. Everyone has done hosting in a professional manner. So the debut host, Asmita, is here. Ishani is traveling. And Jasmeet is not here. Okay, fine. So anyway, I think all the hosts have done a very good professional job, and I think we can keep continuing this, and we'll make MHC more and more stronger. Again, the third conference also went flawlessly, except for one or two minor glitches here and there. Practical purpose, everything was flawless. So we breezed through again in the third conference also. So thank you very much. So do you all want to say anything for one minute each? Mandar I can see Mandar first, so I'll ask him. I'll just go one by one.
Yeah. No, fabulous event, as you thanks, Shashi, Ira, and everybody working together as a team. I think that's what I love. It feels like having a big celebration together, and here is to many more.
Aarti.
Yes, I wanted to say it's an absolute honor to be a part of this and to support this in my own small way. And for our company, I haven't been able to attend everything live in the last couple of days, but I've been following the chat. And hats off to each and every one of you for putting all this effort behind this. And I want to thank you for letting Artanshi be a part of this. Wishing every one of us the very best.
Thank you, thank you. Satyajit.
Well, excellent stuff. Year after year after year, it is coming to its main flavor kind of thing. So I am enjoying it. There are so many sessions we have to go again and again to absorb as maximum as possible. So kudos to all of you. Thank you.
And Narasimha. Narasimha Raju.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much for inviting. And I can tell this particular MHC, it is like, the wake up call. If somebody is really waiting for the metabolic knowledge, this is it. This is like that oasis in the desert. And the team has done fantastic, close to 2000 minutes of continuous knowledge. Fantastic. I'm proud to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Parul.
Hello everyone. Grateful to all of you. Grateful to all the team members for this exceptional teamwork. I'm very thankful and honored to be a part of this team.
Thank you, thank you. Navy SEAL.
Navy SEAL Lalia. I am very much privileged and honored to have been present person here to see how things happen. Very well organized and conducted MHC. I don't know if you can hear me because we are on two different computers, one for audio and one for camera. So all I can say is I'm amazed at how well things have taken place, because I didn't know what actually happens. Now you've seen what happens. And we have set the bar pretty high. I hope we can go one notch higher next time. All the best to everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Naeem. Dr. Naeem keeps disappearing. Dr. Naeem,
keeps on disappearing. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, D-Life. Thank you, Anu. Thank you, Ira, for creating this as a lifetime memory, for interviewing and becoming the host of my dear friend. And actually, I was supposed to make a wildcard entry. That's what we had planned. But somehow I could attend whole event and see what exactly is going on. So it is a very memorable event. Thank you so much. Thank you, D-Life.
Thank you, thank you. Brijesh.
Hi, thank you, Sashi. When I take a look at the content and the topics of the 3 days, trust me, what a third-party person would feel like that, the hundreds of the professionals from across India or globe has worked together to define the topic, identifying the right speaker, the right host. I think, there could be a company, event company could be formed out of it, but we as a small D-Life family, we have curated the content for 3 days, aligned the right speaker, and the session has been fantastic. And this is my first experience. Even though I don't practice, I wanted to be part of this vibe and the community and tribe, see how does it work. Trust me, I have no regrets. I spent 3 days wonderfully, learned a lot, but there are a lot of the way to go. But the content, the speakers, and the entire curation has been super phenomenal.
Thank you, thank you. Asmita.
It was a phenomenal experience for me. So I have several times acknowledged this event as a deep sea diving into the knowledge. So it is a wonderful experience. I joined D-Life exactly 1 year back during MHC 2.0, and it completes one full entire year of being associated with D-Life and the excellent mentors here. So I wish express my special gratitude towards Ira, my guru, Anup Singh, Shashi sir, Mandar, Narsimha, and Satyajit, and all other core team members of D-Life as well as D-Life family. Thank you, everybody. We are a phenomenal team.
Thank you. It's Siddesh.
Yeah, I think first of all, we should thank the organizers for picking unique and topic for every MHC. I think no other event does this. So absolutely amazing topics every time, bringing unique guests to speak upon. It's absolutely a really great job. Thank you, everyone. I think all the hosts did a fantastic job. Me coming over here and watching it live with the organizers felt like an immersive and enriching experience. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sandeep.
I was sure that the event would be a great success because I've attended the past two virtually and very happy and very impressed with it. But I was not very sure how it would be coming to this place where I have never met, other than maybe Siddesh, had not met anyone else. But excellent. Hats off to all the people involved, to Anup, Shashi, and Ira. Wonderful. I never felt left out of the group. And I'm so happy to say that people like Mandar, Siddesh, Sanjay, Dr. Gopal, Satyajit, and Sandesh, they have shared so much of knowledge with me without any, I can't look for a better word, but zero insecurities. The free flow of information and knowledge is so something which I've never experienced in a group like this before. So thank you so much for letting me be a part of this experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandesh.
I think please highlight the speakers. I cannot even see.
Sandesh.
Yeah, Shashi, firstly, I'll say two things. Teamwork makes dream works. And then I think D-Life is the best team ever I have been in. So thank you so much. I've been part of MHC 1, 2, and 3. It's only getting better and better. I think we'll only have to break our own benchmark. So thank you, everybody. And thank you for giving me a great opportunity to meet a lot of D-Lifers here being in person. So thank you so much. I'm back on MHC 4.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Kaur.
So thank you, Shashi and Anu, for organizing this conference. So this is a great event for all of us, I believe. So thanks for giving the opportunity to us to explore more and more on the metabolic health. And I would like to thank the whole crew behind this, Ira, Mandar, Sandesh, Narasimha, and my whole D-Life family. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Irony.
Thank you so much, Team D-Life. This was the most memorable conference that I have ever attended. Second MHC I had attended virtually, but attending like this is not compared to anything else. Yeah. And I was so busy with all the sessions, all 3 days, constantly jotting down what the speakers were saying. It was a gold mine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam?
Yes, for me also, like my journey into D-Life is just recent, but then this conference added up a lot of knowledge to my, it added a lot of knowledge, and the speakers, the topics were really like handpicked and chosen ones, which were really informative. Thank you. Thank you for such an
Thank you. Ashish?
This was my first time actually physically attending a conference like this at such a large scale, and meeting all of you all has been such an enriching experience. Special thanks to all of you all over here, and Shashi sir and Anup sir for having been able to get the contacts all across the globe to be able to participate in this. And not to forget Ira, who has been tirelessly, seamlessly been able to weave through all the episodes into just one magnanimous event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Prasanna?
Yeah, I'm amazed at the kind of quality which MHC 1, 2, and 3 has been delivering. And sometimes I'm at loss of words. The the level of professionality, the professionalism, and the value add that is being done. When we look back, I think it's going to be we are going to be very proud, and I am very proud to be part of this group. Thank you so much for everything that you have done.
Thank you. Shayan, SH. Sanjeev Alulos.
Hi.
Sucrolus.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Well,
two line from you.
Fantastic event. Thank you for teaching us about the wonders of the human body. It's amazing.
Thank you. Arun Kumar लगता है डाल के गया वो ऑन करके पॉडकास्ट जैसा. अरुण कुमार या है. He has an inbuilt loudspeaker. अरुण कुमार आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. आवाज अनम्यूट करो. We are waiting to hear your loud voice. Yeah. 2 lines. ईयरफोन निकाल के बात करो. It is malfunctioning.
Log out, log in again.
नहीं ईयरफोन निकालो तो उसका गड़बड़ी है. चलो शायन है क्या? शायन meanwhile while he fiddles. शायन है क्या? शायन. चलो ठीक है, no problem. ठीक है. So anyway, let me propose. First of all, thank you everyone. Let me propose a vote of thanks to Ira, because she is the face of Metabolic Health Conference, and without her would have been very difficult. The seamless execution from start to end, credit goes to her, and she has become a bigger face for MHC than any one of us. So thank you for conducting these conferences smoothly, all 3 events and all 3 days, 9 days in total. Thank you, Ira.
Yeah, very, very happy and honored to be, doing what I'm doing. And if I've become the face of MHC, thanks to you and Anup, and love the work that we are doing. And, maybe MHC 4 will be another bigger milestone.
We'll see. So another proposing vote of thanks to our Guru Anup Singh, and because of which everything is possible. So he is the main Sutradhar. So because of him, everything originated and we are all done. Yeah, Anup.
Yeah, I'm just a spoke in the wheel now. Thank you for being there. And let's carry this forward.
You are always spoke in the wheel only. You will never take credit. Yeah, there's one. Dr. Neha is here. आपको बात करना है 2 लाइन. Dr. Neha.
Hi, thank you so much. It was a great session and I loved it. It was a pleasure to be a part of this amazing occasion, and too many more.
Hello, thank you, and wishing you the best also. I think Sayan is not able to put on, I think, and Arun Kumar has disappeared. Okay, so we'll call it a day, and Arun Kumar is back again. So okay, I don't know whether he can put on the. So we'll call it a day now. Thank you very much, and let us keep the spirit up, and then we'll meet again all of us again in MHC 4. Yeah, so we'll meet now at the lobby or somewhere, wherever we want to meet. We'll communicate with the group. So thank you very much, and we can officially conclude the session.
Yeah, before that, thank you everybody who turned up here. And, as a team, we are having such a good time. It feels like you've gone back to college or something, where you're meeting, from breakfast to dinner and, running around and doing things and getting things done and chit-chatting and exchanging of ideas. So this is the ethos of D-Life, and, so happy to meet all of you, even the first timers. And let's do it again. Thank you.
Bye. We can stop the live stream now.